Finds by the score of 6-0. And Cap, there's a lot of unsung heroes, but it's win or go home now. Game 5. It's either you're going to survive or perish. Cannot wait for Saturday, especially based on what the Cubs did last night.
Welcome back. Still alive! Oh, baby. That was just phenomenal theater last night. You know, Craig Counsell, I have to give him a lot of credit. Craig Counsell said, and I was sitting in the press briefing at Wrigley one day, and somebody asked, you know, this guy's struggling and that guy's struggling, so why don't you just sit those guys? And he said, I can't tell you when they're going to break out. I can't tell you when they're going to go 0 for 4. I don't know, so I just play the best guys. He said, if you can tell me you're way smarter than me, he said this to some reporter in there. He said, if you know, let me know, because I don't know. So I'm going to play my guys. And that's exactly what he did with Ian Happ, because we were talking yesterday, Barstool Eddie and I, about, and I think Sylvie and I were, do you bench Ian Happ? He's 2 for 21 or 2 for 23. And do you play Ballesteros at DH and you move Suzuki to left and can Tucker going right? Is his leg okay? Like all of that. And Craig Counsell went, no, I'm going to play my guys. And guess what? Ian Happ could have hit 4 homers yesterday. He had 3 that were way, way close to getting out, plus the big 3-run home run, and the Cubs grab a 3-0 lead. He talked about the crowd after the game. My wife was there with her sister and said she's never experienced a crowd like that. She goes, maybe World Series or the night they clinched the pennant. She goes, maybe. She goes, but this was as good as any crowd she has ever seen, and I've taken her to a billion events. So hats off to the fan base. Hats off to the Cubbies. Still alive. Let's go.
Absolutely, we should be able to thank the fan base, because when you are standing many, many times throughout that ball game, it was as if, Cap, that college basketball fan that stands until the first basket's made, that was the Cubs fan in the first inning. Everyone's standing like it's the ninth.
They basically stood the whole night, my wife said.
Which is amazing, right? You just don't get that. Basketball, you want to wait. You know, even sometimes with college football fans, they'll stand until they get the first, maybe the first down or the first score or whatever. But the Cub fan was ready. They were saying, okay, we're just not going to just die here. We're going to win this game. And it starts with Ian Happ. You know, the way we look at sports is interesting, because if this was playoff basketball, you'd say, okay, this person's struggling, but you guys go with your starting 5. They got you here. We got to go with your horses, right?
Correct.
But we in baseball, because we've seen it for 162, we go, well, that guy's been struggling for a month. How do you keep him in the lineup? Well, that person's been struggling for 3 weeks. So look at this Ian Happ. I can understand where Craig is coming from.
I got to give him credit. You know, I've been
your
hard
horses,
on him.
because you know your horses, right?
Right.
So you just got to play them.
I've been hard on Craig. I have. And, hey, man, he deserves a lot of credit. His team is still standing.
Yep.
They fought back from 0-2, and he sticks with his guys. And guys have stepped up and delivered when he's given them opportunities to pitch. Daniel Palencia, again, middle of the game, an unfamiliar role for him. So, Craig, if you're listening, you probably are sleeping. Hats off. You've done a hell of a job in this series. You really have, with the exception of starting Matthew Boyd in Game 1. I did not like that decision. Nothing will convince me that was the right one. This time on full rest, he was awesome.
Let's go, man.
So, I mean, this is what it is. I'm really impressed myself about the Cubs' resolve. I'm impressed, because to push this to a Game 5 in which the Cubs battle with the Brewers in the regular season, you know what you're getting with the Brewers. They're going to show bunt even though maybe they don't bunt. They're going to always have the key hit. They're going to have terrific pitching. You just know what's coming. But the Cubs' resolve, Cap, really stood out to me the last couple of games, because they could have even easily folded over. You're down 2-0 in the series. Okay, well, you're on the precipice of losing this thing, and the Cub fan kept them in it, but also the Cubs themselves kept them in the ball game. I could not be more impressed by a guy like Michael Busch. I think he needs a better PR guy, quite frankly, because because all season, think about it, all our Cubs conversations, you and I, we rarely talk about Michael Busch because we just assume, all solid first baseman. He's going to give you a couple of key hits. He's got some power because we're so focused on PCA and his speed, and we're so focused on Suzuki, and we're so focused on Tucker. Is he coming back? Yes, maybe no. But here's Bush at the top of the lineup giving you quality offense and a great first base. I just want to make sure he gets his flowers this morning as well. Bush, needing a better PR agent because no one talks about him enough. Yeah. That guy's good.
Do you know that he's played 7 postseason games in his career? He's already 6th all time in postseason home runs by a Cub.
That's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous. And I think he's the only guy ever to hit a leadoff home run in the bottom of the first or top of the first twice in the same series. He did it.
Give him his flowers today.
Yeah, phenomenal.
We've taken him for granted too long in this town because he'll be there. And, you know, when you say play ball, he'll be at first base, quality first base. He's going to give you some good offense. Okay, we just know he's fine because we've talked about someone else. Also, you know who the MVP of all of this is? Ooh. It's our guy, A.I. Jack, and his guy, Nico Horner.
Nico's been great.
So A.I. Jack, if for those that don't know, one of the producers around here, producer-hosts, who is a huge Nico Horner fan. I know that's odd because there's other stars or quality players on this team, but Nico Horner, though, Mr. Consistent all season long. He goes 3 for 5 yesterday with a run. That guy with a quality second base and getting it done offensively, whether he's at the top of the lineup or the bottom of the lineup, that guy has been able to deliver all season long, even through the ups and downs. Give Horner credit. He's gotten the job done.
He has. He's been outstanding. Their defense has been really, really good.
Yeah.
So they found a way, man. Just found a way. Now, tomorrow, I don't know who they're going to start. If it was me, I would start Colin Ray. That's where I would go. Colin Ray would be my starting pitcher on a very short leash, and we'll see where it goes. All hands on deck. I would think everyone but Matthew Boyd would be available.
Yeah, so let's start there. Everybody will be available. If you got to go 2/3 of an inning, 1 inning, whatever it is, everyone's on deck. Now, the thing is that 2 things. 1, you want the Cubs to get off to another great start. They have mastered this completely, the Cubs. Get to the starting pitcher early. Get to him early. That's an edict anyway for baseball anyway. If you want to get it to a starter or an ace, get to him early. Get on the board. Cubs have mastered that with aces. They know how to do that.
They've been great.
Now, from the Cubs pitching standpoint, okay, so are we just going to just get around Imanaga again? Are you not going to give him the ball because you feel like he's going to give up home runs? Do you feel like Colin Ray can keep you in the ball game early?
I do. I think he can keep you in the game. He's been throwing the ball really well. I think his next to last start, he had 11 strikeouts. I mean, I do. Do I wish that I had Tom Seaver in his prime with Bob Gibson in relief? Yeah.
Yes.
That'd be awesome. We don't have that guy. Our best starter's injured. They're not going to, I see everybody tweeting, is there any way we can just tell Mike Soroka, yeah, your shoulder looks inflamed. You're on the injured list. Cade, step in. I don't even know if Cade is physically ready to pitch yet. I don't. He threw 15 pitches 2 days ago. He said he felt good. That doesn't mean I'm handing him the ball in a deciding game when he hadn't pitched in 2 weeks.
Is he active on the roster?
No, he is not active. That's why they want to put the fans are like, Soroka, you're on the injured list. Your shoulder looks like it's
bothering. They want a Nancy Kerrigan, Mike Soroka, so that they can get Cade active on the roster.
Hey, we didn't want him on the team when he first got here anyway, because we just knew that it was just a dead arm. So let's play King of the Mountain. Let's do this. So if you're calling for Colin Ray on Saturday for the Cubs against the Brewers in the deciding Game 5, how many pitchers do you put in before you put in Imanaga?
Oh, wow.
Go on, let's play King of the Mountain. Let's go. If Ray's first, then is a Ben Brown. Is he available? You put him
he
in
owns
there.
The Brewers now.
All right, a Ben Brown. Just give me the list. Call the roll.
Okay,
let's go.
Aaron Savali.
Quality.
Yes.
He'll eat up innings.
100%.
Yeah.
You're going to Aaron Savali in a Game 5 before Shota?
Yes.
Holy mercy.
No, I want to play.
Fallen.
I want to play the game before we break here. So let's. So if we're going,
I'll see your Colin Ray, and I'll raise you with an Aaron Savali.
All right.
Mike Soroka.
No shot.
All right.
Ben Brown.
Taillon.
Yes.
All right.
Kittredge.
Yes.
Valencia.
Yes.
Keller.
Yes.
Pomeranz.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Shota ain't getting an inning, Hoodie.
He's just getting out the tough lefty, apparently. 1/3.
I may trip Shota.
Oh, my God, Cap.
Oh, my ankle. Yeah, sorry. Hope it heals by the next round.
Everybody wants Mike Soroka hurt so they can activate Kate Horton. Cap's taking out Shota.
Deal bar?
Yes.
Oh, my God, Cap. Come on. So you're saying he's a specialist, Shota?
No, I'm saying right now, and I like him. He's had a very good 2-year run with the Cubs. Right now, he stinks.
So
He's out of gas. He needs a little break. Send him down to Naples for a week. Just let him relax.
Okay, so do you have a position player that you'd have before Imanaga?
Can we get that John Birdie back?
Birdie. You can't have Birdie. No.
Pitched in all the blowouts.
I think all the diehard Cubs fans are done with Shota, man. I think he's just.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not done
Yeah.
like I want him off the roster. I just not using him tomorrow. I'm not.
Now,
You're not using him tomorrow.
You did tell me, I believe Tuesday, that you would let him walk this offseason. So you might be done.
Yeah.
All right, Cap. Give him credit now. Give him credit. After the loss, through the interpreter, he wore it. Said, I cost us the loss.
He did.
I cost us.
Look, I like him a lot. I do. Not tomorrow.
Now, if you guys advance, does he get game 1?
God. That'd be
Ohtani!
Ben Brown.
That'd be Monday night.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
That would be Tyone on regular rest, wouldn't it?
Tyone pitched Wednesday, so you have Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah.
You could go Tyone regular
Tyone
rest.
won.
You could go Kate Horton. You might not need Shota and a potential, I don't want to get in front of myself, NLCS.
Right.
So you're saying that you'd rather than go with even Bush to step in there for an
I'd
inning.
let Michael pitch ahead of
Yeah,
Shota.
you would do that. Okay. All right. So
Yeah,
that's where we
Miguel
are.
Amaya off the bench in at pitcher.
I'd let Jed pitch.
Just so you know, I just want to make sure for the record, my partner says, all hands on deck, kid, except you. You. No way, Shota. Sit in the bullpen. Take that. That's what you just did.
Yeah. Now, like game 4, he's had like 7 days of rest. Yeah, I would have to use him. I get it. He's not pitching tomorrow with my season on the line. No chance.
How about
And
that?
you know what he has to say about that?
What's that?
Bear down.
Yeah.
That's it.
Go to the Bear game on Monday. Don't come show up. Take that.
We're sending Shota to Washington, D.C.
Right.
Go to the Bear game.
Shota, did you know the Nationals are our NLCS opponent? We got to go to Washington.
Bear down.
That's it.
There's Jed pushing him and the interpreter out the door.
Hey, we've got that plane's yours.
Yeah, here
It's
you go.
going to the nation's capital. I need you to say bear down all night long.
No, it's okay. You're just going to the Bear game. You're fine. You can go to D.C., but it's fine. There we go. Right to the Bear game.
Bear down.
There you go.
That's it.
You have a nice hotel in D.C. The game is Monday night. Don't worry about us in the playoffs. We'll be fine. So long, everybody.
Right.
I just want to
We'll see you back at Wrigley for game 3.
how insane this fall is for Shota, because it wasn't 30 days ago that I shot or no shot asked the two of you, Kate Horton's your game 1 starter, and both of you said you got to go with Shota. You got to stick with your guy. Now we're in a game 5 tomorrow,
This guy.
and we can't pitch him at all. He can't get an inning.
He says Colin Ray.
I'll let him pitch if I'm up like 11-0.
He can't hurt you then, right?
Eat the innings, kid. I got to save the good arms.
We've turned him into mop-up duty.
And now it's 11-1 with a solo home run by Churio.
Now base hit,
Now base hit. Now another RBI.
a walk.
11-2.
Now another home run. 11-3. All right, get somebody out.
Andrew Vaughn deep into the
11-6 your score. Oh, no. All right, coming up, I ask you a simple question, Cub fans. Here we are. Game 5 will take place tomorrow. You hear it right here on the home of the Major League Baseball playoffs, ESPN 1000. Do you have faith that the Cubs will finish the comeback and win Game 5 What do you think? 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 our phone number. How did the Cubs secure a series win? Let's talk about it on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago. The Cubs hold serve and force at Game 5 in the NLDS. We reconvene tomorrow in Milwaukee. Game 5 coverage brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurici Longo and Associates.
Apt, your number one destination for the home. Discover Electrolux washers featuring Smart Boost. That is the award-winning technology that premixes water and detergent before the cycle begins, unlocking maximum cleaning power, brighter whites, vivid colors, and tough stain removal. Save water and energy with Instant Refresh, which removes wrinkles and refreshes items from light wear in 10 minutes without having to do a full wash. Experience superior cleaning and care in every load. Electrolux, free and home delivery, expert installation, and complete satisfaction. Shop where I shop. My favorite store in the world is Apt, A-B-T. Apt.com, pleasing people since 1936.
Traffic got you down.
Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back. We'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Caffeine doesn't have to be bitter or boring anymore. 5-Hour Energy shots are bringing the flavor and energy. One of my personal favorites, Strawberry Banana. It's giving smoothie vibes in a compact caffeinated shot. Whether you like your energy sour, fruity, or tropical, with 17 flavors, there's something for everyone. And yeah, it's got as much caffeine as a 12-ounce cup of coffee, but with zero sugar and no crash. Big flavor, tiny bottle, tasty caffeine done right. You can grab yours in-store or hit up 5hourenergy.com or order on Amazon today.
Welcome to
Only Murders in the Building,
the official podcast.
Join me, Michael Cyril Creighton, as we go behind the scenes with some of the amazing actors, writers, and crew from season 5.
The audience should never stop suspecting anything.
How can you not be funny crawling around on a coffin?
No, that's true.
Catch Only Murders in the Building official podcast, premiering September 9th wherever you get your podcasts. And watch Only Murders in the Building, streaming on Hulu and Hulu on Disney Plus for bundle subscribers. Terms apply.
Caffeine doesn't have to be bitter or boring anymore. 5-Hour Energy shots are bringing the flavor and the energy. One of my personal favorites, Strawberry Banana. It's giving smoothie vibes in a compact caffeinated shot. Whether you like your energy sour, fruity, or tropical, with 17 flavors, there's something for you. And yeah, it's got as much caffeine as a 12-ounce coffee, but zero sugar and no crash. Big flavor, tiny bottle, tasty caffeine done right. You can grab yours in-store or hit up 5hourenergy.com or order on Amazon today.
Chicago, when you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Something that you can't force in
know what I mean? Momentum in baseball happens based on what's on the field. You know what I mean? And the Cubs earned it. They had their backs against the wall, and they played great these last 2 games. They pitched great. They played great. They played great defense. They hit in the clutch. They hit homers. They're built to be great, and they played great these 2 games. So hopefully the tables will turn when we get into Game 5 at our place. But we have to find out how bad we're going to fight back. We have all season. This is not a team that has strung together a losing streak or anything like that, and they've done it in a number of different ways. So I admire our team. I have faith in our team, and I think this had to happen this way. There'll be no tougher environment to play in than they just did. This is a good prep for us, and I think we'll be ready to play. I'm certain we'll be ready to play.
Pat Murphy with the pancake in his pocket, the manager of the Milwaukee Brewers, as the Cubs won at the friendly confines 6-0. We will have a Game 5 Saturday. You can hear it right here on the home for Major League Baseball playoffs, ESPN 1000, and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Jesse Rogers has this stat, Cap. Entering this year, there had been 90 teams in Major League Baseball postseason history to lose the first 2 games of a best-of-5 series. 17 of them bounced back to force a Game 5. That team that forced the Game 5 has gone 10-7 in the decisive game. We'll see what happens on Saturday.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
That's right.
Remember that scene in Dumb and Dumber?
More than a chance.
I wouldn't go out with you to 1 in a million. Oh, so you're telling me there's a chance? That's it. Let's go.
That's it. In Milwaukee, the mixture of Cubs and Brewers fans will be there at AmFam Field, and it was just amazing to watch the resolve of this Cubs team. Ian Happ, who has been dog-walked by many Chicago Cubs fans, saying, where's your offense? Yeah, you got a Gold Glove, but where's the offense? Finally comes through. He was able to torch the Brewers, and poor Freddie Peralta, he gets out there, and you got 40,000 people chanting your name. Freddie.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Freddie, oh, God! Home run.
And watch his reaction as he released the pitch.
Scared.
You'll see it. He let it go, and he's like, oh, God. Like he knew I elevated that pitch. Bam! And he hit 3 more that got to the track.
Yeah.
Hap. He could have hit 4 bombs yesterday.
Wasn't fooling anybody, Peralta.
No. Holy cow. I mean, one was late off the bullpen, but, geez. That's their ace. He was 17-game winner. You beat him. I don't know who the Brewers are going to start. Did Murphy say anything? I was up. It was me, Silvy, and Carm on YouTube last night, and we were having a lot of laughs. And I did not hear. All I heard Murph say was what you just played about how great the environment is and the Cubs and all that. He's cool. I like Pat Murphy a lot. I don't know who he's going to go with. Quinn Priester? I mean, he didn't get out of the first the other day.
There's something to be said about this.
He's good.
I think we should talk about this for a second before we delve further into the Cubs. So when it comes to the NBA, many people talk about all of this load management. How come these players not playing every game? It's 82 games. How come you don't just not play them for 40 minutes, but maybe some games it could be 20 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, right? But to be able to have whole days off, whole back-to-backs off doesn't make sense to people watching the NBA. Here we are through an entire Major League Baseball season, Cap. Okay, exhibition season, regular season.
Everything.
And we're going through almost every playoff series trying to figure out, well, who's starting here? Who's starting there? Now, some of it is strategy, I know. Some of it is just trying to be strategic, trying to figure things out. But there was a time in this country, Cap, where you knew 1 through 3, 1 through 4 who you're going with. It's a mystery today. Because we kill NBA about this all the time, about who's playing, who's not. You've gone through the entire season, and there's teams that don't know from series to series, from game to game, who they're starting. I wish I could tell you that it's all strategy, like, well, we're just going to hold back. We're not going to tell you. Hey, man, it's baseball. There are no secrets. It's baseball. You know who's good. You know who's not. You've seen the film. You know what you have in your bullpen. You know you You know what their tendencies are, all that. You just have to execute if you're a ball player. But what is with this? This is why I admire Scooble so much from the Tigers. You know what you're getting. Scooble's going to take the ball every third day, every 5 days, whatever it is, and he's going to give you his best effort. This whole thing with the Cubs and all these other teams we watch in baseball is nonsense. Well, we'll probably go with a reliever here, and then we'll have the starter there. Oh, well, our starter that we've relied on, we rode that horse all season. All season. Here's October. Well, we'll probably pitch him an inning. You'll do what? What do you pay these guys for?
Right.
What the hell happened to our game when it comes to the postseason, Cap? The starters that you paid good money to see, or you had an emotional investment in all season from April to September now you go to the postseason. Well, we'll probably pitch them an inning. You'll do what? I want 5. I demand 5 at least. What has happened to the game when it comes to starting pitching? We have to try to figure out now who starts for Game 5 because Shota Imanaga gives up too many home runs. What happened? Tell me, what happened to the game where you can't say, well, you know what, that guy's going to go 5 because he's been doing it all season. What happened?
The specialization is what happened. Like, let me ask you a question. If you were the manager, would you start Shota tomorrow?
Well, listen, I've had him the entire time. I know he struggled. If nothing else, he has to be my long man. If nothing else, I can't hide him, Cap.
Why?
You know who he is.
Why?
You don't have to hide him. Is he the weakest pitcher on the entire staff?
Right now, today, yes. He's struggling. He's tired. He's out of gas. I'm not telling you he's not talented because I've watched him do it for 40-some starts. He was really good. I'm not using him tomorrow. I'm not.
That's a shame. That's a shame.
He's going to have to start and play a pivotal role in the NLCS if you get there. But I got to get there.
Ability and his confidence is both shot at the same time. Bad combination. Bad combination. His confidence is down and his ability is down because he's not fooling anybody with that rolling, tumbling, breaking ball or supposed to be a fastball over the middle of the plate. He's not fooling anybody. There's no break to it. It just rolls like a cement mixer. It just rolls.
Right.
So all I'm telling you, Cap, is that we invest so much time in watching these guys, these starting pitchers. They got to throw at 100 to qualify now. That's the average. And then you got no bullets in the chamber in October? Then what are we doing? I'm just saying. I'm just having a baseball conversation with you.
Last year, the Los Angeles Dodgers did not have one guy start a game in the World Series that had thrown 100 innings. Not one. They just mixed and matched. Guess what? We're going to use that guy. We're going to use that guy. That was it.
I believe they did start Jack Flaherty in a game, but that would have been the only one.
He didn't pitch 100 innings for the Dodgers.
Not for the Dodgers, but he certainly pitched 100 innings last year.
Yeah, but I'm talking about for the Los Angeles Dodgers. It wasn't like when the White Sox won in 2005, and you knew it was Sweaty Freddy.
El Duque.
It was Mark Burley. It was John Garland.
Mm-hmm.
And those guys threw complete games. They were horses. And if he ever went to the bullpen in the postseason, Ozzie, he went for the late, great Bobby J. Give me the wide body. Like, he shrunk that thing down. Tomorrow, both teams. Like, if I'm Pat Murphy, I don't know who he's going to start. Mizorowski, I'd absolutely use his 104-mile-an-hour fastball. It's unbelievable how hard that kid throws.
I think that's their likeliest starter, by the way.
Mizorowski?
Yeah.
And then if he falters, they'll go immediately to the bullpen. I think that's how that works. I just think that baseball's changed so much. Because, yes, you're right, the game is specialized, but the guys that you depended on to get there, your starters, are just wilting into the heat of the moment. It's like, if just one walk through an inning and a third, inning 2/3, is too tight. We can't put him out there anymore. Let's go to the bullpen. That'll be all. Wow. No one can try to, struggle through it or try to be able to get out of an inning anymore. I know that these games are fleeting because it's a 5-game series. I understand that. I'm just saying that all these horses that's supposed to be getting paid big money can't give me 5 anymore in the postseason.
So
tough.
I went online and looked up at the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. The Brewer fans are posting on social. Remember Sam Decker, the basketball player from Wisconsin? He and a somewhat guy are going back and forth. Remember when we went up 2-0 and actually thought this year could maybe possibly be different? And then Sam Decker then changed the formula because of vibes or something? Yeah, I remember. Another one. Why did we change the lineup? Scored 16 runs in 2 games. Another one. If we don't come back and lose this game, I'm going to have a real hard time believing in us winning Game 5. It's just this is Wisconsin sports year in and year out when it comes to the postseason. I've seen this movie about 64 times. This guy said, it's truly remarkable how Wisconsin sports teams find a way to absolutely rip your heart apart in the playoffs. This would be a monumental series collapse and choke by the Brewers, and I don't have a good feeling at all for Game 5. Inexcusable effort on so many levels. You lose Game 5, writes Brandon, and it will be the worst defeat in Wisconsin sports postseason history. No debate. We shouldn't have started Peralta. He has a 3.71 ERA with an 8-5 record on the road, 9-1, 177 at home. By the way, the 9-1, the 1 was to the Cubs when we were there. Maybe the Brewers should have held their ace card for a potential Game 5. No, you pitched him last night. That was smart. Yeah, it's just...
Well,
they're freaking out up there.
Well, it's panic on both sides. The only difference is the Cubs had the momentum because they won the last 2 games in the series, and now they push it to a Game 5. Shota Imanaga has a message, by the way, because, again, whether or not he's going to start Game 5 or not, but Shota with some thoughts here.
Go Cubs, go. Go Cubs, go. Hey, Chicago, why do you stay? Cubs gonna win today. Hey, Shota.
Singing for his supper there.
Is that from his shower?
Cap, is that from his shower? You don't?
Yeah, that was his shower. Remember the commercial?
Yeah. He's singing in the shower.
Yeah.
Yes. That's him trying. That's him lobbying for Game 5. By the way, a little ukulele. There we go.
Look, I'm here. He's a great dude, and I like him a lot. I'm not letting him pitch tomorrow. Sorry.
But he's singing to you.
That's too bad. He needs a few more days of rest. That's it.
What if he did some Elvis for you? Would you allow him to start?
A little.
Would you allow that?
He is not getting the ball tomorrow, except to toss one to a fan. That's it.
A little hound dog, maybe?
He can't help falling in love, Cappy.
No shot.
How about some Madonna?
What about some Springsteen? What if he,
Springsteen.
If he sang a little Bruce.
Oh,
now he's starting Game 5. Shota just steps up there and sings Born to Run. Get him on the hill.
That'll get Cap hard.
The USA.
Yeah, that could happen, sure.
Oh, he's touring with the Eagles now.
Oh, would you like that?
The Sphere.
Hotel California, would you mind that?
Yeah, that'd be great.
See, now the door's ajar. Maybe you'll allow him to be out there. He gave you little Eagles.
There is no scenario that he's pitching for me tomorrow. None. Unless, I'll take that back. If we've got a minimum a double-digit lead, he can mop it up.
Yes. Close it out. I'd be even afraid then. You're trying to clinch it.
Craig, what are you doing?
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. So it's a simple question, Cub fans. I mean, Game 5 is Saturday. Who do you start if you are Craig Counsell, the fine manager of the Chicago Cubs? We're going to hear from Craig coming up next, but we're taking your phone calls next. I mean, what a game. 6-0. The resolve of this baseball team, winning 4-3 and then winning 6-0. Just when you thought that the season's over, no, there's a Game 5. You'll hear it right here on the home for the Major League Baseball playoffs, ESPN 1000.
Go Cubs, go.
Okay.
Go Cubs, go.
All right, yeah.
Hey, Chicago, why do you stay?
Okay.
Cubs gonna win
Okay.
Hey, Shota.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Let's go, man. Bears and Commanders, live from Landover. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak, along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee. We bring you the call of this primetime Monday night battle. And ESPN Chicago has 4+ hours of pregame starting at 3 and 4 more hours postgame after it all goes final. It's Bears and Commanders. Kickoff Monday at 7:15 on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Let's talk a little bit about Howard Ankin, Cap.
Howard's a wonderful man. He's the best personal injury attorney in Illinois. And he brings us the sidebar.
May I approach?
Yes, you may.
Countless commercials, hundreds of live reads, and a partner at our fan favorite Grip It or Sip It Classic. And the list goes on, and now my guy is our guy.
He'd actually be my guy, but if you need an attorney, you're hurt, you need help, you've been in a rideshare accident, a medical malpractice, a personal injury, 312-6 million. That's where you call.
How about this? 80 attorneys, Cap, on staff, ready to help the people that are injured, that need help and understand their rights. It's Aiken Law. 312-6 million.
Aiken Law, injury law, made personal. Take that.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to make you a winner every Friday in October with our $500K Double Down giveaway. Earn entries each week to boost your chance of winning a guaranteed $50,000. Then you can choose to walk away or risk half for a shot at $100,000 in cash. Do you dare to double down? Only at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric wants you to avoid breakdowns this winter. Did you know your dirty furnace costs more to operate? It increases your utility bill and leads to more breakdowns? Now's the time. Schedule your Four Seasons tune-up today for only $89.95. The furnace tune-up includes a 30-point inspection, complete cleaning, and is backed by the industry-leading 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind, lower utility bills, just a Four Seasons tune-up away.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom designs that let everyone know who you're rooting for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing stacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN, 1 free year of Perplexity Pro, and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Jay Moore, have I told you about ESPN Bet? From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools that you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips and get personalized parlays built just for you and with your fantasy team synced right into the old app. That way you can back your squad. Sign up for promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jay Moore.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
On ESPN Chicago.
Yeah, it was a little different, I think, from pitch one today. Even crazier than yesterday or the wild card or anything. I mean, me and JT looked at each other when they started chanting Freddie's name. That was a first for me, and the fact that Freddie can still go out there and put up, 4 + 5 innings on the board's impressive because they were loud. And we keep talking about it, but it's like having a 10th player out there. So.
Pete Crow Armstrong talking about the fans over at Wrigley Field. What an amazing atmosphere at Clark and Addison as the Cubs win 6-0. Game 5 will take place at AmFam Field in Milwaukee. We'll have that game for you right here on the home for the Major League Baseball playoffs, ESPN 1000. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776, our phone number as promised. Let's hear now from the fine manager of the Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell, as the Cubs won Game 4, 6-0 against Milwaukee.
Let's go, man.
I'm just so happy for Ian. I think it was great for Ian to have the playoff moment that he deserved, and it was a huge swing, and the first thing I would say is the crowd was incredible tonight. I mean, I've never seen a baseball game like that. That was just amazing what they did tonight, and we offensively we did a really nice job of putting pressure on them often, and the crowd picked up on that, I thought, consistently, and they were awesome with it, and we just made them uncomfortable. We just made every pitch uncomfortable, and that's what you're supposed to do.
Craig Counsell, fine manager of the Chicago Cubs, as the Cubs win 6-0.
Yeah, and as I said to you, I don't know, 40 minutes ago, I got to give him a lot of credit. I do. He sticks with his guys. He empowers his guys. He moved Ian at one point down in the order from the leadoff spot. And he said, you can't tell me when a guy is going to have an on or off day. So I'm going to play my best guys, and that's that. Mm-hmm. And so with their back against the wall, Ian Happ said, thanks for the faith, Skip. Bam! Out of here. 3-run jack. It was so electric at Wrigley, just watching on TV. And I can't imagine being there, but I do all the post-game stuff, the different things that I do. So I bought the 2 tickets in the bleachers. My wife and her sister went, and I kept getting the text, oh, my God, this is the coolest environment. It's amazing. And they got it done.
And that's something that happens when you win. And that's something the Cubs were able to just pour it on the Brewers 6-0. And so now the pressure's on. It's on both teams, but I think that the pressure's on Milwaukee because, again, the Cubs fan believes that they have the momentum, and you should, because I was hearing around here while I was gone some postmortem after a 2-0. Is that what I was hearing, Shay? I mean, I was getting missives of talking about next season after the Cubs are down 0-2, and I'm thinking, aren't the Cubs going back to Wrigley Field? I mean, so you lose the first game 9-3, you lose the next game 7-3, and I was getting messages of saying, "Oh, I guess the season's over." I'm hearing on your show, and I go, "Wait, what about Wrigley Field? What about the fans? They can push it through. If the Cubs are not, the Cub fan will push it through." And
we
look what's
certainly
happened.
didn't write them off here. Shay
Well,
and
the
I
horns
were.
were out.
Huh?
You know,
we did play taps.
Yeah, look,
Oh, really?
No,
You
no,
did say
no,
you felt
no.
like there was no comeback.
Huh.
No.
That's interesting.
You had a little
Shay
bit
Moore
of.
played taps.
I did, but you definitely had a little like. It's over, folks. You had that in your heart.
I believe, I can only speak for myself, but I believe what I said was, I'm not going to say they can't do it, but I don't really believe they will do it. But now we sit here and it's evened up, and I think you're winning tomorrow. So
We'll see. We will just find a way, man. Get there and get ready, and let's go. Lock in.
I think the Cubs found a way for the last couple of games. I certainly, if I was sitting in this seat, would not be writing off the Cubs down 0-2.
Because I bet them to win on Wednesday.
Okay, that's fine, but that's
did
not what I was.
bet them last night.
That's not what I was hearing. I was hearing as a lot
from
of
the Twitch chat, everyone says they all felt that way. All the Cubs fans felt like
I thought
it was
they
over.
would win Wednesday. I did not expect. Like, I didn't go into it going, oh, we're taking both games at home. No, I'll be the first to tell you I did not think that was going to happen. But super cool, man.
Was there off-season?
Cool.
Let me ask you this. Can you confirm this, Shay? Was there any off-season chatter last couple of days of what the Cubs could do in the off-season? We're getting that.
yeah, we talked about Shota.
Can I get a Oh, there we go. All right, so we got that.
You got the appeal down the first base line.
Okay.
We talked about Shota and we talked about Kyle Tucker.
Yeah. Hey, Tucker made some money back last night.
Yeah,
I picked it up off.
One homer makes money back.
No. But I mean, that's better than Ofer. Tell you that right now.
He had 2 hits the other day.
Yeah.
While you were gone.
Yeah.
Maybe you need to go back to Florida.
Why would I do that? I work here. You go to Florida.
You loved Florida.
Go ahead.
It's so great.
I do.
Tucker is looking healthier. He's moving better. So he had a couple hits and a walk the other day, on base 3 times. He hit the home run last night. So maybe he is finally getting healthy with his calf. Mm-hmm. I expect that he'll still be the DH, not the right fielder, but we'll remain. We'll see what happens.
That's good.
Just find a way tomorrow, man. Find a way.
As far as Tucker's concerned, you'll take that. You'll take some offense.
Mm-hmm.
You could be Cody Bellinger at home today.
You could be.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 our phone number. I think that we're going to be right about Tucker over Bellinger in that spot in the postseason, especially if you move forward. I think that'll be all for because Bellinger may not even be on the Yankees next year.
Correct. He may opt out. So my question is, as you look at the game tomorrow, who has the advantage? Okay, you can say the Brewers have the advantage because they're at home. But you could say the Cubs have the advantage because they're hot. You could also say the Cubs have the advantage because they've got guys that have been in this situation, big games like this before.
Showed up.
Well, I'll bring it up in shot or no shot, but I think Pat Murphy screwed some stuff up yesterday that's going to hurt him in Game 5, too.
So let's talk about it here again. Would you pitch Shota tomorrow in the deciding Game 5 at all?
Not in a beer league, no.
Then ask you, I was talking to the audience at that point. Talking to the audience.
Wow.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. We will take your phone calls also. Shay's platform right around the corner on the Kap J Hood Morning Show.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
J Hood.
TGIF? Nope. Now it's TGIDPBF. Thank God it's Dr. Pepper Bears Friday. All season long on ESPN Chicago.
One of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies while watching the big game. We're actually bringing Daisy brand Daisy dips tomorrow. We're going tailgating at Illinois Wesleyan. Yeah. Garrett, who played there, I think his team's going to have a get-together there, so we're going to go. That means the Daisy French onion dip and the Daisy Ranch dip will be at our tailgate. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients, Hoodie, that you'd find in your very own kitchen. So do what I do. Put Daisy French onion, Daisy Ranch dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dips at your local grocery store. Jay Moore.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Fall's here. Time to upgrade your home before the cold sets in. Chicago Trust Window Works for custom windows and doors that fit your style and budget and help lower energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. But this limited time offer won't last. So what you have to do is dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation and lock in your savings today. Again, dial pound 250 and say Waddle.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Holding. Defense.
The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Chicago, when you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. That's why you check out the limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas. Midas, trust the Midas touch. Jay Moore.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent news story.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Cannonball!
On ESPN Chicago.
Now it's time for Shay's Platform. Here's Shay Norland.
Shay's Platform brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Big shoes to fill because AI Jack's platform was pretty damn impressive yesterday.
Big shoes to fill. I'm glad he filled my shoes. Let's put it that way.
And now you got to fill his shoes.
All right.
Jay Moore will tell you.
I heard what you. Listen, I love Jack. Jack does a wonderful job. But I also heard you saying, "Oh, did Shay write your shot or no shot? If it's any good."
Yeah, I did.
So thank you. You know whose shoes are filled back
But
here.
the platform was so good that Jay Moore sold his beautiful truck yesterday. He's riding the CTA because of the impressive nature of AI Jack's platform.
I know it was regarding one Bill Belichick.
It was.
I'll spare my thoughts on that because I want to ask about a controversy that has been brewing throughout the MLB playoffs.
Let me give you a what is it? Controversy. Controversy, yeah. Put a shot or no shot, a douche if you're using that word that way. Wow. How about that?
It's a Yurkoism.
Yeah. How about just how we do it in America? Controversy's fine.
By the way, I do have to give John credit. He read a poem that Ian Happ that he wrote. He motivated him into the home run. Yeah, Yerk, you get a lot of credit, kid.
Part of the platform or?
Sure.
So, throughout the MLB playoffs, I don't know if the two of you have seen this. I know Tyler Rocky's seen it because he texted me about it yesterday. But there has been an issue where runners on second base are signaling pitch type and pitch location to the batters. Yeah. It's been a violation of unwritten rules per a lot of national talking heads. Tyler Rocky texted me yesterday, said William Contreras has been doing this all series. How about we put a ball in his ear? I have felt this way at times. Josh Naylor has done it for the Mariners blatantly, almost excessively. Naylor has been signaling pitch location to the point that Tigers catchers have to set up at a different spot than they actually want the pitch. And I have had the thought, why don't we just give you 102 to your ribs? If you're going to do that, we'll put you on first. I just want to ask the two of you, because I can't really decide how I feel about it. Is it a violation of baseball's ethics, unwritten rules, to stand on second base and signal pitch type and pitch location?
No, that's just baseball. I love, by the way, the spirit of Norm Van Leer still lurks in these hallways. Just attitude, just put 102 up to his ribs, break his rib cage. It's baseball, Cap. I fought Bob Brenly on this whole thing of you can't bunt when someone's got a no-hitter going in the ninth. That's BS.
Yeah, I had the same fight with him.
Come on, man. It's just it's been around for 100 years.
Look, if you tell me the score is 12-0 and the guy's going for the no-hitter and you lay a bunt down, that's a garbage move. That is.
The object is to get on.
Yeah, if you're down 12-0 in the ninth and you lay a bunt down, that's just garbage.
Yeah.
But the game that I think Schilling had a no-hitter going, it was a close game. Like, they needed to get a base runner. The guy got a bunt single. Brentley was mad, and I go, that is the weakest response. Oh, he was mad, yelling at me.
Mad at me, yeah.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, Shay, I saw that same video of the hand moving to the left or just trying to, and looking at Shota's glove.
Yep.
Because he's trying to figure out what the grip is to try to help his hitter.
It was a whole conversation that the Cubs were tipping their pitches because they were allowing second base to see the grip, which that's the fault of the pitcher. It's your job to hide the ball. If you're giving it up, I'm not going to blame anybody. The Yankees were doing it too. Aaron Judge was tapping the top of his head anytime, I think it was Giancarlo Stanton was in the box. If it was going to be off speed, Judge tapped the top of his head. That is a part of the game, but people have really had an issue with it where if you're signaling from second base, you're somehow violating the spirit of baseball.
No, I disagree with that. Think about the phrase unwritten rules. They're not rules. They're just things that happen in baseball. It's like, oh, maybe that's not great. Maybe you shouldn't do that. Hey, man, it's unwritten. That's why it's not really a rule.
Yeah, I'll disagree with you there. If it is an unwritten rule. I don't know if it is or isn't. If it is an unwritten rule, then I believe you should live by that. So I don't advocate hitting somebody in the ear hole. I don't. But there's got to be a way to send a message.
Well, it is like, I think signaling where the catcher is set up every that's a little lame. If the pitcher's tipping his grip and you can see it and you want to signal off speed, okay, that's fine. The pitcher's job is to hide the ball. But signaling where the catcher is set up is a little lame. And it also doesn't do a whole lot because the catcher can just change his target right before the pitch is actually thrown.
He's smart enough.
We're on the same team, Shay. If I could help you, I'll do what I have to do to help you.
Which is fair.
Let's not turn the show into the Michael K show, okay? Let's not do K talking about, the Toronto Blue Jays, stealing signs from the Yankees. Let's not. You want to be able to get over that, beat the other team. How about that?
Flip side of it, and I agree with you, but the flip side of it, and really the crux of my question, if it's baseball to steal signals from second base, is it not also baseball to ring you up and in with a fastball the next time you're in the box?
Sure, go ahead. I have to, either way, it's competition. It's fine. If we're playing on the same team, if I'm on second base, Shay, I'm going to do what I can to help you to be able to help our team. Same thing with you. Like, well, I'm on second base, Cap. I'm not going to give you any even though I could see the where the pitch is going, the grip of the pitch, and the location of the catcher. I'm not going to help you because that's cheating. No, I'm here to help you, whatever it takes, by any means necessary. But I'm a good teammate in that way.
So I'm texting as we speak Ryan Dempster.
Oh, God.
And I'm going to ask him, tell me how you want the question phrased. I said, good morning, my friend. I have a question. Is it unethical for a base runner at second base to signal the catcher setup or pitch information to the batter? Is that how you want it?
Sure.
I want to see what he says.
Shay, you ready for the tell everybody about CTA? All right, let's tell everybody about CTA, and we'll get to these phone calls coming up. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. Would you pitch Shota Imanaga tomorrow for Game 5? Shay, tell everybody about the CTA.
All right, it's Marathon Weekend Chicago, and whether you're running in it or just want to cheer people on, the CTA is your best way to get around on race day. I know it. Driving around town Marathon Weekend is an impossibility. Road closures everywhere, unexpected road closures, unlisted road closures. Getting around the city on Marathon Day, it's no fun if you're in a car. Avoid the traffic, hunting for parking, street closures, and let CTA be your driver. They'll get you to the race and back for just $5, and with Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. See a full map of the race route and best CTA rail stations to view different mile markers at transitchicago.com/marathon. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
All right, we'll get to your phone calls. Coming up next on the Cubs, Game 5 is Saturday. What's going to happen, Cub fans? Let's hear your thoughts. But first, we pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves along the Kap J Hood ESPN Chicago Radio Network.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo. Morisi Longo and Associates. We're there when you need us.
Hey, it's Cap. My friends at Automatic are celebrating 80 years of making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable. To celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now through the end of October. It's a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable. Don't wait for your system to fail. Call the pros you can trust, the best in the business. Go to Automatic.com.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
Hey, it's Desmond Howard. You want to win the weekend? It all starts with the tailgate. And for me, that means Kingsford Charcoal.
They've been bringing the flavor, the smoke, and the heat since 1920. No wonder they're still the gold standard of grilling. So fire it up, feed your crew, and let the smoke do the talking. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Hap with a drive, right field, way back there, gone! More first inning fireworks. Ian Happ takes Freddie Peralta deep for the second time in the series. And Shaw pokes this into center for a base hit. They're waving around Kelly. And the Cubs extend their lead. Tucker with a drive to center. Perkins going back. He looks up. It's gone! Is that the knockout blow that sends this series to a fifth game? And Bush with a high fly ball. Deep right field. That ball is gone! Number 4 for Bush in the postseason. On the ground to short. Swanson is there. It'll be a winner-take-all Game 5 on Saturday.
Right there on TBS. Welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. It's a Dr. Pepper Bears Friday, one-of-a-kind fans, one legendary prize. Score Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper Bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing. It's also a Cubs Friday because the Cubs and Brewers will take place on Saturday. It's either win or go home. You can hear that game right here on the home for the Major League Baseball playoffs, ESPN 1000. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Make sure that you like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. No, our YouTube channel. Kap and I have a YouTube channel. It's the Kap and J Hood Show YouTube channel. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube.
Yep, we'd love to have you. Yep, it's been very successful. Very happy to see our numbers.
How you feeling this morning, sir? I mean, Game 5.
Locked in, ready to go.
This is not like you and I talking about baseball in July or August. This is it, man. It's either win or go home. You saw what happened in the previous series. The Dodgers were able to skate by and get in, right? But now it's your team. Think about all the anguish, the good and bad. Actually, it's been a roller coaster with this team, right? And here we are, Game 5. How does that feel?
Like I'm looking at the ESPN2 monitor you put on over there, and there's the Ian Happ home run. And prior to that big swing with 2 men on, I'm like, come on, man, just get me a hit here. And when he hit it, that thing was deep into the Wrigley night. I let myself get, like, super excited.
Sure.
Like, okay, here we go. And then Matthew Boyd, I mean, you talk about dropping a pair and finding a way. That dude was good last night. Oh, man. So
4 2/3 and 6 strikeouts for Boyd.
Yeah.
The previous start, obviously not so good. Counsell got killed. I saw the coverage. I saw that people were not happy that it was Boyd out there. But again, these players are out there to execute, Cap. It's a short series. You have to execute. I understand it's an unusual time because of the playoffs. You have players out of position, like Palencia, for some of the bad he's had in these playoffs. Look what he's able to do yesterday. He got the win, actually. But here's a guy that's been a closer. And he goes, yeah, we need the ball now. Now? It's not the 8th. It's not the 9th. No, we need you now.
He did that all week with him. He would bring him in the 5th inning. He gave up the home run in game 2, I think, to Jackson Churio.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, he's been excellent in the Padres series and in the Brewers series. Excellent. So the velocity these guys throw with is literally mind-blowing. You know, he's throwing 101, 102. Mizorowski came in and had 4 pitches at 104. 104 miles an hour. It's incredible.
I need you to have a list for me if you're Craig Counsell, if you're the fine manager of Chicago Cubs. I need you to write down a list for me.
Yep.
Of how you're going with your rotation here for Game 5. Because if for those that are just waking up this morning, Cap has declared Ray as his starter for Game 5.
Yes.
Colin Ray.
Yes.
Okay. So I need you to be able to go through it here.
You mean map it out?
Yeah, please.
Okay, I'll do that.
I'm going to need you to map out who you trust. Because now, Shay, it's not – I understand all of this is matchups. All of it's matchups. The Yankees tried this with the Blue Jays. That's all right. We got a matchup that we feel like we can win. No, you couldn't. But ultimately, you have to be able to have in your gut who you could depend on. No matter the situation, no matter who's on base, guys that you need outs for. You got to have someone that can get you outs. So I'm going to have Cap be able to give me the guys he can trust. If Ray's starting, you're going right to Palencia? You're going right to, like, what are you doing in that spot? Now, I understand that a lot of it's second and third, who's on, but the point is, though, is that you're looking for outs. You need guys you can depend on. The lineup is the lineup. There's no hiding. I know some teams try to do that, try to hide some players here or there, but they got you to the dance. Either they're going to perform in a big spot in Game 5 or not. It's very simple, today's show and in the scenario. Either they're going to perform, the Cubs, or they will not. We'll see.
Yeah, and I think if they hit, then the pitching stuff will solve itself. Like, Carmen said it best to me last night. The Cubs are better than the Brewers. So go show that you're better than the Brewers. The Brewers are a brilliant organization. They're one of the most well-run organizations in baseball. I'm not taking anything away from them. They're very good. But the Cubs, on paper, are a better baseball team. So go prove it tomorrow.
Let's see.
Well, why do you say they're a better baseball team? The Brewers won 97, we won 92.
Yeah, I understand that.
But Shay just laid out the organization is better.
You actually hit the ball for power.
That is the one thing that we do that they don't do. But when they've had to get a big hit in a big spot, the first 2 games, Churio was a beast. Vaughn, beast. Got to keep those guys in the ballpark.
Like, I like the diversity in my lineup. There's a number of teams already in the playoffs. I'll use the Yankees for an example. They pounded bad pitching, pounded the ball over the wall. But when they need to have a key run in a big spot, they could not do it because they hit the ball over the wall. They hit 8 million home runs this past season. And then the Jays, who's owned them almost all season, they couldn't hit, could not get the key base hit with runners in scoring position. All they could do is home run or nothing. I hate that.
And you see the cost of it, too. Like, I think it was bases loaded, chance to tie the game in Game 4, Austin Wells up, and he's swinging for the fences. But their process is hit the ball in the air. Well, if you hit the ball in the air and it doesn't leave, you're hitting an out.
Yes.
And that's the payoff of, like, you haven't hit line drives all year. You've hit it out of the ballpark. And with the bases loaded in the playoffs, you might just need a line drive. You might just need to go the other way.
Yeah.
I have my pitching plan right here.
All
You
right.
ready?
Yes, I'd like to hear your pitching plan. Now, if you like Colin Ray, could you give us how you would do it if you're Craig Counsell, the fine manager of Chicago Cubs?
Yeah, and Colin Ray pitched in Game 3, I believe. Let me look at his game log. Colin Ray came in, and his pitch count in the one game he's pitched in this series was 60, and it was in Game 2. 60, so that was Monday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 5 days. So that would be him on full rest. So I'm starting Colin Ray tomorrow. My long men are Aaron Savale or Ben Brown. Right there. Like, if you tell me there's 2 outs, I got to get a strikeout, I'd probably go to Brown. If I'm trying to get some length, I'm going to Savale. My matchup guys, in no particular order, for my lefties, Pomeranz and Thielbar.
Yep.
My righties are Kittredge and Palencia. My closer is Keller, and the no-fly list is Soroka and Imanaga. No-fly list means the skies have been closed. You're not allowed. Damn.
Okay. Keller at the end, though, will get you the key 3 outs you need.
Yes.
Okay.
Ground stop at O'Hare, Hoodie. Showed us waiting at gate D9. Can't get on the plane. Ground stop.
What is the name of the airport?
But he has his
Milwaukee?
guitar.
Mitchell Field.
You're having a good time at the airport, though.
Yeah, he's cheering with the fans, watching on the airport TV.
Yeah.
He's at the California Pizza Kitchen at the airport, watching the game.
Standing in line with Charlie at the McDonald's, waiting to get his order for 30 minutes. When his nuggets never come.
Yeah.
Oh, that's me.
Shona, we're going to drop you here.
Yeah.
I thought the stadium's farther down and to the left. No, this is Mitchell Field. Just hang out there.
Oh, my God, at the hangar.
When we get back here, hopefully to fly to L.A., you can go with us then.
If you're on hold, you will be on the air next. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. It's pretty simple. Are you pitching Shota tomorrow? What are you doing for Game 5? Can the Cubs do it? Let's talk about it on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
You're throwing loads.
The Cubs hold serve and force at Game 5 in the NLDS. We reconvene tomorrow in Milwaukee. Game 5 coverage brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. Well, they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner. Their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. That's a fine. Through it all.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm." Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com
Seal out drafts, dust, and moisture with MD brand weather stripping from Menards. A well-sealed home is more comfortable and energy efficient. We have the largest selection of in-stock weather stripping with over 100 products available to take home and start lowering your energy bills today. Save big money on weather stripping right now at Menards and check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
The holiday season is here, and businesses are hiring for all kinds of seasonal roles, from haunted corn maze staff to real bearded Santas. Skilled, experienced workers are in high demand and hard to find. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, the best way to find the perfect match for your role is on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's matching technology works fast to find top talent. No wonder it's the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Out here, it's football season, where nothing beats backyard grilling, gathering around the fire pit, and cheering on your favorite team with friends. The yard is mowed, the lights are strung, and the grill is warming up. Whether you need to fill up your propane, get a new grill, or even a generator, out here, it's game day. And we're ready for it. Tractor Supply, for life out here.
True North Convenience Store's True Brew Coffee is a hot gourmet blend created with coffee beans from around the world. Right now, enter for a chance to win free coffee for a year. Check the True Rewards app for details or find the mobile app in your favorite app store. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
I mean, that's great. Like, he's been great all year. He's been awesome with me. Like, he always giving me advice. Like, the last summer I gave up, he talked to me like, bro, I'm gonna need you. And right now, it feels good being there for him. Like I told him, I got you back anytime. So right now, it feels good. Like, everybody is making his job, and right now, and that's it.
Daniel Palencia talking about Matthew Boyd, the starter for yesterday's game, as the Cubs win 6-0. Let's talk about it here on the home for the Major League Baseball playoffs, ESPN 1000. Game 5 on Saturday. You can hear that game right here on ESPN 1000. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. By the way, Saturday's game, the normal time, 7:08. Thank goodness. This 8 o'clock start nonsense. Where are we? L.A.?
Yeah, it
8
was
8 o'clock.
It was a
Tough.
late start.
Tough.
But it was awesome, man. Oh, my goodness.
It's great. But, Jay Moore, as I've said many times on the show, this East Coast time just sucks.
Yeah, it does.
Staying up trying to, like, the 9:08 start when I was in Florida, just like, oh, my God. Staying up till 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning when I'm an early riser because of the morning show. Crazy. Late.
By the way, have you ever had pistachio ice cream?
I've had it, yes.
Is it good?
It's good.
Is it good?
I like it, yeah.
So Silvy was eating pistachio gelato, pistachio vanilla, he called it, gelato from Trader Joe's when we were doing the postgame last night. Carm said that's as Italian as it gets. I've never had it. I've thought about going over to Trader Joe's after the show on my way home because Silvy said it was so delicious.
You know they can let you test it. So they'll
Trader
give you,
Joe's.
Yeah, they'll give you a spoonful, and if you like it, then you could just get the order.
Is that before or after the 9 o'clock start? I'm talking about Eastern. 312-332-ESPN.
Well, because it was late, and he's eating ice cream. Well, like, what time did the game end last night?
It's late.
I didn't get to bed till almost 1.
It's like 11:15.
Yeah, so this was well after midnight, and you're probably – when did you get back in town?
Yesterday.
You're probably exhausted, travel, the whole deal, East Coast time.
I don't like that.
You were West Coast 2 weeks ago in Vegas. Yeah. Now this. And he's sitting there just relaxed eating pistachio vanilla gelato. And I'm like, I just want to go to bed, man. I do.
You know why he could do that? Afternoon drive.
That's correct.
Sleep in.
That's it.
Comfortable.
That's it.
You and
Allie, do not wake me. That's it.
That's why.
That's it.
All right, Dave in Lake in the Hills, you're on ESPN 1000.
Good morning, fellas.
Hello, Dave.
What a game.
What a game.
Oh, God. Somebody's got to give a little bit of credit to Jurko, the good kid.
Already
He
did,
came up
kid. Already did.
He came up with that poem. Well, I don't know if he came up with AI Jack and him came up with that poem, but then he came through his heart. He came up with, I don't know what you want to call it, eulogy or whatever, but it was from his heart, and he was speaking to Hap personally, and then Hap came through last night and just, like, out of nowhere, just unloaded. It was crazy.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
It was super cool. Yeah, we gave him credit right near the start of the show, didn't we?
Certainly did.
Dear Ian, you've been my hero ever since you've joined the Chicago Cubs. Much maligned and much chagrined, old number 8 always steps in. Of all the great number 8s that you know, Carm, Kobe Bryant, Alex Ovechkin, Cal Ripken Jr., Yogi Berra, Yastrzemski, Stargell, Aikman, Lamar Jackson.
Grossman.
Of all the great 8s that you know, you might be the greatest number 8 that's ever stepped into Wrigley Field. I want you to know this. One of the greatest. Can you please take your gold gloves and rub them against your bat? Maybe some of the magic will go ahead and switch to that thick piece of lumber that you swing. It'll be absolutely magical. If you could find a way to win game number 4 tonight at Wrigley Field, the hero to be is number 8, Ian Happ. Your destiny and your greatness, everyone will see, because Ian Happ will go 3 for 3. Maybe a walk, maybe a K, but the great Ian Happ will be here to stay. MVP of this series with the tremendous game 4 and 5. That's what the great Ian Happ is capable of. And Ian, we ask you now to summon from the Greek gods of lumber and the Greek gods of stick. If you can find a way to get things done tonight, we pray. Amen. Good luck, Ian Happ.
That's awesome.
That was tremendous. I was listening to it yesterday when he did it. I'm like, Yerk, that is super good, man.
I saw this yesterday, and I thought, Andre Dawson would like to have a word. West Side, here's Quentin on ESPN 1000 on Kap and J Hood. Q, good morning.
Morning. Hey, we had it was a wild ride last night. Had my chicken strips, had my fries, had my water, had my Sunny D orange juice. We was rocking. Now it's time for us to beat the Brewers, invade Milwaukee, and do like we did yesterday. Score runs, good pitching, no mistakes. That's all I ask. And we can advance to the championship to play the Dodgers.
Q, you had a West Side night. You had the chicken strips with the Sunny Delight, you said.
Yes, that's what I said. I got 3 bottles of Sunny D, 3 bottles of Sunny Delight orange juice.
Wow.
3 bottles.
I'm fired up. Honey, I'm watching Game 5 tonight with Sunny D. I'm fired up.
Did you have your Black and Miles with you? You got to get the Black and Miles in there, man.
What?
Well, I got 3 bottles of Sunny D. And you know what? I got a Cubs pillow that I paid $30 for at Target also, too.
Well, that comes in handy at night.
You're the man.
Nothing wrong with having a pillow at night.
I love the West Side.
I love that. I mean, just as West Side as it could be, gave you the chicken strips and the Sunny D.
Right.
Sunny Delight. Cap walks past that aisle, by the way. Nope, can't have that. Too much sugar.
Too much sugar in that, kid.
Can't have the Sunny D.
Juice.
I wouldn't pour that in my mouth at all. No chance.
On the board, please.
You can also just say drink it.
I wouldn't drink Sunny. I've never had it.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Is it orange drink or orange juice?
Yeah, the former.
It's like an orange drink.
Yeah, it's
loaded with sugar.
It's fantastic.
Yesterday he told Barstool Eddie to stretch his throat out, and now today you say
no,
what?
I said I need him.
Excuse me?
That's what he said. Something like that.
No, I said him. He said he'll be at the game again. I said he's 3-0 going into it. I said I need you deep-throated and loud.
All right.
Oh, wow.
I believe the phrase you were looking for is full-throated.
That is correct. I was looking for full-throated.
Wow. And what did Eddie say?
He gargled.
He said, you need me to do
Excuse
what?
me?
More here on Wake Up Kap and J Hood with Tim in Midlothian on Kap and J Hood. Tim, good morning.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Tim?
What's up? I just want to say I was at the game last night, and it had to be top 5 sporting experience in my life. The fans were insane.
That's what my wife said. She said,
dude, it was insane.
She said, hon, you took me to the World Series. It was great, all that. This was insane.
It was. So I was at all the cup runs for the Blackhawks, and, I mean, all those games were incredible, too, but that atmosphere last night was off the charts. They were on their feet the whole game. Props to all the Cubby fans out there. That was amazing.
You said you were at all the cup runs. So the best game, other than the clinch over the Tampa Bay Lightning to win the cup, the best game I was ever at was against Nashville when Hossa came out of the box after 5 minutes. Kane tied it, was shorthanded with a few seconds left, and then Hossa came out of the box and scored to win it. That's the loudest I've ever heard the United Center.
Absolutely, Kev. You just gave me chills. I was at that game with my dad. So it was probably one of that's top on my list. That game was incredible,
Insane.
and I was lucky enough to be there with my dad.
Yeah, I was there with my son and my wife. It was insane.
Tim, as always, man, we appreciate your phone call. Make sure you check in with us Monday. Win or lose, make sure you check in with us, Talking Cubs. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Sidebar, may I approach?
Yeah, brought to you by Aiken Law.
312-6 million for the great Howard Aiken. Sign my ball. I was going to text our friend from Boston because this was on Monitor 3 last night when I got in, watching the Blackhawks and Bruins. I was hoping to text our little friend, hi, to let him know that the Hawks were going to give it to him, but they lost in overtime, the Hawks.
Yeah, they've had 2 battling, tough performances, lost to the Panthers by 1 and the Bruins by 1. So I'm sure Mike was at the game.
Yeah. I was ready to give it to him.
I knew they were playing. I couldn't do it. I couldn't lock it. I was too locked in on baseball, man. I didn't even watch Thursday Night Football.
Bedard had a nice goal. You didn't miss much there. Boy, the Eagles. Whew. Bedard had a nice goal last night.
He did. He had a goal and an assist. It was on Monitor 3. I looked over, like, holy jumping. We got the lead 1-0. I think I'm back because of Pang. I think I'm back.
I did not go down into the basement where I have all the TV set up.
Oh, bedroom.
No.
Kitchen?
Family room. Mm-hmm. Me and the dogs. Mindy was at the game with her sister.
Yeah.
We just got Chicago window guys. They put all the windows in the last 2 days. Mm-hmm. Dude, the house is so much quieter. It's like, oh, wow. I have windows that are actually sealed. This is awesome. And it was quiet. I was on the couch. I had Sparky to my right, Stanley up against me, and Maverick right next to me. It was awesome. Just me and the dogs and the Cubbies. What a night.
Speaking of nights.
So Tuesday night affected Wednesday night?
Yes. As crazy as that sounds. Yes,
you're better than that. Lock in, be there, ready to go. I need you deep-throated and ready to go.
Oh, my God. Okay, Jesus.
Crazy talk.
Oh, my God.
Hey, man, come on. Full-throated Eddie.
Kap, pause, man. Pause, brother.
No.
But don't worry, though. I will not do that today. I'll be deep-throated, ready to go.
There you go. Locked in.
Eddie.
That's what Kap wants me to do, so I'm going to do it, all right?
All right.
Wow.
Hoodie, you see what happens when we're gone, man?
Yeah, man. Deep throat by request. How about that?
Holy mercy.
Holy jumping. Banger. Cubs playoff coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by
Lovelace here on the show.
Cubs playoff coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by, proudly, Potawatomi Casino. More of your phone calls coming up, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Hey, Dave, we should give Jurko some credit, huh?
Yeah, we did.
All right, coming up, we'll take more of your phone calls on the Cubs on Kap and J Hood.
Take that, Dave.
Good morning to you.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Wet.
For Chicago sports fans, a big slate of college football games starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Shay Norling and Tyler Rocky have the campus news you need to hype up the day. Join us tomorrow morning at 9 for Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, presented by Yuengling Beer.
here is David Kaplan for Sinus and Snoring.
Thank you, John. Appreciate you, buddy. I love my friends and our partnership with Sinus and Snoring MD. Have you met your insurance deductible this year? You've paid into it all year. Now make it work for you. Fall allergies, sinus pressure, and snoring can hit hard, but there's no reason to suffer any longer. Have your hard-earned money go to waste on top of it? No shot. At Sinus and Snoring MD, Dr. Nariz and his team have years of ENT experience. Treat patients like family, do all care right in office. Call or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com. Schedule today. Breathe easier tomorrow. I did it. Folks, the greatest. I went to see the doc. No more snoring. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com or call 847-545-0147. 847-545-0147. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go!
Injuries on the field are rough, but your injury case doesn't have to be. At Postman Law, there's no fee unless they win. Car crash, work accident, slip and fall. Postman Law's your local injury lawyers. With over $3 billion won for their clients, they don't just show up, they deliver results when it matters most. After an injury, call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise, Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Yurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. hawkauto.com. Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Hey, it's Desmond Howard. You want to win the weekend? It all starts with the tailgate. And for me, that means Kingsford Charcoal.
They've been bringing the flavor, the smoke, and the heat since 1920. No wonder they're still the gold standard of grilling. So fire it up, feed your crew, and let the smoke do the talking. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State. With 10 minutes left in the second quarter, Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
Serve Pro. Like it never even happened.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
The college football season show you your school spirit every time that you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can often lock in 15% cash back at ESPN. Go to the website, okay? Get yours at the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard. Max cash back varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. Jay Moore.
Cubs playoff coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Marisi Longo and Associates.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Show me the money.
On ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with you till 9 o'clock. And then it's going to be Carmen and Jurko at 9 o'clock, followed by Rich Eisen at 12. Long walk-up, by the way. Jay Moore on that one. Long walk-up. Rich Eisen at noon, followed by Bleck and Tyler at 2. Barstool, Chief, and Silvy at 3. And then we got the Tigers and Mariners at 6:30, right here on the home of the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Kap, I have a missive about stealing signs, and you also have a missive as well.
I have a question for you from my friend John Schultz, the fine marketing director of Dr. Pepper. Great
Love
partner
Dr.
of
Pepper.
ours here.
You know, it's a Dr. Pepper Bears Friday.
That is correct. We have a 12-pack or an 18-pack, actually, right here with the Bears
Oh,
logo.
look at that.
Official soft drink of the Chicago Bears.
Oh, it must be light. Must be Dr. Pepper. Must be the diet.
Now you got to climb up there and fix that. He said,
Went right over.
Sidebar question for Hoodie.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sunkist, Crush, or Sunny D as the best orange drink? What do you say, Jay Moore?
Well, Sonny D from the West Side, baby.
Sunny D better than Orange Crush and Sunkist.
Well, if you don't drink pop, then Sonny D would be the best option.
So there's no carbonation in Sunny D.
None.
No.
Got it.
At least, not with the bubbles. But I believe
Right.
Sunny D, once upon a time, I think they tried it with the bubbles once with the carbonation.
I think so.
If I'm going to go Sunkist, my friend.
What I used to be my favorite pop in college, Sunkist.
If I'm going to go there, I'd probably go grape. Well, of course, I'd go grape. I mean,
Sunkist makes a grape? I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tell my man, I know he's always listening.
Yeah.
Tell him I'd probably go grape in that spot. But for orange drinks, if Sunny D's available, absolutely.
Because I used to drink Knee High. Remember Knee
Knee High
High?
was
N-E-H-I?
fantastic. Also grape.
Yeah.
Take that in grape
They
also.
had grape
I
there.
remember that.
I did not know Sunkist made a grape flavor. I just knew it as the orange. That was the only
What
one.
about Fanta?
Fanta was
Orange.
another good one.
Fanta's fantastic.
Yeah,
That's
here's
from Twitch chat.
Here's the Sunkist grape right here. They make it now in a caffeine-free version.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think they make it in a zero sugar, so I guess I'm out.
You know Sean McDermott, don't you?
Yeah, the coach of the Bills.
No. No.
Oh, the UIC baseball coach.
Yes, exactly
Yes.
right. Yes.
Yes.
The fine
other Sean McDermott.
the fine head coach of the UIC Flames baseball team.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, opening day is right around the corner. Anyway, so it is like late February. I'll be there opening day.
That's insane.
You know that we can't fight about this every year now. I'm going to be in the booth before Boog and before Lenny.
Last
calling
year,
games.
February 25th, he says, I go, what do you got up the rest of the day? We're walking to the elevator. He and I walk out. Unless one of us has to record something here, we walk out together every day. And we walk to the elevators, and I scan my card to get us into the building, the garage, and we ride the elevator together. And every single day, people don't believe me, it's true. Every day, I get off the elevator on 2, he gets off on 5. So when I get off on 2, I go, love you, and he goes, love you, take that. Am I right?
Yes.
Every single day, you and I talk about that. And now I lost my train of thought. Where was I headed? I'm getting old.
You were saying that about baseball.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So I said to you, what are you doing today? And he said, I've got a baseball game. I'm like, you're funny. It's February 25th. He said, no. We have the home opener today. I'm like, did they dome the stadium up? Nope, and we'll get it in. and it was like 50 degrees.
Fantastic.
Sunny. Came in the next day. Yep, we played. Couldn't believe it.
Coach says that he has no issue with giving sign from second base to the hitter. That's baseball. Not unethical at all, but the pitcher throwing a pitch up and in to intentionally cross up or send a message is also very traditional baseball. Now, to use cameras or electronic devices to steal signs, that's not baseball, because he was referring to the Houston Astros from a few years ago.
So he's cool if I'm standing at second and I tap my head, and I told you before the game, I tap my head, it's an outside pitch, and if I put my hands behind my back, it's an inside pitch.
It's baseball. It's baseball. And you know that's baseball. That's just a game, man. I have to help you. Look, if you don't have any clue up there, at least I'm going to help you with location. Now, you just got to hit it or not swing at it at all. I'm just helping you. That's just the game, man. You know?
Fair.
That's all it is. So I'm just telling you, man. There's nothing like the love we have on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show, of course.
We're brothers. We're happy and we're singing and we're colored.
Well, there's that. There is always that there. There's always there.
We are.
Yep. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 our phone number. The rest of that is give me a high five. As we go back to the phone lines, Birmingham, Alabama, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's William on Kap and J Hood. William, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Sunkissed orange and Chipotle's I like, but I got a question about.
You can't buy. Wait, hold on a second. William. You can't buy both in the same Chipotle. That's two different locations because they got their own apple juice.
Yeah, well, no,
juice.
I'm talking about the Sunkissed. Yeah, I know that. So I'm just saying, I had it yesterday, so I heard you guys talking about it.
So wait, they sell Sunkissed at Chipotle?
No, they do not.
No. I had it.
He went across the street to the gas station.
Oh my God!
And in Birmingham, it's different in Birmingham, but I had it. I was able to have it yesterday, so I just commented with the Sunkissed orange and the Chipotle's. It was quite tasty, but I have a question. What do you guys think about Michael Bush as a leadoff hitter? Who does he remind you of? He's leading the NL in home runs right now for the playoffs. He reminds me a lot of and please forgive me if I'm saying Alfonso Soriano a little bit, being a power hitter, or who else do you know is that strong of a power hitter as a leadoff hitter? And I got my pitching lineup for the Game 5 is Ray, Caleb, Palencia, and then Keller.
Who's the second one?
Caleb Kilbar.
Caleb Kilbar, the guy that I said that was a smooth ride yesterday. It could have been a bumpy one. I think that he somebody different. You got to put. I was gonna say Shota, but I said no. I want Caleb Kilbar because I didn't see Shota give up runs too many times. So Caleb Kilbar after Ray.
Surely can't get just one inning, man. Just give him one. No.
No love. No love.
William says no. All right.
Thanks, man.
In a different universe, Shay, in a different universe, Kap, in a different universe, I want you to think of Rizzo leading off. What does that look like? In today's baseball, what does that look like? We just saw him play just recently, but
Kinda
in his
looks like
prime.
Michael Bush.
Just think about that.
George Springer was another one. Right-handed version, but power. Yes, it's changed.
I should look it up myself. The high water mark for home runs for Rizzo.
I'm going to say 36.
Okay, so then imagine him seeing first ball fastballs as the leadoff hitter for the Cubs.
That's why Joe Madden moved him there. It just wasn't a consistent everyday, that's where you're going to be. So, yeah.
32 homers.
32
high water mark. Yeah, it looks like he did that 4 times.
There you go.
So he wants a comp for Michael Bush. Is that Rizzo?
Yeah, Rizzo, absolutely. They both aren't great base runners in terms of top-end speed. Yeah, that's a very similar comp.
He gave Soriano, but Soriano had more pop.
Michael Bush had 34 home runs, and he's got 4 in the postseason. Soriano, at one point, was a 40-plus home run guy.
Yeah.
He ran better than Michael Bush.
Yeah.
Until he got some leg injuries with the Cubs, he was a 40 steal guy. That's not Michael Bush.
Yeah.
George Springer, another interesting one.
Soriano his legs just got heavy. All those solo home runs. Hard for him to carry himself around the bases.
That's correct.
Nobody in front of him.
100%. By the way, before I forget this, because stuff goes in and out of my head, you know that squirrel. While you were gone, Shay was in here.
Yep.
I think Jay Moore was here. I went out for dinner for my son's birthday.
Yeah.
They didn't have anything to drink except alcohol or a non-alcoholic cocktail or water.
Mm-hmm.
I said I'd like a Diet Coke. So I went out across the street. Mariano's was right outside the door.
Yeah.
Went in, bought a Coke Zero, brought it back. They wanted to charge me a corkage fee.
The restaurant?
Yeah, they wouldn't let me open it.
Okay. Why?
That's their house rules.
Corkage fee. I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, like I brought in outside wine. Yes.
It's a pop, man.
Yeah.
So did you complain about that? Did you say something?
I did. I said, I'm going to bring this up on the radio. The guy's like, do what you got to do.
Oh, excuse me.
And now they're getting blasted on social and on their reviews.
Their Google reviews have gone downhill quite a bit.
Did you say the name of the restaurant?
Yes.
What'd you say?
Feld, F-E-L-D, on, I think, Chicago Avenue.
Channel 32?
No, not W-F-L-D.
Oh.
F-E-L-D.
Oh, I see.
Feld. It's one of those tasting menus. Not my cup of tea, but it wasn't my birthday. It was Alex's.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Corkage fee for pop.
Yeah.
That's insane.
And I said, my wife called during the day, said, yeah, I want to make sure we're having the wine pairings. They said, all four of you? Because we went with him and his wife. And I said, or my wife said, no, my husband's driving, so he won't have any alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
You know me. If I'm driving, I don't have a drop.
Correct.
So I'm sitting there, and they're like, can we get you something to drink? I'm like, yeah, I'll take a Coke Zero or Diet Coke. He's like, we don't have any of that. I have some non-alcoholic cocktails I can make you. I said, not interested. He's like, then I guess you're drinking water. They were so arrogant.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't deserve that.
Food was fine.
You don't deserve that, Cap.
Their food wasn't that good to be that arrogant. So a guy showed up I was doing my football show with Tommy and Alex Brown the other night. Guy shows up, a listener, great guy, shows up, brought me a Coke Zero. Here, I wanted you to have this. Yeah, their Google reviews haven't gone well.
Wow, I did not. Oh, that's unbelievable.
How about that?
So they couldn't take care of a brother like me.
Oh, heck no.
So no Crown and Coke for a Hood coming in there.
No.
Like the place we went in Vegas.
No.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
By the way, Jay Moore, this whole Crown Royal thing that I've been doing for years.
Yeah.
It just, it's not like I'm drinking every night. I have a responsibility to help out this morning show, so I'm not drinking like I did when I was working at night. Mm-hmm. And Cap knows that. But the idea that when you go to some places now, and I say Crown and Coke, the place we went to in Vegas, there was like, excuse me, had to go underneath the shelf, had to break a seal. I'm like, this is not a common drink. We have Knob Creek for you, though, sir.
Wow.
Nah, I'm good. Go underneath the little paneling there and give me the Crown Royal. Had to break the seal.
Yeah.
Like it's wine, Shay, from like 1975.
Hoodie and I had a great time at that restaurant.
But wait a minute, though. Should that not be just right there on the shelf?
Should be top shelf. It should be right there.
Never know when a brother comes in and wants some Crown Royal.
Is that the Crown Reserve? Crown? What is the black label the best or the blue label?
If I'm having it, yes, it's the black label.
Yes, 100%.
Exactly right.
And I have my credit card out. I ordered the drinks. I told Hoodie, I'm taking you to dinner. And so I have my card out. The guy's like, he already got it. I'm like, what? Hoodie was sleight of hand at the bar.
As I told him, real G's move in silence like Giannis.
Well, and we know you didn't want to hear about having your drinks be paid for the next few months.
Amen.
I paid for dinner, but I had already taken care of that before I came in. I called and said, do not allow him to get the check, period. He's my guest.
See, Hoodie's smart, man. I know what you was doing. I know exactly what you were doing.
He's an OG.
Yeah,
so.
that's pretty good.
a longtime seasoned veteran that will not get a chance to pitch in Game 5. That's me in the back of the bullpen.
You are Shota Imanaga. You're out.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. And we got Shot or No Shot coming at 8 o'clock and the picks at 8:15 on Kap and J Hood. Uh-oh.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Unreal.
Bears and Commanders, live from Landover. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak, along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee. We bring you the call of this primetime Monday night battle. And ESPN Chicago has 4+ hours of pregame starting at 3, and 4 more hours postgame after it all goes final. It's Bears and Commanders. Kickoff Monday at 7:15 on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Still alive, the Cubs win Game 4 at Wrigley Field, shutting out the Milwaukee Brewers 6-0. Matthew Boyd pitched into the 5th inning, an outstanding start. The Cubs get a huge 3-run home run in the 1st inning from Ian Happ. They get home runs from Michael Busch and Kyle Tucker. The bullpen does a magnificent job setting up Game 5 Saturday evening at American Family Field in Milwaukee. The winner moves on to the National League Championship Series. Wrigley was rocking. The Cubs win. Now we'll see what happens in the decisive Game 5. Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11, where your solar and energy efficient green roofing professionals are there to strike out high energy costs. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to make you a winner every Friday in October with our $500K Double Down giveaway. Earn entries each week to boost your chance of winning a guaranteed $50,000. Then you can choose to walk away or risk half for a shot at $100,000 in cash. Do you dare to double down? Only at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life. $400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to 1 account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
There's Crash Bang.
And then there's...
Of course, the first one is our great defense.
The other means someone is hurt. I'm Lisa Longo.
And I'm Jim Morisi of the Chicago personal injury firm of Morisi, Longo, and Associates.
We're here for you when an injury happens. Having us in your corner is a smart move.
Visit us at MorisiLongo.com.
MorisiLongo.com.
We're here when you need us.
Selling your home is not something to do by yourself. I'm Sammy Luback, Chicagoland's real estate agent. With Baird & Warner, I've helped sellers across 80-plus towns get top dollar. From pricing and staging to strategy and negotiation, I guide you every step of the way. Plus, my listings get exclusive exposure and expert marketing. No guesswork, no stress. So let's make your move a successful one. Start at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Luback, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. And now, it could be your ticket in. Enter the Dr. Pepper Bears ticket sweepstakes at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears for your chance to win tickets to an upcoming game. Terms and conditions may apply.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN. 1 free year of Perplexity Pro and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
The post-crib assembly press conference brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
You know, those instructions can be tough, and, well, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, I mean, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Bub City's new happy hour is a real game changer. Weekdays, hit River North from 4 to 6 or Rosemont from 3:30 to 5:30 for unbeatable deals on cocktails, seltzers, and crave-worthy eats. Grab your crew only at Bub City. Reserve a table at bub-city.com.
Who knew caffeine could taste this good with 5-hour energy shots? Caffeine just got a serious flavor upgrade. Watermelon, strawberry banana, sour apple, packed into a tiny 2-ounce bottle. Grab a variety pack online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Give your caffeine the flavor upgrade. 5-Hour Energy, Jay Moore.
Now back to Kap and J Hood
When I say he's got his own money, I mean the boy has got his own money.
on ESPN Chicago.
Andrew and Aurora on Kap and J Hood. Drew, good morning.
How you doing, Hoodie?
What's up, Andrew?
Well, I mean, Kap should be ashamed of himself for trolling a restaurant that does a standard fee on an item that they would normally sell to people. Having a corkage fee is pretty standard for a lot of restaurants. It's not always there, but it's pretty typical.
For a Diet Coke.
Damn. You said you brought a bottle of wine, did you not?
No. I said my wife, my son, and his wife, they all got wine pairings with the pairings of the food, the tasting menu. I was not drinking any alcohol. I simply wanted a Diet Coke. So I went and bought my own, and they wanted to charge me a corkage fee to open the Diet Coke when the bill was obscenely expensive. Obscene. You're in the service industry, for Christ's sake.
Well, you have a point on the Diet Coke. I just know corkage fees are a normal thing. But Diet Coke, you are correct.
Thank you.
So maybe he shouldn't be ashamed of himself.
Right.
Yeah. Kap thought he could just walk in with a bottle of tequila and go, "Excuse me, sir, I'm drinking the Cuervo today."
If we brought a bottle of Camus, let's call it, we should get charged what I think their corkage fee was $75 because they want you to buy their booze.
Sure.
I get it.
Yeah, absolutely. Pop, though?
I told that story to my father, Hoodie, and he was appalled. Absolutely appalled.
Right, because if I was going to Carson's, I could tell you, if my wife had called and said, "Do you have Coke Zero? We've got a big group coming in, or we're going to spend a fortune in your restaurant." You know what Dean Carson would have done?
What's that, Dean?
Or Chris, or Dean Sr.? You know what they would have done? They would have gone out to the store or sent someone. They'd have had Coke Zero on ice that when I walked in, "Hey, we'd love to welcome your party here. Thanks for patronizing us. And by the way, we have what your husband's going to drink because the rest of you are drinking booze."
Is that right, Dean?
Hoodie, yes, it is right. And Hoodie, you missed yesterday during the Deep Throat Gate. Jay Moore laughed. You know, since it was so incredible, AI silence, the whole thing was great. Kap asked them to be ready and deep-throated, Hoodie, and Eddie replied, "I'll pipe it in there." That was his response. As resident food expert and beverage expert, I wanted to weigh in very quickly on a couple of things. You know I'm passionate about this subject, Hoodie. Orange Lava Blast High C is the best, followed by Minute Maid. I hate Hawaiian Punch. I don't think it gets any worse than that. I don't understand how people drink it because it's always going to be warm no matter how cold you try to make that drink.
That's so interesting, yeah.
Honestly, Hoodie, we're getting old, man. As far as that, you know, them having the Crown Royal under the table in Vegas, it's a bougie town. But at the pork store the other day, someone asked me for a Bombay straight up, and I said, "Sapphire, sir?" And they looked at me like I was nuts. And I had to tell the guy, I said, "Sir, I don't think we've had that spirit here since 1969. And still those voices are calling from far away."
He's the greatest. Dean is the greatest, man.
Goodness.
That guy is so good.
We haven't had that drink since 1960.
Little Eagles mixed in. That dude is so funny.
All right, we will have a shot or no shot, and then we will have the picks. Jesse Rogers at 8:35, but first we pause now. 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves along the vast, thick, girthy,
deep-throated Kap and J Hood Network.
Oh, my God! Kap and J Hood Radio Network. Oh, my God.
Open wide.
Oh, my.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Fry the Coop has the best chicken sandwiches. Crispy, juicy, and that sweet, zesty pickle on top. Game over.
They're Vienna beef.
Vienna beef does pickles?
Oh, yeah. Been at it for 100 years.
100-year-old pickle? Ew.
No, dude. The brand. It's their 100th anniversary. And these are the refrigerated kind. About as fresh as they come.
Oh, nice.
Totally.
Fry the Coop and Vienna beef pickles. The perfect combo, the perfect sandwich, the perfect bite every single time.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Yurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
At Postman Law, they're used to winning. And after an injury, you could use a win. With more than $3 billion won for their clients, they know how to deliver fast. Car crash, work injury, serious accident? Postman Law makes it simple. Speed, ease, results. Because when the game's on the line, you need a team that knows how to finish strong. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com to get started. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. In football, speed and quick decision-making change the game. The same's true for business. Cyber threats move fast, and you can't afford to play catch-up. That's why companies trust Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they detect and stop threats in real time before they ever slow your team down. Trusted by enterprises worldwide, backed by over 35 years of innovation, Trend Micro helps your business stay fast, agile, and secure. Cyber threats move fast. Trend Micro moves faster. Go to trendmicro.com to see for yourself.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Checkmate 1-6, immune suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome into the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We got Shay, we got Jay Moore, we got you here on this Dr. Pepper Bears Friday. One-of-a-kind fans, one legendary prize. Score Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper. Bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpepperticketsweepstakes.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing. We turn now to Shay Norling with this edition of Shot or No Shot. Shay.
Good morning, boys, on Dr. Pepper Bears Friday. How we feeling?
Good, man. We got the whole crew back. Hoodie had a nice break. He needed it. He's ready to lock in for the 13 remaining games on the Bears schedule. You got to be with your mom in Detroit. Jay Moore and I held down the fort right here at ESPN 1000.
Seems like you did a great job of that.
Yeah, we were locked in, man.
Deep-throated, holding the fort down.
That's absolutely right. That was Barstool Eddie. Yep. So, and Barstool Chief will be here today with Silvy. I think Tommy's off today. So, enjoy the day, kid. And then Monday morning, hopefully, we're talking about Game 1 of the NLCS and the Bears and the Commanders on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
Can I start? I want to start with something Bears-related that's almost not Bears-related. But shot or no shot, we owe the Cubs a thank you for sparing us a full week of Hail Mary talk.
Oh, that's a shot.
That is
absolutely. I kind of think that over the years we've done the bye week wrong by talking about everything else beside the Bears. But the Cubs are a wonderful respite of talking about what Tyreek Stevenson was not and what he is now. Because that's without the Cubs, that would have been the conversation. So very happy that the Cubs have been able to fill the bill in the A slot of our conversation, because very rare we can talk about a playoff team in this city. So I'm very happy that the Cubs are playing well to be taking a lot of our conversation.
Yeah, I went back and listened again to Tyreek Stevenson sitting down with our guy Kevin Byard. He was very open and honest about how I'm not going to let this define me, but it is something I'm going to have to explain to my son when he's old enough to understand. It's something I'm going to have to deal with. I put myself in that position. It'll never happen again, and how hard he's trying to work for his guys. Super cool. I hope he makes a great play on Monday night to win the game.
All right, Shay, the Friday edition.
All right, last night I was impressed by the Wrigley Field energy. Chants of Freddie, Freddie, which is, by the way, my favorite thing in playoff baseball. Chanting the opposing pitcher's name and getting in their head. You could tell that first inning, Freddie Peralta was a little rattled, rather.
Yeah.
Sparked the rally that wound up with a 3-run first inning, the Ian Happ homer. Cubs responded to the fans' shutout victory to force a winner-take-all Game 5. But shot or no shot, the crowd won the game last night.
That is a shot because they were so good. And Pat Murphy said that crowd was amazing. They absolutely played a role in that victory. Absolutely. He said it, and I believe it.
That's a 100% shot. You love the fans standing up at Wrigley Field. So just think about that kind of energy where you're standing. That's a college football atmosphere, college basketball atmosphere in a Major League Baseball stadium.
Yeah.
It wasn't like the relaxed fans
Great way to put that.
of Los Angeles or some of these. I mean, they were standing because they were willing the Cubs to win, Shay. Willing them.
Remember those days where you've done a game? Like I've done 15,000 games in my career, as has Hoodie, where you'll be, sometimes you're courtside. You're right down there.
Yep.
Nobody's in front of you. There are times where Hoodie, I've seen him at Valpo.
Yeah.
But even bigger stadiums or arenas where they stand until their team scores. Then they can all sit down.
Yes.
There's some old people in there like, can you score already? My back's killing me. I got to sit. But they block your view. And you're trying to go, what's going on down there?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they finally make a shot.
That 11-0 run could be a bitch on an old person. Tell you what.
Oh, God.
Timeout. Jesus. We can't score? We're not defending? All right, we're going to score. Okay. And finally get a basket. Oh, finally. Jeez.
Then everyone sits down. It's like,
right, yeah.
Holy cow.
Boy, I tell you what. And you've seen that too, Shay. People standing at a home crowd just like, so we're going to get beat today? Can I sit down? Are we going to maybe a free throw? Something. But yeah.
God bless.
That's my lasting image last night, just watching the fans, first of all, just loud, but also standing and just supporting that Cubs team, willing them to win.
Super cool.
You got to love that friendly confines.
Now
Absolutely.
find a way to get in that building tomorrow. Find a way. Let's go.
Shay?
I believe I'll be in that building tomorrow.
Are you going?
It's the plan. Tyler Rocky and me.
That is awesome. That is phenomenal that you're doing that.
Euchre seats? Up top?
We'll see.
Yeah.
Must be in the front row.
Get the Euchre seats. Let me just say this. I expect a full house at AmFam, unlike the last Detroit game.
Listen.
First time not a sellout in a playoff since, what, the 80s?
Yeah, it was.
At Detroit?
And listen, I'll tell you, those fans had every reason to be pissed off.
That's fine, but you're not Cleveland.
They got held hostage in that stadium for a 4-hour rain delay the day before and then got a putrid effort. They had every reason to be pissed off. But being at Game 4, that building was looking for a reason to explode, and finally it got one.
Javi Baez.
That's all I'll say about that. But I do want to bring up Craig Counsell. Because, look, Jurko willed Ian Happ to a homer yesterday, 3-run homer that really wound up being the difference in the game when you pitch a shutout. We have commended Craig Counsell for sticking with his guy, Ian Happ. Counsell said you never know when a guy is going to have a good day or a bad day. You just have to run your guys out there. Shot or no shot, the same logic should apply to Shota Imanaga tomorrow.
Absolutely not.
Come on! That's his guy. What, are you going to be pissed if he goes with – because it's Counsell. It's Counsell.
I'm starting Colin Ray. I am.
But what if it's Shota?
Look, I'll be full-throated cheering my you-know-what off for him because that's my team.
Let's get away from the throw talk, okay? I'm back now. Okay, let's get away from the throw talk while I'm back here. All
But no, I would not pitch him. I would not.
So here's what happened, Shay. Shota starts, and already they have a camera with Ray warming up in the bullpen. All right, now for the first pitch as Ray starts to warm.
It'll be like a picture-in-picture.
Yeah, exactly.
Line drive base hit.
Just in case.
And at first to start the ballgame. There's one in the gap.
And that'll be all.
Second and third,
That's
nobody out. And here comes Craig Counsell.
That's
And
it.
that'll be all for Shota Imanaga.
I like the idea of someone warming while Shota looks down. Is there someone warming behind me? Yes. We don't trust you in the first inning. Just in case. I think that's the play. Because it's Counsell. What big moves has Counsell made where you say, oh, my God, look at those sweeping changes? Shay, think about it. What's the big sweeping, outside of the Cubs just coming through, what's the thing? Turner starting off? That was a shocker.
Yeah, didn't work either, really. I mean, they scored in that inning, but it wasn't because they let off Justin Turner.
You know, so I can expect Shota to start. I know what Cap's talking about. You want to go with someone that's more of a sure hand.
Just someone who's throwing the ball better.
So
you expect Shota to go.
I mean, isn't he next?
It's his turn.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I don't think he pitches.
Okay. Shay?
All right, Pat Murphy made some decisions yesterday. He went with his best pitcher in Game 4, Freddie Peralta. Mostly a fine decision, but it didn't work out. Peralta gets tagged for 3 in the first inning. Laid down a desperate-feeling sack bunt while chasing 3 runs in the 5th, and he let arguably his best reliever, Ashby, wear it for nearly 40 pitches with a potential Game 5 waiting for him. I respect that Pat Murphy went out in Game 4 knowing he could end the series and went all in to win it, but shot or no shot, if the Brewers lose tomorrow, Murphy cost them the series by being too aggressive in Game 4.
That's no shot. They'll have had, if they lost tomorrow, they lose, they'll have had 3 opportunities to put the Cubs down. And the players failed to do it. Pat Murphy didn't give up the 3-run home run to Ian Happ. Freddie Peralta did. My ace can't do that. In an elimination game, my ace can't give up a 3-run bomb to a guy who's 2 for 23. Can't happen. Go watch the highlight because I've seen it 64 times on the monitor here. They keep playing all the highlights on ESPN. As soon as he lets that pitch go, you see him go like, oh, no.
Made a mistake.
He knew as soon as he let it go, oh, God, that's up. Bam! Can't happen.
And if you're the Brewers, there's no way around it. The Cubs are just aggressive in the early innings. You put your closer out there. It wouldn't matter. It's just who the Cubs, and the Cubs are doing it right. That's baseball. Get after the starter early and before he settles in. That's an old axiom in baseball, and the Cubs will be able to master that.
Jump him before he gets in a routine and a rhythm.
You have to.
Yeah, and then you've got fans who are on and off, breaking their ankles off the bandwagon.
Yeah.
And again, you fan how you want to fan, but I'm going to call you out when you act like a jackass, like Dave Todd, who listens every morning to the show.
Leave Dave Todd alone.
FFS, guys, the Cubs are done. They've known since the Brewers passed them in the Central, they can't beat them. I want them to win too, but they're dead. The Vaughn home run was the nail in the coffin. Hey, Dave, go find somewhere to go to dinner tomorrow then, because they're playing. You don't need to watch. Thank you. Take that.
Can you sneak in another, please? Because we got to get to the picks.
Yeah, Courtney Cronin and Michael Wilbon both have discussed this week. Jaden Daniels apparently has a bit of a one-sided beef with Caleb Williams. It is, according to Courtney Cronin and to Wilbon, it is a very real dislike of Caleb Williams coming from Jaden Daniels. Wilbon insinuated that it's just motivation, and I kind of feel that way too, but I'll ask the two of you, shot or no shot, Jaden Daniels' dislike of Caleb is just motivation because Caleb was picked first.
I'm not familiar with the story. Are you?
I do know that there was talk that they did not have a good relationship, and then Wilbon was on with Waddle and Silvy. And Michael, I love Michael, and he was so open and honest with them. You might still have the sound there where his son went to school with Caleb, and he says Yeah, I have it on good authority. Isn't that what he said, Jay Moore?
Yeah.
That Jaden Daniels does not like Caleb Williams. We've got it. It's really good cut.
Okay, so I'll just say that that's a shot that there was. I'm sure that Jaden thought he should be drafted first. Yeah, so let's go and listen to Michael Wilbon. Oh no, that's something different. We go now to
wow.
Careful now.
He's a brother.
Let's just be careful there.
I have it on fairly good authority. Jaden Daniels doesn't like Caleb. Don't know why, except maybe he uses the 1-2 thing to fuel him. And if he does, that's just smart. You use anything that you have at your disposal.
Was Jaden quoted on that? Shay, do you know?
He hasn't. No, it's not like he got on a mic this week and said, "I hate Caleb Williams." It's just
that is just internal knowledge that Wilbon has because his son went to school with Caleb. Okay. So he knows some of the backstory. But the thing I would tell you is the Bears offered Jaden Daniels a 30 visit. And for people that don't know what that is, you can bring 30 prospects in for the draft and have them in. You can't work them out, but you can do medicals, all that psychological testing, meet everybody, go to dinner and lunch and all that and question them. He refused to come to Chicago. That's a fact. Jaden Daniels said, "No, thank you. I'm not coming."
Okay.
So just so people are aware.
All right, the picks are next. Kap and J Hood weekday morning starting at 6 a.m.
Kap and J Hood. Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago. The Cubs hold serve and force at Game 5 in the NLDS. We reconvene tomorrow in Milwaukee. Game 5 coverage brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
I got to tell you about my friends at Lumau Natties. As Chris Bleck always tells me, Kap, Abdalla says it too. Friday is a pizza day. Great night to have pizza. Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, back for football season, the hottest collab. I just had it. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It is a limited-time deep dish drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now. Cater your next watch party at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish. Jay Moore.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. With our biggest sale ever, furnaces from $39 a month, furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month, plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey, it's Reese Davis. Let's be honest, we can't keep an eye on everything. Unless you've got Blink Outdoor 4 cameras. While you're focused on the game, Blink's keeping an eye on your home.
With up to 2-year battery life and with Sync Module XR, you can cover more space without constant maintenance. No wires, no worries. Blink helps keep an eye on what matters most. Get Blink today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Your fantasy roster is set, the smack talk is heating up, and this season ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sportsbook for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook, download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Chauncey here. Come to Darvin Furniture in Orland Park this Saturday from 11 to 1. See their new Field & Stream collection. It's modern lodge-style furniture in the comfort of your home. And I have a drawing for a salmon trip for 2 on Lake Michigan to give away. See you there.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
And now it's time for the picks. Right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Don't forget Cubs, Brewers, Game 5. You can hear it right here tomorrow on the home for Major League Baseball playoffs, ESPN 1000. Time for the picks. Already have a red flag up, Cap, or a yellow flag regarding these this lineup we have here. I don't know what Shay's doing. This is the guy here that teams with Tyler Rocky for, pick a side in the college football tailgate because I crawled through glass for those guys to skip through the daisies for them to have a college show.
Right.
What the hell is this lineup? So you're going to tell me that we can't pick Oklahoma, Texas?
Nope.
What the hell is that? I mean that's a huge rivalry game.
Yeah, that's just really a bad effort.
Would you like an addition? I can add it.
Michigan, USC?
No.
So we can bet against Michigan? What's wrong with you now? What is wrong with you?
We have other things to do. I will. You can pick one. You can get Red River or you can have Michigan, USC. Pick one. Which would you like? I will add it.
Arkansas, Tennessee. No, I don't.
No.
They fired a good man in Sam Pittman. A good man. Cap and I are going to start putting money into Arkansas program. Us, Tyson Chicken, and Walmart. We're going to make sure that Arkansas is on top in football.
Yeah,
right?
I know Sam Pittman because he was the O-line coach at Northern when I was doing their games.
Good man.
Really good man.
Red River or Michigan, USC? Pick one.
Red River.
All right, done. Okay.
Why don't I have a choice? What kind of democracy is this?
You were going to pick Red River too, and you know it.
I was.
All right, let's get started. I wish I had
How
records.
about we do Illinois Wesleyan Wheaton?
No.
That's a huge game, and I'm going to be there tomorrow.
Cap, we are up against the clock. I almost swore.
Wow.
Whoa! You're going to MF one of the hosts? He was going to MF you.
Hey, can we get AI Jack on the phone? Is he looking for an executive producer
I turned
gig?
into off-air snorling for a moment. All right.
Said, look him. What? Detroit came out.
The Whites.
Oh, Jesus.
The Whites.
What up, though?
AI Jack incoming.
No. What up, though?
I'm just making a point.
Oh,
we
man.
got games to pick, and we got to fly.
Yeah, man, we got games to pick. MF. What up, though? Yeah, man, what up, though?
I wish I had records for you, but I couldn't access my email this morning, which is probably a part of why I'm a little cranky.
All
so
right,
let's
go
just
ahead.
get into it in a bit of a twist. We are going to pick both Game 5s. We go to Seattle to start it off. Tigers at Mariners. Tigers, for what it's worth, a minus 140 money line favorite. Cappy.
Yeah, I am always going to go with the better pitcher. I think it's George Kirby going for the Mariners, who's very good.
Yes.
Tarek Skubal is the best. So I will ride with the Detroit Tigers.
Absolutely.
Tonight.
Absolutely. Mariners all the way to win tonight, Cap.
You're just a bad guy.
That was very mean.
What? They'll get to the Tiger bullpen.
How about a little support
Yeah.
for Shay and the Tigers?
As soon as he starts adding more college football to the old picks, I'll be glad to do that. Mariners running away. A 2-1 game.
I'll take the Tigers because my heart wants to take the Tigers. I thought about taking the M's just to make myself a little bit happier if it's a loss, but I'll take the Tigers. Jay Moore?
Mariners, big dumper.
Wow, very rude from Hood and Jay Moore.
Sorry, Shay.
Cubs at Brewers. Again, for what it's worth, Brewers are short favorites on the money line in this game. Cappy?
I will take the Chicago Cubs. They have the momentum. I believe they will win the ball game on Saturday evening.
We will pass. We do not have a starter for the Cubs. Shay?
We don't have a starter for the Brewers
not allowed,
either.
And so you will make a choice.
Chicago National League Ball Club.
There we go.
Yeah!
Cubs in 5. Cubs. There we go. Unanimous. All right, on to football. Alabama laying 2.5 at AI Jacks, Missouri.
Yep, I will take the Missouri Tigers of Coach Eli
That's
Drinkwitz.
right. Well done. Hoodie?
No, God. That's not happening.
Come on, Hoodie.
No.
You know what to do. Line doesn't look right.
Nah, it does not look right. But Alabama, money line wins the game, and they can cover the 2.5, taking on the less of the SEC.
I'm taking Mizzou. They're undefeated.
No.
The line doesn't look right. Bama's coming off 2 very emotional victories. Georgia, Vandy. Can they get back up for a start in Mizzou? Mizzou as the nation's leading rusher. Bo Pabula has been great at quarterback, the Penn State transfer. Give me the Tigers.
I'm going with Bama. They're going to give Mizzou their first loss.
All right, Red River, Oklahoma, Texas. Now watch out. Oklahoma opened as a dog, but they are now laying 1.5 because John Mateer may start the game. Cappy.
I love John Mateer. If I was an NFL team, I'd have great interest in him. I like the way he carries himself. I like the way he plays. And the fact he's coming back quick from the surgery on his hand. Give me the Oklahoma Sooners.
Because I don't know if Mateer is starting. It's probable. I'm just riding with Texas. Texas 5, minus 1.5 against Oklahoma. If Mateer starts, it is what it is. But I don't know if he's playing or not. So I'm going to say Texas finds a way to win that game by a field goal.
And what'd you call the line?
Minus 1.5 Oklahoma.
They're favored now.
And I think that's important because yesterday Texas was a 1.5-point favorite. I think this line indicates Mateer's going to play. I'm taking the Sooners.
Same here.
Oh, so you have okay. It's just different on ESPN Bet. You say Oklahoma.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. And Sportsline had -1 Texas. So we're laying 1.5 with Oklahoma. John Mateer's going to play. Give me the Sooners.
So give me Texas plus 1.5.
Wow.
I go Oklahoma.
I don't know if Mateer's playing. Like, maybe he does. I don't know.
He might start and leave. Like they're going to monitor his grip on the football and his pain and his broken hand.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Indiana at Oregon. Autzen Stadium going to be loud. Oregon's laying 7.5. Cappy.
That's my best bet of the weekend. Sorry, Double C Courtney Cronin. Indiana is going to get pounded.
Yeah. Oregon minus 7.5. They're going to get dog walked. Indiana. It won't be. It will be one of those games where they can switch over to another game. Sorry, this is non-competitive. We'll switch over to another game. Is that a Brad Nessler? That a CBSer?
I believe so.
Okay, they'll switch over to another game.
Yeah, I've got it something like 38-24. Line 7.5. I feel comfortable there.
I was looking for ways to bet Indiana. Frankly, I'll be rooting for Indiana. I'd love for them to win this game. But everything I looked at, I feel the way you two do. I think Oregon's going to drill them. Give me the Ducks.
I agree. It's unanimous. They're going to bring back the old running clock. I'm going to take Oregon.
Indiana will not be in this ballgame.
All right, on to the Shield. Browns at Steelers. Be careful now. Steelers laying 6.5 at home. Cappy.
Steelers win this comfortably. Take the Pittsburgh Steelers. Kevin O'Connell, who I have great respect for, is an awesome football coach. He came out there on their bye. He said, I cannot imagine having to play this week with the travel, all of it. We would be exhausted. He said, I do not envy what the Browns have to go through. Steelers off the bye. Mike Tomlin, Aaron Rodgers. Game on. Steelers roll.
Yeah, Steelers roll 6.5. They'll be crying for Shador next week. like Rizzo's doing in ESPN Cleveland right now.
Which
Why
is
isn't
odd.
that kid playing?
Which is odd because
Kid.
I thought Dylan Gabriel played well for them, and it's why I'm going to take the Browns here. The Browns have a good defense. I think 6.5 in a divisional game is too much. I'd make this closer to 3. I'm just going to play the number. Everything Cap said about the travel is right, but I'm just going to play the number and take the Browns.
Steelers.
I think it's a horrible
over
play.
here.
All right, Patriots laying 3.5 on the road in New Orleans. Cappy.
This is an intriguing game to me.
It is.
What's wrong with the line?
If it was a 2.5, I would play the Patriots. 3.5 is too much. I'm taking the Saints.
What's the matter with this line, Shay?
I think it's a little bit on the large side.
Are they telling me?
That's going to be on the.
Thank you, Jay Moore, right there. 8:31 market, Tyler White. Is Vegas telling me to take the Saints?
Yes.
I'm not going to do it, though. That's what they want, though, don't they?
I would think.
I don't believe it. I think that the Patriots win the game straight up. I would do that straight up and the 3.5. I would do both.
Too many points for me.
There's something wrong there.
Yeah, there is something wrong. I think the number's a little inflated after the Patriots beat the Bills. I think it's a really big emotional win. Sunday Night Football, you got the best you've gotten out of Drake May yet. Now you got to get back up for a game in New Orleans. It's a tough place to play. They're coming off a win. I actually like the Saints to cover this number.
Yeah, I agree with you, Shay. Saints.
Saints.
Seahawks.
Come on,
laying
J-Mo.
1.5.
Hey, man.
This is the most difficult game of the week to pick, in my opinion. Seahawks are laying 1.5 on the road at Jacksonville. Cappy.
Duval. So the Seahawks are a really, really good football team. To go into Jacksonville and win will be a yeoman task.
Yeah.
But I believe they're up to it. Give me the Seahawks.
Body clock game, difficult. Seattle traveling across the country to take on Jacksonville. And Shad Khan said, we're going to win forever. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Yeah. We're going to keep winning forever. So
Duval.
That's almost a pick 'em.
Yeah, it is. It's almost a coin flip, Hoodie. The number makes no sense to me. I kind of felt like the Jags should be favored, especially after beating the Chiefs. When the number makes no sense, I just kind of ride the lightning. I'm going to take the Seahawks.
Where I'm at.
I'm taking the Seahawks. They just look like a better team.
All right, Lions at Chiefs. Another bizarre number. The Chiefs favored by 2.5 over the Lions. Cappy.
Kansas City has to have one of those signature performances at some point. There's too much talent there. But I do think 2.5 is too many. I will take the Detroit Lions. I think they're going to win the football game.
Me too.
But I'll take the 2.5 points, so give me Detroit.
I like Detroit to win it straight up against Kansas City and the 2.5. This slate actually is better than last week.
Yeah, much better.
Stinky slate last week.
Yep.
Nothing like being in Florida, and then would they give you Carolina, which actually ends up being a better game between 12 and 6.
Yep.
The Carolina game was actually entertaining. It was a bad slate last week. Bad.
I have a feeling we're all walking into something here. The Chiefs being favored by 2.5, but I can't get behind it. I think the Chiefs are a little washed up, and they need Rashee Rice back badly. It's not going to happen this week. I'll take the Lions.
Yeah, the Chiefs look broken, man. Something's wrong with that squad, man. So I'm going with the Lions.
All right, final game of the slate. The Bears on Monday night travel to Washington, D.C. to take on the Commanders. Washington, a 4.5-point favorite. Cappy.
I think Caleb Williams plays one of his better games. The Bears should have beaten them a year ago. I think they will beat them this time as long as they can stop the run. If Bill, their guy McCroskey, runs wild, then the Bears are screwed. But I am going to hold my nose and say we get it done. Give me the Bears.
Holding his nose with the Bears pick. Wow.
Unbelievable. Go ahead.
I took them. Washington's good, and we haven't proven we can stop the run. If they run the football successfully, we're effed. But I'm going to bet getting Grady Jarrett back and TJ Edwards potentially, Kyler Gordon. Let's go.
Thank you, Brandon, Mr. Finance. I will go with the Bears. The Bears will get the job done plus 4.5 against Washington.
Yeah, I'm not going to call out a win here, but I do think 4.5 is a little outrageous. I'll take the Bears.
Bears.
There you go.
There you go. The Chicago Bears, folks. And those are the picks brought to you by Jesse Rogers is coming up next with the latest on Game 5. Who starts for the Cubs? Maybe Jesse knows. Find out next on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
No.
Monday, the game is here and the pregame talk is here. Football fans join in the fun with pregame tailgate on the Waddle Silvy Show. Monday from 3 to 5 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Bradley University.
And here's David Kaplan.
Let me tell you about my friends at Daisy Dips. One of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies while we watch the big games. We'll have it at our tailgate tomorrow at Illinois Wesleyan when they beat Wheaton. And that means Daisy French onion dip, a Daisy ranch dip. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So do what we do. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion, Daisy ranch dip at your local grocery store. Jay Moore.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
Caleb Williams is starting to put his venture capital firm to work. The Bears QB this week announced his 888 Midas company has joined the investor group backing Boston Legacy FC. That's an expansion franchise set to kick off next year in the National Women's Soccer League. That investment comes after Williams announced one of his first big VC deals for 888 Midas with superfruit snack brand Fruitist last month. The Bears star launched his investment firm shortly after he was drafted last year. His partners include former Oakland A's owner Lou Wolf, among others. Williams got a $25.5 million bonus to sign his 4-year, $39.5 million rookie contract last year. He also has a long list of endorsement partners, including Dr. Pepper, Wendy's, Nissan, and United Airlines. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN. 1 free year of Perplexity Pro and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and 0 for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4million.
Coming up, we'll hear from Jesse Rogers, the latest on the Cubs and Sox and MLB. But first, Shay Norling with a thought.
As you know, managing maintenance, repair, and operations is never easy, but for the ones who always rise to the challenge, Grainger has your back. From professional-grade products you can count on to fast, dependable delivery, they're there to help you keep things running smoothly. Plus, their technical product specialists are here to help answer your toughest questions. And because Grainger knows safety is always a priority, they're committed to being your partner in protecting both your people and your facilities. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Jesse. How are you?
I am good. What's happening? Good morning to you guys.
Jesse's brought to you by Automatic, the best in the business, making people comfortable since 1945.
If you were
Automatic.com.
If you were Craig Counsell, who would start on Saturday for the Chicago Cubs?
Yeah, I really do not think it's going to be Shota Imanaga. I think that's
love to hear that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, which is incredible. I mean, there's a different version of this where earlier in the season or last year we'd be laughing if we said anyone else, right? He was the guy. It's no longer the case. There was a crowd of reporters around Colin Ray last night after the game. I actually was not involved in it, but I mean, I think that's probably your best chance to start a game. I think he'll handle the moment fine. He's played in that park, and you limit him, of course, and you go from there. I talked to Tyon, and he probably would be available for a few innings if need be. I mean, it literally is all hands on deck. Both managers have many decisions to make heading into Game 5. I think the Brewers' plan is probably a little bit more obvious. Mizorowski is going to get some big-time run, I think. You might see Jose Quintana, who knows, start the game against Michael Busch. They don't want him ambushing them. So both managers are going to play a chess game, but I do not think Shota Imanaga will start the game. That is an educated guess. Nothing yet. I think they're still talking it over. Craig's going to do a Zoom later in the day, and I think they'll announce it at that point.
Yeah, I think he's on the no-fly list. I don't think they're pitching him in any kind of leverage. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, Shota?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's coming. He's certainly not going to come in from the bullpen. I mean, unless the game goes extra innings. So the question is, does he start even to get 6 or 9 outs? And I don't think he will, because the home run ball can lose the game. And we've talked about so much, like, you don't know when he's going to give it up. He could get the first 2 guys out like he did in Game 1, and then 3 guys reach, or a third guy hits a 3-run home run. So, yeah, I don't think he's going to pitch. That's the best. And Shota, I did ask Shota last night. He said he has not been told yet. So that's at least one thing. But I think they're going to talk it over today. And Colin Ray makes as much sense as anyone right now. I mean, you're on fumes with your pitchers, and he hasn't pitched since Game 1 or 2. And I think he could handle the moment.
So let me ask you about the environment last night, because Craig Counsell said, I've never seen anything like it. And he's been in World Series games. And then Pat Murphy said that crowd absolutely played a factor over the 2 days. It was tremendous in there, and all the credit to the Cubs fans. And then my wife comes home, and she said, hon, we went to the World Series. We were there when they clinched the pennant. She goes, that was probably, other than clinching the pennant at Wrigley, was the best environment she's ever seen.
I think I agree with her, and the way I'll analyze it is, I can't remember a post game where more players and both managers talked about the crowd than last night. Like, she's right. World Series, they were all good. As a reporter being in there, I can't remember the last time. I don't know if I have to go back to the game in Pittsburgh. Kind of famously, the wild card game in Pittsburgh. A lot of those 15-16 Cubs talked about that being the most raucous environment. I know the World Series was raucous as well, but for some reason, maybe it was the late start. Maybe it was just, I don't know how it all started with a home run by Happ. That crowd seemed to be as good or better than any that I remember. I loved what Nico Horner said. The whole Freddie. He looked up at reporters, and Nico's like, I wonder who started that. Like, it's a good question. Like, did just 2 guys start, chanting Freddie, and everybody, chimed in? But it was kind of funny to listen to the players who had maybe they haven't been through this before in Wrigley. Most of them other than Ian Happ, and they just to a man said it was a difference maker.
Jesse, let's take a look at both sides of the coin. From the Brewers' standpoint, for a Milwaukee sports fan standpoint, they're like, oh no, another doom and gloom situation. And I feel like on the other side, the Cubs had the momentum because they won the last 2 games. Who has the advantage, do you think, going into this one?
I do think the Cubs do because Peralta's been used up, and that's their guy. I mean, that was quite something what Pat Murphy said before the game. I don't know if you saw it, because people asked, the decision to start Peralta last night or give him extra days in case you need him for 5. And he said, no, we want to pitch him right now so we have him for next series to start 2 games. Like, what? You're talking about next series already?
And he's so much better at home than he is on the road.
Right, that too. And also, if you win last night without Peralta, then he's really rested for games 1 and 4 and 7 in the next one. Like, you could have made arguments either way, but I did not expect them to say we're saving him for next. We want him ready for next series. That's why we're pitching him in game 4
I was
here.
Curious.
Pat Murphy is the most honest manager I've ever been around. That's quite something. So that's why I think the Cubs do have a little bit more momentum, but the pitching situation probably favors Milwaukee. So this is an even thing here. Milwaukee's been great at home. They're a resilient team, and the pitching situation probably just because of Mizorowski favors Milwaukee, J. Hood. But Mizorowski's been prone to have moments. He pitched well the other day. He's got to do it again for Milwaukee to win. So this thing, I don't know what Vegas is saying, but it's got to be pretty even matchup Saturday.
Don't forget about Jesse's new book, The Most Honest Manager I've Ever Been Around, Pat Murphy, available now wherever books are sold. Jesse, that's going to be a great book.
Wouldn't it be? My God, that guy's as honest as they come.
By the way, I have the Vegas line for tomorrow.
What is it?
The Milwaukee Brewers -130.
It's actually more than I thought. What do you guys think of that line?
I think that's probably what I expected. The Cubs lost the first 2 games in there.
Yeah.
And the over-under total is 7.5, and I think it goes under.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum thing, if they were playing again today at Wrigley, then it would matter a little bit more. Day off, scene change, crowd on Milwaukee's side. So I don't, we all say they have the momentum, but it's probably not true. It just starts back over, and Milwaukee we know is going to give a fight, much better fight than they did, last night for sure. So yeah, I guess they should be favored, but I think it's a slight favorite for them.
Jesse, as always, we appreciate the time, sir.
All right, guys, talk to you next week from maybe L.A. We'll see.
Jesse, find a way to win a baseball game.
Doing my best for you, Cap.
Oh, come on now. Come on.
You have a cup of coffee in the morning first.
Jesse, hold on. Jesse.
Yeah.
You're still in the series. You're still ABC, ESPN's Jesse Rogers. Don't give me this. You're doing the best you can. Just down the middle. Down the middle.
When I'm on with you guys, I want a peace, Cap. I want to make him feel like I have something to do to make him happy. Something to help him make him happy. So
okay.
I can't play it down the middle when I'm on with you guys.
Hey, one quick thing. Hoodie brought up about guys signaling from second base, maybe tipping pitches. So I texted my friend Ryan Dempster, and I said, is it unethical for a base runner at second to signal the catcher setup or the pitch information to the batter? Do they throw a fastball to the ribs? He said it used to be unethical, and guys would get drilled for that. But in the current game, nobody really gets drilled for any of that anymore, so signal away as much as you want.
Yeah, he's probably right. Nobody really gets drilled for anything these days.
Imagine Bob Gibson if they did that. You'd get it in the head.
I don't know if I would call it unethical, but there's consequences. There were consequences for doing it back in the day. But I think it's totally fine. I just think that you couldn't get away with it as much back then. So it is what it is.
Jesse, thank you, sir.
Okay, guys. Take care.
All right. Jesse Rogers with us, brought to you by...
That would be Automatic Mechanical Services. My friend Steve Stahoric and the crew, best in the business, making people comfortable since 1945. Automatic.com.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Our best to the family of Sister Jean, the beloved nun who inspired Loyola's NCAA tournament run. She died at age 106. That news came out. It's been on all the news channels, because everyone knows who Sister Jean is. So all the best to her and her family during this very difficult time as we get ready for the Kap and J Hood Cut of the Day on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Friday. Easily one of the best days of the week. It's even better during football season. Dr. Pepper Bears Friday on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, if you're in the market for windows, and Mindy and I were, call my guy Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. So we just got our windows Wednesday and Thursday this week. This crew showed up right on time, 8:30 in the morning. They worked all day. They came back yesterday. They finished the project. The house is spotless. I was like, wait a minute. They changed all these windows and did all this work, and the house is clean. They clean up after themselves. They were easy to deal with. These guys were absolutely awesome. I was so happy that we went with Chicago Window Guys, and now they're a partner of ours here at ESPN Chicago. So if you're in the market for windows, call Russ, Chicago Window Guy. Don't get fooled by the buy one, get one free gimmicks or the sketchy half-off deals. Russ keeps it real. He offers the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price guaranteed. No subcontractors, no marathon sales pitches, just top-quality products, expert installation, and you deal directly with Russ Armstrong himself. He was at my house yesterday. Dude's awesome. Chicago Window Guys are the guys I trust, and you should too. 847-881-3060, or do what I did. I went to ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Welcome to Goodfellas, Joliet's brand new cigar lounge, a place built for good smoke and good company. And now it's time to celebrate the grand opening, Thursday, October 16th, 5 to 8 p.m. White Sox legend Frank Thomas will be at the grand opening at Goodfellas and featuring his own FT35 vodka. Get your tickets now at joesbev.com. Every ticket includes a bottle of FT35 and an exclusive meet and greet with Frank Thomas. Don't miss the grand opening of Goodfellas Cigar Lounge in Joliet. Goodfellas, where legends light up the night.
Lunch, dinner, and game day is easy with Lou Malnati's legendary pizza plus fresh salads, appetizers, pasta, and desserts. It's all there for you. Now back for football season, the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza, a limited-time deep dish drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now and cater your next watch party. Order on the Lou's app or at LouMalnati's.com. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
In football, the red zone is where games are won and lost. Same thing with retirement. The 5 years before and after you ride off into the sunset, that's your retirement red zone. And when it comes to navigating that critical window, you can trust Mitch Lyons and his team at Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch played in the NFL. He knows how to build a winning game plan for your future. Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com to make sure you have the income you need when you are done working. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at ServiceTitan.com.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know,
the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins and Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
You ever wake up with a sore throat, feeling a little bit off, and you feel like you're getting sick? Well, going to the IL is not an option, so you got to go to get that medical emergency kit. It's a first aid kit. It's really outstanding. It's got everything you need, the Z-Packs and the ivermectin and the amoxicillin and doxylene and so many other medicines are in one kit. Order online in minutes and get $50 off with the code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/SMALLS. Again, urgentcarekit.com/SMALLS. Jay Moore.
It's Friday. It's time to get it in for the weekend. Now back to Kap and J Hood. Turn the levels all the way up. ESPN Chicago.
This portion of the Kap and J Hood Morning Show is brought to you by
That would be
Lou Malnati's.
Lou Malnati's. I don't have the billboard here.
Or Chicago Cut Steakhouse.
Our cut of the day brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River.
You have a question.
Yeah, I do. If I told you you could live to 106, would you want that? Or would you be like, nah, it's a little long?
106 is a little long.
That's what I said. I asked Tracy. She said, oh, I'd love to. I said, but you're going to have a lot of people you love in your life you'll have to deal with their death. She's like, that's okay.
Yeah, probably not 106.
She wants to see her kids live as long as she can. I'm like, 106, man, that's a long, long life. God bless Sister Jean.
Tracy wants to do it because it pays well at 7.
Exactly.
She just wants to check.
Keep doing the weather. And the other thing I had for you, Ohio State at Illinois, 14.5 Ohio State.
Ohio State, I'm definitely taking that.
It's a stay away from me, but I'll take the Buckeyes. That.
We thank you so much for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. Our thanks to Shay and Jay Moore on the other side of the glass. And stay tuned now because we have Carmen Jurko coming up next. We'll talk to you on Monday for our Bears Mondays. We get ready to take on the Commanders. Hey, so long, everybody.
Take that!
From Chicago, yeah.
Well, see you later.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago.
I've got the best job, Carm.
Howard, got a question. It's fall. I'm on the road.
Beautiful. Michigan's calling.
It was Wisconsin.
Okay, the point.
Some guy behind me admiring a sugar maple rear ends me.
Been there. What happens, Howard, when you're hurt and you're out of state?
Hopefully you'll never experience peak color and pain, guys. But if you're injured, out of town, I can most likely assist. Aiken Law is attorneys licensed in all contiguous states and referring attorneys across the U.S.
So you could still help me out.
312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our attorney on the Kap and J Hood Show. Weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to make you a winner every Friday in October with our $500K Double Down giveaway. Earn entries each week to boost your chance of winning a guaranteed $50,000. Then you can choose to walk away or risk half for a shot at $100,000 in cash. Do you dare to double down? Only at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off exit 6 I-80-94. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
With a high fly ball, deep right field, that ball is gone! Number 4 for Bush in the postseason. On the ground to short. Swanson is there. It'll be a winner-take-all, Game 5 on Saturday.
Can you please take your gold gloves and rub them against your bat?
He done did it.
He did it.
He did it. I haven't been excited for a Cubs home run in 40 years, Yurko. I jumped up off the couch. Off the couch.
When he hit it, Carm, he hit it.
Instant.
A smile came to my face, and I just said, hot damn.
Hot damn.
He did it. And then he hit the ball hard every other time after that.
He hit 2 balls over 105 last night.
Which made me even happier. Almost like he was on it now.
It's not like it was a high fly, into the wind, and oh my God, is it going to go? Is it going to make the basket?
Oh, he roped
The minute he hit it, it was gone. And I jumped up off the couch.
Yeah.
Which I don't do because I'm not a Cub fan when the Cubs hit home runs.
And you're also a winner. I mean, you bet on him to hit a home run.
But I was so happy for you.
The only thing
in a weird way, I was so happy for you. I'm like, Yurko did it.
The only thing I would tell you, I have an effect on people every once in a while.
It was incredible.
Sometimes it's a positive effect. Other times it's a negative effect. But I do affect
You
people.
have an effect.
Yeah.
And it was a $5.80 winner.
Well, and that's
for every
wonderful.
dollar you wagered last night.
If anybody made a little money on there, make sure that
Let's go.
You donate a little of that to charity. Is all I would ask. You know,
yes,
Pay
buy
that thing
a
forward
ticket to
little bit.
Bourbon and Bacon, which is a month away, by the way.
And to the Chicago Cub fans. Oh, it is Bourbon and Bacon.
Bourbon and
1
Bacon,
month away.
November
Oh, I'm
6th.
Very excited.
The
about
11th
that.
annual.
Can't wait. Yeah, love it. Raising money for cystic fibrosis. That's what we
know
do.
it, baby, for the foundation.
Oh, I say this to all the Cub fans that are out there. You're welcome.
Yeah, please take a victory lap, please.
You're welcome.
Let's go.
You're welcome. No big deal. My man Carmen called me that night and left me a text. He says, Yerk, he goes, we need the snappy and hap out of this. I go, what are you thinking? Maybe a letter, pen a letter to him? Boom. Okay, whatever.
The greatest.
Took me all about 23 seconds to come up with a little something at the top of my head, like the great Marshall Mathers.
Yeah.
Like the great Eminem, just put pen to paper, get things down, freestyle a little bit, and come up with something. And I did. And I'm glad that somehow, subliminally, maybe through the magic of the airwaves, that it may have had a positive thing. Maybe it got him to relax just a little bit.
I do wonder if
Because at some point, you just got to smile. Yeah, you have achieved, and you're where you are because you have achieved something over the course of time. And we have a tendency to sometimes complicate things. So rather than complicate things, uncomplicate the mind, unclutter the mind, and just go up there, relax, and be a ball player again.
We were wondering in the
it was
meeting
wonderful.
if he's seen it. Like all these guys are on social media. They are.
man.
We were wondering if somehow it's made its way to his algorithm.
Sure, I'm a mover and a shaker.
If he has since
I'm a mover
seen
and a
it.
shaker,
It was my phone, and I don't know about yours, and I'm sure maybe it did.
TikTok legend.
My
John
phone
Yurkovich.
was absolutely
Not even on TikTok.
My phone was exploding when it happened, with people like, "Oh my God, Yurko did it! Can you believe?" Like exploding. My cousins and people at the station and friends.
Yeah.
I mean, like just exploding.
There's a little explosion on mine. Yeah, had to clean my phone off. That's how much.
It was great.
Yeah.
The last time I can remember, like as a show, doing something so meaningful and impactful for people in a playoff game was a couple years ago. Remember when? So what? It would have been 2021, I guess. Remember when Schwarber spent that brief little period in Boston? Remember, he went to Washington and they traded him to Boston, right?
I believe
and
so.
Anthony Rizzo got sent off to New York, and they were playing in that wild card game.
Yep.
And we talked about, we're like, what we got to play tonight? We got to play the Rizzo Schwarber combo parlay. And you know
Combo
me,
deal.
I don't bet parlays, but I'm like, no, let's have fun with this.
Beef and sausage.
That is a good combo. I said, let's do this parlay where we bet Rizzo and Schwarber.
You got it.
And it hit that night. And I don't know, it paid like whatever it paid, 6-1, 8-1, whatever it was. I don't even remember. But
probably a little more than that, considering one might have been 3-something and the other one would have been 5.
Maybe.
So 5-3. I mean, you're thinking of 8 right there. Probably paid 11-1.
Maybe something like that. And and a lot of us hit it. And a lot of people, a lot of listeners were like, oh my God. Instead of sending hate messages of hate on X that were like, Carmen, that was awesome. Oh, my God, that was great.
Yeah.
And it's nice every once in a while when it's not a message of hate, but it's, holy cow, that was incredible. And for Cub fans, the whole night was incredible. I mean, the entire thing, more fireworks in the first inning. And
I'm thinking about penning a letter to Montez Sweat.
well, that's what Waddle wants you to do. He said it yesterday on Waddle and Silvy. I heard it. They joked about it even before it happened. During their show, Waddle said, if this works, can we get him to write something to Montez Sweat?
I think Ian Happ responds from kindness. I think Montez Sweat needs degradation. So that letter that I'm going to send to him is going to be a different tone, Carm.
This could be like the old coach,
There's
like grinding out a
this
player.
might be a little different tone for Montez Sweat.
The message of hope to Ian Happ is going to go down as an all-timer on this station, on this
Be
show.
like, Dear
Good
Montez
job, Yerk.
Sweat, this is not a threat. Something like, in that realm, if you will. But no, not only that, but you can't go to the well too many times.
So we can't do it again.
Can't go to the well. No. This is a one-time thing that we did for Ian Happ, and I'm glad it worked. I'm glad the Cubs won. I'm glad they're going to go to Milwaukee on Sunday. You think Sylvie's going to the game Saturday, taking the boys?
I didn't even ask him last night.
Buck and Bronco?
I wonder.
I assume he'll take a little Buck and Bronco up there.
Did I tell you what my son...
I got friends with the Brewers, by the way. I got some friends up there with the Brewers organization.
We have friends.
Yeah.
We
Wonderful.
own Good Karma brands. We carry their games.
Yeah, I'm talking about inside the Milwaukee Brewer organization. I'm not talking about inside Good Karma brands. I said with the Milwaukee Brewers. I didn't say with our radio station.
I know, but I'm just pointing out,
maybe I'm not speaking clearly this morning.
Within our company.
Is that what's going on, guys? Am I not enunciating?
I don't think
Am I not enunciating?
What I'm saying is...
I said the Milwaukee Brewers organization.
But what I'm saying is he doesn't need that. We have a connection.
You got connections. I got you.
We have Good Karma brands.
You're my guy.
We carry the games.
So Carmen won money yesterday, right?
Yes.
So I simply said sandwiches, right? Well, winner, chicken dinner, some sandwiches. And Carmen's like, well, yeah, it's been a tough month. I mean,
it's been a good month.
I really rang up the credit card last month.
Yeah.
Vegas really took it out of me. I'm like, what happened here?
New Orleans took it out of me a little bit, more than anything.
Good for you.
Dropped a little bit last week.
Did you go to the old Absinthe House?
I did not go to the old
a
Absinthe House.
shame.
I've been there before, but I did not go this trip.
Glorious place.
I did not go.
You go to the Chateau Montalena?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Close enough.
Did you get the King Kamehameha room
I
in there?
did not get the
You
King
didn't get the King Kamehameha room?
I did not.
Oh, man. I got to go to New Orleans with you, party with you,
Did I tell you what my son Gio had asked, by the way? He said if the Cubs... So I don't know if Sylvie's going to Milwaukee.
Right.
But he had asked me, he said, if the Cubs make the World Series, could I take him to a game?
There you go.
And he said, just because...
No
but he's not a Cubs fan, but
No
he said
pressure.
just so he could see a World Series
On
game.
the road.
No. He meant it
Let's
Wrigley.
travel.
He meant it Wrigley.
Why? Let's
And
travel.
I said, well,
Let's take him out of school, motivate him. That's what you got to do.
yeah, that's the
I'm
last thing he
serious.
needs is to miss school.
Well, one day he can make it up.
No. So I said...
You haven't been a student until you scramble. Like you go into a test totally unprepared, and you find a way to pass it.
Hey, I did that a time or two.
I know you, but we all did.
I said to him, well, if they make it, I said, I can, if you really want to, I could, but yeah, we could try to go to a game.
Pull the strings, Carm. Pull the strings a little bit.
I said, neither one of us would be cheering for the Cubs, though. But I don't think it matters. I think he just wants to see a game. I don't know if Sylvie's going to try to go up there. I'm assuming a lot of Chicago fans are trying to put together a way to get up there to secure tickets.
Well, it's
to
only
go
90 miles
tomorrow night. Well, the trip is easy, but just
Downtown
getting
to
tickets.
downtown,
I mean,
90 miles.
I don't know how willing and
Carm, if there's a will, there's a way.
Brewer fans are going to be to unload these. It's a pretty significant game tomorrow night, to say the least.
I mean, listen, the next Monday is Columbus Day. You know
Yes,
that,
Monday.
right?
This is a long 4-day weekend for a lot of school districts. My kids are off today and Monday.
They said it was impossible to bring the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Marina across the Atlantic Ocean, right? Go to the West Indies, right? He said it's impossible. He did it anyway.
They did it.
So what are you telling me? It's impossible to go up to Milwaukee and,
No, that's
and
why
get some tickets? It's not impossible.
No, not at all. That's why I said I wonder how many Cub fans
Dream the impossible dream.
The upper deck, you're looking at like
Peanuts.
$250 to
Peanuts.
$300
I mean, that's
a seat.
not crazy.
Nothing.
I mean, that's expensive. It's not nothing, but it's it's doable, and I think
You know what I like, Harm, is that your idea. You're such an idea man. You didn't even realize what you had done here.
What did I do?
what you've done is that we are Good Karma Brands, right?
We are.
We are, right?
Our home office is in Milwaukee.
GKB, right?
Yes. We carry Brewers games on
You
WTMJ.
and I theoretically can ascertain some tickets today and give said tickets away because we are, rights holders up there.
You better get on the horn with Brian D. and Danny Zetterman.
Let's make that happen. I don't know what the hell we're doing. We should have thought of that yesterday, but you triggered something in the synapses fired when you said that to GKB.
Yeah.
Get on the horn. Boom. So saith the shepherd, so saith the flock.
You better get
what do
cracking
we
now
need?
because these are probably tough tickets to get up there right now.
Not that tough. All we got to do is take two and put them aside. That's all we.
But
I mean, that's simple, Carm, and it's not for you or me. It's for our listeners, man.
Yeah, that would
our
be-
fans.
that-
Hold on, I made a mistake there. Our fans.
Yeah.
Our fans with ears.
I do
okay?
wonder, like, so if Cub
We do
fans,
appreciate it.
if you're planning on just going up and taking a shot at getting in, let us know. You couldn't be more easy peasy to get to Milwaukee.
Yeah.
I mean, it just couldn't be.
No.
So are you going tonight, or are you going to drive up in the morning, get a hotel room just in case, and then if you don't get in, you just watch it in Milwaukee? Like, how many fans are trying to
And if you're
get
going,
together
right.
the road trip for the weekend up to Milwaukee?
And if you're going, what's that thing when you go to like different spots and you mark them off? What is that called?
Bucket list?
No. Like
Scavenger hunt?
Scavenger hunt. We got to go. You got to get something from the Marge Cheese Castle. You got to go to the Bong Rec area.
Should we do that in I-94, like
think we
Chicago to Milwaukee?
Chicago to
scavenger?
Milwaukee scavenger.
That's pretty
hunt
good.
Where
Yerk.
you've got to do something.
That's pretty
You're
good.
going and you got to take pictures from being there.
Like, you have to stop at Great America today.
Yes.
Then you have to stop at
The front gate.
Mars. Then you have
Cheese
to
Bong Rec area.
At Bong Rec area.
Yeah, you got to have some fun at the Bong Rec area.
That's actually a really good idea.
Of course it is. I'm an idea man, Carm.
I don't know. I wish you would have thought of that in the meeting so that we could have put that together.
I was still waking up.
It's not too late.
Well, Travis
I'm still
Wacker
waking up.
in
The
marketing,
Wacker. Get
and
the Wacker
he's going
in
to
here.
kill me if I. But I do think that's a great idea. Like, if somebody can send us video evidence of all the things we ask, and then come Monday when we're back,
And you know
we'll
how
give you a
tricky that is?
prize.
It's got to be video evidence because you know how tricky that is with this AI. It's
got to be video evidence.
AI Jack, can you tell the difference between AI and the real thing?
Oh, I can tell.
AI Jack's
It's got to be
it.
video evidence, like time-stamped video evidence,
I
right?
saw an AI thing yesterday of pole vaulters. They were like 350 plus. Pole vaulters.
350 plus.
350
pounds? How do you
plus.
pole vault?
That's my point. It was an AI thing.
Oh.
He had the guy corkscrewing up. I mean, it's like, come on, man.
That's
this
what's
is-
happening in your feed?
Yeah, that's getting ridiculous, this AI stuff. now.
I've actually seen a video that I've thought about sending you guys to see if I could get you.
Get us?
And the video is Stephen Hawking's
Yeah, I saw it.
dropping into a half pipe.
Yeah.
Have
I've
you seen that video,
Yeah.
Yerk?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And the moment I saw it, I was like, I wonder if I could get the guys at the station with this.
I knew,
my God.
I knew what it was right
I
away.
wonder.
I'm like, this is
Like, how about Stephen Hawking falling into a black hole? That'd be like, see, there you go. I like the idea of the I-94 scavenger hunt, Yerk.
and you ask me, why do you not think of it? I don't know.
That's brilliant. All right,
This
Cub
stuff
fans.
comes to me whenever it comes to me. Am I supposed to decide, okay, now, all the great thoughts that I'm going to have today come to me now in a meeting? No, it doesn't work that way.
The Bears don't play until Monday. All right. So we will talk Bears, obviously, today. We'll talk NFL Week 6. Started last night with a very impressive Giants win. They were a 7-point underdog, and they won big. I had the Giants in my cover 5. That's a nice hit. Giants in the cover 5. So as we talked about it yesterday, hopefully you're in the contest for this week, and hopefully you grab the Giants. Numbers not good for Jalen Hurts in the division on the road as a favorite. And overall now, and I gave you that stat yesterday, he falls to 4-8-1 against the spread on the road in the division. The Eagles have some problems. They're talented. I think they'll figure it out.
They're
But
Super Bowl, right? They're Super Bowl defending champions, right?
yes.
Boy, they look like a team that just doesn't like each other right now.
I think maybe there's some of that. They also played without Jalen Carter yesterday.
Yeah.
Quinyon Mitchell got hurt. Nakobe Dean was
toe.
back, but I don't think Nakobe Dean played a defensive snap. I think he just had a handful of special team
It
snaps,
was not pretty.
if I'm not mistaken. So they're a little bit beat up. Maybe they don't like each other right now.
It's
but
wide open, Carm.
yeah.
It's wide open. I'm going to take me some long shots this week.
But I think the Eagles are probably talented enough to figure it out. They've dealt with some tumultuous times in each of the last couple of seasons, believe it or not, and Sirianni seems to find a way to navigate them through it. So we'll see. We will talk NFL today. It is a Dr. Pepper Bears Friday, even though the Bears don't play until Monday, and really a lot of the preview for the Washington game is going to happen on a Bears Monday. Yurko's Keys will say for Monday, but it's still a Dr. Pepper Bears Friday. One-of-a-kind fans won legendary prize. Score Bears ticks with Dr. Pepper. Bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing. Cub fans, light them up. How do you feel? Did you feel good? Not all Cub fans felt good about last night. Silvy didn't, and he can be a little bit more pessimistic sometimes in his fandom. Like,
of course,
he didn't feel great.
Glum. We're never gonna make.
But he's feeling good now. I predicted the Cubs were going to win last night. I think the Cubs are going to win tomorrow night. I just think, and the Brewer fans hate when I say it.
Carm's got a feeling.
Continue to hammer me on X. That's fine.
Tonight's going to be a good night. Sorry.
I think the Cubs.
Singing mood today. I'm sorry.
I think the Cubs are the better team. I don't know how they're going to do this with their starting. I don't know how they're going to do it at the start of the game, pitching-wise. I think that's the one thing that I don't know how they're going to navigate that.
What about it's a shame about Ray?
I don't know that they have. I don't know that I have a ton of confidence in predicting them to win because of what's going to happen at the start. I think it probably will be Colin Ray, but I think the Cubs are better.
What's his name? Colin?
Colin Ray.
Poor old Colin Ray. I like it, kid. I got a whole musical theme to this whole thing.
Well, keep singing all day.
And at the end, I want Kittredge.
Not at the end. What do you mean
at the end of the game. Kittredge.
Not at the end.
I thought he closed the game. He opened the game. He closed the game. He's done all types of stuff.
He hasn't closed the game.
He hasn't this year?
Well, no, I don't think so. Has he? Has he closed
I thought
one?
Kittredge
Well, yeah, he closed one in the previous series. You're right. But you want Keller closing games.
That's fine. But, I mean, I want Kittredge in there.
He'll pitch. He didn't pitch yesterday. He'll pitch tomorrow for sure.
He's got a beard.
I would think everybody tomorrow.
Good-looking beard.
I would think Tyone tomorrow at some point. Honestly, I mean,
Tyone.
Yes, absolutely. I bet you. We'll ask Jesse. Jesse's going to join us at 10. I bet you Tyone will be available for an inning tomorrow.
Are you going John Madden on me here?
John Madden.
When he put Joe Madden, when he put Lester in there. Remember when they couldn't wait to get Hendricks out of the game in Cleveland and put Lester in there? And he labored.
I don't think it's quite the same. I'm just saying I think Tyone would be available for an inning tomorrow. I do. We'll ask Jesse, but I really do. I think it's pretty much all hands on deck to win in advance and go to L.A. So talk about it with us, Cub fans. How good you feel now, their chances for tomorrow, what they should do at the start of the game. That's really the big question here. 312-332-3776. Let's talk about that more, okay? Right. Let's get into that a little bit more. I don't know if it's no Shota, but don't you have legitimate concerns? Let's talk about that coming up, and you can join us to talk about the same.
Shota.
It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Cubs hold serve at Forsyth Game 5 in the NLDS. We reconvene tomorrow in Milwaukee. Game 5 coverage brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
If you're looking for the best live music in Chicagoland, you already know it's Joe's Live in Rosemont. That's the place to be, folks. Great shows this fall. Coming up, Randall King on November 1st, Priscilla Block December 5th. 2 huge shows you don't want to miss. If you're looking for tickets, you better grab them fast. Get them now at joesliverosemont.com. That's joesliverosemont.com.
Welcome to Goodfellas, Joliet's brand new cigar lounge, a place built for good smoke and good company. And now it's time to celebrate the grand opening, Thursday, October 16th, 5 to 8 p.m. White Sox legend Frank Thomas will be at the grand opening at Goodfellas and featuring his own FT35 vodka. Get your tickets now at joesbev.com. Every ticket includes a bottle of FT35 and an exclusive meet and greet with Frank Thomas. Don't miss the grand opening of Goodfellas Cigar Lounge in Joliet. Goodfellas, where legends light up the night.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale Roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
On average, between 2 and 3 people are killed each day in car accidents with rideshare drivers. According to the University of Chicago, rideshare drivers have directly led to the death of almost 1,000 people per year. While rideshare drivers carry auto insurance, it's important to know that the amount of insurance coverage available often depends upon whether or not the driver is logged onto the rideshare company app and whether there is a passenger in the vehicle. For example, if the driver is logged into their rideshare app, the liability coverage could reach $1 million. If they are not logged into the app, then the rideshare driver is using their own car insurance, which could be much lower coverage. That's why it's important to have a lawyer who knows how to conduct a proper investigation when you're in a rideshare accident. If you've been injured in a rideshare accident, call the Verdoliak Law Group. Call 844-4VLG-LAW. We've been fighting for injured people for 60 years. With over 30,000 clients represented and over $9 billion recovered, Verdoliak Law Group has the resources, knowledge, and experience to fight for you. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Your fantasy roster is set. The Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Dear Ian, you've been my hero ever since you've joined the Chicago Cubs. This is awesome. Much maligned and much chagrined, old number 8 always steps in. Of all the great number 8s that you know, Carm, Kobe Bryant, Alex Ovechkin, Cal Ripken Jr., Yogi Berra, Yastrzemski, Stargell, Aikman, Lamar Jackson.
Grossman.
Of all the great 8s that you know, you might be the greatest number 8 that's ever stepped into Wrigley Field. I want you to know this. One of the greatest. Can you please take your gold gloves and rub them against your bat?
That's the best line.
Maybe some of the magic will go ahead and switch to that thick piece of lumber that you swing. It'll be absolutely magical. If you could find a way to win game number 4 tonight at Wrigley Field, the hero to be is number 8, Ian Happ. Your destiny and your greatness, everyone will see, because Ian Happ will go 3 for 3. Maybe a walk, maybe a K, but the great Ian Happ will be here to stay. MVP of this series with the tremendous game 4 and 5. That's what the great Ian Happ is capable of. And Ian, we ask you now to summon from the Greek gods of lumber and the Greek gods of stick. If you can find a way to get things done tonight, we pray. Amen. Good luck, Ian Happ.
Happ with a drive, right field, way back there, gone! More first inning fireworks. Ian Happ takes Freddie Peralta deep for the second time in the series.
Can you please take your gold gloves and rub them against your bat?
Happ with a drive, right field, way back there, gone!
I think that's my favorite line of the whole thing. Can you take your gold gloves? And the whole stuff, I don't know how you do it. The stuff about the Greek god of lumber and stick.
And the Greek god of stick?
And we looked it up. There is a Greek god of the forest and lumber. Yeah. And it's Pan.
Pan.
Yeah. The Greek god of lumber and the Greek god of stick.
And villainous.
And,
Vilnius.
the Roman equivalent was like Sylvanus, I think.
Sylvanus?
Something like
Yeah,
that.
Sylvania. Named the TV after him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Something like that. Jurko did it. Ian Happ did it. He summoned the Greek god of lumber
And stick.
and the goddess of victory.
Now,
Nike be with us.
I remember this, the stick. You say, Yerk, what do you mean stick? Be a stick. You heard that term before. Harlan, the high school, Harlan was playing down in beautiful Thornton Fractional North in Calumet City back in the day. And the fellas had a little thing going on, a little chatter for the batter, poke, stick. So
that's where
I channeled that. That's where I got stick from back then, and I knew it was a baseball term.
Yeah, great.
So I
you
stuck
did it.
with it.
You
But
did it.
The guys from Harlan High School in the light blue came down and gave the boys a little bit of a beating down there in Calumet City. It happens every once in a while.
If the Cubs win tomorrow night, I mean, there's a new grade 8. Forget about Ovi. I mean, it might be in Happ. That what a tone setter that was last night in that first inning. You got to give Nico Horner credit. I mean, he's been on base a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, he's made a ton of contact. He got on base, then a walk, then the 3-run home run as Freddie Peralta left the fastball out over the plate a little bit too much.
And Boyd
left it
answered
up
the
in the
bell.
zone, and Boyd did answer the bell.
I'm telling
There's
you
no
what,
doubt about
Boyd
it.
answered the bell. He got himself jammed up a couple times and found a way to get out.
Yeah, and
gotta like that.
And the bullpen,
moxie.
The bullpen covered 4 1/3, allowed a single hit and a walk. Palencia, Pomerantz, Keller, Thielbar, none of them needed more than 15 pitches.
Mm-hmm.
So I really, everybody will be ready and available for tomorrow because of that. I think the one thing you can really give Craig Counsell some credit for is the way he's deployed this bullpen in the playoffs. I think they've been very smart. Of course, guys have to execute. They're going to make the manager look smarter, and they're going to make the moves
When you win, you're
look
smart.
great. Yeah. But I think he's found the right spots for these guys, especially Palencia. I think he did the right thing by going to Keller in the 8th because the Brewers' top of the order was up. He wanted Keller for the top. Then it didn't really matter as much. He had a 5-run lead at that point.
Yeah.
With 3 outs to go. I thought that was smart. I think a lot of what he's done with the bullpen has been good. Now the Cubs have to figure out tomorrow night. And they've gotten to this point having to piece together a starting staff that is shorthanded without Cade Horton, without Justin Steele, of course, who got hurt way back early in the season, with a Matthew Boyd running on fumes. I don't know what's happened to Shota. They've really had to, you talk about holding it together with duct tape. I mean, that's what they're doing. Now, we watched the Dodgers win a World Series last year without a starting staff. They're running out Jack Flaherty last year in a 7 ERA. And, they're finding ways to win World Series games. So it's doable.
Yeah.
It's not maybe position A,
but doable.
But it's doable, and they're just going to have to get creative. What do you want the Cubs to do at the start of the game tomorrow, Cub fans? 312-332-ESPN. Dave's in La Crosse, Wisconsin. What's going on, Dave?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys doing today?
We're great.
We're good. Good, Jim.
Good. I am the Dave Todd that Kap called out in the 8:15 hour.
I heard that.
Talking about jumping off bandwagon. Yeah.
I
wanted to give some.
How are your ankles? They okay? That's what he was asking you about.
Oh, my ankles are great, and I actually wanted to give some clarity on that.
Okay.
I'm not at all superstitious, and I'm not at all seeing that, hey, sometimes when I make these negative comments, good things happen. So that's not by any means what's happening with any of my comments on Twitter.
They got you.
In that direction. So if you catch my drift. That being said, carry forward to now with you guys. Carmen, I am also the guy when Vaughn was traded for that said, all right, my Cubs paranoia says that Vaughn will come back to bite us, and you laughed at me on air.
I think I said
you mocked him.
No, I don't think I mocked.
No,
Didn't I say don't worry, he stinks? Didn't I say that? I think that's what I said.
You mocked him, Carl.
I know you laughed.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I know
I
you
did.
laughed. I think the good kid's right. There was some mockery there.
Yeah.
But multiple times I've come back on Twitter when Vaughn has popped some big ones on us, and I've heard nothing back from you. That being said, Jurko, last night, I also tweeted effing Jurko with a whole bunch of exclamation points after the called shot was made, so that was awesome.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay. Dave wants an apology. I think.
You won't get one. I don't even know what he wants me to apologize for. I think I had joked in the moment. I'm like, I keep getting Cub fans saying, "Oh my God, is this going to come back to haunt us?" And the joke I was making was, "No, don't worry. He's Andrew Vaughn. He's not going to." It's just a joke, Dave.
It's okay, Dave.
Settle down, Francis.
Dave, thanks for calling in.
Mike's in Palos. I don't know what that was, but Mike, what's up?
Hi guys. I love the show. So I got two things. First one is on Jurko. I'm telling he's just getting in the batter's box. I'm telling my wife, I said, Cheryl, Jurko wrote this poem. It was awesome about half. Maybe he'll do something great. He's been, playing really poorly. Next pitch, he blasts a home run. She looks over at me with that snide look and says, give me Jurko's number. Maybe he can write one about you. And so anyhow, I jumped out of the chair. Just
Mike, I thought you were going to tell me she served it up last night.
No, that's funny. Well,
No, wait. One other thing. I think if watching the game from the TV, I think the Cubs could just go back and replay that game. You could see how they're pitching the various guys. Remember that one sequence when the young lefty, the outfielder, was up and it kept bouncing the ball in almost like on purpose, and he kept swinging. I mean, there's just so many. You could almost watch exactly how they're pitching the various Cubs. The Cubs should pull the tape on that game, sit in a room and watch it.
Oh, you mean like PCA? You mean the way they've attacked PCA? Yeah.
Yeah, PCA cricketed one out of there. Did you see that?
Yeah.
He protected the wicket.
Yeah,
he got it
that's
off,
what it looked like.
Yeah, he got it off the bounce.
Yeah, that's
fouled it off. Didn't he walk on that? In that at bat, was he on base? Did he end up drawing a walk on that one?
I
think it was his third or fourth at bat. I'm trying to remember.
Did he have a walk last night?
Yeah, I thought he did. He had a base on balls.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a
couple bunts. Did he have a couple bunts yesterday? He had a sack.
He had a sacrifice
early.
bunt. Now, I don't know.
Did he single it on, or was that the night before? I'm trying to remember.
That was the night before.
Okay.
That was the night before. He did have a sacrifice bunt in the sixth. I don't know if that came from the dugout, if that was him on his own again because he was scuffling. I don't, I think Pat Murphy made a mistake when he bunted in the fifth. Cubs bunting in the sixth. You're up 3. You're eyeing the finish line in that game. The bottom of your order's coming up, and it's really struggled. I don't think that was the craziest thing, and it worked out for them.
Yeah.
I thought it was a little crazy for Pat Murphy to be bunting with the top of his order coming up when you're down 3 runs. You weren't down a run. You're down 3.
Yeah, you had to chase.
I thought that was an odd choice by Pat Murphy, and they did not get a run in that inning. They didn't get a run the whole game, obviously, as the Cubs shut him out. 312-332-3776. Really, the big question now is wrapped around who's going to start tomorrow. We didn't really touch on the Shota aspect of things. Let's seriously, we got to have that conversation coming up next.
I'm waiting to have it.
And we'll see how much fans are going to trust him. I want to ask you, as the Cub fan in the room, how much you would trust him if that's the route they go. I'm not sure they will. We'll talk to Jesse in 30 minutes. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Bears and Commanders, live from Landover. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak, along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee. We bring you the call this primetime Monday night battle. And ESPN Chicago has 4+ hours of pregame starting at 3 and 4 more hours postgame after it all goes final. It's Bears and Commanders. Kickoff Monday at 7:15 on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Kennedy Express lanes closed? Well, the CTA doors are open. Why are you sitting in traffic?
When you could ride the train.
Park and Ride is available at the Cumberland exit, number 79B. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic and spending money on gas. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back. We'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, and ride CTA.
Injuries on the field are rough, but your injury case doesn't have to be. At Postman Law, there's no fee unless they win. Car crash, work accident, slip and fall. Postman Law's your local injury lawyers. With over $3 billion won for their clients, they don't just show up, they deliver results when it matters most. After an injury, call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and I'm talking to you guys that have been sitting on the fence and possibly losing on your own betting on sports and thought it was too expensive to win. This is your week. $44 weekend at FatJackSports.com. What do you get? 4 college games, 4 NFL games, and 4 player props for only $44 Saturday and Sunday of this week. Want longer winners? Get all the plays through Monday and get the players' props absolutely free. FatJackSports.com. Sign up today and win this weekend.
All right, let's be honest. Game day isn't just about football. It's about the food. And for me, that means Nancy's Pizza. Your game day might include putting your favorite jersey on, the remote in hand, but also make sure Nancy's Pizza is front and center. Whether it's with the crew or you're flying solo, nothing beats that crispy crust, molten blend of mozzarella cheese and those legendary toppings. Nancy's has been doing it right since 1971. Make Nancy's Pizza part of your game day routine. Order now at nancyspizza.com or go to their flagship restaurant in the West Loop.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. October's here and you can already feel that Chicago chill creeping in. I used to hate the drafts coming through my old windows. And then I called my friends at Window Nation. They came out, walked me through the process, and made it easy. Now the drafts are gone, the house feels great, and you could do the same with this deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing for 2 full years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big win. And with an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, you're in great hands. Don't wait. Go to windownation.com before October 31st. That's windownation.com.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, if you're out and about tomorrow on the South Side, go see Chauncey tomorrow from 11 to 1 at Darvin Furniture in Orland Park. Love Darvin, and we love Chauncey. Check out the all-new Field and Stream collection, modern lodge-style furniture made for the comfort of your home. Plus, Chauncey's going to give away a salmon fishing trip for 2 out on Lake Michigan. So don't miss it. It's Chauncey at Darvin tomorrow, 11 to 1 in Orland Park.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
All right, Cubs win. They force a Game 5 tomorrow night. You're going to hear it right here on ESPN 1000. You're home for October baseball. Jesse will join us at 10. Mike North has a bonus play at 10:50. Todd Furman live in Vegas at 11 every Friday. He joins us to break down the big games of the weekend. Rich Eisen's at noon. Then it's Bleck and Tyler 2 until 3. And then Barstool, Chief, and Silvy today 3 until 6:30 into Game 5 in Seattle between the Tigers and the Mariners. How great should that be tonight? George Kirby versus Tarek Skubal. That's going to be fantastic. You can't ask if you're a Tiger fan for anything else. I mean, right? Tarek Skubal in a Game 5. I don't think there's a pitcher in the game you'd want more than that guy right now. Maybe
I think that's
Skeens.
all you can ask for.
Right? Yeah, maybe Skeens. Not many. Not many right now. I don't know that there's anybody you want more than that guy on the bump. Now, they won the game in which he started in this series in Game 2, but that was a close game. He only made a couple of mistakes, and the Mariners got one late to win. So that should be great tonight. So a Game 5 tonight and then a Game 5 tomorrow. Blue Jays have already advanced, and so have the Dodgers after a crazy finish last night. Okay, let's, before we get back out to the phones, your thoughts on how they should handle this tomorrow. Colin Ray or some form of just bullpen arms one after another, or start with Shota. What do you think?
I think I'm contemplating what I'm going to say. Give me a little time to think about what I want to say.
All right, okay.
The same way you've had faith in your guys.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I mean, like your lineup?
Your lineup. You've had faith in your people. You've had faith in Tyon twice after, you didn't know what the hell was going to happen, coming back off that injury. He was solid. You didn't know how long he was going to be able to go. He's been your best pitcher. Believe it or not, he has been your best
Probably
pitcher
has
in the
been.
playoffs. Boyd. You went with Boyd the second time off a short rest. It blew up on him. You had faith in him. He came back, and he gave you everything you needed yesterday. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you got to have faith in Shota.
Got to have faith.
You got to have faith. Now, if you want to throw a knuckle sandwich and a knuckleball in there and you want to throw a starter in front of Shota.
Like Ray?
Yeah, if you want to do that, I don't mind that. But you got to let Shota know, Shota, I'm going to need 4.5 out of you.
Boy, if they get 4.5 out of him.
4.5 out of you.
The way he's going, that would be amazing.
So you give Ray whatever you want, maybe 2 innings, 1, 2, and then you put Shota in there giving you 4.
That would be.
That gets you to the 6.
That gets you through 6.
That gets you to the 6, through the 6, yeah.
That would be incredible.
Now you got 9 outs left with
Cubs
your horses,
win the game if that happens.
Your ponies. There you go.
I'm telling you.
So that's what I think should happen. I've given it to you. But sorry you didn't allow me a half second to think.
Well, we weren't sure.
Was it that puzzled
We
look
had one
I
of
gave
those-
you? Was it that puzzled look that I gave you?
It was one of those looks like I wasn't sure maybe if you were paying attention, so I was just nervous.
Well, we on this side of the glass, we thought Yurko thought you were going to the phones, Carm.
That's where I thought he was going.
Okay, all right, Jack, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Phones. I go, and then he looked at me. I go, what do you want from me? I'm your radio partner. What do you want from me?
Mike's in Willow Springs.
Thoughts is what he said.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. I'm the same guy who called on Tuesday morning and bashed Council for what he did on Monday and Tuesday. So you know my answer. I think they're insane if they use Shota anything more than a 1-inning Drew Pomeranz type of situation. The play here is Colin Ray for multiple reasons. Look up his last 6 weeks.
Yeah.
He's been in excellent form, number one. Number two, going against your former team, Yurko, it'd be like you going against, your former team as a pro player or my nephew being a pro player, or I played college baseball, going against the team that let you go. He's got to be chomping at the bit. And they're insane if they let Shota Imanaga start. And I love Shota. But if you look at Wrigley, it played as a bottom 5 offensive park this year.
That's right.
Think about this. He led the league in home runs.
Yeah.
And he pitched in the bottom 5. I would love if they win tonight. I would love him to pitch game 3 or 4 against the Dodgers with Ohtani and Freeman being lefties at Wrigley when it's cold out. I have no problem with that. And then one last thought. I wanted to just clear something up from the other day. I didn't give up hope when they went down 2-0. I thought Council single-handedly, stupidly put him in an 0-2 hole, but I was the same guy who said to my White Sox friends, not being delusional, that the Cubs could come back against the Indians down 3 games. I think, Carm, you said it was 90% against, and the numbers, I'm sure, bear that out. But objectively, I thought they could come back for this series, one game at a time.
Yep.
But they're absolute insane idiots if they start Shota Imanaga, and I like Imanaga.
Okay. But you're just laying out your thoughts. That's cool. Who's your nephew, by the way? Did you say your nephew pitches in the big leagues?
Yeah, Brian Allen played for the Rams, and then he unfortunately was a starter on the Super Bowl. He suffered a pretty significant injury prior to the Super Bowl. He was the first NFL player to get COVID.
I thought he's a Hinsdale Central kid.
Hinsdale Central kid, and you know what? Now he's coaching for them.
Oh, good. I didn't even know that. Nice. Good for him.
He's
All right.
assistant offensive line coach. He's a Yurko guy. He's a glue guy.
He's a glue guy. Yeah, we remember Brian Allen. We wanted the Bears a few years ago to kick the tires on Brian. I thought he said his nephew played baseball. No, his nephew is Brian Allen, who's a local kid. Played football, yes. Mike, you laid it out fine as a fan. Like Shota, just doesn't think it'd be smart for the Cubs to start him. I get that. Especially there where it's been a little bit more of a hitter-friendly park. Roof will probably be closed tomorrow. You pointed that out early in the week with Jesse. That makes a difference. Yep. Ball goes travels a little bit more, a bit more home runs. The home run thing is scary. Nearly 2.5 home runs per 9 for a big stretch of games, a big stretch of starts. In a game like tomorrow night, do or die, I get why any Cub fan would be hesitant. If you're asking me what I think, nobody cares. I would say probably start Colin Ray. And then it's all hands on deck from there. Shota needs an inning or so. I mean, to get 4, like you said, that'd be incredible, Yerk. That'd be awesome, Shota. That would silence a lot of critics. And if Shota gets them 4, if Shota gets them 12 outs, they win that game. That's what I think. I think I start Colin Ray and go from there. Maybe it's Shota then.
I like it.
Maybe even Tyone for an inning. We'll ask Jesse about that. Maybe that's crazy. I don't know. We'll see what Jesse says.
Colin
Ray, Shota.
I like Colin
Kittredge.
Good kid.
Pomerantz. Palencia. Thielbar.
Kittredge.
Keller. All hands on deck.
I like Kittredge.
Joe is in West Beverly on ESPN 1000. Go ahead, Joe.
Hey, boys. So thanks for taking my call. I got to disagree with some of you guys. I think you guys are overthinking it. I think there's no pressure on the Cubs. All the pressure is on Milwaukee. They blew a 2-0 lead. You throw Shota out there, you start him. If he gets in trouble, then you go to your pen. But I think you ride this momentum wave right now. I think you don't overthink it. You don't overplay your hand. You just play baseball.
Yeah.
Go start Shota and just go with it.
All right, Joe.
Just
Thanks.
go with it.
Joe,
Thanks,
not
buddy.
a bad theory. Go with the house of the rising sun.
The only thing I'd worry about
I gotcha.
like Joe said, if he gets in trouble, okay, it's a quick hook. You go to the pen early. At the rate he's giving up home runs, I'd be scared of that. Would you? Like, if a runner or two are on, we just saw it play out Monday night. Is that?
And the 3-run home run seems the thing in this series.
That'll kill you.
This is the thing in this series. You hit a 3-run bomb, good things happen for you.
So teams that fail, if you look back over the last roughly decade or so, you're in baseball, teams that fail to out-homer their opponent in these postseason series, they lose the series roughly 60% of the time. The numbers are pretty good if you out-homer your opposition. The Cubs have out-homered the Brewers in the series 8-4.
Yeah.
And if they can figure out the early portion of tomorrow, and if they score again, boy, what a death
We're so
blow
worried
that
about
would
what
be.
the Cubs are doing. What are they doing
I have no idea.
on their side? I mean, they got problems.
I mean,
today.
a lot of people think it's going to be Mizorowski.
The Miz?
The Miz.
Coming out right out of the box, or are they going to put somebody
No, I
else
think
up
it
top
might be
and
the
then
Miz.
3 innings of the Miz?
I think it might be the Miz to start. I don't know that for sure. They haven't announced it, obviously. I think it might be the Miz to start. And if I said this last night on the YouTube when we were wrapping up with all of us, I said, you better spend the day today formulating a real good plan for how you want to let it come to you with Miz on the mound. If you can get the wild Miz, the 4.5 walks per 9 Miz, and what that could potentially do to a key moment or two in the few innings he's going to pitch and how that could change a decisive Game 5. Like, that's what I'm doing today. I'm spending a lot of time with my hitters.
How to unsettle them?
Formulating a plan of this is how we're going to approach it. This is what we're going to look for, and we're only looking for this. And this is what we're going to stay away from. This is what we're going to lay off of. We're going to make him throw that slider in the zone early. If he does, you kind of adjust from there. But if he doesn't, Cubs advantage hitters. Because he can be overpowering and overwhelming, and the Cubs saw that on Monday. So I'm formulating a real good plan, knowing
might need to lean into one.
that they're probably going to turn to the Miz for some big innings tomorrow night in Milwaukee. Jesse Rogers will join us at 10. We'll continue to take your Cub calls. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. For Chicago sports fans, a big slate of college football games starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Shay Norling and Tyler Rocky have the campus news you need to hype up the day. Join us tomorrow morning at 9 for Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, presented by Yuengling Beer.
Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships has designed the experience with you in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators. Explore financing options, and guess what? Stop on by. They value you and your time, getting you in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey! Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons Inc., New York, New York.
Lunch, dinner, and game day is easy with Lou Malnati's legendary pizza plus fresh salads, appetizers, pasta, and desserts. It's all there for you. Now back for football season, the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza, a limited-time deep dish drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now and cater your next watch party. Order on the Lou's app or at LouMalnati's.com. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Get ready for chilly days with True North's True Brew Coffee. True Brew Coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend brewed daily. Now only $1 when you use your True Rewards. Find the app in your favorite app store to sign up and save instantly.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Okay, a couple things here. A lot of people calling and wondering about Kate Horton. And Waddle and Silvy talked about it yesterday. We talked about it post-game on the stream last night. And I don't know if he's ready. Again, question for Jesse here in a matter of minutes. I don't know if he's going to be ready. I don't know if it's even close. If it's possible, the Cubs could get him on the roster even though he wasn't on the DS roster when they presented it. There would have to be an injury. Somebody would have to come off, and that player would be lost for the next round. That player would be ineligible, if I understand the rule correctly, for the DS.
Who will be
for the CS, excuse me.
Who will be the sacrificial lamb?
Well, a lot of people are thinking it would be Mike Soroka.
Mike Soroka.
Or Ben Brown, I guess. So
Soroka. Okay.
Take your pick. One of those two. Wouldn't it have to be? Who else could it be? I mean, it's not going to be one of the guys you've used.
I'm guessing it would be.
Be Soroka or Brown. And that maybe Horton is ready and they find a way to, Mike Soroka's lad is bothering him again. We need a special exemption to get Kate Horton on the roster. But again, then not that it would matter, I guess, that much. If you make it to the next series against the Dodgers, are you using Mike Soroka? Probably not.
Right, but I mean, Horton's cold, right?
Yeah, he hasn't pitched in 3 weeks.
He's cold. Is that what you want?
Maybe.
Oh, boy.
This is a good debate.
That's dangerous.
So I wouldn't say it's impossible, but let's see what Jesse says about this being at all likely. At all. Let's see what Jesse has to say about it. And if we know health-wise if Kate Horton is ready. But a lot of people have called and are wondering about that. Waddle and Silvy talked about it. I think you also really... not touched a nerve. That's not what I want to say.
I hit a nerve?
No, you really have.
I rubbed you raw?
No, you really have young Jack McGrath excited.
Oh, hey, Jack? Yeah.
Yeah, you really have him excited. Like when you mentioned you have a connection within the Brewers, young Jack is, how old's Jack? What are you, 24, Jack? How old
17.
Yeah.
How old are you?
24.
24. Young Jack, he's 24.
Yeah. Still got a sparkle
he's
in his
all
eye.
wide-eyed, and when he heard that, and Jack's as big as of a Cub fan as we have here at the station.
You got that right.
He's all giddy.
He's wide-eyed.
He really thinks you could get him into the game. Can you get him in tomorrow?
How many you got? What's in your group, kid?
Let's say. I mean,
well, don't be
No,
too.
he's getting greedy.
I mean,
now.
don't be too greedy here, Jack. You tell him. You say 1.
14.
What are you saying? 4 tickets.
He's got a group of 14.
14.
4.
He's
Jack,
wide.
take 2. Jack,
4,
take 2.
2.
Listen, you know
take
what he
2.
is?
2.
He's
I'll take
wide-eyed.
2.
He's wide-eyed to the lies and the jive talk.
Could you get
And
Jack
when you
in?
find true love and tenderness on the block. Can I get Jack in? It's a possibility.
I mean, you're always a god in
I'll do
Milwaukee.
your scavenger hunt.
Listen, they treat me well in Wisconsin. That's all. They just treat me well. That's all. Not a god.
Let's think about this for a second, guys.
Small G, Carm. Small G.
This is a content opportunity. Jack is willing to do this scavenger hunt that you guys lay out.
Yep.
So if you guys lay out
Stonewall Orchard,
10,
he's got to get
15,
a
20, 30, 50 different locations that he needs to travel to before the game. Well, I'm saying
Am I right?
if Yerk's going to bend over backwards to get him these tickets.
And these are going to be carte blanche for the
maybe
group.
70 different locations he needs to go to get to the game. Yeah. Jack's willing to do this.
I have to send him up to the Horicon.
Are you going to start working the phones, or can you legitimately? Is there a shot at this?
Wait a minute, work the phones. There's one number.
Okay, well,
what do you mean work the phones? What am I going to call 100 people? I call one person.
Will you do it? Will you do it?
I'm thinking about it.
I don't think. Listen, our friends at WTMJ, again, we carry our station. Our company carries the Brewers games.
Yes, we do.
And when I took my son up there in August to see Skeens pitch against the Brewers, even that I said, listen, I know maybe a little bit of a big ask. It's a little last minute. It's Paul Skeens. And the Brewers were the hottest team going. And I said, but do you guys have any tickets? They were very kind to me. I don't think it's going to be that easy for us, even though it's within the family. Like, I don't think we can be like, hey, guys, you got any tickets for Jack McGrath? I mean, they're using them for their partners and their fans.
I won't get them for free.
I understand.
And there's nothing free. I've got to pay for them.
Jack, are you willing to pay?
Depends how much.
Well, I thought these were on Yerk.
I thought so
Yerk
too.
was treating.
I thought so too. No. I got to be honest. I thought,
that's the natural assumption,
I thought
right?
so too.
That's the natural assumption.
I thought you were treating.
Right. I was going to pick him up, and Jack was going to go do the test.
Yeah, he's going to go do the scavenger hunt. Now, they're on SeatGeek. There's standing room only tickets for $187 a piece.
Yeah, you don't want that. You want a seat, right? You want to
sit.
sit.
You want a
I
seat.
prefer a
You
seat.
and your
That'd
buddies
be good.
prefer to sit. All right.
The standing room too.
He's going to the phone. Yerk's making a dial here.
All right, Yurko's going to find out if, and this would be great if Jack would do all the things that we asked him to do.
Where am I going on the scavenger
Well, but that's the key. If you can set this up before the show's over, then we
We'll
can
set up,
brain.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, one of them, you got to get a golf tee from
Storm.
Stonewall Orchard. So
A
he's got to dart
tee?
over.
Yeah, I like that. No, I like
Okay,
that.
all right,
You gotta
that's
go
good.
into the
I'll bring back
pro
items.
shops.
Got to go into the pro shop.
right,
you
all
got to
right.
get one.
Ask for a scorecard as well.
Yeah.
From Stonewall
I like
and a
that.
scorecard. Okay, all right. Let's see if Yurko can make this happen, and if Jack can get up there, then I'll have
eat a
to.
bratwurst at the Marsh
Stop?
Cheese Castle.
At the Brat Stop.
The Brat Stop.
Yep. Dave's in Lake in the Hills. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is Tim. Excuse me, in Fort Worth. What's up, Timmy?
Hey, guys. I was just calling in a couple things. One, that PCA at bat where he hit the ball off the ground, that was a 6-pitch at bat. He flied out, and not one ball was in the strike zone.
Yeah, that's.
And that's why I don't mind him trying to lay down a couple bunts and get on base any way he can.
Well, and
then,
I thought it was a good idea when he did it in that 6 too. I didn't, as much as I always joke about not joke. I mean, I don't think sack bunting on the macro is a very good idea, but in a situation like that, I understood it. I don't know if that was him, if it came from the bench. I don't know, but I didn't think that was crazy either, Tim. I'm with you.
And then the way Imanaga, it's not one or two bats Bart starts. It's been 5 or 6. I don't want to see him starting this game. I'd love to see Colin Way and go to the bullpen that's been so on target so far for us.
Timmy, thanks, buddy. We appreciate it. More of your phone calls coming up. Sit tight, guys. We'll get everybody in. All right. I'm telling you, we'll work the phones here throughout the morning. We do have a couple of guests, but we want to get you guys in. We want to hear what you think about Game 5 tomorrow night. You're going to hear it right here on your home for October baseball on ESPN 1000. We'll talk to Jesse coming up next at 11. We will still go to Vegas, talk Bears Commanders, best bets, week 6 in the NFL, a couple big college games, including Red River this weekend. So we'll talk about, and it looks like John Mateer is going to be back for Oklahoma. We'll talk about all that with Furman in an hour. It's Carmen and Yurko back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game. It's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor. Dr. Pepper. It's bold. It's original. It's the best 23 flavors in football. So whether you're chilling in the stadium, tailgating in the lot, or yelling from afar, make sure you've got Dr. Pepper in hand. Go Bears, and drink up. It's a pepper thing.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code DRIVER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code DRIVER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code DRIVER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Jurko found young Jack a ticket behind home plate in section 4 something. $340. Jack's like, $325. Jack's like, no, I don't have that.
Well, it's not him having it. It's me having it. And wanting to throw it in there for him. You get it
but
now.
Jack's paying for
No, he's not. No, he'd be going carte blanche and he'd be doing he would be
You going to
doing
do that?
Right now, no. I'm finding a way to negotiate on his tickets. Like, what are you, an animal?
Money you've got. What's $325 for the good kid?
I'm like, look, my guy's already coming down in price.
Oh, is he?
He's made an offer.
Well, this is amazing. Jurko is in such a great mood. You might buy this ticket for Jack, and then we'll send him up there, and he'll do the scavenger hunt.
Jack and his two.
Well, he's got to buy 2.
Crew. No, it's not 2. It's 4.
Oh, it's 4.
You didn't see his schedule up there? You didn't see his hands?
How generous are you going to be here? All of a sudden, you're going to dole out a G to let Jack go to the game?
Not that generous.
I don't think so. More than a G.
I'm generous, but I'm not that generous.
It's $1,200.
Yeah.
You're not that generous.
Yeah, no.
How about 2 tickets? Jack would take 2.
We're in the process of negotiations.
Okay.
We're negotiating.
Jack talk tie.
Oh.
Jack talk tie real good.
I don't
let's
know,
bring in
I don't know what
Jesse.
AI Jack is talking right now, but my heavens.
Should we have Jesse do the scavenger hunt on his way up to Milwaukee? Maybe we should
Jesse.
make
He'll
Jesse
love
do
that.
it.
Jesse's a professional.
He's got nothing else to do.
Jesse's got he's got to powder that head of his to make sure that it doesn't get all shiny on television. You know what's going on.
We have so much to talk about.
Time.
We have so much to talk about with Jesse. Let's bring him in on the Yuengling guest hotline. He's the star right now. I mean, can you believe Jurko did it? He did it. He made it happen last night, Jess.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. I think he gets all the credit. Not the 40,000 that were in the building.
No,
it's just Jurko. Just Jurko.
I give Ian half the credit.
And I'm so glad I recited what counsel has said over and over again. You don't know when a guy that's slumping is going to break out of it.
Right.
I mentioned that like 3 times on the radio yesterday. And Jurko knows Hap's track record. It's pretty good. It's not Aaron Judge, but it's pretty good. And you just hope the slump ends, like I said yesterday, in 2025 and not 2026, right?
Yes.
He hit,
and it did, and it did. And
He hit, but he hit every ball hard, even more.
Yes, he did.
Every ball he hit yesterday was hit hard.
Dansby Swanson said that to me. He goes, "That was the best 1 for 5 I've ever seen out of a player."
Right. Yeah. He hit a couple balls on the screws. Like to your point, Jess, and I said this yesterday. The farther you can get, if you can just keep stretching it out game by game, eventually, when the floodgates open, you kind of know how this goes. Like players, as bad as they look for 3 or 4 games, can hit everything hard and everything on the screws, and they could go, 5 for their next 9. That's just the way baseball is. So, like, the more you can go, the more you can string this along and play more games, like you're opening up the opportunity for the offense to really get going. And you saw it with Shaw with a couple of hits last night.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that all up. Jurko got Hap right, and then Waddle predicted 9 runs. Then the 6 is pretty close. And the point being here, Shaw breaks out, Hap breaks out, Kyle Tucker hits a home run.
Yeah.
When's the last time we said that to left center?
And hit it hard.
We haven't seen that in a while. Think about what the early season lineup was all about, the length and the strength of it. We saw it last night. If that carries over tomorrow, watch out, Jacob Mizorowski and company. And then all of a sudden, if that's back, I mean, it's a lot to say after one game. Like, watch out, like you could start saying, look, that offense might be clicking again out of nowhere, but who knows? I mean, it could go backwards in one day. But I'm just saying, like, there were a bunch of signs last night that a lot of times it does carry over. But it's all about, what Milwaukee will do at home and who's on the mound and all that stuff. But, man, that was really good. If this was the regular season, I'd say, wow, this offense is coming out of it. But the postseason, it can change on a dime.
Who will start for the Cubs tomorrow night?
I don't think it'll be Shota Imanaga. In fact, I'll tell you this. It's possible Shota Imanaga has thrown his last pitch as a Cub. There's contractual things where he can elect free agency if they don't extend his contract out. He signed a complicated contract that the complications start to kick in after 2 years. So there's a chance he elects free agent. Who knows? So I don't think it'll be Imanaga. I don't know that for sure. Both teams are going to hold Zooms today and probably will announce their starting pitchers. The best guess is Colin Ray. I think it's probably the right one. He's pitched up there. He won't let the moment get too big. You're not thinking, 18 outs from Colin Ray, but I think he's probably your best option right now. So that's my best guess.
When you say Shota might have thrown his last pitch, you don't even think they might use him in some form tomorrow, even if he doesn't start?
I can't see him out of the bullpen. I don't know. That the home run ball can change a game.
I know.
And he's not pitched out of the bullpen, so that'll be second-guessed if he goes in there and gives it up. That's the problem with Shota, as we talked about before last start. We nailed it last start, by the way, the three of us talking about him. Not that it's hard to nail it with him. We know exactly what he's all about. He can be going well, and then boom, he gives it up, and the game is over. And it happened early and, sort of in the middle there where he gave up the second home run. So I don't know. Now I say, obviously if they win, he probably will be part of the next round. So I'm not, if they lose, he may have thrown his last pitch as a Cub. I mean, it's all for next week and stuff if they do lose. But yeah, I do think they're likely to shy away from him, but I don't have that nailed down just yet.
When we talk about all hands on deck, would that even include Jamison Tyone a couple of days removed from throwing 75 pitches if they need him for an inning?
I asked Ty on that late last night. It was like 1 in the morning in the locker room. I'm like, you ready for a couple? And he's like, absolutely. So I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, I think he's smart enough to be able to warm up and do the right thing, mid-game, which he normally doesn't do, and then, give them a couple innings. Yes, I would not put it past Greg Counsell to have Tyon on the mound and anyone else, maybe minus Matthew Boyd. But even he might be in the bullpen. You never know. So I absolutely think it'll be all hands on deck, even more for the Cubs than the Brewers. I mean, the Brewers have Quintana, Priester, Mizorowski. Those are all guys that can go long. I think Mizorowski is going to be key for them for sure.
Yes.
But if he gets into trouble, which he often has in the second half, they'll quickly move away from him. So Priester at home should be better than what he did the other night if he gets in the game.
What did you think of Pat Murphy bunting in the fifth down, not 1, not 2, but 3 runs with the top of his order quickly coming up? What did you think of that move?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't go to his post-game presser. If I did, I would have asked about it. I think it was really a bad decision. I don't care how bad Joey Ortiz is as a hitter.
Yeah.
You're down 3, not 2.
Yep.
Even if you're down 2, I don't love it.
Right.
If you're down 1, fine. You have 2 chances to get that runner home from third. Meaning second and third, 1 out. I didn't like it. You don't give away an out when you're down 3 in that situation. I know you're trying to stay out of the double play and stuff, but it's really not showing faith in your hitter if you're having him bunt down 3. I thought it was a mistake. And it changed the inning, in my opinion.
Yes. And then in the 6th, when the Cubs did it, that makes so much more sense. Was that something from the bench? Was that PCA on his own? Do we know that?
I think that was PCA on his own. I believe. I don't know that. Yeah, I don't know that for sure. I don't know for sure, but I think that was PCA on his own.
Okay. And that one worked out for the Cubs, and I don't mind that as much. I mean, the philosophy there with the bottom of your order coming up that's kind of struggled a little, and you've got the lead. You have the advantage in that spot.
Exactly.
So if you want to move a guy over, I understand it a little bit more.
Exactly right. If you have the lead, 3-0, whatever it was, that's a different story. Then you can sort of do some things and whatever you want. If that's a risk, I don't know if you want to call it a risk, but yeah, you can't afford to bunt, give away an out when you're down 3 runs. Like that's the Cubs will love that. I always say this. I did this as a little league manager. If the other team likes your decision, it's probably the wrong decision.
Probably the wrong decision.
The Cubs love the idea that Joey Ortiz bunted there.
Yeah. So it's hard, as we've often talked about, to really quantify like what a manager can do to change a game. Player execution is always going to be of the utmost importance. That said, the one area where I think a lot of people should give Craig Counsell credit is how he has deployed this bullpen. And I know there's that's a whole team thing. That's their analytic department. That's Jed. There's a lot of consultation that goes into it pregame. I understand that, Jess, but and execution is a huge part of it. But Counsell and the way he's deployed this bullpen has been, honestly, it seems quite excellent. Would you agree?
100%, and especially last night, because think about it. You can say all you want about analytics, but you still have to make that first decision. And that first decision is about the starting pitcher. And I thought he pulled Matthew Boyd at exactly the right time. Exactly the right time. Chourio was coming up, second and third. Boyd was tiring. You could tell. Look, if Boyd sails through the fifth, that's a different story. But he wasn't sailing through the fifth.
Mm-hmm.
He put a couple guys on. They gave him an out with the bunt. He got Yelich. Boom, your day is done. Palencia comes in. Yes, Chourio got him in Milwaukee, but so what? This is one of your better arms. He gets Chourio this time, and that starts the merry-go-round. I agree with you. Just the idea, going back to the Padres series, of having the mid-game closer with Palencia, I think that decision alone has been huge. Now, that was probably Jed and Craig and everyone together, but whatever. Counsell gets the credit for it. So using Palencia there throughout this postseason, I think, has been brilliant. Getting every ounce out of Brad Keller has been great, and knowing that, we have to have other guys up in the bullpen like he did when Keller was pulled in the Padres series. Like, every, I think, move has been spot on, even if it hasn't been successful every time. Like, Kittredge gave up a run or two, but I think it was still the right moves. And you're right, it comes down to the players. But there's a lot of decisions every day when starters are going 4 innings or 4 2/3 innings. And other than pitching to Machado and choosing Boyd on 3 days rest, I think Counsell's had a really good postseason.
Yeah, other than that, I think you're right. Okay, a couple things before we let you go. Is there any possibility that Cade Horton is available to pitch tomorrow, and they could, there is a path, I guess, even though he's not on the roster, if they can get someone, this so-and-so, Soroka got hurt, we need the spot, Cade Horton. Like, is that at all a possibility?
I don't think so. Now, Jed was walking through the clubhouse last night, and I walked with him for a second. I said, I got to ask you. I got to be the one to ask you. Is there any chance Cade Horton is activated? And he just laughed. Now, was that was that a laugh, you're an idiot, or was that a laugh like he's got a secret plan? You know what I mean? I think it's the first. Usually they laugh at me like I'm an idiot. Because here's the thing, Carmen. If they really thought that was a possibility, you didn't have to IL him. You could have put him on the roster to start. Big deal. It's one roster spot. Like Mike Soroka has barely pitched, right?
Yep.
Like they could have just put him on the roster
That's
to start and not worry about it, and just hide him in the back of the bullpen, get him healthy, and then he's ready. If they try to activate him, I just think the Brewers will go nuts. I just feel like they will go nuts. It's not like Soroka pitched last night and all of a sudden he's got a bum shoulder. Like, you'd have to really, really hide this injury, or make up this injury. And I just don't think it's going to happen.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
I think and last thing, like, they had a simulated game the other day where Jordan Wicks pitched in it and Javier Assad pitched in it. Cade Horton didn't pitch in it. Okay. So I can't imagine he'd be ready.
All right. Good explanation. Anything else, Jess, for tomorrow?
No, but I do want to mention again the crowd last night.
Amazing.
I'm trying to figure out why last night, because I've been to a lot of postseason games there, and you saw the comments from everybody involved in that game, and they were spot on. That was something different. It was, what you love about it is just organic, right? Yeah. I haven't heard many times where the crowd is chanting the opponent's name, like Freddie, but it happened last night.
Yeah.
And then it just continued. And I guess scoring early in both those games has made a difference in terms of the crowd, because I thought game one at home was going to be a little subdued, and it was for a moment, and then they scored 4 runs. But last night, from the get-go, it was just rabid. Maybe it was the late start time, but as good an atmosphere as you will find in a postseason game, I think, anywhere.
Yeah, the crowd's been great. I totally agree. All right, Jesse, good stuff. We will talk to you on Monday.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Win or
Take
lose.
care, Yerk.
All right,
Keep
buddy.
it up, Yerko.
There's Jesse
Thanks,
Rogers
Jess.
up to Milwaukee. You're going to hear the game tomorrow night at 7:08 right here on ESPN Chicago. Boog Shambi and Doug Glanville will again be on the call. Catch every pitch. All of our Cubs playoff coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Potawatomi Casino. This was Craig Counsell after. I think this is the bite. Is this it? Column 1, row 3, guys? I think it is. I think Counsell talking about the crowd here. Take a listen.
I'm just so happy for Ian. I think it was.
Maybe that's the one about Ian. I don't know. I think there's a bite somewhere.
There's got to be a good one, Carmen.
Yeah, well, I think he talked about the crowd last night. I mean, the crowd has been.
Playoff baseball.
It's been great.
It should be great. Especially when you jump out the leads.
Got to give them credit.
Yeah.
It's been really, really good.
Good for them.
Just totally into it. On their feet, seemingly, for most of it. Just living and dying with it. And playoff baseball tends to be like that. Playoffs in all sports. I mean, so every moment is magnified, and it's fantastic. But is the bite, Chris? Okay. So I think he's talking about Ian, and he talks about the crowd. Take a listen to Counsell.
I'm just so happy for Ian. I think it was great for Ian to have the playoff moment that he deserved, and it was a huge swing, And the first thing I would say is the crowd was incredible tonight. I mean, I've never seen a baseball game like that. That was just amazing what they did tonight. We offensively, we did a really nice job of putting pressure on them often, and the crowd picked up on that, I thought, consistently, and they were awesome with it, and we just made them uncomfortable. We just made every pitch uncomfortable, and that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, good stuff there. And yeah, the Freddie, fantastic. All right, we got a ton of Cub calls. We're going to start taking all your calls coming up next. We'll talk to Todd Furman at 11. We got plenty of time for your thoughts on how the Cubs should handle this tomorrow. Do you think Jesse might be onto something, that Shota might not even be an option at all in the game tomorrow, let alone start? 312-332-ESPN. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Cubs hold serve at Forsett Game 5 in the NLDS. We reconvene tomorrow in Milwaukee. Game 5 coverage brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
$2 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. So if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to make you a winner every Friday in October with our $500K Double Down giveaway. Earn entries each week to boost your chance of winning a guaranteed $50,000. Then you can choose to walk away or risk half for a shot at $100,000 in cash. Do you dare to double down? Only at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Saving money on your exterior painting project at Menards. Pristine is Dutch Boy's most durable exterior paint and primer in one. With its Rain Rinse technology, Rain naturally washes away dirt and grime. Plus, it resists cracking and peeling, making it perfect to withstand the harshest weather conditions. Save big money on pristine exterior paint now at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Football and pizza. This time of year, what a combo. How about playoff baseball and pizza? What a combo. Last night we had playoff baseball and Thursday night football. And you know what I had, Yerk? I had Nancy's Pizza. Thin crust. They are the original OG stuffed crust pizza of Chicago. It's delicious. But I like thin crust. I'm more of a thin crust guy. And I love Nancy's thin crust. Sausage, spinach, sliced tomato. That's the pie I went with last night. Delicious. That crispy crust, the gooey cheese, the fresh toppings, fantastic. Order today at nancyspizza.com. Hit up the flagship restaurant in the West Loop before and after games over at the UC. The restaurant is awesome, even if you're just going in for a snack. If it's not going to be a pizza night, you could chill at the bar. Full cocktail menu, beer, wine, spirits, everything you're looking for. Nancy's Pizza is the real deal.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Okay, Cubs win 6-0. They have out-homered the Brewers in the series 8-4. It's usually, not always, it's usually a good sign for series success in the postseason. Now the Cubs have a do-or-die game, and both teams have a do-or-die game to head out to L.A. to play the Dodgers tomorrow night. And you will hear the game here on ESPN 1000. 312-332-ESPN if you want to ring us up. By the way that Philly game ended, I mean, that game went into was that the 11th or the 12th, guys? Was it the 11th? Yeah.
11th,
in the 11th inning, bases loaded for the Dodgers, 2 outs. Orion Kirkring on the mound, and this happened. It was painful.
Pajes breaks his bat. Kirkring got to find it. Throws to the plate. Oh, my goodness. He throws it away. And the Dodgers have won. The Dodgers win.
It was brutal. He wasn't going to get him with a good throw home.
And the catcher's pointing to first base.
JT Realmuto was pointing to first.
He's pointing to first base.
I feel so bad for that guy.
Panic.
Panic set in. Panic set in. What is the great quote Yurko's always told us from John Wooden? Be quick, but don't hurry.
Yeah.
And because when you hurry and you rush,
bad things happen.
You panic, and bad things happen. I felt so bad for him. I mean, and his teammates immediately were consoling him.
Yeah.
And you love to see that. I mean, but it was just brutal. I mean, just brutal. Because, again, he wasn't getting him with a good throw. You got to go to first base there.
You have to.
And they would have been out of the inning. That's a tough way for the Phillies season to end. So a winner tomorrow off to L.A. to take on the Dodgers. Well, I shouldn't say that. If Milwaukee wins, Milwaukee will be at home. So forgive me. I mean, Milwaukee would have home field there.
Right.
They're going to play the Dodgers. If the Cubs win tomorrow, they will go out to L.A. to play
LA's
the
fine.
Dodgers. L.A.'s fine. Let's say hi to, where did Jack want me to go? He said go to line 6. Alfonso in Orland Park on the south side. What's going on, Alfonso?
Hey, what up, guys? So this is one game, do or die. If we need Sorotka to go down for Haycourt to be able to pitch, say the word, and we'll pull a Nancy Kerrigan.
You guys, that's terrible.
I got the good fellas on standby. Guess what? You say the word, and Sorotka's out 2 weeks.
Stop
Let me know.
it. Now, you can now stop. We don't promote violence, Alfonso. Stop it. Jesse, I think, nailed it. it's not going to happen. Cade Horton didn't even pitch in the simulated game with a couple of the other guys earlier in the week at Wrigley, and the Brewers would put up a pretty big stink, I think. Now, maybe you could make it happen anyway, but
there'd be a stink.
It'd be a stink. It's not going to happen. I don't think Cade Horton's ready.
3 weeks of not pitching is not good.
Yeah, Yurko said that he didn't even like the spot without pitching cold in 3 weeks to throw him in that spot. Not going to happen. Let's say hi to Dave in Lake in the Hills. What's up, Dave?
Morning, guys.
Morning, buddy.
Hey, Yurko, good job on that yesterday. That was a good job.
Thank you.
Hey, but, you were talking earlier about Shota pitching. I don't like it, just for the fact that he does give up the home run. But if he is going to pitch, maybe you can come up with a poem and give him a little persuasion.
Well, we'd have to do it today. I mean, if we get word that he's going to pitch.
If we get word, we'll have something.
Yurko, but it's not going to work the same, you guys. Yurko doesn't have the same connection to Shota.
No.
Yurko's always been an Ian Happ guy.
Switch hitting thunder stick has always been my guy.
You can't just do this willy-nilly
for years,
for anybody.
It may not have the same impact because I don't have the same feeling.
No, you can't, like we joked, Waddle and Silvy joked, oh, do it for Sweat. It's not the same. There's no connection.
There's no connection.
The only reason I brought it up a couple of days ago is because of the good kid's love for Ian Happ.
My man crush.
And Ian Happ had really struggled. I was like, you know what might help? Maybe if Yurko writes him a poem or gives him a motivational pep talk.
Letter to Ian.
It doesn't work just picking out a random guy that Yurko doesn't really have a connection to.
It was a long-distance dedication, Carmen.
That's what it was.
Remember that, Casey
Kasem?
Long-distance dedication.
Time for a long-distance dedication.
Yeah.
Remember the time when he screwed up with the dog dying? Remember that one, the outtakes?
Yeah. Why are you always giving me this one?
This one is about our family dog, Snuggles. Yeah. Snuggle. And then he just loses his mind.
He went crazy, yeah.
Can we play that, Chris? Every time, I tell you can't come out of these upbeat records into a damn death dedication.
Yeah.
I got to talk about an effing dog dying? That's the greatest. Young kids, all you young kids, might not remember the old Casey Kasem.
Well, explain it to him what it is.
Google Casey Kasem dog dying outtake. But they used to do on the top. Casey Kasem on the weekend would have the countdown.
He was the Ryan
top,
Seacrest.
Yes.
What Ryan Seacrest is now to kids is what he was back in the day.
And he would have the countdown.
A DJ, a disc jockey.
The top 40 countdown.
Right.
And every once in a while, as he was doing the countdown, there'd be a dedication, a long-distance dedication.
Yeah.
And one time, he's reading a long-distance dedication for a kid wrote him a letter, or the family wrote a letter, the dog died. And it screwed him up as he didn't obviously proofread it, I wouldn't think. And he was handed to him. And as they're recording the countdown, this wasn't done live. As he's recording the countdown, he loses his mind because he was mad at the producers for giving him a death dedication coming out of an up-tempo record. It's the greatest thing.
Yeah. This one is about kids.
Chris, be careful. There's a lot of swears.
A situation that we can all understand.
Well, now I got it because you said that. Now I have to listen to it beforehand.
There's a lot of swears, Chris. Just be careful. Make sure.
Well, do you trust whoever put this in 2014?
Somebody put it in. Yeah. Go ahead.
Here, there's also a Waddle and Silvy one. Which one do you want?
As long as
this
it's
one
in the
is
system.
from the Carmen and Jurko show from 2014.
Go ahead.
You guys played this on December the 4th, 2014.
Okay, go ahead.
And this one is about kids and pets and a situation that we can all understand, whether we have kids or pets or neither. It's from a man in Cincinnati, Ohio, and here's what he writes. Dear Casey, this may seem to be a strange dedication request, but I'm quite sincere, and it'll mean a lot if you play it. Recently, there was a death in our family. He was a little dog named Snuggles, but he was most certainly a part of... Let's start again. From coming out of the record. Play the record, okay? Please.
Listen to him. It's boiling.
See, when you come out of those up-tempo numbers, man, it's impossible to make those transitions, and then you got to go into somebody dying. They do this to me all the time. I don't know what the hell they do it for, but we can't come out of a slow record. I don't understand it. Is Don on the phone? Okay, I want a concerted effort to come out of a record that isn't a up-tempo record every time I do a death dedication. And I also want to know what happened to the pictures I was supposed to see this week. This last time, I want somebody to use his brain to not come out of a record that is that's up-tempo, and I got to talk about a dog dying. Boy, this is ponderous, man.
Ponderous.
Ponderous. Ponderous.
Ponderous, man. I want to know about those pictures, too. I've always been sort of oddly fascinated. What do you think those pictures were?
Marilyn Monroe pictures.
You think?
Yeah.
I've always wondered, like, boy, those pictures sound fascinating. What happened to the pictures I was supposed to see? It's great, man. I don't even know how we got on that. You brought up Casey Kasem and
long distance dedications, that kind of thing.
Fantastic.
You know how it wouldn't work for Shota.
It's not going to work for Shota. It's not. Let's see. Who's been waiting a little bit here? I'll grab one more, then we'll take a break. Daryl's in Geneva. Go ahead, Daryl.
Hey, gentlemen, how sweet it is. It's good to have October baseball in Chicago being relevant.
Sure is. I'm not even a Cub fan, and it's good.
I just want to say I think Counsell is proving his worth as far as a strategic manager. I think last night they basically made Milwaukee's bullpen work a little harder. That's going to have a difference in the game tomorrow. But as far as Shota is, I think everybody is worried about his giving up the home run. You may start him for an inning or so, but I do think that Colin Ray is going to probably pitch at least 2 or 3 innings. But maybe Jurko can do a spiritual advising for Swanson. I'll shut up.
But again, thanks, Daryl. Again, there's not as much of a connection.
Yeah, really no.
It's got to be. It's got to mean something.
It's got to be somebody I like.
And I knew it would mean something to Ian Happ because Jurko's always been a huge fan. He's always supported him. He's always liked him. Even through his struggles, Jurko said he's a good player. And you're right, he is. He's been a good player.
Yes.
And so that's why it made perfect sense.
He's a solid player for the Cubs.
He's a good player.
Solid player for the Cubs.
He's a good player, yes.
Yeah.
I would even say he's a very good player.
There you go.
He's not great. He's not a star, but I mean, like,
not a superstar.
Ian Happ has been a very good player in his career. All right, coming up, we'll do a little brunch rush. We'll take more of your calls. In 30 minutes, Todd Furman live in Vegas. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivonia.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey, it's Cap. My friends at Automatic are celebrating 80 years of making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable. To celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now through the end of October. It's a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable. Don't wait for your system to fail. Call the pros you can trust, the best in the business. Go to Automatic.com.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Cubs win 6-0. Good night of sports. The Dodger game was great. We just played you that ending. I mean, that was painful. But the Dodger-Philly game was great. Philly squandered too many opportunities, quite frankly. That's why he can beat himself up. Orion Kittering can beat himself up, but I hope he doesn't too much. And it was a tough play and a tough way to end it. But they squandered some opportunities. So they were not able to force it back to Philly for a Game 5. Dodgers advance again to the NLCS. Is it like 8 times in the last 13 years, you guys, I think, that the Dodgers are in the NLCS? That's insane.
Yeah.
8 times in 13 seasons, I think. I'll double check that. But I think that's what I heard after the game last night. Then the Cub game, Thursday Night Football, was a pretty fun watch, even though the game kind of got away from the Eagles, just watching Scatterbo and watching young Jackson Dart. You know, Jackson Dart at one point got rolled up on his ankle. His foot was sideways.
Yeah.
And I had it on TV too, and I was like, oh boy. And then I saw Russell Wilson warming up. And then I looked back over 5 minutes later, and he was out there running around. I'm like, all right, that gets it's nice to be 22, Yerk. You know, your body still kind of fights for you a little bit. His foot was literally like parallel. I don't know if you saw that when he got rolled up on. And then he was still out there.
Carm, it's the 8th time since 2013.
Okay, the 8th time since 2013. Would that be about, that's 13? That's 13 years, right? That's 13 seasons.
Yes.
Yeah. Holy cow.
Yeah. They've gone, so they're in the championship series right now. They won the World Series last year. They, in 2023, lost in the DS. A year before that, lost in the DS. Then they lost in the championship series, won the World Series. What was that, 2020?
Yep.
Then the DS, lost the World Series, championship series, DS, championship series.
That's insanity, dude. 8 times in 13 years, you're in the freaking championship series.
Is that the best current championship dynasty style run that we have in sports right now? That's better than the... It's not better than the Chiefs.
Not better than the Chiefs.
But it's...
And it's probably not better than...
It's pretty darn good.
It's a longer running time frame than the Chiefs.
Is it better? I know not everybody's into hockey. The Panthers have won 2 straight and have been in 3 straight Stanley Cups. Panthers have been to the Stanley Cup 3 straight years.
Panthers in the combo.
I would think Panthers, Chiefs, and Dodgers are in the conversation. You know, you go to the final 3 straight times, you win back-to-back like Florida's done. That's marvelous. That's
pretty good.
Right? That's marvelous. Yeah. So... and anyway, I was just finished that thought on Thursday Night Football. Nice win for the Giants after kind of laying an egg in the second half in New Orleans last week. So that's the way Week 6 started. And Week 6 will end on Monday with a couple Monday night games, including our beloved Bears against the Commanders. Let's do a quick brunch rush here. Jack, you got this for us?
Yes, I do.
Jack's with us again. Abdalla's back Monday.
Yerk, what's the update?
Oh, yeah. We got any update on the tickets?
No,
negotiating?
Price didn't come down far enough.
Priced out.
Had to let him go. Yeah.
Sorry, Jack.
Had to let him go, Jack.
It's a bummer.
It's all right.
Couldn't get. I didn't hear a commitment to 2.
Jack, would you?
Heard a demand for 4. And
I can commit to 2.
Yeah.
Jack, would you pony up for 2 of those tickets at that price, or no? Is it a little?
No, he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to pony up for 2.
But
I'm taking care of 2 if it's 2.
Of course, I can do 2. Beggars, are you crazy? Beggars can't be choosers here. I don't understand. I mean, Jack will take 2, of course.
I got an update.
Oh, let's see. Jack's dying to find out.
Carm, also one other stat with that Dodgers run, they've only finished out of first place once in that run. They've won the division.
My team's
every
gone,
single year except once, and they finished second.
My team's gone to the playoffs in back-to-back seasons once in their entire existence. And this team has finished outside of first place once in that run. They've been in the NLCS 8 times in 13 seasons. So that, like, Silvy got me pretty good yesterday or 2 days ago during Crosstalk when he's like, would you rather have Aaron Judge on your team or Andrew Friedman? And I was like, well, you might have gotten me on that one. I'll always take the player over the coach every day.
Oh, of course.
But, man, the executive, like, I think I might take Andrew Friedman.
Friedman?
Yeah, I think so.
You know what? I'd want the purse strings.
That helps too.
But it doesn't hurt him, but he's making the right choices.
Yeah.
Because you can point to the New York Mets and just scratch your head and say, what the hell's going on over there?
Right. And I think they have a good GM too. But
so somebody's got to be still pulling the strings on the money. So
I'll always take the player over the great coach. But, man, what the executive, I guess, could mean, and if you offered me Juan Soto for the next 10 years or Friedman, I think I got to go Friedman to maybe make my team really good and relevant. All right, Jack, go ahead, buddy.
All right, well, it's Friday, which means we go through some of these NFL games that we have upcoming this weekend. We've got some good ones this week. We'll start off with Los Angeles Chargers favored by 3.5, going to Miami to take on the Dolphins.
Yeah, I kind of like Miami in this spot here, boys. First of all, I think...
What's your rationale?
Well, my rationale in large part is that offensive line for the Chargers is really a wreck. You've lost a great player in Rashawn Slater for the year. They're probably the only team that can say, we're good. We'll move John Alt over. And, he can handle the left side, and he was doing a fine job. That kid can really play. Not John Alt. John's his pappy. Joe Alt, excuse me. His dad was John Alt. Joe Alt has done a great job. Now he's hurt. Probably going to miss a second straight week. He hasn't practiced all week. Trey Pipkins is also hurt. You start getting cluster injuries on your line.
Yeah.
You're in trouble. And now you got to cross the country, play a little breakfast football.
And Miami stinks.
Miami stinks.
Miami does stink.
They don't appear to have quit on McDaniel.
Okay.
And Tua, in his career at home, I think this would surprise people. I told you yesterday. You remember?
Yeah.
He's
27-9.
He's playing better, too.
He's 28-9 at home in his career. He's got a 102.5 quarterback rating at home. So you give me more than a field goal, I will take the Dolphins this weekend, getting 3.5 points. I don't like what's happened with that Charger offensive line. I mean, that's a lot to overcome. Okay, next one, Jack.
Lamar Jackson is yet to practice this week, which means the Rams are favored by 7.5 points over Baltimore. Baltimore is 1-4 on the season. I think I mentioned it. I don't remember if it was on the morning show or here yesterday. But Baltimore, even though they're 1-4 on the year, that division is so bad, they're still anywhere from plus 110 to plus 125 odds. So nearly even to make the playoffs and win that division. But they're 1-4. Right now, betting odds would suggest they're on their way to 1-5. Do they have a chance in this one with Cooper Rush?
No.
There's always a chance. Yurko just definitively no.
No.
I don't think it looks good. Now, the good news for them is they did get Kyle Hamilton back at practice, and they got Marlon Humphrey back at practice limited yesterday. But there's still no Roquan. Medebike is done for the year. Lamar isn't practicing. Sean McVay has been a badass in this spot in the Eastern time zone. And when they play in the early window, they're 11-5 against the number. Now, they got to cover a big one here, but in terms of just winning and losing, I think it's going to be tough for the Ravens to win this game. Rams have run a boatload of 11 personnel this season, about 78% of the time. It's the second highest rate of 3 wide receiver sets in the NFL this year. Their EPA with that personnel grouping on the field is 6th best in the league. And I think that's a lot to ask a banged-up Baltimore secondary to handle. Baltimore's defense has stunk against 11 personnel, quite frankly, this year. And now you've got a beat-up secondary, albeit maybe getting a little healthier with Humphrey and Hamilton coming back. That should help. But I think there are some distinct X's and O's and personnel advantages with all the injuries for the Los Angeles Rams. Next one, Jack.
All right. So, sorry, my computer's freezing up on me for 1 second here. But just one more thing on the Ravens real quick. They have their bye week after this Rams game.
Yeah, and then the Bears.
And then they get the Bears. So we'll see if Lamar's back for that. I'd imagine they're just going to hold him out until after the bye week.
That's what it seems like.
There's a chance that he could be out for the Bears game as well. We'll see because he still has not practiced yet. All right, our next one, as I scroll down on my phone now because my computer has completely turned off.
Gotta love technology.
Oh, my goodness.
Your computer just turned off?
It froze up. I don't have anything. All right, our next one, the London game. Broncos at Jets. Denver favored by 6.5 points. London game is weird.
London games are weird. The Jets are weird. I don't think the Jets are nearly as bad as their 0-5, right? I don't think they're as nearly as bad as their 0-5 record, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I really don't. Just like I don't think Pittsburgh is nearly as good as its 4-1 record. I don't think the Jets are as bad, but how in the world have the Jets gone this far into the season without a takeaway? That almost seems impossible with that defense.
Yeah.
I have no strong conviction one way or another on this game. Sean Payton's done well in a couple of overseas games. I'll say that. I like that Denver team a lot.
I like Denver a lot also.
But I don't know if I'm going to lay 6.5 or 7 points with them, but
is it
I do like
6.5 or is it 7? Because if it's 6.5, I'd be willing to lay it. If it was 7, I may not be able to.
I hear you. 6.5.
I'd lay
Still a little rich for my blood. I'd probably.
lay it, guys.
It's a game I'm passing on.
Over in Europe.
Yeah, that game is at 8:30.
I mean, the Jets have been able to score points. I don't think they're going to score points against Denver.
They might not be able to.
That's all I'm gonna
They have
say.
scored some points. They might get some garbage points, too.
I don't think they're going to score points.
They keep turning the ball over at inopportune times. The last couple of weeks, they've had red zone turnovers. Breece Hall had one. Who else? Who's the other running back? Why am I blanking?
R.J. Harvey.
No. RJ, I'm talking about on the Jets.
Denver, you're talking about.
No.
Breece Hall.
Isaiah Davis?
No, it wasn't Davis. Who had the other one? Maybe it was Justin. Did Justin have one in the red zone 2 weeks ago? Breece Hall had one last week. Yeah. You turning the ball over in the red zone like that, not good. So it's not good for the Jets.
How about the 49ers with Mac Jones? They travel into Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay favored by 3.5 points. This is 2 4-1 teams going at it.
I never have taken Tampa this year, and I keep making mistakes. I don't believe, and I keep getting smacked in the face every Monday. Yeah. Tampa just keeps winning games. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it.
They've won their games by a combined 9 points. They've got 4 wins by a combined 9 points. And Braylon Allen I was thinking of. Braylon Allen 2 weeks ago had that fumble at the goal line for the Jets.
Sure.
Forgive me. I was like, wait, who's the other running back? They keep by the skin of their teeth, Yerk. You know, and we're getting into this part of the season here. We've got 5 games, 5-game data sample. So we're getting into a good chunk now where you can start looking at margins and say, a team like the 49ers that has a better points per drive margin and a better net yards per play margin than the Buccaneers getting points, slightly intriguing. I like the over in this game. I think the teams are going to go up and down the field a little bit, and I certainly think the Bucs are capable of that. We've seen it. So over 47.5, I like. All right, what else, Jack?
If I told you by the time we got here in Week 6 that both the Ravens and the Chiefs would be under 500 playing potential division winners, I think you'd be astounded. But right now the Chiefs are 2-3, and they take on the Lions, who are at 4-1. Chiefs are favored by 2.5 points because this game's at Arrowhead. Sunday Night Football. Can Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs get back to 500?
A little bit of a lean Chiefs for me here, Yerk.
Chief. I think I'm with the Chiefs also.
Yeah.
It's about time where they start righting their ship. They've been punched in the face a couple of times here early. We'll see if they can find a way to respond.
I know the Lions have been impressive since Lambeau, but they've played a very middle-of-the-pack schedule, 17th in strength of schedule, top 10 for the Chiefs. I think they've taken on.
Chiefs defense, I think, has got a little something they got to prove.
Yeah,
this
after last week, maybe. Yeah.
They embarrassed themselves just a little bit.
All right, Mike North has the bonus play coming up next. That's the Brunch Rush. We'll be right back.
Listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Monday. The game is here and the pregame talk is here. Football fans join in the fun with pregame tailgate on the Waddle Silvy Show. Monday from 3 to 5 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Bradley University.
Hey, it's Jurko. Football season in Chicago is here, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut into squares. We're talking crispy, thin crust, thick, shredded cheese, and topping stacked high, from classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan-favorite sausage and jardiniere. There's something for every craving. Flavor that satisfies the soul. Huddle up, grab a pie, and taste Chicago's original pub-style frozen pizza, the Corner Booth.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me."
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Fall's here. Time to upgrade your home before the cold sets in. Chicago Trust Window Works for custom windows and doors that fit your style and budget and help lower energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. But this limited time offer won't last. So what you have to do is dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation and lock in your savings today. Again, dial pound 250 and say Waddle.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
$2 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. So if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Todd Furman will join us live in Vegas at 11. Week 6 breakdown, Week 7 in college. Another tough game for Alabama. I mean, Alabama's in the gauntlet right now. We'll preview those games, and then you'll get the Odds Couple podcast a little bit later today with Mike North and me. Don't forget about that. We will tape about an hour from now, so sometime around 1:30. You can check out the ESPN Chicago app and make sure you get the podcast for the weekend. Mike North joins us now on the Yuengling, guest hotline with a bonus bet. What's up, Mikey?
What's up, Carm? How are you, Jurko? What's going on, guys?
The world is good. I mean, the Cubs are alive still. It's great for tomorrow night and all the Cub fans. A lot of NFL, Bears, Commanders. So it's a glorious time, my friend.
It is. It's a beautiful thing, and last night's game was a beautiful thing also. So, we'll be talking about that, I'm sure, on the show when we do the Odds Couple podcast a little bit later on, Carm.
Yeah, I heard Yerk say that, you can't figure Tampa Bay out. Well, yeah, last week I did take New Orleans on the odds couple, but I took Seattle against Tampa Bay, and they win another close game, so I'm with him 100%. I mean, probably just stay away from them for a while and see what happens. But I got a game that's sneaky good for everybody and might go under the radar unless it was a Sunday game. But it's a Monday game. It's not the Bear game. It's Buffalo versus Atlanta, if I'm not mistaken. It is Josh Allen going against Atlanta. And this is an interesting game, guys, because Buffalo is third-ranked offensively. In fact, there's an argument they're even better than what they're ranked. I mean, Josh Allen is the MVP. But Atlanta is number one defensively in the National Football League in total yards allowed per game, total defense, ranked number one. Points allowed, they're ranked 15th with an average of 21 points per game. The rushing defense ranked 16th, but Buffalo, I mean, they only have like Thurman Thomas back there, but, Josh Allen, you got to worry about running the rock too. So, but I like the 4 points that the Atlanta Falcons are getting. I think, a tough spot for Buffalo. I think it's a good spot for Atlanta coming off the bye, guys. So I'm going to just take this one game and take the Atlanta Falcons getting the 4.
All right, one of the Monday Nighters, Atlanta getting the points. Love it. Mikey, good stuff. We will talk in a little bit, and then we'll get another bonus play next Friday, okay?
You got it. That's it, bud.
Sounds
Take
good,
care,
buddy.
guys.
All right, there's Mike North on the Yuengling guest hotline every Friday. There's your bonus play, one of the 2 games on Monday night. That'll be the first game that kicks, and then about an hour after that, and for those of us here in Chicago, just after 7, it'll be Bears and Commanders from Washington. And pregame coverage with Waddle Silvy and Dion. Network pregame coverage is going to start about 5 o'clock on Monday. When we're done at noon, it's Rich Eisen. Bleck and Abdalla back with you at 2. It's Bleck and Tyler today. Adam will be back on Monday. And then Waddle and Silvy get you home this afternoon. Barstool Chief is going to sit in with Silvy as Waddle's out for the weekend. We'll take you to Game 5 in Seattle after that. Tigers and Mariners. It should be a treat tonight with George Kirby on the hill against Tarek Skubal. That is about as good as it gets. Dave is on the west side on ESPN 1000 with Carmen and Jurko. What's up, Dave?
Yeah, hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, how you guys doing?
We're great. How are you?
Hello. All right. Hey, Carmen, man, I got 2 questions and 1 question for yours.
Yes.
Do you gamble with Omega, you know what I'm saying, with a get-back game? And do you think the Brewers will start the rookies? Because I'm very afraid of him with the 103 pitching he's got going on.
The Miz, I think that's probably it. I think they probably will do that. We'll find out. We should find out later today. What's your question for Yerk?
So, do you think we're going to have a Raiders crowd at the Brewers Stadium? And I'm going to let you guys take it.
Wait, a what crowd?
A Raiders crowd.
A Raiders crowd, like the crowd that we had at the Raiders.
Oh, a Raiders crowd.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
In Washington?
I didn't say. I thought a Raiders crowd in Milwaukee. I thought he was asking.
Oh, I got you. I thought he was talking about Bears. I got you. My bad.
The problem is Milwaukee hasn't been selling their tickets.
Thanks, Dave.
The Milwaukee fans have been holding on to the tickets, so it's kind of tougher. They're not looking to make money right now.
Too big of a game for them, right?
I believe so.
I don't think it'll be quite like a Raider crowd.
I believe so.
I misunderstood that.
I don't think there's going to be 50-50. When they weren't good, and the Cubs were, and the Cubs used to go up there, they used to kind of take over a little bit.
Yeah,
but that doesn't happen anymore.
Too much on the line. They haven't won a playoff series in a long time. They're dying for this.
Yes,
they're waiting for this. They have a very good team. They haven't won a playoff series in a while. It's arguably their biggest rival at this point, right? I mean, there's a genuine, pretty good rivalry here the last decade or so between these two teams. Todd Furman will join us live in Vegas when we return. It's Carmen and Jurko back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Save big money on new ceiling lights at Menards. Find your style with our selection of Patriot Lighting ceiling lights. Ceiling lights add atmosphere and style to any space. We have a variety of styles and finishes. Spend $100. Get $15 instant savings on all interior lighting. Shop our huge selection of Patriot Lighting ceiling lights and check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
With more than a century of heritage in Templeton, Iowa, Templeton American Whiskey embodies the spirit of its community with roots that trace back to the Prohibition era. This holiday season, Templeton is releasing their new flagship product, Templeton Straight Rye Whiskey, a 90-proof, full-bodied rye whiskey with notes of ripe cherries and dark chocolate and all the great rye spice that is perfectly served neat, on the rocks, or in a classic cocktail. Pick up a bottle at your local retailer today. Drink responsibly for 21 and over.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
Did you know that Fry the Coop is now using Vienna beef pickles on their epic chicken sandwiches?
Vienna beef sells pickles?
What, do you live under a rock? Yeah, Vienna beef is celebrating 100 years of selling pickles. Where have you been?
Right here.
Well, they are the bomb.com. Fry the Coop uses their zesty pickles, which are a sweet and spicy crinkle-cut pickle. When I tell you they are epic, they are epic. If you haven't tried Vienna beef pickles, do yourself a favor and head to Fry the Coop today.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
We'll get back to the Cup conversation here in just a little bit. Maybe we'll start with Cubs-Brewers Game 5 with Furman. We don't hardly ever start a conversation with Todd Furman with baseball, but kind of a significant game tomorrow. Bears-Commanders on Monday. We'll have more of a Bears. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, if the Cubs win, it's going to be pretty Cubs-heavy come Monday, too. But a lot of Bears-Commander stuff Monday. We'll save Yurko's keys. We'll kind of react to Week 6 when we're back on Monday, whatever happens in baseball, too, and then get you ready for the Monday Nighter. But let's get out to the Yuengling guest hotline once again, and we bring in one of our favorite weekly guests during the football season. He is at Todd Furman on X, and he joins Carmen and Jurko now on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. I mean, I feel like we should start with the Game 5 handicap, although it's tricky when you don't officially know who the starters are, and after the first inning, starters could be out. That seems to make these handicaps always a little bit tougher, Todd.
Pretty wild in baseball these days, a far cry from what it used to be 15, 20 years ago, where you couldn't even get a number posted until you knew who the starting pitchers were going to be on either side. Books at this point don't really give a damn, quite frankly. They'll hang numbers and they'll let the managers sort everything out, and that's why the Brewers open more because of home field advantage than anything else, in that $1.25, $1.30 range. But hard to argue with what we saw from the Cubs over each of the last couple of days. You have to love the fact they're getting off to these quick starts, and there's a bit of a power surge. And let's not sugarcoat it. You have to imagine it's going to feel like a Cubs home game up there in Milwaukee on Saturday night for a winner-take-all scenario. For the Cubs, for all their playoff shortcomings, have shown a level of resilience in these elimination-type scenarios. I think the Cubs are extremely live to win this game and set up a marquee matchup in the NLCS, at least for the TV networks, potentially getting the Dodgers and Cubs. And I'm sure there would be a collective sigh of relief from the folks at Fox if the Brewers were eliminated, because the Brewers-Blue Jays would probably be the worst possible thing from a rating standpoint that you could draw up.
That's probably a good point. All right, let's get into some NFL for Week 6. Bears-Commanders. The one thing that seems to be kind of going back and forth a little bit is the total. I've seen some 49 and then out to 50.5 and then back to 49.5. I see some 50.5s again this morning. Is that the thing that's been on the move the most? And do you expect that to kind of maintain through the weekend and into Monday night?
We haven't gotten into any of the key number areas on the total. Haven't ticked down as low as 48, and I don't think we'll get there. And I'm not quite sure we'll get to 51 either for this particular matchup. Side has remained pretty painted across the board. 4.5 is more or less where it opened, and it stayed there even after Washington goes to the West Coast last weekend and completely dismantles the Chargers and their lackluster offensive line to the final score of a 27-10 decision. You know, the Bears have had a long time to stew over what got away from them Week 8 back in 2024 when the Commanders connected on the Hail Mary as time expired, which kind of spiked that losing skid for Chicago for such a long stretch. So you have to imagine that has been the number one talking point for Ben Johnson around the team facility with 2 weeks to prepare. This offense continues to show signs of improvement. You'd like to see a little bit more from a ground game that's been non-existent. 32nd in the league when it comes to running the football from an EPA perspective. But Rome Odunze has clearly asserted himself as a true number one receiver. Maybe this is the Luther Burden breakout performance with 2 weeks to kind of grasp some of the offensive concepts. And I look at the number here. I think it's a good opportunity to make a slight case for the Bears, being a live underdog, catching 4.5 in this spot. Not a game that's made my card just yet. Would have loved to be able to grab a 6 here, but it would be Bears or pass the way the game is currently being priced.
All right, like that. Let's go through some of the other games. How about Steichen versus Gannon, two coaches who know each other extremely well, and Arizona is trying to pick up the pieces after a third straight loss. And you talk about finding and inventing ways to lose. What the Arizona Cardinals did last week in the second half is just I didn't even know how to describe it. You need Shakespeare to write a sonnet about it, I think. So the big question here is, what is up with Kyler Murray? He hasn't practiced. What's up with his foot injury, and will he be available come Sunday?
So I'm going to work under the expectation that Kyler Murray will not be out there under center against the Indianapolis Colts on Sunday, and I think that's part of the reason this is a game now that has moved through that key number of 7 out to 7.5. Although there were a couple of prominent books that did get as high as 8, those 8s were gobbled up pretty quickly. And when you look at the Cardinals, to your point, inventing ways to lose. I mean, 3 straight losses all coming on a game-winning field goal as time expired. But the difference being in those spots, Arizona entered as a short underdog, a short favorite, and they've played 5 games this year, all of which have been decided by 7 points or less. In my opinion, if Kyler Murray is at all compromised with the foot injury and the mobility is taken off the table, I think Arizona is better suited to go to Jacoby Brissett and use him as a little bit more of a true pocket passer, get Marvin Harrison involved, lean on a defense that, in my opinion, is a little bit underrated given some of the offensive shortcomings. And while Arizona hasn't been able to come up with that key timely stop defensively, you don't need to get a cover as a 7.5-point underdog. I think this is an opportunity for us to sell Colts stock at the top of the market. I like Arizona as a value proposition here, catching the 7.5.
All right, and then how about Chargers and Dolphins? We've heard you talk about cluster injuries and how they can affect lines and outcomes, and they've got cluster injuries in L.A. with what's going on across that offensive line. It is decimated. Now it's a cross-country trip. They still seem to be sort of fighting hard for Mike McDaniel, and Tua's been a money machine as a dog at home. How about that one, while it's still above a key of 3 at 3.5 right now?
This is going to be a game that really tests a lot of our theories, as you mentioned, cluster injuries, because though the Chargers' offensive line is an absolute mash unit, this Dolphins secondary may be amongst the worst in the league that we've seen this year, maybe over the last couple of years. I mean, you're talking about guys that wouldn't be second or third stringers for some of the top teams in the league, and here they are tasked with trying to slow down a Chargers passing attack that, if Justin Herbert has time in the pocket, there's a path for him to have a very successful game against this defense. The problem for the Chargers is how will they elect to go about moving the football, knowing that their backfield is extremely banged up, going to have to lean on Hassan Haskins and Kamani Vidal, with Omarion Hampton finding his way to IR. I'm not itching to lay the 4 with the Chargers on the road, but the Dolphins are not a home underdog that'll fit some of my parameters. This total probably a touch low now, as it's been bet down from 45.5 at the peak to 43.5. But the Dolphins defensively, yes, they blitz at a very high rate, but they're just not getting home. So with me, I'd lean ever so slightly towards the Chargers laying the short number, especially if it came off the 4 and treaded towards 3.5. But not a game that I have a ton of interest in getting involved in, just for a lot of those injuries, and I don't feel there's an edge to truly be exploited.
Sunday Night Football is a pretty good one. Mahomes 20-5 straight up following a loss. I guess if there's any time to get him in Arrowhead, it's October. For whatever reason, just 8-5 straight up in Kansas City in October in his career. Detroit knows they can go in there and win. They did it a couple years ago on opening night. Below 3, what do you think of Lions and Chiefs?
Pretty wild when we look at Detroit and we talk about the NFL market being the model of efficiency all the time. The Lions, over their last 73 games, going back to 2021, at least in the regular season, 51, 21, and 1 against the number. For those folks doing the math at home, that's a shade below 71%. Be a hell of a way to make a living. Wake up on Sunday, bet the Lions, and don't do a damn thing during the course of the week to be able to profit. Unfortunately, I don't think any of us had the foresight to see this coming. And as you guys know, what goes up must come down. So for me, it's Chiefs or pass here. And I actually bet the Chiefs personally early this week. I'll lay a short money line price tag. But I have no issues if folks wanted to lay 2, would qualify, for a best bet territory for me here. The Lions dealing with some injuries on the back end that I think loom large in this particular spot. No DJ Reed, no Terry and Arnold. And this Kansas City team was extremely unfortunate with the 99-yard pick six. Chris Jones taking responsibility for kind of quitting on the play that was the game-winning touchdown. I think you're going to get the Chiefs at their absolute best in this kind of spot here. Problem is you're not stealing anything with the number based on a pure power rating, knowing that the Chiefs were a 2.5-point dog against the Ravens a few weeks ago. But from the players that'll be healthy and available, assuming we get Xavier Worthy up for this game, I think the Chiefs win the game by a field goal or more. And the over was very sharp early as well when this total opened as low as 50.5.
Todd Furman's our guest. It's Carmen Jurko on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Pretty fascinating game between Indiana and Oregon out in Eugene this weekend. I can't imagine ever in the last, basically my entire life thinking like Indiana's going to go to Oregon and be within a touchdown in the point spread. Both teams are 5-0. Both are coming off a bye. Both have a quality win against the top 10 team. They have identical yards per play margins. IU's actually a little bit better in overall EPA margin. Is this game as close as it appears, or is there a definite thing that Oregon does better that they will exploit this weekend?
I wish I had a strong opinion on this game. A lot of the guys I work with found themselves on opposite sides of the fence here, depending on the number. Guys were taking 10 with Indiana when that number opened, and when the number dips down to 7, there's an appetite to lay it with the favorite. As we've gone through what Kirk Cignetti has been able to accomplish in a very short time in Bloomington, I mean, this team does a phenomenal job when they're punching down in class, but when they step up on the road in hostile territory, they haven't exactly been able to go out there and exceed odds makers' expectations, whether it was the road trip to Columbus last year or heading to South Bend in the playoff, or even before the bye against Iowa and Iowa City. The offense looked pretty pedestrian. This is a very difficult place to play, as we know, in Oregon, a team right now that I still think has some questions that need to be answered. I'm not sure what we can necessarily take away from their win against Penn State after we watched the Nittany Lions go out there last week and give up points and yards in bunches to a very lame duck UCLA offense. But at the same time, this is a Dante Moore-led offense. It's starting to show an identity, a little bit of a battle between two quarterbacks. I think they're going to have a legitimate chance to win the Heisman Trophy. So at 7, I haven't gotten involved in the game. I can tell you, though, the one consensus we've seen is a little bit of sharp money coming in on the total that was as high as 55 down to 53.5. I think this Indiana team is much improved. I had questions about Oregon coming into the year, so it's hard for me to reconcile some of the data points we've seen this year along with my priors. So I will be on the sideline Saturday in Eugene.
Red River from the Cotton Bowl. Texas is unranked. Texas is 3-2, coming off a loss in the Swamp. The Sooners are 5-0, ranked 6th in the country, and they're the underdog. But I would have to imagine that a lot of that is wrapped up into how healthy is John Mateer. I mean, it looks like he's certainly trending to play on Saturday. I guess the health of John Mateer is what maybe is still in question. Is that why Oklahoma is a very short underdog in this game, Todd?
This is a game, guys, that'll make me look like a genius or a joke. I mean, I've played Texas here, and, full transparency, I laid a number that is no longer available in the worst fashion. I laid some 2 early on with Texas. I have no problem jumping back in right now with Texas as a 1-point dog. All signs point to Mateer being available. I guess technically he was upgraded to probable on the injury report. Yeah. But the folks I've spoken to around Norman are a lot more skeptical when it comes to Brent Venables and how he likes to play games. Let's keep in mind that this is on his throwing hand for John Mateer, and it wasn't an explosive, dynamic passing attack, even when he was 100%. Imagine the first couple of times he gets slapped at, he gets a helmet on the hand, what that's going to do from a ball security standpoint. How much differently do we view this Oklahoma team and their start to the season if they don't get a play that the SEC was ruled a touchdown in error against Auburn, if Cam Coleman's able to come down with a ball or two? Meanwhile, for Texas, look, Arch Manning has underwhelmed so far this season, but there are a lot of teams, good teams at that in college football, that would go on the road and lose their season opener in Columbus and wouldn't have much better success in Gainesville against a desperate Florida Gators team. So for me, this is the ultimate buy low opportunity for Texas. During the summer, the Longhorns would have been about a 10.5 point favorite here. This Oklahoma defense is real good, but I get the feeling Sark will be in his bag, and I'll buy Longhorn stock when nobody else wants a part of them. So give me Texas here, guys, at a pick 'em price tag.
That's a great synopsis because, again, I think a lot of people might just look at if you just picked it out, if you were scrolling through a scoreboard, you saw one team's undefeated, one team's ranked, and the other one's not. But that's a good synopsis of everything. And I don't keep power numbers on college football. Full disclosure, I just do it for the NFL. So I think that's a good explanation as to maybe why it would look odd to some people, but maybe Texas is the right side. Love it. All right,
and the other thing, too, when you look at Oklahoma's resume, I mean, the most difficult, quote-unquote, road environment they've played in was an empty Lincoln Financial Field against Temple. Clearly, Texas is a little bit more battle-tested away from home. And while I know this is a neutral in Dallas, I think Oklahoma is going to find their mettle tested early. And if Mateer starts the game but isn't able to finish, we've lived through this Michael Hawkins experience in the past. I just get the sentiment that Texas knows their season is hanging in the balance. You lose this game against your bitter rival, suddenly you have 3 losses, and a college football playoff berth seems like a long shot. This has to be a Super Bowl-like performance for them. Will it be good enough to win? I wish I knew those things going in, but it's not going to stop me from making a bet on the Longhorns on Saturday.
Very good. Any other best bets you want to give out?
We touched on a couple in the NFL positions that I've taken, but I'll give you the degenerate special in college football that'll start at 11 o'clock Central Time. So for those folks who need to get themselves out of a hole or want to put a cherry on top, I like Utah State quite a bit. On the road against Hawaii. Extra time to prepare in this matchup. Bronco Mendenhall already has this Aggies program headed in the right direction. And when you look at Utah State, their 2 losses this season against good SEC caliber opposition in Texas A&M and Utah State. Meanwhile, for Hawaii, yes, their quarterback Micah Alahada, who dealt with a high ankle sprain early in the year, will be significantly healthier with 2 weeks to heal up. But this is a Hawaii team that's very methodical moving the football through the air. I have questions about them defensively. And Utah State having a healthy Bryson Barnes under center is enough to get me to the window. Bronco knows what it takes to win here. And trust me when I say this, guys, I'm sure it left a little bit of a bad taste in his mouth when he took his New Mexico team there last year with a chance to get bowl eligible. Hawaii put it on him. He's seen Micah Alahada once before, and he'll be ready this time. Utah State gets the win in the islands, and maybe a little bit of a dark horse in the Mountain West this season.
Fantastic. Good stuff, buddy. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen, and hopefully you guys have a TV conundrum come Monday night when it comes to making sure the Cubs game or the Bears game gets proper attention and billing at some of those local watering holes.
That is going to be fascinating. You're not kidding. Thanks, buddy. There's Todd Furman out in Vegas.
Hopefully it'll be fascinating.
I forgot to double-check this yesterday. My bad, because I wanted to go back and look. Am I misremembering or am I remembering correctly? I'm pretty sure like in 2015 we were in a spot like this. The Cubs had a Monday night playoff game. It was either in that Cardinals series or what it had been. It would have been the Mets that year in the NLCS, right? And the Bears played a Monday nighter. I'm almost positive that we had this scenario. Maybe I'm misremembering. I'll try to double check it real quick.
I'm going to go back to 2015 right now.
But I thought we did, and we are potentially facing that on Monday. First things first. The Cubs got to win on.
The Bears played a Monday night game on November the 9th.
That wouldn't have been
that's too late.
So maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe I am.
They're all Sundays.
Okay.
Sunday nighter? Was it a Sunday nighter maybe?
Maybe.
October?
Football Reference doesn't show the time of the start.
I've got you.
We got to click on each individual game to kind of figure it out.
Yeah, I could. So then maybe I am misremembering. For some reason, I thought we had this scenario play out once when the Cubs were in the run there. Like
could have been 2016.
Could have been 2016. Yeah, maybe.
Well,
I'll go back and double check and look and see if I'm right. Or maybe it wasn't even a Monday. Maybe it was. They did play on Monday. The Bears played on Monday. They played on Halloween, Monday, October 31st in 2016.
Yeah, and they played on the Thursday before that, which would have been October the 20th.
Right.
Try the 20th, because maybe October the 20th was a Cubs playoff
Were
game.
the Cubs playing? I don't know. I'd have to go back and double check, but we could be in store for that come Monday night. We'll get back to some Cubs conversation. If you want to ring us up and tell us how you think they should handle the start tomorrow night, how great you feel about the fact that the Cubs have rallied from being down 0-2 to tie this series, kind of put a little pressure on Milwaukee. 312-332-ESPN. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Cubs hold serve at Forsec Game 5 in the NLDS. We reconvene tomorrow in Milwaukee. Game 5 coverage brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey guys, it's October, and if you've got old, stuck, or cracked windows, you know what that means. Chilly air is seeping into your home. Don't deal with those annoying drafts this fall. Eliminate them once and for all with Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Window Nation has an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, so you know you're in great hands. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. And now, it could be your ticket in. Enter the Dr. Pepper Bears ticket sweepstakes at drpepperticketsweeps.com/bears for your chance to win tickets to an upcoming game. Terms and conditions may apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has all the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats right at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy teams synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Kickoff to the perfect game day starts at Twin Peaks, the ultimate destination for every play. Catch all the action on wall-to-wall TVs. Enjoy ice-cold 29-degree beer and made-from-scratch favorites. No better way to celebrate game day than at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Dear Ian, you've been my hero ever since you joined the Chicago Cubs. Much maligned and much chagrined, old number 8 always steps in. Of all the great number 8s that you know, Carm, Kobe Bryant, Alex Ovechkin, Cal Ripken Jr., Yogi Berra, Yastrzemski, Stargell, Aikman, Lamar Jackson.
Grossman.
Of all the great 8s that you know, you might be the greatest number 8 that's ever stepped into Wrigley Field. I want you to know this. One of the greatest. Can you please take your gold gloves and rub them against your bat? Maybe some of the magic will go ahead and switch to that thick piece of lumber that you swing. It'll be absolutely magical. If you could find a way to win game number 4 tonight at Wrigley Field, the hero to be is number 8, Ian Happ. Your destiny and your greatness, everyone will see, because Ian Happ will go 3 for 3. Maybe a walk, maybe a K, but the great Ian Happ will be here to stay. MVP of this series with the tremendous game 4 and 5. That's what the great Ian Happ is capable of. And Ian, we ask you now to summon from the Greek gods of lumber and the Greek gods of stick. If you can find a way to get things done tonight, we pray. Amen. Good luck, Ian Happ.
Happ with a drive, right field, way back there, gone! More first inning fireworks. Ian Happ takes Freddie Peralta deep for the second time in the series.
Can you please take your gold gloves and rub them against your bat?
Happ with a drive, right field, way back there, gone!
It's an all-timer. All-timer. You're brilliant, well done.
There was more. That was a hard 1 for 5.
He hit the ball. He hit the crap out of the ball twice.
Yeah. Hard 1 for 5.
Two balls over 105 miles an hour. I mean, that's tattooing it. That's a good sign for Game 5 tomorrow.
I like it. Yeah.
Ian Happ did
please take your gold gloves and rub them against your bat?
The best.
It's what he does well. He's a great.
The Greek guy, I still
great
can't.
defender.
I can't get over the Greek god of lumber and stick is the best. Depending on where you booked it, you got either maybe plus 580, 6 Sylvia at 6-1. I had it at plus 580. Hope you guys bet it. We said don't let this one pass.
Let everybody
without betting Ian Happ to hit a home run. I backed it up with a Bushy home run too. So nice night.
I saw a guy hit a parlay, man.
Who hit a parlay?
36-1. He hit the Michael Bush parlay. Bush and
really?
and Ian Happ parlay. $35 to win like 180.
Wow, that's great.
Good for him.
So I sort of remembered correctly. It wasn't 2015. It wasn't Monday Night Football. It was 2016. October 20th, 2016. It was Game 5 of the NLCS in Los Angeles. And the Cubs took the series lead. They would come back home, of course, and win it in Game 6 when Hendricks beat Kershaw.
Sure.
Game 5 in L.A., a John Lester masterpiece. Go figure. John Lester in the playoffs. Always great, right?
Yeah.
The Cubs beat the Dodgers 8-4. It was Thursday night, October 20th, and at the same time, and we really barely cared, even though it was Bears-Packers, because it was the middle of the John Fox era. The Bears were 7-point underdogs going into the game. They lost by 16. They went to 1-6. Do you want to even take a stab at who started the game for the Bears at quarterback?
In what year?
2016.
Was it the Mikey Glennon?
No.
Long neck guy.
No, it's a good guess. Two quarterbacks played. Rodgers, by the way, threw for 326 and 3 touchdowns as the Packers beat our brains in again, 26-10. I shouldn't say our. I'm sorry, the Bears. But as a fan, I felt like he beat our brains in a lot.
This is John Fox?
This is John Fox. Like, this is what I'm talking about. I feel like we barely cared about this game, guys, for Bears-Packers, but the Cubs were in the NLCS. It was that magical 2016 year. You'll never get it. I'll give you one clue. I don't even know if Chris knows. I think Chris will get it with this clue. There's a strong connection to Chris Bleck and his college team.
I know who.
Oh, you do know?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
A USC.
A USC quarterback.
A USC quarterback.
But you'll never even get it. Like
Carson Palmer.
We wish.
Yeah, right.
Could you imagine if Carson Palmer was a Bears quarterback?
It was Matt Barkley.
Yeah.
I mean, like Matt frickin' Barkley and Brian Hoyer played for the Bears that night. So
how about those stats from Barkley that night?
Let me look. Hold on.
6'4", 15, 81 yards, 2 interceptions, 1 sack.
Quarterback rating of 18.
Yeah.
So Bears, circa 2016, right, Yerk?
Yeah.
So I do remember, I knew it happened. This would be a much bigger deal. We feel much better about the Bears right now. I mean, it'd be Cubs Dodgers again in the NLCS. First things first, I get it. The Cubs have to win tomorrow.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying,
win.
like, it could happen. And it'd be much more like pulling us back and forth because we're more excited about the Bears than we were in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you agree? It's looking up. Matt Barkley's not starting at quarterback.
Yeah.
It's a different USC quarterback.
Yeah, you're definitely things are brighter for the Chicago.
A lot of weird
Bears.
parallels there, though, right?
It is weird.
Prime time, a USC quarterback starting for the Bears,
Prime
Cubs
time.
and Dodgers potentially.
Yeah, prime time.
But Brewer fans don't want to hear it either. Like, shut up, Brewers are going to win. We'll see. We'll see tomorrow night. You will hear every pitch right here in your home for October baseball, ESPN Chicago. And our Cubs playoff coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Maurice Longo and Associates. Who do you want to say hi to, Eric? You want to say hi to Chase?
Why not?
All right, let's say hi to Chase. What's going on, Chase?
Hey guys, what's good? Hey, Yurko, man, thanks for your props, man. That's the first thing I thought about when I hit that home run.
Of course.
Yeah. No problems, man. It was heartfelt.
Stroke of genius.
Came from the heart.
Yeah. Hey, so I was talking to Jack when I called you guys,
AI?
and I told him, yeah, AI Jack. I talked to him, and I wanted to ask you guys this opinion too. So with this thing that's going on with the postseason and how the Cubs are looking and the energy from the fans, do you think there's a possibility? I know it's a long shot, but do you think that might motivate the Ricketts into maybe spending more money and going for it, knowing like, hey, this is like, you don't get these many opportunities. And man, you see the energy in this fan base. I mean, you don't get, I mean, come on. Like, I think, could you think these guys might motivate the Ricketts into going all in next season and trying to go for it next season?
No.
No, man. Yeah. Come on,
There's
man.
your simple answer.
Yeah.
I actually think it's the opposite. I think if they find a way to win on Saturday, it proves Ricketts' point that he doesn't need to spend. You just sneak into the playoffs, and every couple of years you make a little run.
Yeah.
It's exactly what Jesse told us. The Diamondbacks did it, and that's the way they want to operate.
Yes. Chase, not only will it not motivate them, Chris is right. It will do the opposite.
Yeah.
It's too bad our teams in this town operate that way. I don't understand it. The baseball teams, it's so confounding to me. I mean, Ricketts at one point wanted it so badly. He was a little bit more all in. He got it, though, and as Yurko's always joked, he started going to the Jerry Reinsdorf school, how to run a baseball team.
How to run a baseball team.
You know, and it's in baseball when you are the big fish in the big market.
He's adopted Reinsdorfian philosophies now.
Yeah, when you should use the inequities to your advantage. I mean, look, they're there. It might not be fair, but they've existed. And when you're in Chicago and you're in the divisions in which you reside in the Midwest, we're the big fish in the Midwest. It's not Kansas City. It's not Milwaukee. Nice towns. It ain't Chicago. It ain't Detroit.
No.
It ain't St. Louis.
Nope.
And they have revenue streams and a built-in advantage because of the city, and they have largely failed to use it. Ricketts did for a little while. He doesn't want to use it anymore. And Jerry Reinsdorf's never even contemplated it for 2 seconds, other than to give Albert Bell a big contract to stick it to the other owners. Coming out of the lockout.
Yep.
Or coming out of the strike. Well, that was a lockout technically, right? Or was that a strike? I'm trying to remember now. It was technically a strike, I guess. That's the only reason he did it. Was an FU to the people that sided against him.
Yep.
Pettiness. He's sheer pettiness. He's the definition of pettiness. So Silvy said what was the story Silvy told last night on the stream on the wrap-up show on YouTube? That Reinsdorf said to someone, "Go beat those Cubs." He said to someone in the Brewers. What was that?
Jesse was
reported
telling a story of something he heard on Waddle and Silvy, and that's what Silvy was.
That Jerry's
relaying.
telling people in Milwaukee to go beat the Cubs. The nonsense. The pure petty. Your team's won 100 games in 2 seasons.
They stink.
Your team has won 100 games in 2 seasons. Go beat the pants off the Cubs. The nonsense that comes out of Jerry Reinsdorf, it's unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, it's truly unbelievable. I mean, that's what he's worried about. To go the Brewers beating the Cubs. He's won 100 games in 2 years.
It's terrible.
I mean,
It's terrible.
Anytime the Dodgers are in the NLCS for the 8th time in 13 years.
Right.
You won 100 games in 2 years, dude. As my 13-year-old son would speak. I'm going to speak like a youngster now. Buddy. Bruh.
Hey, bro.
Buddy.
Buddy.
You've won
Hey, pal.
100 games in 2 seasons, buddy. You're worried about the Cubs?
Be seen and not heard.
Buddy.
Yeah, be seen and not heard. When you can't win, be seen and not heard.
Go away. My God. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Adding an extra burst to your weekend launch. It's Dr. Pepper Bears Friday on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Mitch, the stock market sure can be a roller coaster, right? Going every which way, and it makes people approaching retirement a tad bit nervous.
And they should be, Jurko. If you're 5 years from retirement or already retired, you're in the retirement red zone. That's when volatility can hurt the most.
It's what I tell folks. You need a plan that works no matter what the market does.
Exactly. At Mitch Lyons Wealth, we help people shift from growth mode to a steady, reliable income strategy, so you know what's coming in every month.
It's like having a quarterback who doesn't panic, just moves the ball down the field and puts his team in a position to win.
That's the goal. Consistency, protection, and peace of mind. That's what we help deliver.
Don't roll the dice with your retirement. Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com and build your game plan today. That's Mitch, Lyons, Wealth.com.
Mitch Lyons Wealth, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Are you feeling sore, stiff, or just not at your best? Maybe you've been dealing with pain for months, hoping it will just go away. You deserve to feel your best. Cairo One Wellness Centers offer personalized chiropractic care to help you live pain-free. No drugs, no surgery. Too many of us think pain is just part of getting older, but that's not true. Visit Cairo1.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including Schaumburg East, West Addison, and Des Plaines. That's Cairo1.com, and let them know that Silvy sent ya.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. On the field, every great team starts with a strong defense, and the same's true in business. That's why companies trust my friends at Trend Micro. They protect your network, your cloud, your data, and your people from ransomware, phishing, and today's toughest cyber threats. With AI-powered proactive security, Trend Micro stops attacks before they ever reach you. Trusted worldwide and backed by over 35 years of innovation, this is enterprise defense done right. Go to trendmicro.com today. That's trendmicro.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
I'm home. Hey, Mom, before you ask, I've done my homework and the dishwasher's unloaded.
Nice. Hey, can you... Hey, hon, yes, I've got the finale ready to play. Here's your wine. Wow. Isn't it nice not having to ask? We think so. That's why if there's a network interruption, AT&T will proactively credit you for a full day of service. Guaranteed. Credit for fiber downtime lasting 20 minutes or more, or for wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for details.
Hey everybody, Joe here, founder of Fry the Coop. Did you know that we now use Vienna beef pickles in our awesome chicken sandwiches? Vienna beef makes the best pickles ever, and we couldn't be happier. Don't believe me? Stop by any Fry the Coop and prove me right.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, Rich Eisen's coming up at noon. Bleck and Tyler talking Cubs Game 5, NFL Week 6. They'll be with you from 2 until 3. Waddle and Silvy get you home. Barstool Chief is sitting in.
Chief.
With Silvy today, and then we'll take you to Game 5, Scooble versus Kirby out in Seattle. And the winner will advance on to take on the Blue Jays in Toronto next week. Actually, that game might start Sunday. I can't remember. I got to double-check the schedule. I think the ALCS will begin Sunday night. I'm a little bit surprised maybe that they're going to put it on same day as the NFL, but that's the way the schedule is going to unfold. Speaking of a Barstool Chief, I saw the snipe by Connor Bedard last night. That was sweet. Yep. I did not see that game at all. I wasn't watching it. I saw the highlight of it. The Hawks ended up losing, I think, 4-3, something like that.
Yeah, they ended up losing 4-3 in overtime. They possessed the puck at the beginning of overtime. They kind of skated around. They get into the zone. They retain possession, come out of the zone. They were 2 minutes in. They needed a change and decided to go deep with the puck. Then they came out of the corner, and it was 2-on-1 coming home.
Go figure.
And you could see it developing. But you needed to get fresh bodies on the ice before you went in, and you didn't. And it was the one guy skates back, 2 go to the bench. They get fresh guys. They get the puck. He skates to the bench. Now they got 3 fresh ones on the ice.
Yeah, right.
What are you doing?
Well, I saw that Bedard goal, though.
That was a big mistake.
That was sweet.
Yeah.
He's the scoring ability on shots like that the release is just it's incredible. And then the ovation that Taves got as they introduced the Winnipeg Jets at home for the first time last night. That was great. Johnny Taves back playing in the league for the first time in a couple of years in his hometown, and that place went nuts when they announced Jonathan Taves. That was cool to see. So if the Tigers win tonight, you guys, we were just talking about what's in store if the Cubs win tomorrow, what's in store on Monday. Blue Jays and either the Tigers or the Mariners will start Sunday night at 7. And you know what else is happening Sunday night at 7?
NFL.
Who's playing NFL Sunday Night Football, Yurko?
A great game.
Great game. The Chiefs are hosting
2 of them.
The Lions.
Great game. Chiefs against the Lions. Love
so
it.
If the Tigers win tonight, they're facing the same scenario in Detroit, right?
Yep.
Sunday Night Football with the Lions look fantastic. I know they haven't really ripped through a gauntlet of a schedule here the last couple of weeks, but they look great. Playing a big game against the Chiefs in KC, and it could be the Tigers, if they win tonight, playing Game 1 at 7 on Fox against the Blue Jays in Toronto. And then Game 1 of the NLCS is set for Monday, and it'll be the winner of the Brewers and the Cubs taking on the Dodgers. All right. Well, my friend, how do you feel going into tomorrow? You feel pretty good?
I do. Like you said, Colin Ray, if they go with it and that's the direction they head, that they're going to, all hands on deck, everybody's got a chance to pitch in that one. That's fine. I liked what I saw with the hitting.
That's what I was just going to bring up.
They got to find a way for that to continue.
So Matt Shaw had a couple of hits. I mean, the one, it was a real nice piece of hitting. And the run he drove in the 6th after they sacrificed the runner over, I think it was Carson Kelly, that was a real good piece of hitting.
Mm-hmm.
He had a couple of hits. Carson Kelly missed a home run by about a foot. Kyle Tucker hit a home run the other way, 107.5 off the bat. Bush hit another home run. So now you're getting it half the bomb. And as you pointed out, hit a couple balls really hard. Now you're getting what has made, hopefully for the Cubs, you're getting what's made that lineup a tough lineup to navigate throughout the course of the season. And that's a lot of difficult outs. And sometimes it just takes that one little spark. We know how this goes in baseball, and guys can all of a sudden catch fire. They're certainly capable. They were just, a lot of them, especially at the bottom of the order, were mired in a miserable funk for a little while. But maybe they just needed that one little moment last night or that one game, those moments, to kind of get them going.
Feel a little bit better about themselves.
Jesse said he talked to Tyone last night. Tyone said, now I don't know if the Cubs would agree, but Tyone's like, yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for an inning if they need it. He'll be on, just a couple of days rest, and I couldn't imagine it's anything more than an inning, or maybe even who knows? I mean, some key situation where I don't know what that would look like. Maybe an inning. It won't be much because he did throw 75 pitches on Wednesday, but I think it is absolutely all hands on deck. Now we just have to get word on the starter and if Shota is part of their plans or not for this game. That's what Jesse was telling us earlier. Jesse joined us at 10, and he made it sound like he wouldn't be totally shocked if Shota wasn't part of the plan at all going into this Game 5 tomorrow night. You'd think that roof would be closed. That ball flies a little bit more there. The Cubs have out-homered the Brewers in the series 8-4. And that's where things stand going into tomorrow night. The Brewers are a little bit of a favorite. Todd Furman told you mostly why. The fact that, they have this final chance after going up 2-0 to win. Tough to beat a team in the playoffs 3 straight times, plus they're at home. I thought it was interesting to hear him say there was a time years ago, and I can remember, I never bet a lot on baseball. It's never been my thing really, Yerk. But you used to, without pitching probables.
Right.
You'd never see lines, and now forget it. They don't even care. Like, there's no probable. Nobody knows for sure who the pitchers are, and you could find a line anywhere pretty much. And mostly the Cubs are about a plus 110 underdog tomorrow night, and the total's been set at 7.5.
Will Jack be attending? Yerk, what's
we're
heading down the final moments here of the show.
Odds are no.
Odds are no. What's the final?
Odds are no.
Correspondence that you've had.
Jack, why don't you just go up with your buddies? You guys are young. Go drive up, see if you can get a ticket, like in the first inning as people unload. I mean,
right.
Hey, you're young. I used to do stuff like that when I was young.
Or
drive up to Milwaukee.
or you just get the SRO ticket, man.
Or you get, yeah.
They're going for $187 for standing room only.
But if you wait till first pitch.
Yeah, right now they are.
I mean, it's 90 miles. It's a dream come true if you're a Cub fan.
Oh, it's now 196 standing room.
It's going up. It's getting a little steam.
Not good.
The steam's coming in.
Nah, this is where it's happening now. Some people are making decisions. So the algorithm has said raise the price. But come tomorrow. What time's the game tomorrow?
7:08.
7:08. Come 3 o'clock tomorrow, deals will be had. Just head up north and go have lunch up there no matter what. They got great bars up there.
Great bars.
Great bars.
You guys should
go
find
to the casino. Go to Potawatomi.
You guys should find. I'm shocked that like Jack and Tyler and these guys haven't done it. Find a cheap hotel room for the night. You guys, like Yurko said, you drive up. You hang around downtown Milwaukee. It's nice. You watch college football. You go to the bars. The stadium's 10 minutes from downtown.
Yeah, you never know. You might find somebody that's got extras.
You go to the stadium.
Yeah.
You try to buy a ticket when I'm shocked that you guys aren't doing this. It's Game 5 in Milwaukee.
My man Greek and Johnny Piasante came out for the World Series in 2016. I told them, you guys got a room. I got a room for free. Come on out. They came out. They met one of the guys from the Chamber of Commerce from Indiana at Jack's the night we were gambling. And the guy goes, listen, I got 2 tickets. I've gone to every game. My wife is yelling at me. She's screaming at me. If I can't go, I'll call you guys tomorrow. I'll say these tickets for $500, right?
Yeah.
So they didn't hear nothing. They started going home. An hour out of Cleveland, they get a phone call from the guy. And they turned around. They called me, we're coming back here.
They turned around.
He goes, we're coming back. And they went and met the guy, got the tickets, paid the guy his money.
I remember.
And they came back out and they had seats for the next game. They're also the guys that duped the guard to get in the back, $300. And they were in SRO in left field.
That was for Game 7, right?
Yeah, no, Game 7 was the one where they got it from the Chamber of Commerce guy.
They turned around.
Game 6 is where they duped the guard to get into SRO.
Yeah, Game 7, they're like, we'll turn around and drive back, of course.
Are you kidding me? Them guards out there had their hands out. Whoever wants to get in, come on over. Boom, 300. You're in.
That's awesome.
SRO.
What does Al Pacino say in the speech? If I were the man I was 10 years, I'd take a flamethrower to this place. If I was Jack and Tyler's age, I'm up in Milwaukee. If I was a Cub fan.
I'm 58. I ain't worth crap no more.
Yeah, you're going, I can't do that. I can't go to Milwaukee for the day. Forget about it. But I mean,
you might go up there and meet your future wife. You don't know.
No, Jack's got a girl, I think.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, that might not be the future wife.
Hey,
he could.
Wait a minute. AI Jack's got a girl. I heard a rumor, but nobody's ever seen her.
I was told that Jack got very defensive when it was called into question. He's like, no, she's real.
No,
she's real. She's real.
Nobody's ever seen her. Nobody's ever seen her.
She's from around here, guys.
She's from Canada.
That's great.
She's Canadian.
Let me see a picture.
We're in Danny's office 2 days ago. It's Abdalla, myself, and Danny, and Jack.
She's real. I swear she is.
And before
she just doesn't move a lot,
Danny could even get the words out of his mouth, Jack interrupts and goes, she's real.
He got all defensive.
She's real.
I
She
heard.
exists.
Jack, we know you're not pulling our leg.
Yeah,
we know
what's
she's
her
real.
name? Anastasia?
But I'm telling you, we got to get like Charlie, Jack, Tyler. These guys they're the young crew now. They run together.
They are.
Get your ass to Milwaukee tomorrow, you guys.
Out on the streets.
Get on a Metro and go.
Yes. You find a cheap hotel room. You split it 3 ways for the night. It'll cost you $100 each. Big deal.
Somebody sleeps on the floor. I've slept on the floor many times.
Yeah, that's what you guys need to be doing.
Share a plate of cheese curds and boom.
Yes. Watch college football in
Same
Milwaukee
guy,
during the day.
The Greek, the Jacksonville Jaguars were playing the Denver Broncos out in Denver. Him and a bunch of buddies from Vegas when he lived on Vegas come out. They come out. I go in the room. There's 7 of them. 2 beds.
Animals.
7 dudes.
Yeah, I've done it.
Came to Denver in one hotel room.
I've done it.
Okay? So I'm just saying.
It happens.
Don't be too proud.
Exactly.
Right?
That's right.
Because we've all, when we were youthful and when we were young, we did things that you got to do. Because
we put
guess
5,
what?
6 guys in a
We're
room
not
in Vegas when we
Not
were
all
24. Exactly. We didn't care.
1988, I went to go see my brother play in the Fiesta Bowl. Right? We didn't have a room booked. We got to Phoenix, and we got a hotel room. It was a handicap thing, so it had the walk-in shower.
The walk-in shower, yeah.
2 guys slept on the floor in the bathroom.
See?
Because it was a bigger bedroom.
When you're 24, you figure it out.
There was 8 of us, 2 cars.
It doesn't matter.
We didn't care.
Yeah, of course. That's what these guys
did
need
not care.
All right.
How many rooms you need? 1.
1 room.
How many guys you got? Don't worry.
How many key cards you need? 6.
Yeah.
It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
This is Carmen and Jurko, making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
TGIF? Nope. Now it's TGIDPBF. Thank God it's Dr. Pepper Bears Friday, all season long on ESPN Chicago.
$2 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Playing professional football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. And the Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends. They're going to help you, too. Call 8444-BLG-LAW today. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to 1 account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
With more than a century of heritage in Templeton, Iowa, Templeton American Whiskey embodies the spirit of its community with roots that trace back to the Prohibition era. This holiday season, Templeton is releasing their new flagship product, Templeton Straight Rye Whiskey, a 90-proof, full-bodied rye whiskey with notes of ripe cherries and dark chocolate and all the great rye spice that is perfectly served neat, on the rock, or in a classic cocktail. Pick up a bottle at your local retailer today. Drink responsibly for 21 and over.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Can you please take your gold gloves and rub them against your bat?
The Greek god of lumber and stick, Ian Happ. Who knows? I might bet him to hit another home run. He's hot now. This is a funny.
What do you have?
Shoot, I just lost it.
You had a funny.
I had an Instagram thing, and it was
what
funny.
happens
it
is
was
if
like
you don't keep it fresh, it'll re-up, and it'll be gone.
It was a fake. It was like a fake, and it was it looked like an Adam Schefter tweet,
right?
But it wasn't. And it's a mock account. Obviously, it's like a sports mockery account.
Yeah, you're being mocked.
Not sports mockery here, like really, like comedic.
No, I get it. Yes,
and satirical.
Yeah,
and it's a picture of Joe Flacco on an crowded airplane, and it's like it looks like a Schefter tweet, and it says Joe Flacco has arrived in Cincinnati.
I've seen it.
They used Mike Brown's Spirit Airlines points to get him to Cincinnati. Team officials say he used the time during his layover in Tucson in L.A. to study the playbook. I'm like, that's funny. Now that's funny.
Yeah,
good job. All right, so if you do the I-94 challenge, if you're going up to see Cubs, if you're going to try to see Cubs and Brewers, what did we all say that the scavenger hunt would include? A tea from Stonewall Orchard.
Right, tea from Stonewall Orchard.
You have to ride a ride at Great America.
Ride a ride at Great America.
Is the
Hold on, you have to ride a ride? So you have to go inside the park?
I think you have to go inside.
You have to pay to go inside the park?
Bring a Coke can. I think they give you like
something
$50
from like
off.
Gurney Mills that you could just
How about a picture in the parking lot at Great America? How about that?
Yeah, that works.
You got to have a pretzel on Annie's
at Gurney Mills.
Gurney Mills Mall.
You got to have a pretzel at Auntie Anne's.
Yeah, is that what it is?
Yeah, Auntie Anne's. You got to have a pretzel at Auntie Anne's at Gurney Mall. Is Bong Rec too far west or?
No, Bong Rec
No,
area
it's
is
right off the highway.
Right off. Okay, so
got to take a picture next to the sign.
Take a picture at Bong Rec. We said tea from Stonewall, Great America. Annie Ann's at Gurney Mills.
Bratwurst
Bong
over
Rec.
at the
You got to
Brat
stop at Mars Cheese Castle. You got to stop at the Brat Stop.
Hold on. Before you even get to the border, what about Eric, the video stores there on 41?
Oh, yeah, the adult video
you
stores.
have to buy an adult video?
All right, take at least a picture in front of the adult video store.
You have
duck in?
Yeah, you have to duck on in and find yourself your favorite, maybe.
Okay.
No?
Okay, so that, then Mars, then the Brat Stop. I think I have that order, right? It's Mars first, then the Brat Stop?
Have to pick up a copy of The Analyst, too.
And then you have to stop at the Pfister. I can't believe you just said that.
I can't believe you just said that.
That's a hotel. That's the famous hotel.
I can't believe what he said. After I said that.
I showed my son when we were in Milwaukee. I said, this is the famous hotel they say is haunted. This is the Pfister. And he goes, what? And I said, all right. I said, just stop. I was like, first of all, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I said, you don't even know what you're talking about. I'm like, and he goes, Dad, you don't say that.
It begins with a P.
Okay. And I'm like, just stop. Okay.
Pfister.
What is it called?
Say it again, Dan.
We never grow up. We're the same way now as he is at 13.
He's calling his buddies, too. You know, he's got them all online. They're all listening in. Listen, my dad's going to say this hotel again.
Renaissance Fair? Do you guys stop by there?
That's a good call. And the Renaissance Fair. If you do all that, we'll give you a prize pack.
Yeah.
Just send us proof.
Yeah, well, it includes Dr. Pepper.
Jack, get your you-know-what together. Get your you-know-what.
Get your crew together.
Tyler, Charlie.
A group of riffraff
Get
that
it
you hang out
together
with.
and get your keisters up to Milwaukee.
Come on,
I want a
Jack.
full report on Monday.
And your
Jack.
imaginary girlfriend can go, too.
Oh, stop it, Yurko. By the way, it is a Dr. Pepper Bears Friday. We'll have so much more Bears coverage come Monday, obviously, for Bears and Commanders. Yurko will have his keys. We could be previewing the NLCS.
Could be.
So we wish the Cub fans and the Cubs, we wish their fans all the luck in the world here, all right?
Sure.
The players, they don't need luck. They don't believe in luck.
No, just good tidings, man.
Yeah, good
Sometimes
tidings.
kindness is necessary.
Dr. Pepper, Bears Fridays, one-of-a-kind fans, one legendary prize. Score Bears Sticks with Dr. Pepper. Bold original and made for game day. Enter now at Dr. Pepper Sweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing. Game 5 tonight in Seattle. After Waddle and Silvy, Game 5 at 7:08 tomorrow in Milwaukee from AmFam Field right here in your home for October baseball.
Big night tomorrow,
ESPN 1000. It is. And I look forward to watching the game. Good luck.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thanks to Chris Bleck. Bleck's back with Tyler. You have to talk Tyler into it too, Chris, on your
And
show
good
today.
luck.
I'll try. Tyler was at the game last night.
Tyler was there.
Good luck in all your wagering interests this weekend, too, guys.
Yes. Tyler and Charlie were there. So Chris is going to work on them when they're back together. Chris and Tyler are with you in 2 hours, 2 to 3. Then it's Waddle and Silvy with Barstool Chief sitting in with Silvy today. Thanks to Jack McGrath. Thank you for listening and calling into today's show. Thanks to Todd Furman. Mike North for the bonus play, and, of course, Jesse Rogers. Mike and I are going to hop in studio next door and tape Odds Couple. That'll be up on the podcast in the next hour and a half or so on the app. Everybody have a great weekend. Enjoy the games in baseball and Week 6 in the NFL. Rich Eisen is next. See you Monday.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's football season, Chicago, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut in the squares with crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings piled high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. The corner booth delivers flavor that satisfies the soul. So huddle up, grab a pie, and taste the original Chicago pub-style pizza.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and I'm talking to you guys that have been sitting on the fence and possibly losing on your own betting on sports and thought it was too expensive to win. This is your week. $44 weekend at FatJackSports.com. What do you get? 4 college games, 4 NFL games, and 4 player props for only $44 Saturday and Sunday of this week. Want longer winners? Get all the plays through Monday and get the players props absolutely free. FatJackSports.com. Sign up today and win this weekend.
Dear Friday, Toyota says let's put good times in gear with the Tundra, Tacoma, and 4Runner. Want some cool available features? We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the Ram. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota trucks. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
All I give a damn about is Scotty the back.
God, I love that guy.
This is the Rich Eisen Show with guest host Tom Pelissero, live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Pajes grounds it back to Kirkery. He can't find it. He throws home. It's wide.
Earlier on the show, Jason McCourty. Coming up, college football analyst Ross Dellinger, Giants linebacker Brian Burns, and now sitting in for Rich, it's Tom Pelissero.
Welcome back to the Rich Eisen Show. Tom Pelissero in for Rich today here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We were, I think, in this room all surprised enough by the result of last night's game. We didn't even have time in that steady cam shot. We booked it so late. Brian Burns is also going to join the show, coming off of the biggest win probably for the New York Football Giants in about 3 years. We'll also get to the phones. 844-204-RICH is the phone number. 10 a.m. here in Los Angeles, 6 p.m. in London, where the host of this show, kind enough now to check in ahead of what I am sure is a fabulous dinner plan that he will be documenting through his Instagram stories. Rich Eisen, how are you, sir?
Wow. Tom, I had no idea it was BYOM for the guest hosts.
I didn't know it's a bring your own mouse situation. Is that a computer mouse that's on my desk, Tom? Is that what I'm seeing?
Move that over. I don't.
What my computers? No, I know Susie brings her own computer. You got the NFL Plus one. Did you snag it from the NFL? Is that your computer?
This is my computer. I try to keep it. I try to keep it off screen.
Okay.
I don't want to run aground.
Why are you? And don't be embarrassed that you brought your own mouse, Tom.
I would do that. I like a good mouse. I don't like the touchpad thing.
Mouse.
I feel like there's
Rich, he took
does that come with
his house like literally? I think he took it literally.
Ah, good one. Does that computer also have a floppy disk in it? Is there a floppy disk in it?
When you said BYO,
startup, dial-up.
When you said BYOM, I thought you were going to say bring your own mullet, commenting that the hair has grown out.
No, that's good too. No,
since the last time I was here.
Tom, I thought it was bring your own moose because no one here uses it.
Oh, yeah. There
you go.
A little bit
TJ, you're on fire, TJ.
I was pretty quiet the first hour, so I'm going to get it out.
He walked in. He walked in full of energy after watching the Eagles get dismantled by the Giants last night.
Oh, yes.
I assume you woke up.
Or anything?
Jake, Kat, the Bella twins, my boy Davo. No, because I'm better than that.
But you're really not.
Do you want Kat's number? Do you need Kat's number?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't have it.
He's awful close.
I don't have it.
I can do it. I can hook you guys up.
I kind of need
because he's awful quiet.
He's
awful quiet right now.
Pelissero, he was sending me roses and stuff last year. We ain't got that this year. His team's not that strong.
Not yet. So yeah, that was quite an impressive win. I mean, I was on yesterday's show with Suze and the guys and talking about how the Eagles need to take advantage of what appears to be a get-right game. And who knew it was for the Giants a get-right game? I mean, that's just the latest example of you never know with this league, man. You know, last week, week 5, they lose to the Saints, who get their first win in week 5, and the Giants turn it over in 5 straight possessions, like Sesame Street. That game was brought to you by the number 5. And last night, it was brought to you by Dart and Scataboo. And I know you got Brian Burns on as a third-hour guest. Number 0 bagged himself some Jalen Hurts quite a bit. And Wan'Dale Robinson is making plays without Malik Neighbors. And, and Dayball's feeling it. He starts barking at doctors and things like that. And, it was wild. It was wild in New Jersey last night. And the Giants taking a 13-3 advantage and then watching the Eagles come back on them, and they dominated the second half. And, now Philadelphia's got Saquon Barkley working blue at his locker, saying they got to just, come correct like everyone knew last. Like, he doesn't want to hear this business that their offense is too predictable, because last year everyone knew it was coming and they couldn't stop Saquon. And now he's only had one game. He had only one game last year where he was held to less than 60 yards, and 4 of his first 5 games this year have been exactly that. And so now here we go, where the Eagles are 4-2, 2 losses in 5 days, and the same night the Phillies get bounced, and everybody in Philadelphia is looking for the Sixers to bail them out. And we all know, TJ, that's not going to happen, right? So
you didn't hear what Charles Barkley said yesterday, did you?
And Suze knocked that out of the park with that interview. And listen, I'm still not in any way, shape, or form going to give up on the Eagles being the team in the NFC that could be there at the end. They may not be the team to beat anymore. That might look like the Lions. But there's still enough time for the Eagles to get right between now and the end of the regular season. Jalen Carter was out last night, which makes obviously a big difference when there's a rookie coming off of a multiple turnover game in New Orleans. You look at the schedule. Their next game is at Minnesota. That looks like a Carson Wentz revenge game. They get the Giants to come back in their house before there's a bye. They can get right pretty darn quick before that foray through the NFC North's toughest part of the schedule, along with a visit to Dallas. So there's still some room for improvement in the short term, and in the long term, I'm not ready to cast them off and say that they're a beatable team, although last night did not look good. and it's going to be a long week and a half. I can only imagine what sports talk radio in Philadelphia was like today.
You are, of course, in London calling the Broncos-Jets game Sunday, Rich, bright and early.
Can confirm.
Over here on NFL Network. Tell me what you've gotten into, what you've learned so far since getting over there.
Well, we Zoomed with the Jets today. We Zoomed with Aaron Glenn and a handful of players, including Justin Fields. And look, what they're hanging their hat on right now is nobody's given up, which obviously is not what you want to hang your hat on usually 5 weeks into a season. But, Aaron Glenn keeps talking about how he's not giving up on the players, that there's a certain belief that everyone has in him and he in them, and that it's unshakable. And he said it looks like deja vu, exactly the same as when it started for him as the defensive coordinator in Detroit for Dan Campbell, who, when we talked about the other day, guys, started 0-10-1, as you pointed out, Chris.
Yep.
And the thing that Aaron Glenn brought up as well that I forgot is they started 1-6 the year after that, and things began to turn. And he says the things look the same on the record side, as well as the side of everybody in the building buying into a culture that eventually will stick, and how this team lost on a 60-yard field goal in week 1. In week 3, with their backup quarterback, almost beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, put a massive scare in them and had a lead towards the end. And Justin Fields, as I am going through everything here, here's a stat that jumped out at me. His passer rating is 100.1. And the last Jets quarterback to have that passer rating through 5 weeks of a season was Brett Favre in 2008. He hasn't thrown an interception. He's got 4 touchdowns in the air, 3 on the ground. Breece Hall's doing his thing. Garrett Wilson is off the hook. And they just keep turning it over and committing penalties. And if they clean that up, they'll have a chance. Like, that's literally what they're hanging their hats on right now, along with the fact that they do have some talented players on both sides of the ball. So we'll see. The problem is that the Broncos are coming in with the reigning defensive player of the year in Pat Surtain II to stick on Garrett Wilson. And the only other guy on the team that's been at the wide receiver position that's been targeted more than 5 times this year is Josh Reynolds. So it's Mason Taylor, who I believe both of you have picked up in fantasy leagues. They really dig him quite a bit, and that's the reason why his production's been boosted over the last couple of weeks. Is that they feel like he's come along and they're really going to try to target him. But again, the issue is Surtain can be right there on Garrett Wilson, and then that's the reigning defensive player of the year, and you could make the case significantly so. Through 5 weeks, the current leader for Defensive Player of the Year is playing for the Denver Broncos right in front of Surtain, and Nick Bonito, who had 2.5 sacks of Jalen Hurts just 5 days ago, or 6 days ago now. And, man, is he just on fire. This is another stat that leapt out at me. Here, I have it right here in front of me because, again, I'm a professional. Let me put on my glasses here. The Broncos have 84 sacks since the beginning of last season, which is 22 more sacks than any other team. Wow. And they have 21 total sacks, including 6 last week. That's 5 more than anybody else in the NFL. So they're feeling it on defense, and Knicks and this offense just had their best quarter of the season, having 18 points unanswered in Philadelphia, and they're feeling it. Sean Payton going for that 2-point conversion as everybody energized. We're Zooming with the Broncos tomorrow. So that's what I can give you in terms of a preview of that game for Sunday morning in the States.
All right. We appreciate the thoroughness of the breakdown. We also appreciate you
Tom,
being here.
I'm a pro, and the thing is, the
are.
crazy thing is, I looked all of this up on my computer without the need of a mouse. So
I'm telling you, man, there's something to be said for just that beautiful, soft scrolling. It's therapeutic for me. You know what else is therapeutic for me? What's more likely? Brockman, let's do this now.
Oh, what a move! Hey. What a move! What a move!
Let's go.
What's more likely?
Never say never, but never. Guys, happy Friday. Great to see you.
What up, Chris?
Everybody good? Rich, great to see you. What time is it over there? Is it like 6?
6:11.
6:11?
Yeah, it is.
It's already-
It's
it's already
6:11. It's beginning to get dark behind me. That's the London landscape.
It's getting dark for a couple of teams in the NFL, guys, especially ones that played last year in the big game. More likely Super Bowl 59 participant you're most concerned about the rest of the season, Chiefs or Eagles?
Look at you. Look at you. This is really not a what's more likely. You're just putting me in a box for a question. So you're saying what's more likely to not make the playoffs, or
No, I'm
you're
saying
just saying
the
who
more
am I
likely
concerned about
team
more?
that you're most concerned about the rest of the year.
Well, I mean, I could tell you how I'm feeling right now, not like how I'm down the road, like what's likely. I'm just trying to tap dance here to poke holes in you not really asking me a question about the likelihood of something. But long story short is I will say I'm more concerned about, I'll go the Eagles right here.
Yeah, you are.
Maybe it's recency bias. Maybe it's recency bias because they've lost twice in 5 days. And I just think the Chiefs, even though when they fall to 2-4, I just believe in them. And I don't know, man. This is part of the reason why Andy Reid is sitting in Kansas City. Philadelphia will just eat you up and spit you out when there's some potential blood in the water and a massive iceberg underneath the water as well. So I'll just go Eagles just for recency bias right now.
All right, well, let's move on. More likely, how about this scenario based on last night's game? Is it more likely that the Giants make the playoffs or the Eagles miss the playoffs?
I'll say it's more likely. Look at you, keep boxing in here. I'll just go.
It's not going to be
Eagles miss
easy,
the
Rich
playoffs
Eisen. Come on now.
No, it's just because it's the Giants are 2-4.
Yeah, but they look like the much better team last night and in the last 3 weeks.
I know that. No, I get it.
Look at that. What team do you want to root for, Rich? The wackos on the left, or this guy on the right who looks like he wants to be somewhere else?
Jalen Hurts is one to root for, and you know that. How dare you? But talk about recency bias. I mean, and this is why I'm counseling you to pump the brakes more than you care to about your Patriots.
Well, that's just because you're a hater.
No, it's when you've got a young team, you go up and down. That's how you can get the results that you saw in weeks 5 and 6 for the Giants.
Or they win the Super Bowl.
And then, listen, man. I will just go with the Eagles missing the playoffs because I don't know if the Giants make it, and I think the Eagles still make the playoffs. So to hell with you and your topic bar.
so aggressive, Tom.
With all due respect.
You're supposed to say that first.
I know.
Hey, big one in Florida on Sunday, guys. Couple 4-1 teams locking horns. Is it more likely that Mac Jones remains unbeaten this year, or Baker Mayfield leads yet another one-score Bucs win?
I think it's more than likely that the Baker Mayfield leads the Bucs to another one-score win. It really is amazing what he's doing. No question about it. And listen, this has got nothing to do about Mac Jones, but I will just go with the guy who is the guy leading the Bucs at home, coming off of yet another win. This one in Seattle. This one where he's, barking at fans for not coming correct, apparently, in the way that you're supposed to troll him from the stands, I guess. I don't know if you heard the backstory is that the reason why he was going at that fan in Seattle is he didn't like the fans. It was just basic for him. He wants somebody to be more inventive.
Be creative, I get that.
He wants somebody to show some creativity rather than just use the basic curse words if they're going to try and heckle him from the stands. I'll go with Baker. It's really, we're rent payers in his world right now, despite what Mac Jones has done for the 49ers.
Could be a fun one in Carolina. Could be high scoring in Carolina. Wide receiver more likely to go off for over 100 yards and a touchdown, George Pickens, or do we finally get the Tet McMillan game?
I'll go Tet McMillan. I'll go with Tet McMillan right now. The Panthers, as you know, have been playing much better at home than they have on the road. I'll say maybe it's time for the rookie to do that. Although Pickens, as we all know, had an outstanding game against the Jets, and Dak is the MVP candidate from Dallas right now. And if Dallas had maybe beaten the Packers instead of being 2-2-1, and being, what would that be? That make them 4-1 right now. Then we would be talking about him 100% as an MVP of the league. But I'll go with Ted McMillan at present.
Couple of 1 and 4 teams have the chance to get their season on the right track here with a win. Rookie most likely to boost their Offensive Player of the Year stock. Cam Ward, Ashton Genty.
Oh man, I'll go with Genty.
Offensive rookie.
Did you hear? Well, first of all, as we know, with Kurt Warner on Wednesday saying Ibuka should be Offensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Candidate. Not just the rookie, but put him with the whole league, veterans and rookies. But I will say, Genty, you heard Pete Carroll talk about the play calling and needing to see more runs, and that they want Genty to run the ball more, and Chip Kelly saying we're balanced. I just think Pete's going to start taking the ball out of Gino's hands and want to put it in Genty's hands. And Genty has improved since they let him stand any darn way he wants before the snap.
Bring it back.
So I think I'll go with Genty right now.
Love it
on that front.
Rich, this could be an interesting game here. How about this one? Browns quarterback more likely to throw more touchdown passes on Sunday. Their new one or their old one? Yeah, the new guy and the old guy. Dylan Gabriel.
Oh man. One's in Pittsburgh for career start 2, and the other one is in Green Bay for his first start for the Bengals on 5 days in their playbook.
And Jamar Chase is sick and now questionable.
And him basically living out of a suitcase. So I will go.
Tried to tell you,
I'll go with Dylan Gabriel. How about that? I'll go with Dylan. I'll go with rookie and career start 2 in Pittsburgh, slinging it around. I believe in Dylan Gabriel. Let's go.
All right, Rich, last one, and I'll leave you on your good London night. How about this one? More likely Super Bowl winning septuagenarian head coach who most wishes they had stayed retired. Pete Carroll or Bill Belichick? Pete Carroll or Bill Belichick?
Right now. No. Pete is as sunny a disposition as ever, and he wakes up every day saying, "Where's my chewing gum? Let me chomp on it. Let me chomp on it. Let me turn this thing around. I believe. I've got my locker room believing." And Belichick is probably on occasion staring into space, wondering when he can get back on his boat. I will go 100%. Bill over Pete in this situation. I think Pete's sunny disposition is going to help the Raiders turn things around. How about them apples? You know how I feel about both of these guys.
Of course.
There you go, Jay Felly.
We love both guys, but it's not going.
Are you starting Rico Dowdle this week? Hey, Tom. Can Jay Felly start Rico Dowdle this week? What's Chuba Hubbard's
Seems like a pretty safe
week?
bet that Rico Dowdle is going to be the man once again for Carolina this week. So good news for Jay Felly.
I was planning on that.
Well, you have to as host remind him that he's on the team, on his fantasy team. Okay, otherwise you won't know.
It was one time.
They don't start him.
It was one time.
You had him on the bench last week?
No, he
did.
Let me know, so I put him in, thankfully. He didn't mean to let me know.
No, I said when you, Tom, reported that Chuba Hubbard was likely to be out in the commercial break, I looked to see Rico Dowdle, who has him, and it's Jay, and I mentioned it on the air, like, guess who has Rico Dowdle? Jay doesn't. He goes, I do? Like, that's the guy you're playing in fantasy that infuriates you.
Look at
you know what I mean?
And somehow that's the guy who inevitably is going to to go on a run to the championship game. You just
that's right.
see
and I'm still transatlantically infuriated. By the way, great. Is that it's a band? Is that a cover band?
Yeah.
Or is that like what? Is that a Deep
third
Purple
album? Yes.
There you go. Very good. All right.
Exactly.
I know you got a next guest. I got a dinner to go to, and
enjoy.
And that'll be that.
We'll look for the photos later on, Rich. Thank you very much. We'll see you bright and early Sunday morning football on NFL Network.
I'll let you know when the photos are up so you can click on it.
Wow. With your mouse.
Appreciate you, Rich. Thank you very much. All right.
All right, buddy.
Ross Dellinger, college football writer for Yahoo, going to join us next. Maybe he can tell us how much Bill Belichick's regretting this.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oak Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, Azazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Save big money on new appliances when you shop at Menards. We have the largest in-stock appliance selection from great brands at the best prices. Ready to take home today. Whether you want new laundry appliances or need upgrades for your kitchen, you'll be sure to find appliances that'll make your life easier. Visit the largest in-store appliance selection today. Plus, check out Menards.com to view all of our great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Doctors and nurses make their living trying to help others, but they are human beings, and human beings sometimes make mistakes. When a doctor has worked for 24 hours straight, fatigue and lack of focus can lead to critical mistakes being made. Other times, it's the policies or system that's to blame. For example, when a doctor or nurse comes in on their shift, they are forced to rely on charts and records created by others. Sloppy paperwork or inaccurate record keeping can give the doctor an incomplete picture or, even worse, the wrong picture. And that can lead to serious injury or even death. It's called preventable medical error. Recent studies claim that preventable medical error causes up to 400,000 deaths a year. That's nearly as many deaths as caused by smoking. When this happens, those responsible must be held accountable to compensate the injured person or their family. But the good news is, just like you and I are required by law to purchase auto insurance, doctors also get insurance coverage in case they accidentally hurt someone. For help, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. ComEd wants to help you manage your energy usage and save using the ComEd app. With the app, you can better understand how much energy you're using and when, so you're able to manage it more efficiently and stay in control right from your phone. Anytime, anywhere, so make your life easier and save with the added control and convenience of the ComEd app. Download the app today at ComEd.com/app.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Hey everyone, big news, exciting news. The Carmen and Jurko show is now going to be on from 9 until noon.
Weekdays on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
For you. And yeah, it's got as much caffeine as a 12-ounce coffee, but zero sugar and no crash. Big flavor, tiny bottle, tasty caffeine done right. You can grab yours in-store or hit up 5hourenergy.com or order on Amazon today.
Rich Eisen Show, Tom Pelissero in for Rich on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We are joined right now by one of the top college football writers in the game, writes for Yahoo Sports, contributor to On3. Ross Dellinger is with us. Ross, appreciate you taking some time. Yeah, give him a round of applause. You're very nice. There's not many rounds of applause here, Ross. You actually getting some special treatment from the guys. There's a lot to get into. Big slate of games coming up on the calendar tomorrow, but we got to start here. What's actually happening at North Carolina? Slew of reports. It appears to be pure chaos surrounding the program. Very fittingly, we get a one-sentence statement from Bill and the AD. What's actually going on right now?
Yeah, it's pretty wild, right? I'm not sure in college athletics if we've seen a takeover of a program that has gone so poorly to start. They don't have any power conference wins, but not only that, they just look bad, right? And I think internally within the staff there and administratively, there are a lot of people sort of at odds. There are a lot of people there that didn't agree to begin with the hire, right? I think it's been made very clear that the athletic director there, Bubba Cunningham, who's kind of on the way out, didn't make the hire, right? And that he was sort of overruled. And I think part of the reason he didn't make the hire, Tom, is many people in college, including probably Bubba, thought that it would not go well and may go exactly, sort of how it's gone. And that is very, very poorly.
What I find fascinating, and I've read a variety of the different stories, using unnamed sources and things like that. A lot of them appear to be very well sourced too. What I find fascinating is a lot of the criticism is not directed at Bill, the coach. Even within those stories, you see a lot of the one-on-one coaching is good. Bill knows football. Bill's pleasant to be around. It's literally everything else, which is probably instructive that you can be as good of a football coach as you want to be, but particularly in this environment in college athletics right now, if you don't have the infrastructure, if you don't understand NIL, you don't understand the rev share, you don't understand how to just put together a program, you can have all the great smoothies and nutrition program you want. It's not actually going to yield a functioning program. And that to me seems like, Ross, the big issue here. It's not even so much about the football, even though the football is bad, it's that everything is a complete train wreck in Chapel Hill right now.
Yeah, it seems like that. College is sort of different than NFL in a lot of ways, certainly. But one of the ways is the coaches are more than anything the face of the program rather than the players. It's just sort of always been that way, right? And in the NFL, as you know, Tom, the players in a lot of ways, or maybe the owners, as you mentioned, Jerry Jones, is the face of the program. In college, it's always been the coach, and it probably will always be the coach going forward. And so he's kind of the face of the program. And over the offseason, we saw what happened there with the girlfriend, Jordan, and all the stories that have come out and all the pictures and the things that she has said live during interviews. And that's something that in a small college community, college town, that just the spotlight shines even more on, right? And you don't necessarily get that in a big pro market. And so it kind of got off to a poor start back in the spring, March, April, when all that sort of surfaced. And it hasn't gotten any better, as you mentioned, on the field either.
So as we talk about the landscape evolving, I find this, Ross, I don't understand half the headlines that I read about college football right now. You just posted a big story. I'm going to read the headline, at least part of it here. Big Ten nearing decision on $2.4 billion deal with California Pension Investment Fund. That is obviously a huge amount of money. Tell me in lay terms what that means, because, again, this is the Wild West right now in terms of the way that cash is infusing and really driving the dynamics of the sport in general.
Yeah, I mean, college sports, specifically college football and major college basketball, is sort of evolving into a professional entity, sort of a quasi-professional entity. I always say that college athletics is in this purgatory, right? It's moving away from amateurism, where it was for so long, and it's being pulled, right, toward professionalism. And so it's sort of caught in this middle ground, right? There's no collective bargaining agreements or anything like that. There's no employment. But at the same time, schools are allowed this year for the first time to pay players. So to that end, schools and conferences are exploring private equity and private capital, how to get more money, because it's such a financially stressful time. And mainly it's stressful for a few reasons, Tom, right? They spend a lot of money on coaching salaries, and they lose a lot of money on all their Olympic sports, right? So those two things are starting to cause this financial stress when now you have to pay $20 million to mostly football and basketball athletes in revenue share. So everybody's exploring this private equity, private capital. And the Big Ten has found potentially our first big landmark a private capital site sort of deal, right? And it is with the University of California's pension fund, investment pension fund, which is interesting enough, right? Because UCLA is a part of the University of California. So is Cal, right? It was not in the Big Ten. So it's kind of very, very interesting from that point. But the money is big, as you said, $2.4 billion. So basically, the investment fund is going to give the Big Ten an immediate cash infusion of $2.4 billion. That will be spread and distributed unevenly to the schools in a one-time payment. And it'll also be used to create sort of a private, for-profit business entity called Big Ten Enterprises. And that's kind of what it's bought into, the investment fund. It's bought 10% of this new private entity that one day, Tom, might just pay college football players as employees.
That is absolutely bonkers, but that is par for the course. And I appreciate you explaining that in terms that I could understand. Ross Dellinger is our guest from Yahoo Sports. Let's talk about some of the games coming up this weekend, Ross. Probably the most interesting one to me is Oklahoma, Texas. It feels like if the Longhorns and Arch Manning are going to revive this thing, if they're going to give themselves a shot to sneak into the expanded playoff, this is probably the opportunity for them to do that. And meanwhile, they're going up against an Oklahoma team that it sounds like may well get their quarterback back this week.
Absolutely, yeah. For Texas, you are backed against a corner. You already got two losses, and look, they were, one of those losses was certainly against probably the best team in the country, in Ohio State. But you really, at this point in your schedule, which is a very hard one, you can't really afford another loss, right? And so they are kind of backed in a corner. And as you mentioned, Arch Manning has struggled, 5 interceptions through 5 games. And you've got John Mateer on the other side, Oklahoma, and a defensive front for Oklahoma, probably the best that I've seen in college football this year. And John Mateer looks like he's going to play, right? He was upgraded from questionable to probable now, despite having surgery just 16 days ago on a broken hand, a thumb, a throwing hand at that. But it does look like he is going to at least give it a go to try to play. But this is a fascinating matchup to see how John Mateer fares and see how Arch Manning will hold up against a very good Oklahoma front.
We've also got a top 10 matchup, Indiana going up against Oregon. It's amazing what Kirk Cinetti has done for that Hoosiers program. This feels like one of those measuring stick type games. It was a great story last year, obviously, getting into the college football playoff. The fact that Indiana's quarterback at the time played with a torn ACL basically the entire season. But this is, it's one thing to be relevant and in the conversation. It's another thing to go up against a nationally ranked powerhouse every single year type of program and get a win.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, right? You're there in Oregon. It's going to be crazy and rocking and loud. That place is really awesome, to Autzen Stadium, to cover a game in. And then you get to on the field where they've got one of the most dynamic quarterbacks in the country in Dante Moore. I think he's got 14 touchdowns. He's only got 1 interception this year. DeCorian Moore is the freshman receiver who averaging like 18 yards a catch. Got a few touchdowns as well. They look really good. I covered their game at Penn State, and Oregon is real. What is going on at Indiana over the last year or so is just stunning, right? Kurt Cignetti took over a program that was literally by wins, I think the worst program in major college football history. And he led them to the playoffs last year and 11 wins. And then this year they're 5-0, and they might have a better team than last season's team. The defense is probably playing better. You got Fernando Mendoza at quarterback. Really impressive. He's been really good. 16 touchdowns, 1 interception. Man, Tom, I am ready for this one. It should be fun.
Fernando Mendoza, he had a lot of offers. I know that in terms of where he was going to end up. The fact he chose Indiana as much as anything probably speaks to what Kirk Cinetti has done. Last thing for you, we got some other big ones. Obviously, you got Alabama against Missouri. You got Washington State against Ole Miss. Then you got Ohio State, that this isn't a huge game for them. But in your mind, talking to all the people that you do within college football, is this a situation where the Buckeyes are the clear favorites here to be the national champions? In other words, is it them and everybody else, or is there real debate right now about who the best team in college football is?
Well, I think there's some debate for me at the top: Ohio State, Miami, Oregon. I think those are sort of the three that you can make an argument who's the best team in college football. Beyond that, I think the argument gets a little more difficult. Oregon, Ole Miss, Texas A&M. You could throw some of those around, but I would say that Miami's offense is the best I've seen this year in college football. I would say Ohio State's defense is the best I've seen this year in college football. So to me, I got Miami number 1 in my poll, but they're all really tight. And you mentioned the big game for Ohio State, this week. They don't have a lot of big games left on the regular season schedule, like I guess at least against top 25 competition. So, Tom, this might be their biggest test until they get Michigan at the end of the year, a game, of course, they have lost 4 straight years.
Ross, appreciate your time, and I also appreciate that you're in my club of having what appears to be a bobblehead of yourself in the background of the shot.
Yeah,
can we get a quick close up here? Can we see the bobblehead? It's nice.
Yeah.
It's got like the beard. That's really what I recognize.
Yes, it's got the beard. Yeah, I've got my shorts and flip flops on, Tom. So it's great.
Ross, appreciate the time, man. Thanks a lot for coming on.
All right, thank you.
Ross Dellinger, you can read him over at Yahoo Sports. That story on the pension fund thing, it's the most 2025 college football story imaginable. A $2.4 billion cash infusion to a conference. This is the closest to like a live golf type of a scenario here, which then, all right, if they get the $2.4 billion, what does the SEC do? What type of windfall can they potentially get? It's an absolute arms race. It feels like we're on different planets. As we come down the stretch of this season, the landscape of college football changes on a yearly basis. You know what else changes on nearly an hourly basis is what's going on with A.J. Brown. Well, we have a new statement that we will get you right on the other side of this break. Also, some key injury updates, including the latest on Lamar Jackson. That's up next on The Rich Eisen Show.
Member Week is back at Lowe's with big savings for pros. Now through October 15th, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, building materials, and more. Plus, get free standard shipping. Shop these exclusive member-only savings before they're gone. Not a rewards member? Join for free today. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
Serve Pro. Like it never even happened.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to make you a winner every Friday in October with our $500K Double Down giveaway. Earn entries each week to boost your chance of winning a guaranteed $50,000. Then you can choose to walk away or risk half for a shot at $100,000 in cash. Do you dare to double down? Only at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80 94. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Lunch, dinner, and game day is easy with Lou Malnati's legendary pizza plus fresh salads, appetizers, pasta, and desserts. It's all there for you. Now back for football season, the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza, a limited-time deep dish drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now and cater your next watch party. Order on the Lou's app or at LouMalnati's.com. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. October's here and you can already feel that Chicago chill creeping in. I used to hate the drafts coming through my old windows. Then I called my friends at Window Nation. They came out, walked me through the process, and made it easy. Now the drafts are gone, the house feels great, and you could do the same with this deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing for 2 full years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big win. And with an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, you're in great hands. Don't wait. Go to windownation.com before October 31st. That's windownation.com.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. One moment everything's going your way, the next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills start piling up, paychecks stop coming in, and the insurance companies try to give you the runaround. This is where Postman Law comes in. With over $3 billion recovered for personal injury victims, they deliver speed, ease, and results when you need the most. Car accident, workplace injury, slip and fall. No matter how you got hurt, Postman Law fights for you, so you can focus on getting better while they handle the rest. No upfront fees, no hassle, just real results. Getting the compensation you deserve shouldn't be a battle. That's why Postman Law makes the process simple, guiding you every step of the way and standing up to the insurance companies so you don't have to. Don't let an injury keep you on the bench. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Welcome to Goodfellas, Joliet's brand new cigar lounge, a place built for good smoke and good company. And now it's time to celebrate the grand opening, Thursday, October 16th, 5 to 8 p.m. White Sox legend Frank Thomas will be at the grand opening at Goodfellas and featuring his own FT35 vodka. Get your tickets now at joesbev.com. Every ticket includes a bottle of FT35 and an exclusive meet and greet with Frank Thomas. Don't miss the grand opening of Goodfellas Cigar Lounge in Joliet. Goodfellas, where legends light up the night.
Save big money on everything for your next project now at Menards. Upgrade your bathroom with Lions, showers, bathtubs, and surrounds that match your style and budget. Lions is known for durability and design. They feature an ultra gloss finish that's scratch resistant and easy to clean. Check out our entire selection of Lions bathroom products today on Menards.com. Plus, view all our great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
A 1 hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck and Abdalla.
Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
Buy championships. And now that you're in a position to buy championships, how's that going for you?
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Rich Eisen Show. Tom Pelissero in for Rich, who joined us earlier this hour from London, calling the Jets and Broncos game early Sunday morning on NFL Network. We got Brian Burns coming up on the show in the final hour, coming off of, I keep saying it, the biggest Giants win probably in 3 years. Took it to the defending Super Bowl champs out of nowhere last night. Burns, a huge part of it. Looking forward to chatting with him in just a little bit. We are on Disney Plus. We are on the ESPN app. We are on ESPN Radio, which is presented by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at progressive.com. We've got a number of injury updates as coaches continue to speak with reporters before and after practice. Mentioned earlier in the show, Kyler Murray back on the practice field today for the Cardinals would seem like a good sign for the direction that things are going as Arizona gets set to take on the Colts. Does not sound like as good a news for Lamar Jackson. John Harbaugh, as is his custom, not commenting, saying the injury report will tell you the tale. Did clarify if Lamar cannot go, Cooper Rush will be the starter. There had been some conversation about could Snoop Huntley get an opportunity. Former Pro Bowl quarterback Snoop Huntley.
Yes,
on the strength
true.
of his performance, I believe, in 6 starts down the stretch with the Ravens when Lamar was hurt several years ago. Could see him in packages, but Cooper Rush, as you would expect from a guy that you paid to be your backup quarterback, will be the starter, according to John Harbaugh. You can't even call it a must-win because they're still going to be shorthanded, but a big game to try to avoid 1-5 going into their bye and being in a spot where they, in essence, have to run the table to win the division. Pretty close.
To win the division, for sure.
10, 11 wins.
Yeah, make the playoffs. They probably have to win
9 at minimum.
Yeah.
And 10 wins is not always a guarantee that you're getting into the playoffs. Just ask Seattle from last year. Alec Pierce back for the Colts. That's significant. Still no Kenny Moore for them. And a non-injury bit of news. Shedeur Sanders, this will shock you, will be the number 2 quarterback on Sunday.
Well, they only had 2 on the roster, so...
No, you could promote Bailey Zappi. They still might be the emergency number 3. I mean, that's a possibility. I would think. I don't know. I haven't talked to Kevin Stefanski about this, but I would think that part of the reason you don't start the week by just naming Shedeur the number 2 is it's a rookie, and you want to make sure that he is earning everything through the week. Go through the practice week, make sure that he is as dialed as possible. Here we are. It's Friday. Okay. Shedeur's the number 2, which means we are one concussion check, as we saw last night when Jackson Dart had to come out for Russell Wilson. We are one bump, one awkward tackle away from Shedeur Sanders making his regular season NFL debut.
Seems like that's probably going to happen, right?
Ready or not, he'll play at some point this year. The Haslams have said it publicly. They said it in camp. We need to see both those guys. I mean, look at what the Browns have been doing. They made another trade the other night. They are building. This is very much, we are building this thing for the future. They feel like they've got a really good draft class, and they do. But also they got 2 first-round picks. They've got added mid-round picks next year. They got all the ammo they need to go up and get the quarterback if they don't have the quarterback in the building. You got to find out at some point, is Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders that guy? And in order to find that out, you need to give him a full week of work and then play him in a game. If they go on a run with Dylan Gabriel, it becomes harder to justify putting Shedeur Sanders in there. If they're kind of under 500 into December, Shedeur's going to get his opportunity in the relatively near term. Meanwhile, I mentioned A.J. Brown, who last night, he was more involved in the game, which I anticipated. They clearly wanted to get him the football. They did. He had 80-some yards receiving in that game. They lost. A.J. Brown was asked after the game about the meeting he had earlier in the week with Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley, talking about the offense. Those two guys had confirmed reports that there was a meeting. A.J. Brown chose to say he did not recall that meeting. A.J. Brown, and it was asked like 6 or 7 times, according to my colleague Mike Garafolo, who was there. A.J., during the show, went on to X/Twitter and said, just to clear this up, that wasn't a meeting or a sit-down. I said, don't recall, because it got painted like there was tension and Say had to step in. That's not true. I was walking to my car, saw them, and stopped the talk. Nothing more. Which brings us to the dictionary definition of meeting. If after this show, we do it every day.
Right.
But it is a planned thing.
Yeah,
We go into the office down there with Hoskins and company, and we talk about today's show. We talk about tomorrow's show, or in this case, Monday's show.
Right.
That's a meeting. I would call it a meeting.
I would call that a meeting. Yeah,
It's the only meeting we have. Really.
When TJ and I are rolling in his car over to NFL Network after this, is that a meeting?
I mean, not really.
But we talk about the show. We talk about things.
But it's not a formal, organized meeting.
If we run into Brockman, and now we have a quarry, we have 3 people.
Quarry.
And we just randomly hook up in the parking structure.
But we talk about the show.
I don't think that's a meeting, Joe.
And we talk about, this show wasn't very good. This show hasn't been good for a while. What can we do to make this show better?
This show's so vanilla and predictable.
It's just the same thing all the time. We push Felly's tush. That's the only thing we do well.
That's the only thing we do well.
We shove him around.
That's all we can do.
That's still effective. Yeah. We crap all over Jay Felly.
But
everything else.
Del Tufo's really unhappy.
The rhythm of everything else. Del Tufo's not even showing up.
That's right.
If there were a meeting, he wouldn't even know it. He will not recall the meeting.
He would not recall it.
We're parsing language a little bit here. I would say this. It would be a lot easier to talk about a meeting, a chance encounter in the parking lot, whatever it was, if it worked. It's like the infamous, whenever you hear about, a players-only meeting, or you hear about this is the strings that the coach pulled the night before in the team meeting. It's a great story, as long as you win. I have literally had conversations with head coaches the day before a game, and they'll be like, oh, I'm going to do this in the meeting tonight, or hey, we had this on Friday. I'm like, oh, can I use that on Sunday morning? They're like, can you wait and see if we win the game? If we win, yeah, you're cool to do it. But I don't want that out there if then we go out and we lose. I mean, it's a real thing. This is the outcome-based analysis world that we live in. Whatever they're doing, it shouldn't take meetings. I personally don't mind. Whatever it is, you talk, it's the team leaders discussing like, hey, how do we get this thing rolling? I like that. I want that. I don't want 3 highly paid guys who just won a Super Bowl to just go, yeah, it's good enough. We'll figure it out. I want that tension. I want to cut through the crap and say like, hey, let's actually talk about what's going wrong and how we fix it. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. But it takes more than words. We had Jason McCourty on earlier in the show saying they don't seem to know who they are on offense. I think that's fair after last night. They've still got 3 months.
I'm home. Hey, Mom, before you ask, I've done my homework and the dishwasher's unloaded.
Nice. Hey, can you... Hey, hon, yes, I've got the finale ready to play. Here's your wine. Wow.
Isn't it nice not having to ask? We think so. That's why if there's a network interruption, AT&T will proactively credit you for a full day of service. Guaranteed. Credit for fiber downtime lasting 20 minutes or more, or for wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for details.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. BetterHelp therapists have helped over 5 million people worldwide on their mental health journeys. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Moments in therapy can change lives. this World Mental Health Day, let's celebrate the therapists who have helped millions of people take a step forward. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start the journey. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, it's really nice to work with a law firm who's there for you and has your back when you're injured.
That's right, Hoodie. With Howard, it's personal.
Thanks, guys. And well, after all, Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
Auto, truck, rideshare, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Injury law made personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
You know what makes game day way better? When everything just works. Your TV, your phone, your tablet, even your Wi-Fi working together so you never miss a play. That's what Xfinity does. Their Wi-Fi is smart enough to know when your devices need a boost. The equipment, top-notch, letting you stream multiple games at once with multi-view. And Xfinity Mobile, well, it gives you Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else. So you're always connected at home or on the go. And the games themselves, all in one place with enhanced 4K, so it feels like you're right there in the stadium. No lag, no buffering, no switching apps, just pure game day action. Game day should be fun, not frustrating. Xfinity keeps everything running smooth so you can focus on the plays, the snacks, the hype, and maybe a little friendly trash talk, too. So if you want to see what I'm talking about, get started today. Call them, visit Xfinity.com, or stop by an Xfinity store near you. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change. Xfinity, imagine that.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
This is the run my own business dream. This is the college is paid for dream. This is the retire early dream. This is Busey, where your dreams and possibilities become moments. Through trusted guidance and expertise, through lifelong relationships. Because we're here to help you achieve the life you've always envisioned. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
A complete disappointment, and we're going to have to find a way to turn it around, figure out who we are this next week.
Coverage begins Sunday at noon Eastern, with kickoff at 1 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
This is the Rich
Hey,
Eisen
fans!
Show.
Welcome back to
Everybody.
Fansville's
Can't get enough
Cheers.
of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
All I give a damn about is Scottaboo the Box.
God, I love that guy.
This is the Rich Eisen Show with guest host Tom Pelissero, live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Pajes grounds it back to Kirkering. He can't find it. He throws home. It's wide.
Earlier on the show, Jason McCourty, Ross Dellinger. Coming up, Giants linebacker Brian Burns. And now, sitting in for Rich, it's Tom Pelissero.
Welcome back to the Rich Eisen Show. It is indeed Tom Pelissero in for Rich today. He is in London getting set to call the Broncos and Jets game. And by getting ready, I mean at dinner, I believe, right now. Have we checked to see whether the Instagram stories have been updated?
Great question.
We will get to that. We are on Disney Plus. We are on the ESPN app. We are also on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Brian Burns, one of the stars of the Giants' breakthrough game last night, knocking off the defending Super Bowl champs, going to be joining us in just a little bit here. We got a whole chock-full slate of games coming up, too, on Sunday. I'll be back next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but specifically Monday. We'll have a ton to break down, including the imminent debut of Joe Flacco, Cincinnati Bengal. His star receiver, by the way, Jamar Chase, officially going to be listed as questionable. Came down with an illness last night. So for all those reps, you don't have a lot of them in a game week. Just slice that now by 1/3. There's even fewer opportunities for Joe Flacco and Jamar Chase to kind of try to work out the rhythm and timing. But Joe Flacco, just a short time ago during the show, was at the podium, talked about the moment that he heard he had been traded within the state of Ohio from the Browns to the Bengals.
Crazy business. You know, you have to be ready for anything. That's kind of what it was. You know, definitely didn't have this on my list of things that were, you know, going to happen. So, but hey, that's this league, and I'm a player. I think most players would say the same thing. I mean, you know, I like to play football, and if that's in Cincinnati right now, then, you know, I'm all for it.
2 years ago, right now, Joe Flacco is out of the league. He is on his couch. No one has signed him. He's trying to figure out, is he going into broadcasting? What's he going to do for the rest of his life? The Browns go through a bunch of other quarterbacks. Everybody gets hurt. Leads them to the playoffs. Think of this. In a 24-month span, has come off the couch, led the Browns to the playoffs, gone to Indianapolis, backed up Anthony Richardson, gotten to take over for Anthony Richardson before they went back to Anthony Richardson, returns to Cleveland, wins a sort of quarterback battle where basically everyone else was hurt through the course of camp and there wasn't a whole lot of options, but they also liked Flacco enough for him to be the guy. Now gets traded to Cincinnati and will face the Packers on Sunday, literally 5 days after he got traded. Here's what Flacco had to say about that preparation time.
You honestly just have, like I said, it goes back to just, I think my personality probably ends up helping me here, but you just kind of have to go with it and embrace whatever it is and meet it head on. And then also, like, when you're in these situations, it's a good reminder of the fact that we get to play a game for a living. And, you know, try not, it makes it almost a little bit easier to not make it bigger than it actually is.
All right, so Joe Flacco walks in the door to a Bengals team that had such high expectations, right? You think through their entire offseason, you re-sign Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, you get Trey Hendrickson back after a protracted back and forth. Joe Burrow is finally healthy. He's got a normal offseason. He's got, you know, everything in front of him. I sat down with Joe in training camp. And I was asking him, like, what's the next step? And he basically said was, like, it's perfection, and I think I'm, like, pretty close to it. This is a guy who we're talking about as an MVP candidate, gets hurt almost immediately, week 2 of the season. Jake Browning, who you would have regarded going into the season as probably a top 10 backup in the NFL, nothing goes right. 3 games riddled with turnovers, 3 losses, 2-3. And now in comes Joe Flacco, who has a foundation in the offense. But if you go back through the course of time, when we've had trades, when we've had signings, it is really, really rare to acquire a quarterback more than any other position and start him that week. Whether it's when the Vikings acquired, you know, Sam Bradford, when it's, any number of other those types of deals. Usually you need a week just to acclimate.
Yeah, right.
But part of the challenge for the Bengals was next week they don't have a normal week. Next week is a Thursday night game against the Steelers. So if you don't give Joe Flacco all the reps, and again, he misses out on a day of them with his top receiver, but if you don't give him all the reps this week, the soonest you would give him a normal week would be going into week 8. And by that point, you might be 2-5, and it doesn't matter anymore because the season's over. So Zach Taylor comes out, yesterday and says, Joe is starting. That's the plan. He is going to be the starter on Wednesday. That's kind of out of necessity here. You need something to jumpstart you. You're in a hostile environment in Green Bay, a Packers defense that has already seen you once and essentially shut you down for 57, 58 minutes. The Browns offense did not score a point, did not score a touchdown anyway, against the Packers. They only get the opportunity on a short field because Jordan Love throws a terrible interception that allows them to flip the game, and they punch one in. It's not like Joe Flacco lit these guys up. Yeah, it was his one win this season with the Browns, but it was the defense that drove that game. Flacco played well enough out of the gate against the Bengals that, but for a missed field goal, they're winning that game. I understand why Cincinnati has to do it. His physical skill set is a fit because of the processing ability, see it, rip it. He's always had great arm twitch, very subtle, fine mechanics that help him fit into an offense like that. But he's 40. I mean, the last time we saw Joe Flacco, it was a game that was so bad that the Browns had to go to Dylan Gabriel sooner than they wanted to. Right. Going into this season, we were going to see Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders at some point. You did not want to start, if you're the Browns, you're Kevin Stefanski, Dylan Gabriel in the initial gauntlet of your season. Flacco was so bad in the Lions game, they basically went, all right, we got to, we're facing Brian Flores in London this week, but we got to do something different. Because when you continue to play somebody who's not playing well, just like with the Giants when they went to Jackson Dart, ideally you would have gone longer with Russ. But you get to a certain point, the locker room always knows. And if you got a guy who's throwing the ball away, he's not making plays, you can't stick with him, which exactly what's happened in Cincinnati, too. They've seen Jake Browning have a lot of success. But the Jake Browning last week that throws 3 picks and puts you in another hole, you can't go on like it. Right. I know the question Susie asked me on the show yesterday was, is this an upgrade? I don't know. That's the honest truth. It is going to be dependent on how Joe Flacco comes out and plays. He's not going to extend plays like Jake Browning. He's not going to get outside the pocket. He's probably going to be a little bit better at playing on rhythm. But is he going to protect the football better? He didn't do it in Cleveland. That's why he's not the starter there now. Let's see what type of plan. They got good coaches there, from Zach Taylor to Dan Pitcher. They've got guys who know that position. Let's see what type of game plan they put out there for him. Again, going into a place that's really, really tough to win against one of the most talented defenses in the NFL right out of the gate.
Yeah, Vegas isn't expecting much. They're 2 touchdown underdogs to the Packers.
Micah Parsons, the defense is healthier. The offensive line is healing up for Green Bay. The biggest issue the Packers have is Brandon McManus, the kicker's got a quad injury and might not be able to go. McManus says he can go. You don't want to be, ask the Browns, any number of teams about that. Go with a backup kicker?
Not great.
Could be, a challenge at times. But on paper, there's every reason to think this should be all Packers. But you're just trying to get, let's get some juice going here. Let's maybe be able to play a little bit differently than we were with Jake Browning. That is, to me, one of the games of the week. We've got the Broncos at the Jets. That's the game Rich will be calling over in London. I am interested in this game because as much as, and you heard it from Rich, they're saying the right things about, this is like what it was in Detroit in the early going with Dan Campbell. That took a year and a half. Not only did it take a year and a half to start winning, the owner had to talk to reporters at the bye week that second year and basically be like, hey, I'm not firing the guy. There were real questions like, are they going to fire everybody? Yeah. And to her credit, Sheila Ham-Ford came out and said, these are our guys. We believe in them. We believe in the culture. This is what we're doing. Because they were seeing it behind the scenes. The last thing we saw from Aaron Glenn was him, yelling at people in the locker room so loud that people could hear it. The defense has been a disaster. And this Jets team, I don't think that it's outlandish to say, is probably more talented than what they had in Detroit in the early going. They had a more veteran quarterback in Jared Goff, who had won more games than Justin Fields. But I also look at this as like a Justin Fields type of problem. They got a lot invested in that defense. You paid Sauce Gardner. You paid Quinnen Williams. You've invested on that side of the football. They get Jermaine Johnson back this week, which should help. You should not be statistically one of the worst 2 to 3 defenses in the league, and that's what they are right now. So can the Jets come out against the Broncos offense that's it's been a little bit up and down through the course of the season?
Yeah, Bo Nix, maybe a little bit of a second-year regression.
You know that Denver's going to have a plan. Vance Joseph did a hell of a job in the second half last week. They're going to challenge this Jets offense. But can the Jets defense show up? Can they actually create a turnover? It should not be this difficult to take the football away. It has been for the Jets. Let's see. I don't draw a lot of corollaries to last year, where Robert Saleh was several years into his build, and Woody Johnson, who was over there having events with his buddies from his ambassador days, obviously was already frustrated with the team and fired Saleh on a Tuesday morning right before we're about to do this show. But I would say for a team that probably had higher expectations, certainly than 0-5. We didn't expect 0-5. There's going to be real questions and issues that they're going to have to answer here in the coming weeks. Beyond just how do we start winning games, it's also, do we need to start trading people? If this is a bigger build than maybe we were even thinking, do we need to be sellers at the trade deadline? Do we trade Breece Hall? Can we trade an Allen Lazard? Can we trade some of those other pieces that might not be the greatest fits in the big picture? They're not trading Sauce. They're not trading, I wouldn't think they're trading Quinnen Williams, though certainly they'd have a market if they were going to listen. They're not trading Garrett Wilson, but are there things that you can do? Those are the questions that the Jets are going to have to answer. For the Broncos, it's keeping pace in what right now looks like a wide open AFC West, everywhere except Las Vegas, at least. The Raiders take on the Titans at home. That's not going to be, I don't know what percentage of the country is seeing that game. I doubt it's high. But to me, that is a fascinating game.
We're not going to get a lot of Hansen updates on Red Zone from that game? Or
it is all dependent on exactly how many times that ball crosses the 20-yard line. But I would think that this is not a game a lot of people are paying attention to, but it is significant. Pete Carroll has been the #1 advocate for Geno Smith during his career renaissance. Not only gave him the opportunity in Seattle, stood by him, was willing to trade away Russell Wilson and give Geno a shot to be a true starter, but then traded for him again this offseason and gave him a raise. Geno Smith is making $40 million guaranteed this season. I misspoke slightly yesterday. There are no guarantees beyond 2026 in his contract, but even the guarantees that are there for 2026, it's $18.5 million. This is not like a Russell Wilson style, we got to eat 2 years of salary type of thing, was the point that I was trying to make. If this thing needs to pivot away from Geno Smith, it can happen. And no amount of the good graces of Pete Carroll is going to keep him in the lineup if you get to that point, like we're talking about with the Bengals or the Browns or the Giants, where guys look around and go, we can't win like this. I've been baffled by what's happened to the Raiders because I was there week 1 in Foxborough.
Right.
Where Geno in the second half of that game played well.
Lit it up.
Obviously, the thread here is he had Brock Bowers until the fourth quarter of that game. Brock Bowers has not been the same since. Didn't play last week. Doesn't sound like he's playing this week. That's going to make a bigger challenge when you're talking about this is the centerpiece of the entire offense. But just reading into the public comments and knowing how bad it's been, you must be not thinking Kenny Pickett can be an upgrade. Otherwise, I would think you might even be entertaining making the move now. But when you're saying, hey, how do we get Geno better? We got to run it more. That, of course, has been Pete Carroll's philosophy the whole time throughout his time in Seattle. But it also speaks to we got to take the pressure off the quarterback as opposed to just counting on the quarterback playing better.
Yeah, according to the Google Gemini, Tom, about 12 to 15% of the country is going to get Raiders Titans on their local
that seems
Fox
high.
affiliate.
That does seem high.
Yeah.
Rams-Ravens, the other huge one here. Again, does not sound like Lamar's going to go. John Harbaugh has not officially ruled him out yet, but you haven't seen him on the practice field since he suffered the hamstring injury. It's a huge game for both teams. It's the Rams' opportunity to get one here. They could easily be 5-0. They've let a couple of games get away from them late, including the Eagles game and the game last week on Thursday night. They've had a longer, the mini bye to rest up, and they're going against the Ravens team that is going to get some people back. Doesn't sound like they're getting the quarterback back, and they are battered right now. So huge games ahead coming up on Sunday. But we got Week 6 kicked off with a bang last night. It was all Giants against the defending Super Bowl champs, and our guest on the other side of this break was a massive part of it. Brian Burns, co-leader in the NFL in sacks. He's with us live next on the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Rich Eisen here for Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life in my own house. With studio quality sound, Sonos makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and I'm talking to you guys that have been sitting on the fence and possibly losing on your own betting on sports and thought it was too expensive to win. This is your week. $44 weekend at FatJackSports.com. What do you get? 4 college games, 4 NFL games, and 4 player props for only $44 Saturday and Sunday of this week. Want longer winners? Get all the plays through Monday and get the players props absolutely free. FatJackSports.com. Sign up today and win this weekend.
Hey guys, it's October, and if you've got old, stuck, or cracked windows, you know what that means. Chilly air is seeping into your home. Don't deal with those annoying drafts this fall. Eliminate them once and for all with Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Window Nation has an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, so you know you're in great hands. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower by Navy Pier with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Save big money on your roofing project at Menards with Owens Corning Shingles. Your roof is the first line of defense against the elements and enhances the appearance of your home's exterior. Owens Corning Duration Shingles offer ultimate protection and impressive curb appeal. Choose from 24 colors of Owens Corning Duration Shingles and transform your home today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. It's bold, it's original, it's the best 23 flavors in football. So whether you're cheering in the stadium, tailgating in the lot, or yelling from afar, make sure you've got Dr. Pepper in hand. Go Bears, and drink up. It's a pepper cup.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
Something for you. And yeah, it's got as much caffeine as a 12-ounce coffee, but zero sugar and no crash. Big flavor, tiny bottle, tasty caffeine done right. You can grab yours in-store or hit up 5hourenergy.com or order on Amazon today.
The Rich Eisen Show across Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We haven't taken a call throughout the course of this show, which Terzo knows because he's currently 2 hours and 23 minutes on hold. Let's bring him out. Brian Burns will be here momentarily, but Terzo in Iowa, what do you got, sir?
All right. What up, Terzo?
What up, guys? What up, Tommy P? It's always a pleasure to talk to you, my man. Hey, so talking about the Niner-Buck game on Sunday, it's interesting if either one of these teams, I think whoever comes out, and depending on what happens with Detroit, might very well be in the driver's seat for the #1 seed in the NFC, given the fact that the Eagles lost last night. So that's kind of interesting there.
Yeah,
and
sure.
I think with the Eagles right now, they have a lot of issues in that locker room, and I think it's really just starting to bubble up. And it's tough to see that happen to these teams at times, especially after winning the Super Bowl.
So here's the thing with the Eagles. We've been down this road before, Terzo. Like the reports on the dynamics and players not getting along and people don't like the quarterback. We've seen this movie so many times that I feel like, at least personally, I am girded toward they're going to figure it out. It's going to work out. But you raise a fantastic point, which is if it's not the Eagles, if they're not the team to beat, Rich said earlier this hour it's the Lions, who is the team you don't want to see? If it's the 49ers, they're down Nick Bosa. He's not coming back. At some point here in the not-too-distant future, Brock Purdy should be back. The wide receiver core has been completely decimated. Incrementally, guys should get back. Brandon Ayuk's still a ways out, but you'd think they're getting players back. Tampa's been gutted, too. Tampa's the team that right now scares me because they can score. And if they figure it out, Terzo, I would think that Bucs team would be one that nobody is going to want to be seen just because they seem like, regardless of circumstances, regardless of who's out, they can generate points on a week-in, week-out basis.
Yeah, and I have to completely agree, and I think it's going to be a pretty good game on Sunday, and just hoping the Niners can pull it out and continue to be in that first-place spot in the NFC West.
Terzo, thank you very much for the call. We appreciate you here.
See you, buddy.
One other injury note, by the way, Saints running back Alvin Kamara dealing with an ankle, officially questionable on the injury report.
Kendre Miller season.
Doesn't necessarily mean he's not going to play. We have seen more of Kendre Miller recently. Kamara is still a core part, though, of the operation. If you have him plugged in as your flex like I do, almost weekly in fantasy. You're hoping he's going to be able to go. Week 6 got going last night. It was a heck of a night to be a New York Giant. And one of the guys who you saw all over the screen was Brian Burns, 2-time Pro Bowl pass rusher, well on his way to a 3rd, tied for the NFL lead in sacks, and he joins us right now on the Rich Eisen Show with me, Tom Pelissero. Brian, great to see you, man. What's it like? Dude, there haven't been a ton of these moments since you got to New York. What's it like waking up today after a win like that over the defending champs?
Man, it feels great, just to do it in prime time, Thursday night, and against the Eagles just makes it all better.
So in the second half last night, you guys shut them out. It was unbelievable. Were there adjustments you made? Were there things you saw in the first half, or how did you guys lock it down to the extent that you did after halftime?
We really just kept the emphasis on shutting out the run completely, making sure we were tight in the back end and, trying to disrupt Hurts as much as we can. And, everybody was just on one accord. We was all on one page, and everything executed well.
How about Cordell Flott? I don't know how many people, your average fan watching last night on Prime Video, have that name at the tip of their tongue, but the dude's been making plays for you. That's a huge play swing in that game last night.
Yeah, man. Flott been balling left and right. All year he's been pretty locked down. He's been good tackling on the perimeter. I ain't gonna lie. I feel like that was the dagger of the night. Like, that just sucked out all the air from the Eagles, and after that, it was over.
So there's a lot of people, maybe even some people in this room, Chris Brockman, who were surprised by the outcome of the game last night. You guys in the locker room, it's a short week. Thursday games can always be, a little bit weird, but were you guys surprised at all that you played the way you did on that stage?
Nah, man, I knew we were always capable. We were always this close, but this was the first time, that every phase was, pure dominance, in my opinion, from special teams to offense to defense. We all had our splash plays and our moments, and it was a sight to see.
Tell me about your quarterback, Jackson Dart. He is his own guy. You see it in the celebrations. You're already laughing. Just tell me the experience of knowing and playing with Jackson Dart.
Man, Dart brings a lot of excitement to the game. He's electric. The amount of focus he has is uncommon for a rookie to have that. And, I think that kid's going to do a lot of special things in New York. But, yeah, the combo with him and Scat, both of them boys are crazy. They're actually insane, but I love them, bro. They bring it straight juice, and they fearless.
I don't know if you can see the photos we're showing while you're talking.
Yeah, I can see it.
Scadaboo's out there he ripped his shirt off Hulk Hogan style on the Prime Video postgame set. Man. Him and Dart have all these different celebrations. It's like Step Brothers. This is a movie right here.
Yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie. It's special, man. I love to see that.
Is Scadaboo, I mean this in the kindest way possible, is he all there? Do you ever worry about him? Because there's things he says and things he does where I'm like, I'm slightly concerned about him right now.
I'm not sure. We got to come back to that. But all I know is he's the same guy every day. That's Scat. That's who you going to get. That type of energy, man, that is contagious. But yeah, he's a crazy individual.
From an athletic standpoint, we're currently showing him upside down here.
Upside down.
Flipping. I've seen you do some of these things too, Brian. From an athletic standpoint, where does he rank on the 2025 Giants?
I don't know. He up there, though. He definitely top 10, if not top 5, because I never thought I'd see him do a backflip. So
it seems like that, the punishing style, too, with the way he's able to close out the game, that seems like the match for what you guys do defensively. To me, the Eagles have been the bullies. I said this earlier in the show. The Eagles have been the bullies for years now in that division. You bullied them last night on both sides of the football. Where did that come from, and how much of that is just kind of a part of the team's mentality right now?
No, it's definitely part of the team's mentality, and just a reference to how Scat runs. That's his whole game. But other than that, man, we just putting everything together. The details are getting better, the preparation's getting better, and that's causing us to come out here and have the success. So
you're 27. It seems like you just keep getting better year over year. Certainly the production keeps getting better, and you're off to maybe the best start you've had in your career. How have you gone about taking your game to the next level here?
Oh, man. I had a lot of talks with myself, just reflecting over how how I want my play to look, as well as match the production. And, I just took the steps necessary in OTAs and training camp to, to get that done, just being more disciplined, holding myself accountable, and my big brother being on me. So, got to listen to big brother. So.
Do you at any point run out of sack celebrations? I'm always curious about this because, you probably cook up a certain number during the season. Right now, you're on pace for a little over 20 sacks here. Do you have to kind of generate some new ones here?
I ain't gonna lie, man. I might have a handbook. I'm gonna just start writing down anything I think of. I'm not gonna run out of nothing. So many movies I can go back to. I can find something. Trust me. I'll find it.
So, all right. So you got the long weekend here, which is great. It's even better after a win to kind of recuperate a little bit extra here. How do you guys as a team? How do you go about carrying over all that juice, all that energy, a huge win, and doing it again, just doing it over and over, and putting yourself in a position where this is a Giants team that's playing relevant football in December?
Yeah, man. Like I say, every Sunday is his own Sunday, and I treat them all in their own individually. Just all by itself. And, we just got to keep doing it over and over again. We can't get excited that we could do it one time. We got to get excited that we can continue to do it and, build on this momentum and go on a run. That's what it's about. So,
does this feel like a team that's capable of a run? In other words, we're sitting here and you're on the show again in January. Are you surprised if you guys are a playoff team or pushing to be in the playoffs?
No, I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like there's a lot of talent in that building. And if we could continue to play, complimentary football the way we did last night, the sky's the limit for us.
So what do you get into this weekend? Are you I'm going to sleep 16 hours a day because I got a few extra days off? Are you taking a trip? What do you do with your extra little bye here?
Yeah, man. I'm gonna get out a little bit. Probably go get some dinner. Probably see a show or something. I'm gonna enjoy this little weekend we got off though, for sure. I'm not gonna stay in the house all weekend.
What kind of show does Brian Burns want to see? You're in the hub of Broadway there. There's concerts. What kind of thing are you trying to find?
I'm really open to anything. New York. You can't unpack New York, maybe ever. But but I'm down to try new things and try to outsource a little bit.
All right, well, we appreciate it, man. I know it's been a busy 24 hours here, so keep it rolling. It was fun to watch, man. Last night, it's fun to have positive New York Giants stories to talk about, man. So appreciate you being here.
I appreciate you, man. It was a blast.
Brian Burns,
yes, sir. Yes,
Pro
congrats,
Bowl
man.
Pass rusher. Every time you looked up last night, it's Brian Burns making plays. Think back to that trade. And again, I don't mean to keep bringing this back to Saquon, but they got Brian Burns without giving up a first-round pick. Mm-hmm. Obviously, he didn't have a future in Carolina. The Panthers got, in their minds, the equivalent of a first-round pick out of it with a couple of twos. But to get a guy who's producing at that level, a young, up-and-coming pass rusher, those opportunities don't come about very often. It made sense for Dan Morgan and the Panthers at that point, kind of in the same way that we talk about why the Giants ultimately didn't try to make one more effort to keep Saquon, which is were the Panthers a pass rusher away from winning the Super Bowl in 2024? Probably not. But the Giants felt like this is the building block. Nope. We can get the most out of this guy. They paid him on a deal that I want to say was 5 years and 150 or up to 150. They paid him the top of the market. That's a move you can't make if you're paying a running back $14, $15, $17 million. That's the reality of a salary cap league. Still only 27, playing better and better. Dexter Lawrence is one of the best defensive players in the NFL. Those young corners, mentioned Cordell Flott, but the guys that they've drafted have been excellent for the Giants so far this season. I don't know where it all leads. I don't know if last night was your classic Thursday night football is weird.
Yeah, maybe.
The right time against a team that's kind of unraveling in the Eagles, or at least appears that they don't have the identity right now. But you saw something in those guys. I love also, by the way, when I asked about Jackson Dart, not only did he start laughing immediately, but also his answer was just like him and Scatman. Like, it's the two of them.
Yeah, it's the two of them.
We all watch it and we're like, you see these guys, it's a buddy cop comedy.
It's phenomenal.
But even they see it clearly in the locker room.
It's like I said yesterday on the show, when you're a Giants fan, right? You want some type of hope. and you have those two guys, these young bucks out there, just losing their mind. Like I said, Scottaboo's got to practice with the Juggernaut helmet on because he don't know any way but like 100 miles through the wall. Like, yeah, man, if I'm a Giants fan, I'm so hyped right now.
With
it's
Neighbors coming back next year.
Yeah, and you got Neighbors coming back and your tight end.
All those defensive players.
Like, and your yeah, man, like something. If I'm a Giants fan, I've got some hope right now.
How about this question?
Sneaky value, too. Brian Burns, 40-1 Defensive Player of the Year right now.
Let's take a look at the Giants' schedule, too, because they're sitting there right now at 2-4. If they hadn't had 5 turnovers against the Saints, they'd be 3-3. Mm-hmm. You got tough games coming up. You're at Denver. You got the rematch with the Eagles in Philly. You got the 49ers.
Yeah, this is rough.
There's a lot going on at Chicago. And then the Packers, the Lions, the Patriots, who are playing a lot better. The bye is in Week 14, which I believe is the latest bye in the NFL.
That's a tough remaining schedule right there.
So here's
we knew they had the hardest schedule in the league this
Here's
year.
my question.
Not the last.
Let's say you have 3 more games before the trade deadline. Let's say somehow over 3 teams that I think everybody would think are playoff teams right now, Denver, Philly, and San Francisco.
Sure.
Let's say you win 2 of them.
Okay.
You are then a 4-5 team. Are you buyers at the trade deadline?
Have to.
Are you going out and getting another receiver?
Yes.
If you're Joe Shane, are you taking your shot or are you in the slow build? Now, again, we can look at the schedule and say they probably won't be in that position. They got really hard games upcoming here. But it does. This is a fascinating, with the trade deadline being pushed back, there are so many teams. Even when I talked to GMs over the, not so much this week, but the previous weeks, it was like, it's too early. Everybody's still in it. Everybody's got hope. You saw, 3 or 4 trades this week?
Yeah.
You're starting to see teams figure out a little bit more, okay, what are we going for?
Well, can we float some names? Like, what wide receivers do you anticipate being available in 3 weeks?
I mean, look at the teams they're struggling right now. Jacoby Myers with the Raiders. He requested a trade some time ago. They didn't want to trade him. He's in a contract year. Could you trade Jacoby Myers? I would guess. I don't know if the Titans would deal him, but I would think they'd get some calls about Calvin Ridley if they're not winning more games. And if you're thinking, how do we get value and build this thing in the big picture? They know Chad Brinker, Mike Borgonzi, that you need as many picks as possible to rebuild that roster. Could potentially they be willing to move that guy? I guarantee they'll get calls on him. The Saints will get calls. Saints have a bunch of guys.
Yeah, Chris Olave, right?
Are you going to pay Chris Olave with an extensive concussion history? Or do you go, you know what? If we can get a high pick back in exchange for him from a team that just needs somebody, the bar has been set. Look at wide receiver in-season trades in recent years. It is not uncommon to see guys go for third-round picks. So if you can get something like that for a player that maybe you think you're not going to pay, somebody calls you on Brandon Cooks, would you trade him? Somebody calls you on Rashid Shaheed, would you trade him? All those teams that are struggling right now are the very teams that are going to get the calls. It's less about who's available than it is about what circumstances are going to arise. Do people call Miami about Jalen Waddle if they keep losing?
Yeah, I was just about
I would think they get calls. I don't know that they would deal him, but I do think they would get calls. Even the trade we saw the other night, which was a really fun interlude, by the way, to my last night with my wife before coming out here to do this show for a week. And I'm making a cocktail and I'm going to sit down on the couch and watch an episode of the morning show. And then I get a text. Hey, I think the Jaguars just traded their best corner to Cleveland. I was just like, what?
What's in this trade?
At no point had that ever come up. Like, I got a long list that I keep of all the trade names. And I'm like, they what now? And sure enough, it's in a Tyson Campbell. And I know there were a couple of picks involved. It was basically a pick swap, but it was basically Tyson Campbell for Greg Newsome. And that's a very unusual trade. So why do the Jaguars and Browns make that deal? Tyson Campbell is signed. He got extended by the prior regime under Trent Baalke last year. He's signed up for years to come. Greg Newsome is in a contract year, but is playing probably the best football of his life. Anybody who watched the Vikings-Browns game in London last week saw Greg Newsome going toe-to-toe with Justin Jefferson. Now, Jefferson got some on him because he's Justin Jefferson.
Right.
But there were plays Greg Newsome was making in that game. All it comes down to this. And you saw James Gladstone say they were in it to win games now. Greg Newsome, only 1 year, but probably a better fit for how they play, vision on the football, find the football, than what he'd been doing in Cleveland, where, quite frankly, the Browns, people in the league knew Greg Newsome was available for a couple of years. So why do the Browns do it? Trade away a guy who's playing the best football that he's played. Why trade him now? Well, you get a cost-controlled Tyson Campbell for years to come now.
Right.
His salary, which is somewhere in the teens, it's not the current corner market, which is what Greg Newsome, if he plays like this, is going to be asking for. You now got a guy who could be part of the solution for the future. That's where those decisions have to be made. The Browns are very much building this. They are operating. And we can have a fair debate about whether or not big changes will or should come in Cleveland. But they are very much operating like we are building this thing for 2026 and beyond. This draft class with Mason Graham and Carson Schwessinger and both of the running backs, Harold Fannin, the tight end, Isaiah Bond, who was available for a variety of reasons, but was an undrafted free agent signing. This is the young core. If you find a quarterback out of it, great. If it's Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders, but if not, you got 2 first-round picks. You got all kinds of extra draft capital, including the upgrade in the pick you got in this trade. You've got a lot of flexibility, and they're very much acting like the window for the Browns is 2026 and probably even more 2027. The Jaguars, off to a hot start and playing better than I think realistically a lot of people within the league thought they would play. Trevor Lawrence has been excellent. Travis Etienne is having the best season that he's had. Right. Travis Hunter, finally, it's week 5. He's trying to do something no one's ever done before. Week 5 has a breakout type of game where you're seeing him make the type of plays he did at Colorado. They're going, you know what? James Gladstone worked for Les Snead. This is their bleep them picks era. Yeah. We are taking our shot right now and trying to win big. And we'll see whether or not they're able to sustain that over the course of this season.
You mentioned the Browns. Oh, by the way, Deshaun Watson's still there.
He's still there. He's under contract for 2026, 1 more year at $46 million. There is a lot of unamortized cap hits that you have to deal with. They've done certain things in terms of the restructure where they can push a lot of that out into 2027, but they've found a way to navigate around it. You know what the best way is to navigate around a big, as Jimmy Haslam has called it, mistake, swing and miss at the quarterback position? Find a young quarterback who is cost-controlled for the next several years. Could be Dylan Gabriel, could be Shedeur Sanders. Also could be whoever QB1 ends up being in the 2026 draft, which, quite frankly, at this point, I don't know that anybody
just shrugs.
Has a clear picture of exactly who that is going to be. I have been informed, per sources, there are other sports than football going on in the universe right now. We'll talk about some of them and also get to some more NFL injury updates right on the other side of this break. It's the Rich Eisen Show. Tom Pelissero in for Rich.
Member Week is back at Lowe's with big savings for pros. Now through October 15th, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, building materials, and more. Plus, get free standard shipping. Shop these exclusive member-only savings before they're gone. Not a rewards member? Join for free today. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Out here, pets are always by your side. Watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to make you a winner every Friday in October with our $500K Double Down giveaway. Earn entries each week to boost your chance of winning a guaranteed $50,000. Then you can choose to walk away or risk half for a shot at $100,000 in cash. Do you dare to double down? Only at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
At Postman Law, they're used to winning. And after an injury, you could use a win. With more than $3 billion won for their clients, they know how to deliver. Fast. Car crash, work injury, serious accident. Postman Law makes it simple. Speed, ease, results. Because when the game's on the line, you need a team that knows how to finish strong. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com to get started. Others promise. Postman delivers. This is attorney advertising.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Your fantasy roster is set. The Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivona.
And the Cubs jump out to a 3-0 lead.
Game 5 of the Brewers and Cubs. Coverage begins tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern, with first pitch at 8:08 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Welcome back to the Rich Eisen Show on Disney Plus, as well as the ESPN app and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Tom Pellicero in for Rich, who joined us a short time ago from London, calling the Broncos-Jets game on Sunday. Also just had Brian Burns on the show. It was fantastic. Big win last night for the New York Giants. Just the appetizer for a big Sunday in the NFL. A couple other injury updates. Sure. No surprise, Chargers ruled out Joe Alt. So they once again not going to have the guy who was supposed to be the right tackle, and then he was the left tackle, and now he's neither tackle because Rashawn Slater is also out. Jason McCord did a great job when he joined us breaking down how having neither of those guys is having this trickle-down effect on everything else that they're trying to do from an offensive perspective. Sounds like Xavier Worthy trending up right now. He's got the ankle. He's got the shoulder. The ankle was the thing that seemed like it was an issue with him last week, where he turned it during practice, then it swelled up on the plane. He was back on the field today. Andy Reid said that he's looking good, was moving around well, so seems like that's headed toward him being out there, which, by the way, brings me back to when you were doing What's More Likely with Rich, and I was busy answering multiple calls and texts about Jerry Jones not appealing a fine for giving people the finger.
Very important.
I would say this. I don't have. I can't remember what the options were. I don't have that great of a degree of concern about the Chiefs. The main driving reason for that is next week Rashee Rice is back. You are going to suddenly...
Also coming off a knee injury, by the way, Rashee Rice.
But he was moving around really well in the preseason. If you watched him in the preseason, he looked good. He looked like Rashee Rice. And he's been back in the building for a couple weeks already. Okay. So it's not like he's coming in cold and just going to be dropped in. Rashee Rice is a conservatively top 20 receiver in the NFL. He's a really good player. You don't get many opportunities without a trade to drop a top 20 receiver into your offense in the middle of the year.
Right.
That will change everything. As big as it was for them to get Xavier Worthy back after Travis Kelce took him out in the first game and he missed a few weeks there, as big as that was, this is bigger. This now opens up everything else because you finally have a fully dimensional type of receiver out there. It takes the pressure off of Travis Kelce to have to do more. It takes the heat off all the other receivers. As much as we have seen the Jujus of the world step up and make some plays, that is going to be a really big deal. Are they going to be the high-powered offense that they've been in years past? That might depend in part on, does the run game come back? Isaiah Pacheco looked more like himself.
He did look good last week.
I have to wonder, and Kareem Hunt is obviously still the guy that they go to in goal line. You watch Pacheco, I'm having flashbacks to rookie year Pacheco, where for a guy as not, I won't say small, but I will say for a guy as not big as him, he is the most violent dude pound for pound maybe in the entire NFL.
He is listed at 5'10", 216.
There is no chance he is 216. No way. I have stood next to Isaiah Pacheco. He is not 216. I will take the, not that I can give gambling advice.
We wouldn't ask
I don't know what they offer props on. But if there is some sort of carnival barker thing from one of our many gambling partners, I'm not telling you to take the under. I'm just saying, I don't think he weighs 216 pounds. You think Cam Scattaboo, he's built like a guy who's running you over. Not Isaiah Pacheco. But that looked like more of him. So can they find that balance, which has really been missing? To me, that's one of the big questions.
Was listed at 215.
Also, no chance. Now, he's not as tall, though, right?
No, he's 5'11".
5'11". That makes more sense to me. I would, not that I can give gambling advice.
We wouldn't ask for it.
But I would say probably over on that.
Do you have anybody on upset watch?
Let's put Cam Scattaboo and Isaiah Pacheco side by side, and you tell me who really weighs 215.
Right. Anybody on upset watch for you, Tom? I'm talking about maybe Pittsburgh, Chargers, Colts, anybody like that?
Well, the Colts have been, getting by. Lou Anarumo, if there's an assistant coach of the year to this point in the season, it might be Lou. For a guy who took, a fair amount of flack for when the Bengals defense, which was always undermanned, would stumble in recent years, ends up, he got fired, but it was probably one of those everybody's ready to move on type of moments here. He goes to Indianapolis, and it's not like they are an absolutely stacked defense. Liatu Latu has made some plays, obviously, for them. They still have DeForest Buckner. Linebackers, they just signed Jermaine Pratt after he got cut by the Raiders, a guy that Lou knows well. In the defensive backfield, you're not dealing with a ton of household names. Lou Anarumo's done a fantastic job. You just wonder at any point, does somebody start scoring on them a little bit as you get more tape? Do they have one of those games where they're not playing as well? Again, Lou deserves a ton of credit for what they've put out there so far this season. But if Kyler Murray plays, which he's practicing today, that would tell you he's probably going to be out there this week. Mm-hmm. I'll just be interested to see, because the Colts, they're literally a A.D. Mitchell ridiculous fumble at the goal line, dropping the ball when he's trying to celebrate, away from being 5-0.
Yeah.
Is this a Colts team that's going to win 14 games? We've seen wilder stuff. We saw the Vikings last year with Sam Darnold go out and win 14 games. Like, wilder things have happened in this. But this just feels like one of those games where there's any type of letdown, where it's an Arizona team that's lost 3 in a row. They've had all this turmoil with Jonathan Gannon getting fined and the way that they absolutely coughed up that game last week. This could be a rallying type of moment for Arizona. I'll be really interested to see exactly what this looks like come Sunday. Upset alert might be a little bit strong. I'm just going to be really interested to see what the dynamics look like here between these teams. Lots of ways to watch us on Disney Plus, noon to 3 Eastern time every weekday. Be there.
Thank you, Tom. Hey, it's Bleck and Aki. Bleck and Abdalla coming up in 5 minutes, live from Chicago as the Cubs set to take on the Brewers tomorrow in Game 5.
I've got a ring in my ear, Chris.
Yeah.
And all I hear is Freddie, Freddie.
What a scene last night at Wrigley. We will talk to you about it at 312-332-3776. It's a Friday. All calls welcome. Get a little football in as well. Bleck and Abdalla. Aki in for Abdalla coming up in 5 minutes.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. In football, speed and quick decision-making change the game. The same's true for business. Cyber threats move fast, and you can't afford to play catch-up. That's why companies trust Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they detect and stop threats in real time before they ever slow your team down. Trusted by enterprises worldwide, backed by over 35 years of innovation, Trend Micro helps your business stay fast, agile, and secure. Cyber threats move fast. Trend Micro moves faster. Go to trendmicro.com to see for yourself.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
Where the online trends keep getting worse.
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do you do?
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I know how tough it is dealing with lingering pain, whether it's your back, neck, or even headaches. You don't have to live with it anymore. Chiro One offers natural chiropractic care that can help you live pain-free without drugs or surgery. From everyday activities to getting back in the gym, or most importantly, playing with your kids. Chiro One has your back, literally. Visit ChiroOne.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including Andersonville, Evanston, and Vernon Hills. That's ChiroOne.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
If you don't pay your insurance on time each month, your coverage will be canceled. But did you know that the insurance company doesn't have a time frame in which they have to pay you? In fact, your insurance policy is full of obstacles and deadlines designed to make it harder for you to collect. But those same obstacles and deadlines don't apply to the insurance company. Why? Because they write the rules. Here's one example. You have a short period of time in which you have to file your claim, but there is no set amount of time in which an insurance company must pay you. In the years you're waiting for your claim to be resolved, you could lose your home and your health. People have had to go back to work while they're still injured, been forced to take short money or lowball offers. When you're giving an insurance company money each and every month, you're their good neighbor. But once you file a claim, you become their liability. If you want a law firm to help you overcome all of the obstacles the insurance company puts in your way, call the Verdoliak Law Group. 844-4VLG-LAW.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future, own it.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and I'm talking to you guys that have been sitting on the fence and possibly losing on your own betting on sports and thought it was too expensive to win. This is your week. $44 weekend at FatJackSports.com. What do you get? 4 college games, 4 NFL games, and 4 player props for only $44 Saturday and Sunday of this week. Want longer winners? Get all the plays through Monday and get the players' props absolutely free. FatJackSports.com. Sign up today and win this weekend.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Bleck Abdalla, WMVP WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome in. It's a Friday here on Bleck and Abdalla. Tyler Aki filling in for Abdalla as Abdalla travels the world, parts unknown. You can join us today. All calls welcome. Friday calls here on Bleck and Abdalla, brought to you by Yuengling. If you want to join us, you can call us at 312-332-3776. The Cubs win last night, 6-0 in Game 4 of the NLDS. Game 5 tomorrow. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN 1000. First pitch set for 7:08. A win or go home situation for both the Cubs and the Brewers. And Tyler Aki in for Abdalla today. He was at the friendly confines last night, a part of the crowd going nuts throughout the entire game.
It wasn't so friendly for Freddie Peralta out
no,
there.
It wasn't.
I don't think that's what he's going to call it anymore, but it was. I think that was the best sporting event I've ever been to last night.
Ever?
Like, collegiate level experience. And I say that in the most endearing way possible, because usually that sounds like I'm crapping on what the situation was, but that's not at all what I'm doing. I think it's the best.
I get what you're saying.
Because I think in college sports, that's where you see the crowd impact the outcome the most. And I believe it started in the bleachers in the first inning, and you get a couple guys just going, Freddie. And then it became an entire stadium, every pitch type of thing. And as the game wore on, the organist got into it and started to play the tune alongside of it. It was incredible. And much like what I said yesterday, too, there were no Brewers fans there. They did not show up for this game at all. And maybe it's because, you feel good, you're saving your powder for NLCS tickets or whatever.
Yeah.
But now you got to get there, because the Cubs and that home crowd took control of that game. They got in Freddie Peralta's head, and once Ian Happ left the yard in the first inning, it felt like that was over, especially after there was a goose egg for the Brewers.
You know, you were there both nights. I was there for Game 3, and we talked about yesterday right here on the show in this space, is that it felt like the fans were not nervous heading into the game. You walked into Wrigley Field, and there was an element of electricity throughout the concourse when you got into the seating bowl, and it just felt like the fan base had something to prove that, like, this isn't over yet.
Yeah.
And I feel like in the past, and I'm sure many Cub fans have felt this throughout their lives, and I know 2016 changed things, but for most of your life, you're thinking about the lovable losers or woe is me and something's going to happen. What's the next shoe to drop here? And there's going to be a mistake, right? Like that's the way that a lot of people who follow this team have been led to believe that that's the way it is. This feels different.
Yeah.
It's not arrogance. It's not cockiness. It's like...
It's an eternal optimism.
Yeah, right,
I think is
right,
what,
exactly. And the fan base showing up and being ready to support, you can feel it in the stadium. And for all of us watching on TV last night, you could tell that it was a different atmosphere the last two nights at Wrigley Field than what you saw in the regular season or maybe in years past since 2016.
Some fan bases would take something like this and it would feel woe is me. And maybe it's just some blind faith that this fan base has in this team right now. But because it is Wrigley Field and because it is the allure of going to go see the Cubs play, there is this like childlike optimism within this fan base right now where it almost feels like, especially after they got game one, then it was blood in the water. And it's this fan base and this team has kind of adopted this why not us mentality. And the way that they were able to not only just jump on the Brewers in the first inning, but then sprinkle a few later on in the game too and continue to tack on. I thought that was key, especially after that fifth inning when they did not score and left the bases loaded. I think that entire building was kind of like, all right, buckle up. This is how this is going to go again. And then you get the Tucker home run, and then Bush puts one out, and then Shaw has the RBI single. And it felt like everything was, even the Carson Kelly foul ball. I mean,
You're
that
right.
was a mammoth shot.
Yeah.
And the fact that when that got overturned, it felt a little empty in the building, but because they had gotten the home run earlier in the inning, it felt like, all right, 4 runs, we can still work with this, and we finally scored outside of the first inning too.
Yeah, the offense showed up. The pitching staff was outstanding last night. No runs for the Brewers.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew Boyd, the 4 innings and 2/3, 2 hits given up. He had 6 strikeouts. He was cool. I think that there was a little concern after seeing the shaky first outing in this series. How would he react? But he's pitched so well at home this entire year. And it's like he just took control of what the Brewers were trying to accomplish, and it was no problem. And then you get, 4 inning or more than 4 innings from the bullpen as well. Mm-hmm. No runs, only 1 hit after Boyd left the game. And that's a recipe to get back into this series. And I do feel like the Cubs have some element of an upper hand heading into tomorrow with momentum, even though we don't know who's starting.
Right.
Because it does feel like the bats have woken up. And if you're going to a ballpark where the ball's going to fly out anyway, and if you have Kyle Tucker and Ian Happ
and Michael Bush
hitting for power, then I think the Cubs can win tomorrow. And that's where we lead to the conversation of who's going to start for the Chicago Cubs tomorrow. If you want to join us, you can call us at 312-332-3776. If I were choosing, I would go Colin Ray. I think if it's pretty obvious, even though Shota has had the better season, since the start of August, Shota has thrown 18 home runs to the opposition. Ray, since that time, has thrown 1. I think at the very least, even if he's not great, you're keeping the ball in the ballpark, or you're trying to, which would then hopefully prolong the game and keep the Cubs in it, which allows their bats to kind of take advantage. That's the way I would go with it. How would you do it?
After yesterday I think taught me a very important lesson for how I'm approaching it. I'm throwing Shota tomorrow.
Really?
Because it is a trust your dogs situation.
Wow.
I mean, these are the guys that got you here. And you saw it play out yesterday. Boyd was nails. He got into the 5th. He looked great. He had the 6 strikeouts. Tucker came out of his shell, too. He finally flashes a little bit of power. Ian Happ, who was so good in September, he shows a little bit of power and hits the one that kind of opens this thing up and gets the scoring going. And Shota's been one of your dogs all year long. I know he struggled a little bit at the end of the year, but this was a dig deep type of game. Matt Boyd did it. Kyle Tucker did it. Ian Happ did it. The entire bullpen did it. I thought Daniel Palencia was fantastic. Drew Pomeranz has been incredible this year. And then obviously the way that Keller and Thielbar closed things out. But Shota's one of the guys that got you here. So it's time to trust him. And this is one of the things with, like, you can go with your gut, you can go with analytics, whatever. I think this is one of the blend of both, where you're going with your gut because this is a guy that got you here, and analytics show you that Shota is going to be good more times than not. And he hasn't been good in this series so far. He was all right against the Padres, led up the 1 big home run to Machado. But I think this is one where you just let Shota dig deep because I think he's a gamer in there.
The one concern that I would have is that if he blows up early, you give all of that momentum right back to Milwaukee. I think the Cubs now have the momentum of this series. A lot of Cub fans are going to travel north. They're going to be attending this game. I don't know if it will be truly a 50-50 crowd, but I do think you will hear Cub fans up there for the game tomorrow, and they're going to make their presence felt.
Yeah.
I think the longer you keep Milwaukee off the scoreboard, the pressure is only going to build for them. Because the Cubs at this point, you're up against it. You fought back. You did your job. You made it to a Game 5. I think most Cub fans would look at it as being a somewhat successful season, that you got to a deciding game in the divisional series and you lost to the team with the best record in baseball. You'd hate it. It'd be sour taste in your mouth for the entire offseason that the Brewers not only won the division, but they knocked you out of the playoffs. But you weren't swept.
Yeah.
And you didn't lose at home type of thing. And you fought back, and you had 2 games where you proved that you can hang with this team. So, like, to me, heading into tomorrow night, the pressure is 100% on Milwaukee because it will get tight in there with the fan base if the Brewers go through the first 3 innings scoreless.
Yeah.
So, like, the last thing I want to see is Shota go out there and give up a home run in the first inning, and then all of a sudden the Brew Crew is just chanting, and you got the little guys sliding down in the outfield and the whole thing. Like, that's what you need to avoid, because as the longer that this game goes tomorrow, the pressure will only build on the Brewers. The Cubs can play free and easy tomorrow night.
For sure. And I think part of it is, I'm sending Shota out there. His leash is very short.
Yeah.
But if he gets through, like, if Colin Ray gets through the first 3 innings of this game scoreless, there's certainly like a confidence that you feel. But I feel like if Shota were to get through these first 3 innings scoreless, that's an exponential confidence, because it's like, all right, that's one of our top guys. He's proving what he's proven all throughout his career so far with the Cubs, and he's letting Milwaukee feel it. And I think there's a mental part of that. When your stars are going well, it feeds off of everyone. Like when Kyle Tucker hit that ball out yesterday, it felt like there was an extra little energy within that team.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If you're going Shota, do you then do what Craig Counsell decided to do in the wild card series? Do you go opener and then put Shota in the second inning? Kittredge started.
No.
He had an inning. He gave up a run against the Padres in the start in that game that the Padres won against the Cubs. When Shota started, do you do it that way?
No, I wouldn't do that, just because I look at the righty bats that were in that Padre lineup with Machado and with Tatis. Those guys are way better than what Churio and Contreras are. And there's still lefties at the top of this Milwaukee lineup that Shota can go out and face. Like, you're not playing the matchup game as much there, because Yelich is going to be batting either leadoff or second. Terang's going to be up there too. I just think that with Shota out there, you don't have to play the matchups as much with a team like Milwaukee as you did with San Diego. I just think that the righty slug in that San Diego lineup is much more significant than Milwaukee's.
All right, 312-332-3776. Tyler is in for Abdalla. It's Bleck and Abdalla right here on ESPN 1000. Friday calls. All calls welcome. Let's kick it off with Matt in Schaumburg. Matt, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up?
Hey, Mr. B.
Hold on a second.
Matt, you're on.
Yes, this is Matt from Schaumburg.
Correct.
And and thank you so much. I would start Colin Ray. We are actually going to the game, but you cannot trust Shota. He has shown you what he is capable of, and you just can't trust him. The moment and the game are way too big. I would throw out Colin Ray and put him on a very short leash, and you might even have to use Ben Brown. I really wish we had Kate Horton available, but we don't.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Matt. Appreciate you. We go from Matt to Christopher in Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. What's up, Christopher?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, man.
So I got a question for you. Is Assad even on the playoff roster?
I'd have to double check the playoff roster. I don't believe he is, though, because I believe he was left off of the wild card roster, and then I think the only change that came in was Ben Brown got put on the roster, and then Taylor Rogers was taken off.
You know, that kind of sucks, because I really like the way Assad pitched against the Brewers. I think he's like 1-in-1 career, but he's got like a 2.1 ERA or something like that. So I would actually love to see Assad. I think he would have been a much better matchup against the Brewers. I'm really scared. I'm really scared that he's going to throw Shota out there, man. And I've loved Shota in the past, but just down the stretch, I just don't think. I don't think that was our. I mean, not that we had a lot of hot pitchers, but I don't think that's the best option here. And I'm just really scared that the Brewers jump on him in the first inning. So I don't know. Colin Ray, I don't know how confident I feel in him either, but I almost feel a little bit more comfortable with Colin Ray. And did the Brewers announce yet? Or are they going to I just have a feeling they're going to pitch Mizorowski in the first inning against us the way we've been killing them.
Neither team has announced yet.
I know the managers are supposed to meet with the media a little bit later today, and I bet you we get some sort of clarity, at least on one side.
Okay. I mean, what do you guys think? I don't know. I just don't feel that confident about Shota.
Sure, and thanks for the call, Christopher. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's the way I view it. Tyler says the opposite. He would go with the guy that's gotten him here throughout the season. I think. I mean, it's a tough situation because I was also thinking about this earlier today. If you somehow win tomorrow, right, you scrape and claw your way through this divisional series. Next week in the championship series, you're in a situation where you essentially have like 2 starters and a guy that you don't want to pitch as your third in a championship league series. So
next week you would get back Kate Horton.
Yeah.
Which is a huge ace to have up your sleeve.
At what point in the series, we don't know, right? Because like Jesse has reported here on the radio station that Kate Horton hasn't even faced live batting yet in his ramp up.
Yeah.
So it's not a guarantee for game 1 that he would be ready. Maybe game 3, perhaps. At some point, you would. Yeah, you're right. You would get him back.
By the way, I've gotten a text from Silvy, and from what he is hearing,
perfect.
Shota will not pitch tomorrow.
All right. So Silvy is hearing.
He'll have more on it at 3 o'clock. But from what he's hearing, Shota will not pitch tomorrow.
I like that. I would go Colin Ray. We laid it out since August 1st. Shota has given up 18 home runs, and Ray's given up 1. So I would just play off of that with the idea of I'm trying to keep this low scoring, at least the Brewers side of things, low scoring, and get into the game as deep as possible, hoping that my offense will carry the day, because you're patchworking this to begin with. And that's where I was going with the thought is the Cubs are in a situation where they're essentially, they're jumping out of a plane with like a half working parachute. Like they don't really have many options.
No.
And the options that you have are not great. Yeah. And if you are going to win this series and then go on to the championship series next week against the Dodgers, you're going to be in the same boat except for having Horton back. That will be a guy that you feel confident in, but everything else is kind of up for grabs.
Yeah, I think the way that things set up now is I think the Cubs, with a little bit of extra time and maybe a little hindsight and some data points from the playoffs, they would have set their rotation a little bit differently. I bet you if they were to redo this thing, they would have put Jamison Tyone first or second in the order of the pitching rotation, and then whichever one he's not goes to Boyd. And then that way you would potentially have a decision to make where, all right, is it going to be Jamison Tyone pitching today? And I think you'd feel pretty good. A lot of Cubs fans would feel pretty good about having Tyone going in a do-or-die Game 5. Because when you front-load some of these guys, all of a sudden you're making them available at the back end of series, which if you're a competitive team, you are going to see more Game 6s and 7s, and in the case of the DSs, you're going to see Game 5s more often than not. And if you can continue to stretch the series, which this offense we know is capable of doing against any sort of pitching, then all of a sudden you've got a little bit of something here.
You can listen to the Cubs and the Brewers tomorrow right here on ESPN 1000. Every playoff game you can listen to right here on ESPN 1000. First pitch tomorrow, 7:08. Cubs playoff coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Potawatomi Casino. Lewis and Lyle, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, guys. So this is kind of a bittersweet thing because I don't know if you guys heard, but last night Sister Jean of Loyola died.
I saw that.
She I mean, we all know she was a big Cubs fan. I personally got to meet her when I was at Loyola. I mean, she was somebody who loved living in the dorms in a freshman dorm so she could get close to all the students. I remember one day walking past a room that she was blessing because if you just asked her, she would come and bless your dorm. That's the point, though, is, look, she was a huge Cubs fan. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen that thing where she, obviously, like where she got to throw out the first pitch from, a foot away from home plate, but she's a huge Cubs fan. You know what? We can't lose. We could put Shota out there and we'd win because thanks to her, we have God on our side. She is in his ear telling him to get the Cubs a win.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Lewis. I saw that. That's sad news.
Yeah, it was sad. I saw when that notification came in from Shams yesterday There was a little like buzz around the stadium during the game of like, oh my, this was not on my bingo card for today, but
well, I mean, you on your bingo card you would have that. What else is on your bingo card?
Like the sun coming up.
Like, okay, so that's on your card. What else is on your card?
When I'm going to a baseball game, am I getting a hot dog? That's on the bingo card.
Okay, hot dog.
Let's see what else. Am I going to have a good seat neighbor today? Good or bad seat neighbor?
For game 3, I had great seat neighbors.
Did you?
Great seat neighbors. They were the season ticket holders. They were into the game. They knew everything about everything that's going on. They knew all the walk-up songs. They had it locked in.
We had great seat neighbors, but there was, you know how at Wrigley, next to like the little like tunnels that you walk out of to come up to the concourse, and you know how like hugging against some of the tunnels, there's just rows of single seats.
Yeah.
I think those guys might be the biggest a-holes in the entire stadium.
Why? What's wrong?
No.
With
like because they're
yelling at everyone to sit down,
and there's like an entitlement to them of like this is my seat, and it's like it's so territorial with them.
It's my seat.
Like the guy that I went with to the game yesterday, he was, you know how when you're in between pitches sometimes and you're coming back from the bathroom or something and you just grab a seat to like
wait.
You're not in other people's way.
You're not blocking the view. Yeah.
So he grabbed the single seat and then the guy came and the guy was in his face telling him to move like mid-pitch and it was like it almost became a fight and he was like eyeing him down the entire way back up to our seat and we were only like sitting 3 rows behind him. But it was like just you'd think like, oh, just be chill about it, right?
It's his seat,
and he just got super territorial about it.
I mean,
chill
out, single seat guy.
Yeah.
There's no reason to be all chesty about that.
Oh, and he had like the neck warmer on and everything. Like it was
the neck warmer.
It was embarrassing, man.
312-332-37. A neck warmer. It wasn't that cold.
It was actually way warmer last night than it was in Game 3.
It's cold enough to like want an extra layer, but you didn't need to have like gloves out. You didn't need to have a hat on.
Yeah.
It wasn't that cold.
No.
Rick in the Loop, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Rick?
Hi. My take on the whole thing is I think the Cubs should go with Colin Ray Saturday. I was never a big Colin Ray fan during the season. I mean, he had his moments, but I believe his last 3 and 4 starts, he pitched really strong. I think was it against the Reds? He had 8 or 9 strikeouts or something.
Against the Reds.
He pitched really
11,
strong.
I think it was.
Yeah, and he's rested. And, I love Shota, but you know what? He's, giving up the home run ball. If the Cubs take the lead early, does he give it back like he did the last time? I don't know. Colin Ray keeps the ball in the park. Again, a short lease like if Shota was pitching. But I think Colin Ray should get a chance.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. And I appreciate the phone call. That game was September 18th. At Cincinnati, the Cubs lost the game 1-0. Colin Ray went 7 innings. He gave up 4 hits, 1 run, 11 strikeouts. He threw 93 pitches.
That's incredible. Like,
it was a great outing.
11 strikeouts on 93 pitches is very rare these days. And I will say this, like, if Silvy is right and from what he's hearing is correct and Shota is not going to pitch in this game, then Colin Ray's the way I would go. Because while I love the matchup with Ben Brown against the Milwaukee Brewers, I'm going to trust someone like Colin Ray, a vet who's done it a little bit more. I'll trust him to start this game, a ballpark that he's familiar with, comfortable in. I'm willing to trust Colin Ray to go out there and start this game if it's not Shota.
Julian in Niles, you're on ESPN 1000.
Hello.
Hello.
I'd like to. How are you?
Good. I'm great. How are you?
I am at work right now, but, I was listening and I felt like I had to make a compelling argument for Ben Brown.
All right, go for it.
So he is currently Christian Yelich and Jackson Chourio, the first 2 hitters, are a combined 1 for 17 against Ben Brown. I think we can pull him off at least as an opener, if not the starter for at least 3 innings. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Okay, so if we go Ben Brown as an opener. Thank you for the call, Julian.
Yeah, Julian, I'm not opposed to anything Ben Brown in this series. I'm not. I know it's a very unpopular opinion to be pro Ben Brown when he's had his struggles throughout the year, but against Milwaukee, he's been awesome. I mean, he has been one of their kryptonites. And for an offense that they don't hit for a lot of power, but they're going to hit to contact. And Ben Brown's been able to get strikeouts against them. He's been able to limit their base running. I don't hate the Ben Brown matchup at all. I would like to see Ben Brown at some point, especially with the way that you kind of used a lot of your big arms. I get that there is the day off in between, and it's not like these guys all threw a ton of pitches. Like Palencia got 4 outs in this game on 10 pitches. That's incredible. But I'm cool with seeing Ben Brown out there. And if there needs to be some sort of extended time frame that you need, if you need long relief at any point in this game, I would go to Ben Brown. I really would. I have no problem doing something like that because he has been so good against the Brewers.
312-332-3776 is the phone number. Friday calls, all calls welcome here on Bleck and Abdalla. Tyler Aki filling in for Adam Abdalla today. If you want to join the conversation, we're talking some Cubs baseball. We also have Week 6 in the NFL on the horizon. The Bears and the Commanders play on Monday Night Football, so we'll obviously be thinking about the Bears game coming up on Monday throughout the weekend. I think there's a lot of really good games in the NFL, so we'll get to some of those as well. Before we go any further, I saw this throughout the week, Tyler, and I want to get your opinion on it.
Okay.
If we could play the news clip from Fox 5 in Atlanta. Go ahead.
A new trend is picking up steam. Stay-at-home sons. These young men, dubbed trad sons or hub sons, are opting out of the rat race to take on full-time homemaker duties for their parents in exchange for room and board. A family therapist tells the New York Post that this shift may be fueled by insecurity and instability, with some young men feeling safest under mom and dad's roof in an uncertain world. And they're not alone. 1 in 3 U.S. adults age 18 to 34 now lives at home. Experts say it's fine as long as it's a pit stop and not the destination. So could you get on board with being or having a stay-at-home son? Let us know.
So that was Fox 5 in Atlanta. I saw this story earlier in the week, and I wanted to talk to you about it yesterday, and then I saw this news clip. Stay-at-home hub sons. Tyler, your thoughts?
That sounds like hell. And like I love my parents, but it sounds like hell.
Yeah.
I feel like everyone kind of out of college goes through that phase, right? Where you're at home trying to figure things out. Maybe you do, maybe you don't have a job. It's like a good little like saving money period for a little bit. But at a certain point, man, and like for me, the start of it for me was during COVID too. So you're extra locked down at that point.
Yeah, there's not a lot to do, not a lot to go, a lot of places to go. You're just hanging out at home with mom and dad.
A lot of board games during that time. But yeah, no thanks.
I have to say this. If your situation has led you to a place where you have to do this, I am not talking to you. But if you are aspiring to do this, you're a loser.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no other way to say it. If you are looking to say, I am proud to be a stay-at-home son, and that's what I am aspiring to be as an adult, male or female, whichever the case. If you're looking to be a stay-at-home daughter as well, you're a loser.
Well,
get out in the world. Accomplish something.
Not to be like
get away from mom and dad.
Not
what
to
the
be
hell?
morbid, but like there's an hourglass on that, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Like,
it all comes back around.
So
what age is
Hello,
your hours?
Hannah.
Hello.
How are
Because I'm a stay-at-home. Well, I'm 24.
Again.
So it's fine.
Again.
Yeah.
Are you?
Is this your life's goal?
Is this your goal?
No.
That's the point here. The point is for folks who think that this is awesome and they're on social media promoting
Yes.
that
I think
they are
Black Man
quote
just called you a
called-
loser.
No.
Yeah, that's why I had to jump in.
Again.
When is the hourglass of like what age do you think that these
It's a
people in their
mindset.
20s
No.
should be
It's
out?
a mindset. Again, the way I started the conversation was saying if because of your situation this is what you have to do for the time being, I am not talking to you.
Yeah.
I get that. Times are tough. You got to make ends meet, save a little money. I understand. But if this is your goal is to be, quote, a stay-at-home son, a hub son, as
that's ridiculous.
social media has named these people, because the reason this is now news is because there are people on social media that they are promoting their lifestyles as this is what they accomplish with their day-to-day, is that they are promoting that they are a stay-at-home son.
That the name makes it 10 times worse as well.
Of course.
Like
But you're
no,
also-
That's too much.
I don't even think you fall into this bucket, Hannah, because you come here to work.
Yes,
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
working.
Yeah.
These guys who are hub sons are promoting that their job. Here, I'll read from the article from the New York Post. One of the guys,
you're just a stay-at-home son.
He's at home and he looks forward to grocery shopping. He is the one that is cleaning. He puts together handcrafted, home-cooked meals. This is what he does, and this is what he wants to do. He's not looking for a job. He doesn't have a job. He is just sitting at home, filming himself on Instagram or TikTok saying, I'm a hub son, and this is what I enjoy doing. And he's got a picture. He's wearing an apron, and this is his thing.
Well, how many followers does he have? Because if he's TikTok famous, that is kind of a job, and he's probably making money off of it.
Again, if that's what his gig is, by all means, enjoy. People get famous for stupid things all the time in this world. I'm just saying, if your situation dictates that this is something you have to do, I'm not talking to you. You'll land on your feet. You'll get out of your parents' home at some point, and you'll enjoy your time, right? But if you're going around saying, I just graduated school, I'm going to be a hub son, and I'm just going to sit at home, clean and cook, and mom and dad are going to go work, and I'm just going to hang out here, you're a loser.
Yeah, like remember those grade school, like, when I grow up, I want to be. Like, if this is what you're putting down, look inward. Look inward.
Okay, and so Hannah's here. Alex is here producing the show as well. Tyler's with me. You guys are all young. You're on social media. Am I crazy? Have you guys seen this?
I haven't seen this, but if I did, I would be like, what's going on? I've never seen it.
I saw this on Instagram the other day, and I thought it was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
I hadn't seen it, but then when you explained, like, you like started to explain it to me, like it all clicked.
Yeah,
I could figure it out.
And they're the trad wives is what it's playing off of, which is short for traditional wife, where people are on social media promoting that they are falling in line with traditional social norms. Husband works, wife stays at home, and then she makes content of her day showing off that she stays at home and doesn't work. Yeah. That's what's on social media. For people who are listening to this who are like, what are you guys talking about? That's where it comes from. Is that there is a phrase, trad wives, and they promote that they stay at home with their kids and they do all this stuff, which is perfectly fine. But the trad or the hub son, that's just a whole different level of nonsense.
Hub son sounds so messed up too. Like,
well, it's weird because the article in the New York Post is quoting from a son and his mother.
Exactly.
There's no dad in the situation. There's no father figure in this conversation. Yeah. And so calling him a hub son, like, I read it 3 or 4 times and I was confused because I was like,
it's weird.
Is that one
exactly.
of those?
Exactly. If you even have to think about that, it's probably weird.
Bates Motel? Like, what? Like, what's happening here? Like, does she view him as like a
husband role? I don't get it. So
that's not right. That's not.
Thanks.
That's not okay. 3-1-2-3. I just saw it, and when I heard the report from Fox 5 in Atlanta, I was like, all right, now we definitely have to talk about this because people are. This is like a thing now. We go to Dave in Raleigh, North Carolina. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Dave?
Yeah, first of all, it was a pleasure meeting with you in Vegas.
Hell yeah.
You were kind enough to allow me to watch some football with you that Saturday afternoon. You and Adam are great. The whole crew was.
Oh, yeah, Dave, you were with us at the sports book, of course. It was a great time, my man.
Sir.
Good to see you as well.
Yeah, sir. But the touch on this subject, but who's more of the problem? The parents that are allowing this to happen or the person that actually wants to make this their lifestyle?
That is a fantastic question,
I think
Dave.
it's pretty easy.
It's the parent.
No, I think it's the kid.
No, I think that if the mom,
Thanks, Dave.
I think that if they are enabling this, obviously the kid is going to take the opportunity. Not even the kid, the son is going to take the opportunity. And I know so many boy moms out there that are so, weird.
Oh, Hannah's thoughts on boy moms.
And they
all
just
right, here we go.
You know what I mean? It's just like,
Tell us about the boy moms, Hannah. We don't know.
You know how boy moms are. They're like obsessed with their sons. And I feel like boy moms, like, with me, like my mom really like gives my brother so many more.
So you've got a boy mom?
Advantages.
Yes. No, I wouldn't say. Yeah. Maybe she's a little bit of a boy mom, but like it's just like like he'll do the same thing as me, and it'll be like such a different story than like if I did it.
Of course.
But I feel like that's just and then
Are you
and
the
then
oldest?
Yeah, I am. So it's a younger, eldest daughter, younger brother.
I've seen that one before.
Yeah.
I've seen that playbook.
Oh, yeah.
But I feel like this mimics that boy mom mentality where if it's just a son, like they are. It's sometimes they get weirdly obsessed with not my family, but I've seen them get obsessed with their sons.
Name names.
Yeah.
No.
Hannah, I'm conflicted on deciding who's at fault. Right. If you're a younger person, you should want more. You want to you get out, have your friends,
that's where I sit.
do
Like,
all that.
have
Also,
aspiration.
but like the parents, you want them to want more. Like I could see some, as Hannah says, boy moms, hoping they stay at home forever, like the Bluths, and that's Arrested Development reference. And you guys all looked at me like I have no idea what. Yeah, I know. I'm old.
My own wave.
The point being is Buster is still with mom at home with the Blues. You guys will see it maybe one day on Netflix.
What's it called?
Arrested Development.
Okay, probably not, but
Yeah, thank you, Hannah. I'd say this though, the parent, I could see a parent wanting to keep the kids in the house as long as possible, but also they should be blamed to some extent because don't you want them to go live on and enjoy their life? And like get away and
push.
And like nudge them out of the nest.
Yeah.
They'll fly. They'll figure
push
it
them
out.
off the iceberg.
Yes.
Not if you're a boy
I mean,
mom.
I'm torn. I don't know. I think probably because you would also say a parent should have wiser knowledge and good advice. So I want to blame them, but it's also like if you're just happy to be like I'm done with college, I'm just gonna live at home and clean. Like really? That's it? That's all you want to do?
This is like this feels like a classic case of is it the player or the coach's fault? Like at some point you got to go out and execute. And I just feel like if that's your aspiration in life, find a mirror and look at yourself in it because like you have to have a level of aspiration at a certain point.
I agree with you 100%. If you want to join the conversation, Friday calls, all calls welcome here on Bleck and Abdalla. Tyler filling in for Abdalla. Make sure you go see Chauncey tomorrow, Saturday, 11 to 1 at Darvin Furniture in Orland Park. Check out the all-new Field and Stream collection, modern lodge-style furniture made for the comfort of your home. Plus, Chauncey's giving away a salmon fishing trip for 2 on Lake Michigan. Don't miss it this Saturday, 11 to 1 at Darvin Furniture in Orland Park. 312-332-3776 is the phone number. We go to Alex in Deerfield. You're on ESPN 1000.
What's going on, fellas? How are you? First time, long time.
We're good. What do you think?
What's up, Alex?
So was listening to you earlier, Bleck, talking about the potential looking forward on Monday of a Bears-Cubs doubleheader and got me thinking back in Chicago playoff baseball history combined with Bears days. 20 years ago, October 23rd, 2005, had a day with my dad and brother. We went 3-15 Bears-Ravens, 10-6 Bears win at home, gross, ugly, Kyle Orton-led game. Team went on to the playoffs, finished 11-5. Left Soldier and went to the south side to see the Canerco Granny into the Pasednik walk-off.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's
hell
awesome.
Of a day.
Yeah.
Hell of a day. And looking to see us replicate like something like that this October. I'm a Cubs fan, ended up at that game just with some bonus tickets, but was an unbelievable October in Chicago.
Yeah, I remember that day. Thanks for the call, Alex. And if we're trying to jog our memories of like all-time great sports days in this city where multiple events are taking place at once, like the one that jumps out to me is the date where Michael Jordan returned in a Wizards uniform. I believe there was a Bears playoff game or something like that. There was something like that where...
Or like a very meaningful end of regular season.
It was like a January cold game at Soldier Field, and then later that day, I think that was the same day. You know who would know for a fact? Silvy would remember.
Okay.
So we can ask him later. because he would definitely remember if the Jordan return game was the same date as a Bears playoff game. People will send us messages too. If I'm wrong
January
about that.
19th, 2002, so it would have been a playoff game.
Yeah, so January, what did you look up? The Jordan or the
Jordan?
So now what year was that?
2002, is that right?
Yeah, January 2002. So I'm guessing that's the last game played at Soldier Field against the Eagles, where Donovan McNabb sliced and diced the Bears defense, and he was
13-3 Bears team in 01, so it would have been 02 playoff game. Yeah,
is that the exact date?
January 19th, right?
Yeah.
Yep. It was the Eagles game.
See, the brain still works a little. I know, like, Silvy would remember that immediately. Carmen would probably immediately remember that as well. Bleck and Abdalla. Tyler filling in for Abdalla today here on ESPN 1000. It's a Dr. Pepper Bears Friday. One of a kind fans, one legendary prize. Score Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper, bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing. Here on the show, each and every Friday, we like to play our favorite segment. It's called Good Question, Tyler. And so far here in the year 2025, we have a leaderboard where Silvy's in the lead with 29. Waddle has 16. Mike Gilligan of the Golf Show has 15. Now he's stagnant because
he's in the clubhouse now.
Yeah, the golf show is over for this season. And when a host here on the radio station says good or great question, we score a point throughout the year. Let's get to this week's edition of Good Question.
Girl, I got a question for you. Can I get an answer?
That's my final question, bro. You're going to take any question?
Do you want me to let me finish talking? You ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. Don't interrupt me, okay?
What's your record for consecutive questions asked?
38.
Girl, I got a question for you. Can I get an answer?
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
How could you ask me a question like that?
I'm on Burgundy?
Who typed a question mark on the teleprompter?
Girl, I got a question for you.
Here's this week's edition of Good Question.
Where does that leave Braxton Jones? Because you don't want to be swapping guys in and out every single week. So is this now Bennett's job, you think, or is this like a week-to-week thing, or how does you think this works moving forward?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Boog Sciambi joining us. It's Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. Boog, you're here. You're the voice of the Cubs, so you know this. You're not flying at 30,000 feet. You've followed the Tucker season this year. I mean, people were so excited at the beginning. They finally got that dude in the middle of the order, early in the order, whether he's batting second or third when he was going well. And, like, it started, hey, do the Cubs have $400 million to pay Tucker? And then he started hitting up even more, and we're like, is it going to take $500 million? And then he's had an injury, a finger injury, followed by the calf injury, followed by a lack of production. Where do you believe this is going to go, both for the Cubs and Tucker, and how the league will view paying Kyle Tucker?
That's a great question.
Charles Barkley joining us here on the Rich Eisen Show. I'm Susie Schuster, and for Rich Eisen here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance.
All right,
Charles, who is the team that we're not talking about that strikes your curiosity?
Wow, that's a really good question.
With that as the backdrop, Jess, who do you think has pressure on them tonight? Which team?
It's a good question. I mean, certainly when you get to 5, if Peralta loses tonight,
Jess is still going.
I think that's absolutely going to be on the Brewers back at home, feeling the pressure because they will have used up their best pitcher. Tonight, it's probably still on the Cubs / Matthew Boyd. Like, he can't end the season with another bad one, right? That's going to feel bad for him and the whole team. So I guess still on the Cubs tonight since they're down and they're facing the best pitcher, but it will shift quickly if the Cubs beat up on Peralta and take this thing back to Milwaukee with a little momentum. I think it's a good question.
Doubler! How about that? For Tommy.
Does he get 2? No, he only gets 1. It was one question.
It was one question, but it was a doubler of a good question. Yeah, you get 1 point, but Jesse bookended that with a good question on both ends.
You think he just likes to hear himself talk, and that's why he made sure to bookend it right there?
What a shot at Jesse. Of course he likes to hear himself talk.
He
talks on the radio.
He's listening.
I know.
He knows.
But that's what he does. Exactly. So, of course, he likes to hear himself talk. We all do. It's what we do.
Jesse.
I always laugh at, like, sometimes Autumn will be like, do you ever shut up? And I'll be like, do you not understand what I do?
Yeah.
Like, I talk. That's what we do, is we talk.
You see, I'm the opposite. When I go home, I power down.
Well, it's like she'll ask for a story, and I'll start to explain the story, and she'll go, give me the short version. I don't want
Spark
the radio
notes it for
version.
me, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, what do you mean?
No filibuster.
And she's like, you're not doing a radio show right now. I don't need to know all the fine details and all that. Silvy with 30, Waddle with 17. Good questions.
Ooh, wow.
Not a lot of time left for
We're getting into take
Waddle.
a knee territory.
He's up 13 as we're entering only a couple months left. All right. Something to keep our eyes on. We have the song of the night coming up in about 10 minutes right here on ESPN 1000. Bleck Abdalla. Tyler's in for Abdalla today as we're talking Cubs baseball. The Cubs will host, or they will play in Game 5. You can listen to it right here on ESPN 1000. 7:08 first pitch tomorrow in Milwaukee. Who will the Cubs start tomorrow? That's the conversation we've been having. I think it should be Colin Ray. Tyler thinks Shota. Silvy is hearing that it won't be Shota, so there's a lot up in the air, and hopefully we'll find out some point tonight or maybe this afternoon during Waddle and Silvy who the Cubs will pitch in Game 5.
Counsel is supposed to speak around 5, so you may get some clarity at that point.
We go to the phones. John in Naperville, you're on ESPN 1000. Hello, John.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, man. What's going on?
Not much. You guys were talking earlier about the Bears and Michael Jordan's return game with the Wizards against the Bulls. I was at both games. In the earlier game that day was Jordan's return, and boy, all I remember about that game was how bad the shooting was. I mean, there were just clanks left and right. It was a disappointing game. And then went and changed into winter clothes and went outside for the Bears-Eagles game, and that's when Hugh Douglas took out Jim Miller.
Yep.
They just went from bad to worse. So, yeah, as far as landmark days in Chicago sports, I would not count that as one of them because
it didn't go well, but it was
terrible.
it was a date that it was big events all took place at the same time, right, John?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I remember the excitement for Jordan's return, and again, I'm glad he didn't have a great game in a Wizards uniform playing against the Bulls, but man, the coup de grace was definitely. The Bears-Eagles playoff game, and Jim Miller getting taken out, and the Bears just losing.
Yeah, the other thing, there's two other things I remember from that Bears game as I was there, like you were, John. Donovan McNabb, after he scored the touchdown, he was doing the moonwalk celebration in the end zone. And then also the moment the game ended. So, Tyler, we're all in the stadium, right? Like, we are there for a team that had a magical run through the regular season, and it just petered out, and the Eagles just kicked the Bears' butt, right? It was the last game at the old Soldier Field. The very moment triple zeros hit the clock, construction crew guys entered the seating bowl and started ripping up seats while people were still in the bowl.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
John, do you remember that?
Oh, I absolutely remember that. I was going to bring that up as a matter of fact because that was the last game at the old Soldier Field. And they didn't even wait for everyone to leave.
No, people were still in the stadium, and crews were rolling in through the tunnel, and they were pulling seats out. It was crazy. All right, John.
Yeah, I'd never seen anything like that.
It's wild. Thank you for the call.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, it was a bad day. John's right. Like, it was a really crappy sports day, but like the build up to it was huge because of two major events.
Yeah.
And it was surreal sitting there in the stadium. The game's over, the Bears are out of the playoffs, and you see them with like crowbars just like trying to pry up the seats.
That's like, crazy.
Like, it's nuts.
You know, it's a little different than the vibe of the Jerry triple header that I did. Was that 2 years ago now? I think 2 years ago, where the Sox got rained out in like April. It must have been April. Against the Royals. I had to go, and then I went to go see both games of the doubleheader, and then the Bulls had the play-in game at night against the Hawks. And I gotta say, the doubleheader of baseball, you're talking about two of the worst teams I've ever seen play baseball. Two of the worst, and it wasn't the record-breaking bad Sox, I don't think, but it was a really bad Sox team going up against a really bad Royals team. And then I had to watch crappy basketball at night.
It wasn't this past spring. I feel like I was listening to Waddle and Silvy as you checked in.
No,
maybe it was 2 years ago.
I think it was 2 years ago. Now, because
the problem is this: The White Sox have been bad for multiple years, and the Bulls have been stuck in that playing game for multiple years. So
it all blends together.
So it does, there's nothing
it's tough to distinguish.
And they've played the Hawks multiple times.
Yeah, it's like been the Hawks and the Heat and the Raptors every single time.
Oh, man, that's nuts. Chase, on the south side, you're on ESPN 1000. Hello, Chase.
What's up, Black? Tyler, what's happening, man?
What up, Chase?
Hey, Tyler, man, is Charlie okay?
Why wouldn't Charlie be okay?
Is Charlie okay?
Because I saw you on YouTube video, man. He didn't look right. He looked like he was out of it.
Charlie was having himself a great time. So Charlie and I were sitting like probably 2 sections away from each other, and every time there was a big moment, we would lock eyes and just salute.
Oh, that's
and Charlie did like the very slow salute where it's just like he means business.
I love that.
Hey, Black.
Yes.
So that game where you were talking about the Bears and Eagles playoff game, I remember watching Fox 32 pregame show, and I remember Mac Yurko and was doing I don't know if Yurko was doing a game. Was he working for ES? Was he calling the game or not? But I remember on TV talking about the Bears game, and he actually predicted the Bears to win. He said trick plays to be there for the Bears. I remember that game where he was talking about it. He's doing analyst on the game. He looked young and, young. He still kind of looked the same, but
what was it? Merritt with the end around touchdown, number 81, I think.
Yeah,
Ahmad Merritt.
Yurko predicted the Bears were going to have trick plays in that game. He said that. I remember that too. But the reason I was also calling about the Cubs game, so I know you heard me earlier when I was talking about.
Wait, you called earlier?
You know that. You piggyback off what I was saying.
First time
as far as if the Cubs by this playoffs and things and how the fans look into it, could this propel the Ricketts into spending money? You and Carms, y'all said no, that might make it worse.
Yeah,
and I'm wondering why would it make it worse?
All right,
as far as them want to spend.
Yeah, I'll explain. Thanks for the call, Chase. Here's why. If the Cubs weren't going to spend before, we have heard from reports from Jesse on the radio station that the idea that the Cubs want to mimic is what Arizona pulled off last year. Don't spend a lot, sneak into the playoffs for most seasons, and every once in a while you catch a heater and you make it to the World Series. Yeah. Every once in a while. Not every year, not competing for championships, but you sneak into the playoffs, and every once in a while you catch a heater in October. If the Cubs go on to win tomorrow and somehow find a way to give a really long series to the Dodgers and get to the World Series, that will prove to Ricketts that they don't need to spend and that their plan of not spending and just sneaking into the playoffs every year and hoping that it works out is the right way to do it.
The one thing I would say, though, is that there is a superstar on this roster who you haven't spent on yet because he's still under like his ARB years. But Kyle Tucker is that guy that you would be spending on. And you may look at it as, all right, we just have him for cheap right now. So either it's going to signal one of two things. A, you're going to try to find another trade to acquire a player like that who's still ARB eligible, but maybe towards the end of his ARB years and is due for a big money deal. Or maybe it lights the fire under their ass to finally spend.
Yeah, I would hope it would. That would be the benefit of it. And I think also if they re-sign Tucker, I would love that. I would love to see them actually do that. I think a lot of people don't think that that's going to happen, though.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't give it a 0% chance, but it's certainly not like a 30 or 50% chance either.
Stanley on the south side, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Stanley?
Hey, guys. Love your show.
Thanks.
I just want to comment on the boys and girls staying at home past college kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think it depends on what the situation is. I've got grown kids, but they're in their 30s now. But if they were in their 20s and they came home from college and they want to stick around for a while, but they can cook and clean and keep the house up, I'm not so against that. That means I don't have to do it.
Well, but let me say, Stanley, no job? They're not looking for a job?
Well, if they're looking for a job or not looking for a job, it's all. I think it depends on what the situation is. Yeah, if they're lazy, if it's laziness,
yeah, right.
Then that's what you guys are talking about. But I mean, I think it just depends on what the situation is. I don't mind for a first couple of year or two. If you're going to be at home,
what about 20?
Still do 20, 21, 22. But I guess I would add about 23 or 4 years into this to be like,
right.
You plan on like living here forever?
Yeah, exactly.
And,
thanks for the call, Stanley. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it's like, that's the funny part of it is like that's the plan for these kids. Yeah. They're claiming that they're hub sons.
Yep.
Is that's their plan. They're not looking for a job. They just want to hang out at home.
When I grow up.
One day, Tyler, we will be that. Cubs playoff coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Marisi Longo and Associates. Thank you to Hannah and Alex for producing today's show. Bleck Abdalla, we will be back on Monday to get you ready for Bears and Commanders 2 to 3 uninterrupted right here on ESPN 1000. Now it's time for the song of the night.
Hey, turn up the volume and don't touch that dial because it's time for...
What dial? There's no dial on my phone.
Yeah, it's just an... never mind. Crank the volume because it's time for Bleck Abdalla's Song of the Night.
Yo, Larry.
Today's song. We go to No Doubt, Just a Girl from 1995. It is your Song of the Night with Bleck Abdalla.
This big ribbon off my eyes. I'm exposed, and it's no big surprise. Don't you think I know exactly where I stand? This world is forcing me to hold your hand. 'Cause I'm just a girl, a little lonely. Well, don't let me out of your sight. Oh, I'm just a girl, already in my dreams. So don't let me have any
Tyler, this is usually the time where Abdalla chimes in and asks me why have we selected Just a Girl by No Doubt from 1995.
Why are we listening to Just a Girl by No Doubt?
On today. Okay, here's the deal. Tragic Kingdom, the album that this song is featured on, was released on this date, October the 10th in 1995. 30 years ago today, this album was released. No Doubt's best album. It was an iconic album from the 90s. It was an album that essentially features their biggest hits to date. Just a Girl, the song we're listening to right now, Tyler, was their first single. But most notably, their largest hit from the album is the song Don't Speak. That's probably the song that if you said, what's the number one No Doubt song? It's probably Don't Speak. But this song was also a really good song that played on the radio for a very long time as well.
I did not know who No Doubt was until you started playing there. If you asked me who wrote this song, I would have not been able to give you an answer.
You know who Gwen Stefani is?
Yeah.
So, I mean, she's now on The Voice.
Right.
And I think she's dating or married to Blake Shelton?
Yeah.
So, they're like a power couple, and she does some crossover stuff, and she had a long solo career as well.
I didn't know this was Gwen Stefani until you just said that.
You didn't? Wait,
no,
hold on. You just thought I was randomly bringing up Gwen Stefani?
Well, no, until you said that, I didn't know. I didn't know.
Man.
Learned something new today.
She was the lead singer for the band No Doubt.
Okay.
It's amazing. I feel so old right now.
Sorry.
So there you go.
I do that to you every once in a while.
No, so it was a great album from the 90s. Check it out if you have never listened to it. Tragic Kingdom. Just a Girl from No Doubt, your song of the night. Yeah, it sounds like Gwen Stefani, right? Tyler.
Hey, turn up the volume and don't touch that dial because it's time for...
What dial? There's no dial on my phone.
It did sound like Gwen Stefani.
Yeah. Crank the volume because it's time for Bleck Abdalla's Song of the Night.
Yo, Larry.
Waddle and Silvy are next.
You're listening to Bleck and Abdalla. ESPN Chicago. This is Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Well, have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Dear Ian, you've been my hero ever since you've joined the Chicago Cubs. Much maligned and much chagrined, old number 8 always steps in. Of all the great number 8s that you know, Carm, Kobe Bryant, Alex Ovechkin, Cal Ripken Jr., Yogi Berra, Yastrzemski, Stargell, of all the great 8s that you know, you might be the greatest number 8 that's ever stepped into Wrigley Field. I want you to know this. Can you please take your gold gloves and rub them against your bat? Maybe some of the magic will go ahead and switch to that thick piece of lumber that you swing. It'll be absolutely magical. MVP of this series with the tremendous Game 4 and 5. That's what the great Ian Happ is capable of. And Ian, we ask you now to summon from the Greek gods of lumber and the Greek gods of stick. If you can find a way to get things done tonight, we pray. Amen.
Happ with a drive, right field, way back there, gone! Ian Happ takes Freddie Peralta deep for the second time in the series, and the Cubs lead 3-0.
That son of a you-know-what did it. That Jurko, he spoke it into existence, whether it was a prayer, whether it was a cry to rally, whether it was a motivational speech. Whatever it was, it did get Ian Happ off the schneid and into the scorers column with a big 3-run homer. It was truly incredible. A great Friday on the Waddle and Silvy show. Waddle is off today. He's drinking with all of his college friends in Boston, and I've got Barstool Chief in studio with us.
Thrilled to be here. Jurko, the Oracle. That's what it was like, and he spoke it into existence, like you said, and that set the tone for the whole night. No nervous energy, just great vibes. Wrigley was looking electric last night.
Now, you weren't there, right?
No,
you were there game 3?
Game 3 and then game 1 of the wild card round.
Yes, and then I mentioned on the teaser video that we will be tagging along with you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks to Barstool Big Cat. We got the invite today, Tyler and I, and we'll be party busing up to Milwaukee tomorrow.
We're leaving at 4 p.m. from Barstool HQ. It's going to be a great day.
I mentioned to Big Cat, I said, can you mind swinging by Deerfield? Because I'm right off the highway.
True.
I will even stand on the shoulder on 294. So you guys don't even have to get off the road and just I will climb aboard
out the window and help you guys hop right on.
I can't wait. I am so excited. I was very happy to get the invite. And,
Me too.
and I can't wait. Tyler has been speaking about this for the last hour, and he's here with us like he was with Bleck. Charlie is here too, and if you were at the game, like those two were, we want to hear from you. I want to, this is what I love to do. We could talk stats. We could talk about, matchups all day. But what I like getting after is the emotion of being the fan, about being at these big games, these games that you'll talk about forever. It wasn't a World Series game, no. But in my opinion, and I wasn't there watching just through the TV and hearing the sounds from the TV, that it was one of the great all-time crowds in Wrigley Field history. And I was there, Chief, for the Miggy Montero Grand Slam in 2016 against the Dodgers in the NLCS. I was at Game 4. It was a terrible World Series game. And I was in all the Cleveland games of that World Series. So I've seen and I've heard great crowds. And what I thought was different about last night's crowd, because, yes, other games have been equally as loud and such, but I felt like that was the best party atmosphere where there was very little nervous energy. A lot of times when the building gets nervous, fans go quiet, and I felt like that crowd set the tone from the start. And even the game that you were at, Game 3, that when you're down 0-2, sometimes a lot of the fans don't bring the juice because they're like, oh, woe's me, we're down 0-2, we need good momentum to start cheering. Like, it was the opposite. It was like the crowd had an impact on Freddie Peralta, and then the game before that on the rest. You're down 1-0, and still the crowd was into it, and boom. It was just glorious to see.
Well, it is one of those things where that has an impact. When it goes quiet, that permeates the players too, and it felt last night like the crowd pushed the Cubs forward, and it impacted all the guys who had been struggling so much. Kyle Tucker with a home run. Matt Shaw had a couple of big hits, and obviously Ian Happ, which I love Ian Happ. I think he might end up being one of my all-time favorite Cubs. Just a good dude who came in just a little too late for 16 and had to wade through all those bad rebuild years and the COVID years, and he's kind of been the steady force, and he struggled so much. I wanted him to have his Cubs playoff Wrigley Field moment, and he got it. And I think the fact that if Bush hits that home run, I wonder if I almost feel like Happ doing it made it more impactful.
Yeah.
He had been struggling, and it just really set the tone for the whole night.
And I think it loosened everybody up. And there was a time, too, where it looked like, okay, they're going to get stuck on 3. They had the bases loaded in that situation with 1 out a few innings later, and they didn't score. And I'm like, oh, no. You know, Milwaukee's going to make this interesting. And they were able to wiggle out of some jams with pitching, and Boyd was great from the start. And then you're able to add on late with the Bush home run, like you said. And I don't know about you, Chief, if you're a FOMO guy. Are you one of these guys that has the fear of missing out?
Oh, I had it last night for sure. Because I live right there. So when I had to stream it at the office. So when I was driving back, and normally I get very angry trying to find parking around my place after a Cubs game, I was just soaking it in. I put the windows down. You could watch people high five, and the vibes were immaculate. I would have driven around for 2 hours if that's what it took, just seeing people, the smiles on everybody's faces. So
it was great. It was excusable last night at the very least.
Yeah.
But so when Carmen and Jurko were talking about Ian Happ the whole show, and he did that poem, and then we even had a guy who's a tutor for high school kids who are trying to get into colleges. He's a writing coach. He called in with an Ian Happ poem. Then we have Eddie on the north side, who is like just the essence of a blue-collar guy who listens in his van the entire show. He did a Hickory Dickory Dock poem for Ian Happ, and I'm like, I have FOMO that I'm going to miss out on an Ian Happ homer. So I played Ian Happ at +6 something to homer, and I played Michael Bush to homer yesterday. So it was a big. I didn't parlay it. I'm happy enough.
How rich are you right
now?
No,
I'm not, and I don't play Barstool Big Cat money.
Well, who does?
But and the reason why I played Happ was for FOMO purposes. I didn't want to hear Carmen and Jurko talk about Ian Happ this entire time, and sure enough, this is going to blossom. And I'm like, why didn't I have the nerve or the stones to play him? So I played him. We gave it out on the show, and I got many texts thanking us for mentioning that. I got 1 or 2 from other friends saying I should have rode with you guys. So it was fun.
It was a no-doubter off the bat, too. Like, you could just, like, I popped up out of my chair with contact because it was long gone. It was like a majestic home run. It's not one of those ones that just scrapes in the basket. You knew it was gone. The place erupted on contact. That is, to me, like, the perfect fan experience. Like you're talking like the emotion, like you just get swept up in it, and it doesn't matter that he was 1 for 24 or whatever he was heading into that game. Like when it mattered, he came through, and it was the perfect Wrigley Field night.
And like a lot of these Cubs, when they get hot, they stay hot for a little bit. Like when they go bad, they stay bad for a while. So I'm hoping Ian Happ now will start hitting. Like this is just the start of things.
If that happens, it changes the whole lineup. Because having a 0 in your 5-hole, now it's just like that makes everybody better. Now you got to give PCA more pitches to hit. It will. I think that will send. It'll just permeate through the whole team. Like I think it just makes everybody better if you can just get one more guy going. And the fact they got him and Tucker seemingly like they found something.
Yes, that's what I said to the guys on the chat yesterday on our social media pages. We do the streaming as well afterwards. We're going to do it tomorrow as well. I thought the best thing to come out of the game, besides the win and Happ getting off, was the way Kyle Tucker's starting to look. Because if the Cubs do have a chance here, and if they could win in Game 5, you need Kyle Tucker to be big. And then if you would, like, when you win and you advance, you're going to need Kyle Tucker to be a superstar against the Dodgers. And if they have any hope of doing any damage, like... he started to look better at the beginning of the playoffs, but it was all like no slug.
Yeah,
and then
yesterday
seemed like an easy home run for him, something that we had not seen since June.
Yeah, and he had a moment, I think it was in August or September when he came back, where he kind of pimped a shot, and it was like a can of corn. So it's like, man, like even when he was making contact when he was struggling, like he had no feel, because he's hit so many big hits in his life. Those guys kind of can feel it off the bat. He thought he had it and he didn't. So the fact that he made that look so easy, that to me is like a good sign going forward.
Yeah. I mentioned this to Tyler. I know Tyler told it with Bleck a little bit earlier. Then I want to hear stories from last night, guys. And the phone lines are open at 312-332-3776. What'd you think of that crowd? Were you a part of that crowd? I think it was one of the greatest postseason crowds in Wrigley Field history. I know that's saying a lot, but, long gone are the days of this is just a beer garden. They're not real fans. I compared it to a Chicago Stadium crowd. I told you this off the air. I was a kid who grew up going to the Chicago Stadium. It was the building where the Hawks and the Bulls played in before the UC opened. It was right across the street. It was a no-frills building. There were no suites. And it was the first and second balcony were above the court, just over it. It wasn't a steep upper deck. Everyone sat tightly together. And you would have postseason crowds where whether they were chanting Lambeer sucks or Dino sucks for Hawks games, and there would be huge chants. There would be no Jumbotron. There was no Jumbotron in the Chicago Stadium. So there were no fan prompting cheers. Yeah. It was like just authentic and into every shift in hockey, every trip down the court in basketball, just where they would be into the game from the start. I felt like that. Jesse called it organic. I felt like yesterday's crowd, it created its own energy, and like you said, it picked up the Cubs, and it wasn't based on a scoreboard telling them what to do, or not just from a good moment, them getting loud and being quiet before that. And Tyler, you were there. You've been a part of many Wrigley Field crowds. Where did last night rank for you?
So, full disclaimer, I never went to any of the 15 through 18 playoff games. Last night was the most electric sporting event I've ever been to. I mean, the way I likened it with Bleck that it was collegiate, and I say that in an endearing way because you're chanting the starting pitcher's name. When you hear Freddie all game, I don't know who started. I think it started out in the bleachers and then it trickled its way all the way to the rest of the stadium. But whoever started that chant deserves a game ball, helmet sticker, whatever, because you changed the outcome of the game. I think they got into Freddie Peralta's head, and then when he serves a meatball up like that to Ian Happ and he puts that one out, that game was over, especially because the Cubs blanked him in the top half of the inning, which has been their problem so far in this series. They were in Freddie's head the entirety of his start, and then it got to a point like an inning or two in where the organist would just start to play that tune
Yeah.
of like the Freddie chant.
When
the organist got into it, and then the rest of the crowd was into it, and everyone knew what was going on, it was awesome. And it fueled, I think, Matthew Boyd and his start, and it fueled a lot of these players to finally get a little pop in their bats, too.
Did you, Charlie, do you have the Pat Murphy? I got the screen. I don't know if you said if it's working, but I was surprised that Pat Murphy admitted that it affected the game. Usually it's like, look, the crowd's going to do, like Jake Arrieta famously said it in 15 before he faced the Pirates. He goes, you could be as loud as you want. You will have zero impact on me. And sure enough, he went out there and he threw a shutout.
He's a different cat, though.
Yeah, he is. You're right. He's nuts. And I love him.
Yeah.
But, like, Pat Murphy was the opposite talking about Freddie Peralta. Take a listen.
It affected the game. You know, this crowd affected the game the last two games. Affected the way we played for sure. We've got a really young team. I think everybody knows that. Maybe by far the youngest team in the postseason.
So I hope that there will be more Chicago fans at Game 5 than there was for 1 and 2. The Brewers have done a good job of keeping people out, and hopefully that will translate in Game 5.
There'll be at least 15 more.
So there's 15 in our group,
It
huh?
will be loud, I promise. But I thought it impacted Priester, too, who's like a Cary Grove kid, hometown kid, and he's had a great year. He's an immense talent, and you could tell right from the first inning that, like, this guy, he doesn't have it today. And it felt like it was that crowd that he was nervous in that spot, in that building, and they got on him, too. So home field advantage is real, at least in Wrigley Field.
Before we get your story, Charlie, and I know you felt it was collegiate as well, this is what I was talking about where Tyler mentioned it with Bleck. And I was talking to Jesse about it, and Jesse's hearing the same thing in his report. He should have the facts. But from what I have heard today from people inside that building is that there is very, very little chance that Shoto will see the mound for Game 5.
Yeah.
And Jesse told me if he doesn't start, he's not going to pitch. He's not coming out of the pen. Maybe in an emergency situation where they absolutely need someone, if it's extra innings or they need to get a lefty. But I don't think Shota's really confident right now. He talked about spoiling the game up. What was that, Game 2? And how he ruined the game. I think his confidence is going. I think some of his mechanics have gone. I think the Cubs realize this. I expected to be Colin Ray for 2 or 3 innings, and then them making it a relay race, handing the baton off to whoever matches up best for that set of circumstances in that next inning, and then they will go from there, from one guy to the next guy to the next guy. But from what I'm hearing, Cubs fans, and I did a poll earlier about whether or not Shota should start, and most people said no, it was going in like an 80% clip. I've always been a huge Shota fan, but not of this Shota.
Yeah.
It was the first year and a half of Shota. So it doesn't sound like, and we'll get official word while we're on the air, that Shota will see the mound in Game 5, that they know that they can't pitch him at this stage of the game.
Yeah. What's Justin Steele doing?
Exactly. What's Kate Horton doing?
I know, yeah.
And then,
can you imagine if they had those two guys?
Yeah. Well, they're saying the same thing about Woodruff, right?
Yeah,
like they would love Woodruff. Everyone seems to have a guy or two who is hurt. Charlie, what was your experience last night?
Yeah, I think collegiate is a good way to describe it. You can probably hear it in my voice that it's a little hoarse right now. When we were walking into the stadium from Southport, I just turned to my cousin and I was like, this feels like we're going to a college game right now, because like a college football game, it's on campus and the entire community is just kind of sieging on this one into this one location. There's not really a nervous energy, like it's a very excited.
Yeah.
Everybody's just kind of been sitting around just like waiting for this thing to happen. The bars are starting to pour out. They're starting to empty as people are going into the streets, and like it's also like it's nighttime. It just felt like I was going to like a Notre Dame game or something like that. And you don't like to say, it's so crazy to say that like a baseball game could match like a college football atmosphere, but like if there's an equivalent for college, or a baseball equivalent for college football, that felt like going to Death Valley, like in Baton Rouge.
We were taking the train in together, and Charlie's like, I feel like I'm on a Clemson Tiger on the bus right now, like going in the stadium.
Circling the stadium. Yeah. It sounds like, because I love soccer and I go over for Premier League games every year, that kind of
like a soccer crowd,
because they don't really have jumbotrons there, and there's no stoppages, so everyone's just kind of locked in. That's how it felt. Everybody was locked in every single pitch, and I love that Murphy said that.
He's really open about it. Yeah, and like I tweeted that I thought out of 50 years, I'm 54. I probably went to my first Cubs game. It was against the San Francisco Giants. I was either 4 or 5, and so I've been going to Wrigley all my life. Mm-hmm. And I was at the two loudest that I've heard, and I think I've mentioned this to you before, was Game 7 of the 03 NLCS after the game after the Bartman game. Kerry Wood hit a homer to tie it, and that place was shaking. Mm-hmm. But there was the nervous energy in that game. And even in 15 or 16, when you're chasing 108 years, everyone's sort of waiting for the bad thing to happen.
There's an added pressure.
So like they would be nervous and not making a lot of noise because everyone was anxious and nervous. And I don't know if it's because Chicago hasn't had a playoff environment in 3 years. All our teams have stunk and more people have appreciated this, or whether Cubs fans are just not as nervous anymore because they got theirs in 16 and they just feel better about stuff. Mm-hmm. It was, I could not have been more impressed with the Cubs fan base than I was yesterday. It was outstanding.
It's a different generation. I think that's part of it too, where you would always hear about that in the night, like the lovable losers, and it's just, like you said earlier, a beer garden.
Yes,
it is not. It is a hostile environment that matters, and it's like now it finally feels like the fans fit the ballpark, kind of, where it's like you have this great ballpark and it's like almost a tourist destination. Now it's like, no, this is a fortress.
And remember, like we used to get, like this happened to the Bulls back when they were really good. Mm-hmm. The further they would get in the postseason, the harder it was for the everyman to get in that ballpark. Yeah. And with a corporate crowd, you got quieter crowds, even though it was amped up more. And that was the case, too, in 15 and 16. But I felt like yesterday's crowd that they were all true blue fans.
Yep. And that was the same thing with the Hawks. Like that first 2 years, 9 and 10. So they went to the conference finals and they won it in 10. Those 2 years, the fans were different than they were in subsequent years because it became the place to be as a big corporate thing. Those first 2 years was so hostile, and you would remember when the anthem, you couldn't even really hear it. And the Canucks and other teams would be like, yeah, like that impacted us. Like that crowd made us so nervous. It was like the Hawks would start fast because they were ready to go. The other team was still shaking a little bit from the anthem.
Yeah. Let's go to Steve in Palos. You're on ESPN 1000. Steve, say hi to Barstool Chief.
What's up, Barstool Chief? How are you?
What's up, Steve? I'm doing great.
Hey, man, I was at the game last night. It was magical. I met Jesse Rogers.
Wow.
My daughter took a picture with Carter Hawkins. And like you said, there's no question that Freddie Peralta got rattled. The Brew, he was looking around on the mound like, what is going on? Couldn't throw a strike. And then when he did, it got deposited well into the bleachers. And so there's no question in my mind. It was fantastic.
Steve, how was Jesse Rogers to you? Did he big time you, or was he nice and down to earth?
He did not. I think his family or somebody that he knew was sitting right near us. And as he was leaving to go up and get to work, I said, Jesse Rogers, what's up, kid? And he shook my hand. He said, let's go. And then he took off and went up.
That's what Jesse. That's how Jesse treats us too. Yeah. Let's go, and then he just walks away. Good stuff.
That was it.
Steve, thank you. Good call.
You got it.
That's how you know he's the ultimate Chicago Cubs fan. He spotted Carter Hawkins. I'd like to say I'm one of the bigger Cubs fans there are. I don't think I could pick Carter Hawkins out of a lineup.
Very nondescript, right?
On the concourse,
can you print out 3 pictures and see if we could identify Carter Hawkins?
Yeah.
I think I can, just from him being on TV with Boog and everything. Charlie in St. Charles, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Charlie?
Hey, how are you guys? I just wanted to talk about, I was out at the local bar watching the Cubs game last night, and I haven't seen an energy like that in a bar around here in a long time. I just think that lots of the fans have really rallied behind this team, like clapping, cheering for just like third strike on a strikeout, like just a different energy. I just wanted to give my 2 cents on the whole like college game day situation.
Which bar? I'm from St. Charles.
I was at Flagship on the Fox.
There you go.
Is that a good one?
Yeah, that's a good spot.
Not that there's many bad ones, but yeah.
St.
Charles is a cool community too.
That little downtown strip on North Ave. There's this. I don't know, probably 6-8 like really good bars.
Yeah.
So, yeah, St. Charles is an underrated town.
It's a good community.
Yeah.
So we want to hear from you, Cubs fans, whether you want to talk about Game 5, whether you want to talk about the positive mojo. Do you feel good now about this team going into Game 5, that it is their series? Are you going up to the game? Are you trying to get up there? You will have stories for us about last night. Anything that is on your mind, it is a do-or-die Game 5. You win or go home. And right now, the Cubs are 3-0 in elimination games in this postseason. They won the one in Game 3 against the Padres in these last two after being down 0-2. 0-2. And so ring up the phones at 312-332-3776. We've got Courtney Cronin coming your way at 4. I've got the injury report, which is a good injury report today, compared to what it was yesterday. So I'll read that to you coming up next. And then we have Wilbon's going to join us an extra day because he flew in to go to the game, and he's already back in D.C. He wants to tell some stories. We've got Jesse. We've got Tom Thayer, and I want to hear from you. It's about you guys. What did you think last night? What do you think's going to happen here in Game 5? Cubs get a win and wins with Wallner, brought to you by Wallner Law. Wallner Law handles the toughest car accident cases in Chicago. You want to win? Call 312-8-million. Wallner Law. Win with Wallner. Barstool Chief in for Waddle. It is a Friday. We've started the weekend with you on ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The Cubs hold serve and force at Game 5 in the NLDS. We reconvene tomorrow in Milwaukee. Game 5 coverage begins at 6:30. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
All right, football fans, it's time to elevate your game with a tough-as-nails Toyota truck. I drive the Sequoia, and I absolutely love it. Tacoma's a big-time playmaker, no matter what's in your game plan. Tundra's a tailgating MVP that works hard and plays even harder. And the 4Runner's a Hall of Famer when it comes to rugged roads. My wife is, at the end of the month, leasing a brand new Grand Highlander as well. So we'll be a 2 Toyota family. Whichever Toyota truck you choose, you're riding with the champion. Visit your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer today or head to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Yurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. And now, it could be your ticket in. Enter the Dr. Pepper Bears ticket sweepstakes at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears for your chance to win tickets to an upcoming game. Terms and conditions may apply.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ankin is my guy.
Hold on. Cap, your friend, Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6-million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ankin, our guy, on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with everyday affordable prices, you'll save money for fall fun, too. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
I'm going to play at the break. Ian Happ did a home run now. Because if he does hit a home run, I'll be pissed. If he doesn't, I'll be pissed. So I'm going to be pissed either way. I might as well take a chance and win some money.
Did you make your home run play?
I did. I just
What was the odds?
6 plus 660.
Oh, nice.
On Ian Happ, I put 15 down.
In some places, Bush is longer odds than Happ.
Yeah.
Bush was, I played Bush too. I played Bush and Happ. And Bush was like plus 459.
You know what they
like
say? One in the Happ is better than two in the Bush? What?
Okay.
Registered here.
Did it?
Happ with a drive, right field, way back there, gone! Michael Bush here. And Bush with a high fly ball, deep right field, that ball is gone! Number 4 for Bush in the postseason.
Just one of those special nights as a sports fan. I mean, Thursdays are my favorite night to drink because it's not quite the weekend, but you've basically made it.
Yep.
So let's get it going a day earlier. I drank a full bottle of wine watching the game. I won a couple of bets. My Cubs came through. It was never really nervous time either. And now I find out this morning that Big Cat is taking us to the game on Saturday. Like, what a night.
You're in heaven.
Yeah.
That, like you just described everyone's perfect night. You lived it.
It was, finally. Like, I just don't play a lot of money, so the 15 paid me $110 or whatever it was.
I wouldn't turn my nose up at that. That's a great hit.
And I never do.
Yeah.
And never, ever. Then the Bush thing came through as well. Waddle with a great line there. 2.5 equals 1 in the bush or whatever that was.
A lot of poets on this station.
Yeah, it was good. So I think, too, we'll play you the Jurko thing a little bit later. We played it in the Open. I don't think Jurko needs to do anything more because he said in his tribute, he said for Ian Happ in Game 4 and Game 5. So he's expecting Ian Happ to continue this.
He is an oracle.
To Game 5. Yeah, yes. So Jurko brought the good mojo going. We had a funny joke going on. We were all texting Jurko, thanking him, and he was texting back just the thumbs up, and we were wondering if he even knew why we were thanking him. Did he even know Ian Happ homered? Or was he taking a nap and didn't even know the game was on?
Yeah, he went to bed early. It's a late start. 8 o'clock start for Jurko. Might be a little bit late.
All right, 312-332-3776. The Bears injury report. That's what I owe you. And then I also told you that there's very little chance. The plan from what I heard this afternoon from multiple people close to the situation is that they do not expect to pitch Shota Imanaga. He won't start. I expect Colin Ray to be the guy. I don't have that locked down, but from what I understand is they do not want Shota on that mound in Game 5. Like many of the fans. Let me call up the Bears thing here.
I got it here.
Oh, you got the injury? Oh, good.
Injury report.
Give it to us, Chief. There you go.
Grady Jarrett, no participation. Kyler Gordon still limited. I believe he's going to play. Basically, we had a conversation with Kevin Byard on our show. He said it on our show, so I think he's going to do it. Colson Loveland limited. Darnell Wright limited. Don't care. Austin Booker.
Wait a minute. You don't care because you're out on Darnell Wright? Is that why?
I'm not out per se, but when they swapped out the tackles in that last game, things got a lot better. So Benedict and Trapillo, I thought they held their own against Max Crosby better than the starting tackles. So I'm fine with that. Hope Darnell Wright recovers and he plays a full, healthy season. But for right now, I'm good with Trapillo at right tackle. Austin Booker back. I think that could be big. He's a full participant, so he always flashes in preseason.
Yes.
He's such a young guy, great athlete. They need help on the edge, so hopefully he's back. Brisker fully back. TJ Edwards fully back. Homer They could use some help at running back and special teams. Jonah Jackson, full participant. Kyle Manungai, full participant. And Cairo in there as well.
So there were many guys who, if they would have practiced yesterday, would not have been able to practice, and Jaquan Brisker was one.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes from DNP to full participation today when they're actually practicing. So thank goodness, because I want Gordon and Brisker on the field at the same time. They were drafted together. The Bears defense is better when they play together. You can unleash them, be a little more unpredictable, and I think they make a huge impact. And then Waddle's been on. Getting Edwards back obviously will help the run defense.
Yeah, the fits with, and I like Sewell. I think he looks a little quicker this year than he had in previous years, but they're missing something with TJ Edwards not being in the lineup. So Edwards and Booker, I think that they got to find a way to get that pass rush going too. So if they get Gordon in there, I think I had this vision of Dennis Allen just being like, that's my favorite toy with Gordon. And just lining him up everywhere, sending him on blitzes, dropping him into different zone coverages. So I think he could help change this defense and take it up a notch because they need it.
Can't wait. It should be. I said this yesterday, like a lot of things had to happen. The Cubs had to win Game 4 to force a Game 5. They got to win Game 5. But we're a step closer to having this weekend where we had a playoff game in our backyard here on Thursday. The Cubs won. Saturday night now, a decisive Game 5 up in Milwaukee with a lot of Chicago sports fans. If they win that, we will get Bears and Commanders on Monday Night Football, and we will get Cubs and Dodgers Game 1 same night. Epic, right? That will be an all-time sports weekend.
It's almost too much.
No, don't say that. We're old. They owe us that and then some.
You're right. But it's going to be like you can't. I will be locked in on the Cubs more than the Bears, is I think my point for the NLCS. But there's going to be a lot of action going on. You're going to be people are going to have sore necks the next day, looking back and forth to multiple TVs.
It's going to be late February. We're only going to have the Bulls and Hawks, and you're going to be dreaming about this kind of.
And they will both be 15 games out of a playoff spot.
Yeah. Let's go to Evan in Denver. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Evan?
What's going on, guys? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
So I'm calling in. I actually have a complaint about the TBS crowd mics. I flew back to Chicago to watch all 3 wildcard games. Crowd was electric, so I know what I'm seeing in the stands is not matching up with the crowd mic. Felt like they muted it and kind of, I guess, just muted the vibes on the TV, and I just was not a fan of it because, again, that place looked like it was unglued for Haps Homer, and TBS has to do better. Last thought, and thanks for taking the call. I'm glad you're reporting that, Silvy. No Shota. I want Colin Ray starting the game. You guys have a great rest of your day.
There you go. You're probably going to get that, Evan. It's funny that he mentioned this. I didn't notice it in real time because it translated on my TV. But on that Bush home run we just played, the Bush home run sounded a little muted. Like the crowd, it wasn't as justified through the crowd mics. But that doesn't bother me either way.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I prefer when you're doing the audio mixing, gas up the crowd a little bit. Like make
it louder.
Make me feel like I'm there when I'm on my couch. That's I think that should be the general rule of thumb. If I can't hear the broadcasters every once in a while, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, the dark days of when we were in COVID and they were playing the fake crowd when there was no one in the stands. That is dark days for me.
True.
Very, very bad. Tim is in Midlothian. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Timmy?
What's up, boys? Awesome day. I was there last night, and I got probably top 5 sporting experience of my entire life. That was incredible. I was lucky enough to go to a bunch of the Blackhawks games when they had their run, and I compare this to Game 5 against Nashville when Kaner scored with like 13 seconds left.
I was at that game. Yes, that was one of the most unglued. And that's why, Chief, you understand this too. Tim, stay there, and I'll let you finish your point. But sometimes the earlier rounds could produce just as magical moments as the Stanley Cup final, because if they don't win that game, they're going to Nashville down. And in the unlikely nature of the way they scored with 13 seconds, then getting out of the box and scoring in overtime.
The 5-minute major and Kaner shorthanded, then Hossa gets the winner. That if you're thinking of that run, that has to be a top 3.
Yes.
Maybe Kane against the Flyers.
It's one of my favorite Hawks games I've ever been at.
Oh, it was incredible.
Go ahead, Tim.
No, I agree. And that's what I'm saying. I was at that one, and I was even at when they won the Cup in 15, and I thought last night's Cub game was louder and more intense and more zoned in than them winning the cup. That's how crazy that crowd was. I've never seen a crowd like that. Like, hats off to all the Cub fans that were at that game last night. It was incredible. Top 5 of my life.
Yeah. Are you trying to get to Milwaukee, Tim, or is that it for you?
No, I can't go to Milwaukee, but we are going. We definitely are going to go to the NLCS because we're taking it home. Come on now.
All right, there you go. I like the positive energy. There's Tim. Let's go to Paul, who is also at the game. Paul on the West Side. You're on ESPN 1000.
Yo, what's up, fellas? So, yeah, I completely agree with the last caller, man. Like, the energy there last night was great. And I was at game 1 and 3 of the pod series as well. And, like, the feeling that you get in the crowd, like, we use the word electric all the time. You know, I'm 17-3 in the regular season, plus 3-0 in the playoffs. So, first of all, Cubs, you should send me or my clan up to Milwaukee.
Let's get you to
so
Milwaukee.
we can bring home this win.
Crank Kenny, you hear that? Get Paul to the game.
Let's go. But, like, the thing that's different, right, like, I think there was a pivot along the way. I'm not sure if it happened in last night's game or as a result of the 4-3 the night before or the day before, but there was a familiar feeling of expectation, like the Cubs on the field, particularly offensively, running, laying down bunts, stealing second, third, all of those moves is the energy that you felt back in April and May when they were going. And, you know, the production out of the bottom of the order, those are the things that got us here, like out of the box at the beginning of the season. And throughout the season, we had that feeling of expectation. Like, no one left at the end of a game when you were down because you knew somebody was going to do something in the ninth. Maybe not every game, but it was happening. Mm-hmm. And that same sort of expectation feeling was the vibe that was in the crowd, plus the electricity. So I think they're there. I think Ray should have started game 1, frankly. Glad to hear if we think he's going game 5, I think that's a good choice. And then we just get to work. Just get to work.
Paul, what a great call. That's really good stuff. I want to go to Brad on the road, who has an unfortunate story for us. What's up, Brad?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Go Cubs. I ended up selling my tickets yesterday. I couldn't make the game. I didn't sell them for more than face value, but I kind of feel like it would have been a back-to-the-future moment. You know, looking back, I'm glad they won, and had I been there, maybe I would have changed the pathway of the history and everything, and then they wouldn't have. So I'm trying to balance my FOMO with, you know, looking at it as they might have gotten a W because of that. The other quick thing I wanted to mention is we're headed down to St. Louis for a soccer tournament, and they scheduled a team dinner about 2 weeks ago at Cardinal Nation right by Ballpark Village down there. And so now it ends up that we're going to have this whole Chicago soccer team with a 6:30 dinner at Cardinal Nation right before the Cubs game starts. And so I'm very interested to see how we're treated during that game.
They're going to treat you like you're the Dothraki.
Probably, but
what a great story. Good stuff. What is it about St. Louis with all the soccer tournaments? I get so many parents. My kids don't play soccer, but I hear from parents, we're going down to St. Louis for a soccer tournament. Is that like the soccer capital of the Midwest?
I think there, Kansas City, like for whatever reason, Omaha, like they just produce like a lot of high-end talent out of that area. And I don't have any real reason for it, but it is true.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. Julian, I think, wants to bust my balls. Our buddy Julian. Hold on, Justin. I'll get to you in a second. Julian in Lindenhurst, you're on ESPN 1000. What do you got for me here, Julian?
Hey, the little waffle. I think some Cap stuff wore off on you when you worked with him Tuesday. You were waffling yesterday about not having a good feeling. Blah 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 blah. And what do? They go out and kick and smoke butt. So they did it. They're going to do it Sunday. Make sure the little guys aren't listening to the radio when you're waffling like that, because they got to believe and be true Cub fans and Chicago sports fans. We don't waffle.
Wait a minute now. I know your definition of waffling. Waffling means like I'm going back and forth. They're going to win. They're going to lose. They're going to win. I was decisive that they would lose game 3, and I was decisive that they would lose game 4. That is just called being wrong. That is not waffling. I was just wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong.
We're gonna pull your Cub. We're gonna pull your Cub fan card from you.
Oh, Julian! Wait a minute now. You've never picked against any of our teams? Julian?
Well, yeah, no, I was thinking, the White Sox.
All right. Julian.
And I lost in '83 and in '05. Okay.
See ya, Julian.
I had a tweet from June, where the Cubs were still in first place. They had a 3-game lead. I'm like, I'm starting to get worried about the Cubs because the Brewers just didn't lose for I felt like 8 weeks. And people will tag me in that tweet forever. I'm like, I was right. They didn't win the division. I was worried about them. I'm riding the wave now, and I always wanted them to win, but I was nervous. They were making me nervous for a moment.
Do you remember Dom? Were you at Barstool when Dom was the intern?
Dom was yeah,
he was the
director of morale.
He's director of morale. I got on his bad side.
Oh no!
Like in 19, the year that they faded down the stretch and they missed the playoffs, and I called them a dead team walking.
Yeah.
And he got pissed at me, and then there was this whole undercurrent of Cubs fans. That time I was right. That offense totally petered out. But I think it doesn't make you less of a fan if you're skeptical. It's just the way you fan. There are fans who are always picking and are always optimistic no matter how much they lose. And I don't criticize those fans. Right. Do what you want. But if I'm the only thing here now, Chief, is I don't think I can pick them in Game 5 for superstitious reasons. I have to pick them to lose again in Game 5.
Yeah. My only problem with, because there are people, now I'm not saying this is you, obviously, but it feels like there is a faction of fan who would rather be right than happy.
No.
And that's definitely not you, but there are those people who are like, see, I told you so.
Every time I pick against our team, I want to be wrong.
Correct.
I want to be proven wrong. We're in this for winning. We're talking about the first playoff series here in 3 years, like I mentioned earlier. That's far too long for 5 major sports teams to not even participate in a playoff series.
What was
3
years ago?
The Bulls and the Bucks, and that was a fake first round. Right?
That. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was the Lonzo year, the half year of
Lonzo.
Lonzo.
The half year of Lonzo, and they were the number 1 seed. They won 1 game, I think, in Milwaukee, and then they lost the last 3.
I barely remember that even happening.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, our Cubs playoff coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by our great friends at Marisi Longo and Associates, a big, proud partner as well of the Bears Radio Network. Jim Marisi is awesome. Their entire firm is fantastic. Marisi Longo and Associates. All right, we got full phones. I love this. We will continue to take your phone calls coming up. Courtney Cronin on the Bears. She's also a big Cubs fan. She was very down on the Cubs after game 1 and 2, so she'll tell you how she's feeling. A lot to get after. We have a cast of thousands on this show. It is Friday. We're getting ready for a game 5, which you will hear on our radio station with Boog Shambi and Doug Glanville tomorrow. And, of course, we've got Bears on Monday. So we're in for a hell of a long weekend with the Columbus Day holiday. It is Waddle and Silvy with Barstool Chief in for Waddle.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Friday. Easily one of the best days of the week. It's even better during football season. Dr. Pepper Bears Friday on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
All right, guys, I've been telling you about my journey with Cairo One Wellness Centers. I have consistently woken up sore, lower back pain. I've got a hip flexor issue. I always have tension, headaches, and I'm seeing my guy, Dr. Tyler, at Cairo One Libertyville. And he already said to me yesterday after about 3 weeks that he can notice a difference. I'm feeling the difference. My hip flexor, the pain is left. And I am continuing to go down this path to fix it. And that's what they're all about. They're not just about treating it. They're about fixing your issue and solving it. So there's no drugs, no surgeries. Go to Cairo1.com today to find one closest to you. There are 50 Illinois locations, so Western Burbs, South Burbs, guys in my neighborhood in the northern suburbs. I go to Libertyville. There's also Gurnee. There's Glenview. There's Wheeling. There's Vernon Hills. So many to choose from. Cairo1.com today.
Hey, usual haircut? Yeah, but make it quick. I gotta go pay my ComEd bill. Yeah, I just mailed my check this morning.
There's an easier way, fellas. Get the ComEd app. I just paid my bill while getting this trim. For real? You can pay your bill, check your energy usage, even report and track an outage 24/7. How did I not know about this? Because y'all are too busy filming dance trends on your phones.
Make life easier. Download the ComEd app today at ComEd.com/app.
Welcome to Goodfellas, Joliet's brand new cigar lounge, a place built for good smoke and good company. And now it's time to celebrate the grand opening. Thursday, October 16th, 5 to 8 p.m. White Sox legend Frank Thomas will be at the grand opening at Goodfellas and featuring his own FT35 vodka. Get your tickets now at joesbev.com. Every ticket includes a bottle of FT35 and an exclusive meet and greet with Frank Thomas. Don't miss the grand opening of Goodfellas Cigar Lounge in Joliet. Goodfellas, where legends light up the night.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo. Morisi Longo and Associates. We're there when you need us.
Lunch, dinner, and game day is easy with Lou Malnati's legendary pizza plus fresh salads, appetizers, pasta, and desserts. It's all there for you. Now back for football season, the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza, a limited-time deep dish drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now and cater your next watch party. Order on the Lou's app or at LouMalnati's.com. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
Caleb Williams is starting to put his venture capital firm to work. The Bears QB this week announced his 888 Midas company has joined the investor group backing Boston Legacy FC. That's an expansion franchise set to kick off next year in the National Women's Soccer League. That investment comes after Williams announced one of his first big VC deals for 888 Midas with superfruit snack brand Fruitist last month. The Bears star launched his investment firm shortly after he was drafted last year. His partners include former Oakland A's owner Lou Wolf, among others. Williams got a $25.5 million bonus to sign his 4-year, $39.5 million rookie contract last year. He also has a long list of endorsement partners, including Dr. Pepper, Wendy's, Nissan, and United Airlines. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's in the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Dive into the Marvel Universe on the official Marvel Podcast with the stars of the MCU.
Everybody's going to be talking about whether we're casting for this character.
The creators of Marvel Comics.
Spider-Man is the greatest fictional character in history.
And Marvel Studios' Kevin Feige.
But if you want the real answer, if we're trying to get real on this podcast,
giving you exclusive access to Marvel's adventures like never before. The official Marvel Podcast. New episodes every Wednesday wherever you listen to podcasts.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition product.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Wrigley crowd serenading in between pitches. Freddie, and he's behind 3-0.
Those legendary chants of years gone by resurfaced at Wrigley Field, where the Chicago Stadium would come to life chanting the opponent's name, like Lambeer sucks, Dino sucks, all those things, and it was just electric. Highlight on TBS last night. Barstool Chief is in for Waddle today. We got full phone lines. Courtney's going to join us coming up here at 4. There's so many good topics on here. This one intrigued me, though. Doug in Munster, Indiana. Doug, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up?
Hey there. So, I was surprised that during the game last night that the announcers didn't even recognize that the future Sox owner, Justin Ishbia, was sitting front row center. If you guys replay the game, he's got a baseball hat on backwards. He was sitting right next to a buddy, a neighbor of mine. And at first I recognized my buddy, and I'm like, oh, if he's got that good a seat, he's got to be there with, Ishbia, because they were college buddies, law school buddies. So anyway, but I was just surprised that nobody recognized him, and he's sitting front and center right behind home plate.
Wonder what Jerry thinks, or if he was rooting for the Brewers, because Jesse told us a funny story yesterday. He texted it to us, and I put him on the spot to tell us on the air, and he did. Listen to this, Chief. I don't know if you knew about this. You played.
I had heard that. I'll just put it this way: that when the Cubs beat the Padres, nearly immediately, the owner of the White Sox was very, very much a Brewers fan. Became a very interested party in this thing, and became a Brewers fan. That's what I will tell you.
He was contacting people within the organization to go beat the Cubs, and like Carmen's. You love that?
I love it.
Like, don't you think you should worry about your dead ass team first? Like as Carmen put it as a Sox fan, Chief, they've won 100 games in 2 years, and he's worried about what the Cubs are doing in the postseason.
I love hate. Hate's one of my favorite things, and I love it in sports more than anything. If Jerry was trying to compete, that would make it better. He does come off as like a petty loser with this, but the fact that he is concerned and he embraces that rivalry to the degree that he does, I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. I love hate. Do you have that on a T-shirt, by the way?
I should. I say it all the time. Yeah.
Danny is in Logan Square. You're on ESPN 1000. Oh, and a terrible Silvy echo. What's up, Danny?
Hey, guys. Just want to say, Cubs go, Sox down, go Bears. That game yesterday was so tremendous. I saw a young man that wants to play soccer, that was not even interested in baseball. He saw that game and told me at the end of the game, I want to start playing baseball. Michael Bush, the MVP of the postseason for the Cubs, he's hitting everything to warning track. He hit that home run yesterday, which I called, by the way. But that home run, and just seeing after the replay of the home run, hearing the real crowd, like some of the callers before were saying, we can't really hear, the real electricity that's happening in Wrigley Field. But that home run and how he's playing is carrying us not only through the season, but this postseason. I want to give him props.
You should, yeah. Good stuff, Danny.
Yes, sir.
Boy, I hate my voice. When you hear it coming back.
The sound of your own voice.
Oh,
I'll have to edit some clips and stuff sometimes, or you post your own clips. I'm like, oh man, how do I mute a thing I have to listen to?
Someone responded to the ESPN post. I think it was on the Facebook page where I was hosting with Kap, and someone put, "It's too early to hear Silvy's whiny voice," and I'm like. I understand that. Imagine living with his voice.
Imagine being me.
24/7. How do you think I feel? All right. It is a Dr. Pepper Bears Friday as well. One-of-a-kind fans won legendary prize. Score Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper, bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at Dr. Pepper Ticket Sweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing. We'll talk some Bears with Courtney. She'll also talk about the Cubs. Want to continue to take all your phone calls. We also have Wilbon at 5, Jesse Rogers at 5:30, and Tom Thayer. We are locked and loaded. Barstool Chief is in for Waddle today on ESPN 1000.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Bears and Commanders, live from Landover. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak, along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee. We bring you the call of this primetime Monday Night Battle. And ESPN Chicago has 4+ hours of pregame starting at 3, and 4 more hours postgame after it all goes final. It's Bears and Commanders. Kickoff Monday at 7:15 on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler. and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
What if you could instantly find whatever you need exactly when you need it? We're talking everything from parking spots to holiday gifts to the perfect shoes in your size. Think of all the time you'd save. While you may never instantly find these things, if you're hiring, you can find qualified candidates right away with ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology works fast to find top talent, and their advanced resume database lets you unlock top candidates' contact info instantly. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
You know, one of my guilty pleasures during the football season is eating dips with chips, with wings and veggies, all while watching the big game. And that means Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip as well. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'll find right there in your kitchen. Do what I do. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dip at your local grocery store.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
BetterHelp therapists have helped over 5 million people worldwide on their mental health journeys. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Moments in therapy can change lives. This World Mental Health Day, let's celebrate the therapists who have helped millions of people take a step forward. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start the journey. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni. And I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Courtney Cronin,
This is not somebody who's going to let any details slide, and he said that.
NFL Nation Bears insider.
He's got to show that he is talented enough and that he's capable of taking what the Bears have given him and making the most out of it.
Takes you inside Hallis Hall.
I want to thank everybody who helped me get here, including my haters, because you motivated me.
On Waddle and Silvy.
I love Courtney for many reasons, but that she's not scared to give it back either. Very opinionated, very tapped in, and she's brought to you by Costa Iavoni. Injured, call 708-4million for the people of Chicago because they are Chicago. Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers. Barstool Chief is alongside a lot of Cubs talk. The majority of the show on that, but the Bears are getting ready for a huge game against the Commanders. Bears have a 2-game win streak, same spot as last year out of the bye. against the Commanders, and there's some juicy storylines, even if Waddle doesn't want to pay attention to them. Courtney joins us right now on the Yuengling guest hotline. Before we get to Bears and the injury report, where there was good news, Courtney, what do you think of the last couple of games at Wrigley Field?
Man, full disclosure, I had a migraine yesterday, and it usually takes me like 12 to 15 hours once I come down with it to be able to rid myself of it and feel normal again. So it was the 6th inning last night. I'm like, I got to go to bed. I'm going to get sick if I don't. And that's the first time all year that I've gone to bed comfortable with a 3-0 lead and thinking that this team could actually close it out, because it felt like they had Milwaukee on the ropes yesterday. And I woke up. I was not dissatisfied upon waking up this morning to see that result held true. And, correct me if I'm wrong here. Don't we have the Indiana-Oregon game at the same time that the Cubs are playing in Milwaukee tomorrow in the afternoon, or did they move it back later?
Oh, that's a good question.
Cubs game's at what, 7 is it?
I believe so.
Okay,
yeah,
so they're
7
not going to. Okay, they're not going to overlap then, because initially it looked like it might be. I think it was based on the Phillies. If the Phillies-Dodgers series went another game, they were going to be early afternoon. But I'm pumped. It's going to be a great Saturday of sports. Both my teams, I'll be locked in on. I think they close it out tomorrow. I really do. Now, the fact that they were able to get Boyd back out there, it went a lot different last night than it did in Game 1. I feel good.
I think you're right. I think especially if they jump on them early. We had the clip of Pat Murphy talking about how the Wrigley crowd impacted them. They're a young team, and it's like, will it just completely collapse? Will they start to squeeze the bats a little tighter, be a little bit more nervous, and then the Cubs just jump on them?
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I think that there was something different about the way that the series shifted, and I wasn't trying to go all 2016 on myself the other night, but I'm like, hey, we've seen them down 0-2 before. Mm-hmm. Granted, it was in a higher stakes series than the division series, but I felt confident with that, so I feel good going into tomorrow.
Courtney, the Bears did get good news today on the injury report. I was worried when I saw Brisker and his name come up as a did not practice if they would have practiced yesterday. Today they did practice, and it sounds like they got most guys back, at the very least, in a limited capacity.
Yeah, so he was upgraded to full along with Kyle Manungai, and I tweeted out some video of them moving around, and it didn't really look like either had any sort of restriction, which is good because those are two positions that certainly at running back they're thin right now in terms of skill, but at safety, to be able to have him out there, knowing that they probably don't have Terry McLaurin out there this weekend, it just kind of trying to win that matchup with the numbers game of having your starters there is a good sign. So there's one more day of practice tomorrow. The one that I think you'll want to keep an eye on, because it doesn't sound like Grady Jarrett's going to go this week. I think it's going to be at least another week before he's out there. He was DNP today again. The Darnell Wright one's interesting because he was upgraded to limited. He was DNP, yes. He would have been DNP yesterday and then upgraded to limited. And a couple of us were talking to him in the locker room. He had his elbow brace on. He didn't really want to say much about the injury. And then when the cameras got around, this dude's get off, he still got it. Don't worry about that. He got out of there. I've never seen a man that size move that quickly out of a situation like that. That he clearly wanted no part of talking about his elbow injury. And while it might still be a week away for him just because he was limited, I'd imagine if he's limited again tomorrow, he'll be questionable on the injury report, and it's a good opportunity to not rush him back when you do have Ozzie Trapilo waiting and ready to play again. But that's, sign that that's going in the right direction considering what we were able to see today.
Courtney, what if he doesn't play? And I think Chief was joking earlier about getting Wally pipped. What if the line just plays better as a whole and Trapilo quits himself well, and then you've got Theo Benedict on the left side playing well. What if that were to happen? Would they ever think about continuing to go this way, or is it Darnell Wright's job? Yeah,
I think you have to. Let's not forget Darnell Wright was not one of Ben Johnson's draft picks, and Ozzie Trapilo is. He's made no bones about the fact that he wants competition, and no matter where you're drafted, how much you're paid, all of those things, for now, he's remained true to that. And I think we've seen that at a number of different positions, maybe on a smaller scale, just even with Josh Blackwell. Like, the guy earns a contract extension this offseason. Is your backup nickel corner, but got Wally pipped, if you want to call it that. Lost his job to Nick McLeod when he had an injury and when he was healthy and came back, he didn't have a job anymore on defense at that spot. Like, they're not afraid to do that. And I think it's a good sign that what you saw with Braxton Jones, like, they weren't afraid at that moment when there was still time left in the first half. They were still trying to, do something, that they didn't just wait until halftime to make a change, which is why that is a benching. I know they didn't want to call it that, but that's what that is. And I think for Trapillo, the option here is give him more run. Don't rush Darnell Wright back. But if it ends up working out that your second-round pick is better than your first-round pick, you go with the guy who you're going to have, A, more time with, and B, can develop in ways that, Darnell Wright either maybe can't, or maybe they've already seen with him. Maybe he's reached the best he can play. And he's obviously a unicorn. Bennett said that. He appreciates what he brings as a complete player, run blocking, pass blocking, all of it. But there's a lot of untapped potential and unknown with Ozzie Trapillo. We know he can play right tackle. They drafted 2 right tackles for some reason in 3 years. So one of them's got to work, and if that ultimately will mean that one of them is on the bench, because neither of them are left tackles. So I think if it happens, then that just becomes, what you ride with. I mean, certainly it doesn't look great if you have a top 10 pick sitting on the bench or somebody who becomes your swing tackle, but that is a risk that they knew they were going to run when they spent a high draft pick on Trapillo after drafting Darnell Wright 2 years before.
You mentioned the nickel position. Kyler Gordon still limited too after signing that big free agent contract. What do you think his status is for this weekend?
He said he's playing, so
Okay.
I mean, I'll take him at face value for that because he's been pretty confident the last couple of weeks that he's going towards it. So that's good. And I think Dennis Allen said it well today. Like, he really hasn't played that much football since December of last year. So how effective can he be? I think that's probably tipping their hand a little bit that, yeah, he'll be active on game day. Is he going to be on a pitch count? Are they going to, limit his reps out there? I wouldn't say necessarily be in base more, considering, what Jaden Daniels can do. Obviously, you've got to have, you have to account for him as a rushing quarterback as much as you do in the passing game. But this is a hamstring injury. Like, they do not want him to do something to set himself back. So I would think that if this continues on another day and he's feeling good, that he'll be able to play. It just won't be the full load quite yet because he's got to ramp up with real game action to make himself get there.
One reason why I like talking about the past is how it shapes someone going forward. And I thought Tyreek Stevenson this week was very good, Courtney. I originally saw him on the recap on Kap's YouTube channel with Byard, and I thought he was very forthright on pointing the finger at him, saying that he needed this in order to change, that even though this isn't him, that's the way he put it on film, that is him, even though he wants to say that it's not him. I thought he leaned into it nicely. He's been playing well the last couple of weeks. What did you think about the way he's been pretty self-aware here lately?
Yeah, I think he's turned a corner with that. And the response to one of the questions the other day when he said, I wouldn't have changed had that not happened. Now, obviously, you don't want that to happen because while it was one play, it was still a loss that torpedoed their season. It just is the only thing that you remember from that game. And you don't want that associated with yourself. You're in your third year. Like, it wasn't like you had this great career up until that point and it's one massive blunder that, will derail things. Like, that is a chance when you're early on to kill your confidence and to kill, to kill the opinion that your teammates, your coaches, the front office have of you. Like, if he's not a second-round pick, he's probably cut for doing that the next day. That's the thing that saved him, his talent. And he is a talented player who stepped into a role that, he probably didn't think he would have had to, even though he was filling in for Jalen Johnson, and he and Nashawn Wright were battling all throughout training camp, for that number 2 spot. Now, quarterback 1 is Tyreek Stevenson, and I thought he's done a really good job at grasping that role and also everything that comes with it, because there's a certain style. He plays his game much more physically than I think any of the other outside corners on this team, and that's what makes him great. But there's a line that you have to walk, and I think that he knows, his leash is short. He doesn't, in any game, Washington, any of the other opponents that they have on the schedule, he can't do some of the things that he did a year ago and maybe even before that he was able to get away with, some of the showboating, some of the, just the way that he played the game. Everybody gets a wake-up call at a certain time in their life, and his just so happened to be on a very public stage. And I asked him about it in the sense of, like, what are we talking about this week? Players that are, have the one play that's the highlight play on in a bad way on all the shows, on all, like, everything we're talking about. It's DeMarcado from Arizona. And I asked him about just like the empathy that you have for guys like that. Like, he's been in their shoes where there's one play that costs a team a game. His just so happened to be on the final play, so we remember it so much more. Whereas, Arizona could have gone up 28-6. But that's, like, I think you learn from that. Like, you learn what this league is and how one thing can turn a fan base against somebody, and then you can, just in that same breath, you can get back into the good graces of these fans by playing well, by doing your job, which he's done the last 2 weeks. Like, he made an incredible play against the Raiders for his first interception of the year. And I really think it was that week going into Dallas when he was coming off a terrible performance against the Lions where he turned it on and he became a different player.
Has there been much talk as like a motivating factor about going back to the scene of the crime, whether it's Stevenson or the rest of the team? Because you lose that game, then they lose 10 in a row. Is there like an underlying discussion about, hey, like we got to show up this week?
No, I don't think internally, and I've gotten that question a lot. Like, I know nationally that's what they talk about. When you watch Countdown on Monday, that's what the story is going to be. They will be playing that highlight again and again and again because the national audience doesn't remember a lot of the in-between that happened from that point in Week 8 to where we are right now in Week 6. But I think that they've done a good job because this is a different team. It's a different coaching staff, a competent coaching staff that probably wouldn't have let the final 2 plays of that game play out the way that they did. And I think that that trust factor from the players allows to know that they're in better hands. That something like that doesn't need to be lurking over them. They don't need any added motivation because the motivation itself is there. Like, they're not a good team historically coming out of the bye week. They're 2-10 since 2013. That to me it weighs more as far as let's flip the script than what happened in Washington last year. And of course, for Caleb Williams battling with Jaden Daniels, he's taken a pick before him. He's going back home to the DMV area. Like, I'm sure it carries a little bit more weight, but I think as far as the Hail Mary is concerned, that's something that they buried. It'll always be on the mind of Bears fans. It's a moment that, lives in infamy for the wrong reasons, but there's enough other stuff that I think, it creates bigger storylines around this game than that.
Courtney, before we let you go, we have not had you on since we were all in Vegas together, or at least when I was here. What did you think of the dinner? You've been out to dinner with us, but never as a whole ESPN unit together. You go out with reporter friends, too, when you're on the road. What did you think of our dinner on the Saturday night before the Vegas game?
I thought it was fantastic. I think Keith picked a great restaurant. I thought the wine was great. I thought the steak was great. I thought Jurko was great. I got an earful about Sean Alexander
Unbelievable.
And his Hall of Fame case. And I still, if he's listening right now, I'm still crunching the numbers on Priest Holmes and Frank Gore and Sean Alexander because it made me think. I was like, maybe it's not as much of a slam dunk case for Frank Gore. Maybe he was just a part of some good teams and had the name recognition. But no, it was a wonderful time. It was so great to have everybody together. And hopefully there will be another trip in our future where we get to do it again.
Sounds good. Courtney, great work as always. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
There's Courtney Cronin all over the Bears and some Cubs thoughts, too. Let's sprint through some of these calls. We have great callers today, and all the quality of the calls have been fantastic. 312-332-3776. Our buddy Mark in Lincoln Park. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Mark?
Thanks for taking my call, Silvy. Barstool Chief, how are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Great to meet you at the Patrick Kane event. I'm a frequent caller on your hockey show.
Oh, great. Thanks. Thank you.
Sylvie, before I get to my information overload, it was so nice to see you so happy eating that pistachio ice cream last night. I've never seen you so calm.
Wait, because I had a bottle of wine in me too. But it was I was glowing because of the win. I won a couple of bets. And then I polished off a bottle of wine. I had a good dinner, and then I opened up Trader Joe's pistachio gelato.
Pistachio gelato.
Me too. Yeah.
It was your mental therapy. It was great to see.
You're right. Good.
But the information overload, it was so I sold the tickets to one of the guys in my group. His kid flew in from Ohio State for the game. So we had a 9 p.m. puck drop up at the North Shore. So picture this, Barstool. There's like 9 hockey dads sitting around this bar, and it's got the NFL game on. It's got the Cubs game on. It's got the overtime Dodgers game on. It's got the Blackhawks game on. Packed bar, every TV's on. And we exploded on the Ian Happ home run. I hadn't yelled like that in a bar in 20 years, Sylvie. It was the coolest moment. And then we got to go watch our kids play, which was even better.
Right, that's great. Mark, it sounds like you had a great night, too. Thanks for calling, as always.
Yep.
There's Mark's a pilot for American, too.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a frequent caller on ESPN 1000.
Yeah, I definitely recognize his voice. I like that guy.
Yeah, he has a voice like a pilot.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have to pass a test where they all have to have that deep voice.
It's almost like the news station reporters, too.
Yeah.
They all have the same cadence.
Back in the day. Bill in the Gold Coast, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Bill?
What's going on? How are you guys? What's going on, Chief?
How you doing, Billy?
Good. So my only wrinkle is this: as an outside perspective, I'm a White Sox fan, and I'm actually kind of happy for this run. But for me, I have the luxury of not having to worry about paying Colson and Kyle Teal for years, right? But you guys, after the season, you're facing decisions. My question to you, and I think it's an interesting question, is this playoff run enough to justify paying guys, or are you guys just nah, we're going to see how it goes in the offseason, and we'll save some money for arms?
I want them to sign him. I understand that it's been a bad season, and I think you're going to now get him at a discount, whatever that discount is, but I don't think the Cubs are going to. I've been with Jesse, and Jesse's been adamant about this, that he didn't think even when he was at his height there was a chance, and now I think it will be easier. Now, we'll see how far they go and how much of an impact he makes. That could swing things, which I hope, but I still am very much a fan of Kyle Tucker.
When he's right, he's a top 10 player in baseball, and they're hard to find, those guys. So if you can sign him, you have to sign him, but I'm with you. I think he's gone. No matter what he does, I think he's gone.
Lewis and Lyle, I saw him at an event on Monday. Lewis, it was great to see you on Monday.
Hey, it was a pleasure to see you again. I always a pleasure. Hey, just curious, what bottle of wine were you drinking?
What did I have? I did just like the house wine. I did Miomi. I didn't open a hugely expensive bottle. I just polished off as I nervously drink. It wasn't like one of those. I like Miomi for I'm a Pinot Noir guy in general, so I had Miomi. So no, I did not open yours, but I am very thankful for you giving me that bottle of wine.
Oh, of course. Hey, Chief, by the way, great voice for this. You got a perfect voice for this. I'm just going to say this. I know everybody's saying we can't play Shadow. I am so exhausted. Shoto. Sorry, Shota. I am very, very tired after a long day of work. People are saying we can't play Shota. I am confident that we can play Shota. I'm confident that we can pull Anthony Rizzo from out of retirement to play to pitch. Do you know why? Because we have God on our side. I don't know who here is religious, but Sister Jean is up there right now. One of the biggest Cubs fans out there is up there right now. We are going to be playing for her. She is in God's ear, getting a win for us. We are playing for Sister Jean, and you know what? This is actually big for me too. I've got a grandmother right now who is currently in hospice. The only time I get to see her where she's lucid and clear is when she's watching the Cubs. We are going to win for her, and we are going to win for Sister Jean. Let's bring this home.
All the best to your grandma, Lewis. Thank you for the phone call. It's not surprising when you hear a 106-year-old person passes away, but when I looked at them, oh no, Sister Jean passed away. But we should all have a life like Sister Jean and the impact that Sister Jean made with so many kids at that university.
Oh, big time. And a good sport, too. She did a video with White Sox Dave a few years ago.
Oh, my God.
The 94 feet where he was pushing her in her wheelchair, and so she just had a light about her. So I enjoyed Sister Jean.
Yeah. I think I think you've got to be pretty. There's one person at the station who would rage against all the publicity. I told him, don't say anything stupid today.
Mm-hmm.
Today we honor Sister Jean. Joe is in McHenry. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Joe?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing? I think our magic number we're missing here is 3. And hear me out. I think 3 runs we scored in every single game. So I think tomorrow we need to score 3 runs in the first to make this a success. And good or bad, we lost 3. We lost 2 games with 3, and we won 2 games with 3. But I think it starts with that. I think it needs the energy to get 3 runs in the first. And I had something funny. I watched my first Major League Baseball game in Spanish because we cut the cable, and we watched it on 60 last night with my wife at Una Mas. And I've never seen a Spanish game, but those guys, I didn't understand what they were saying, but I understand what they were saying when the Cubs were just scoring runs.
Charlie Kinwood, during the break, can you find one of the Spanish play-by-play calls of either the Happ or the Bush home run or some Boyd stuff? I thought one of the keys with this key number 3, and like you could even say like, yes, it's important to get 3 early, but like when they score 4 or more, you feel really good. So like getting past the 3, but I thought what the difference between these last 2 games, Chief, is they had the shutdown inning right after they score.
Yep.
And this wasn't happening in games 1 or 2. Like the Cubs got off to the 1-0 lead. Matt Boyd gave up all those runs in the first inning. Boom, they got momentum. Seiya hits a 3-run home run in game 2. What happens? Shota gives it right back in the bottom of the first. You have to shut them down, especially in that next inning.
Yep.
It's kind of like, when you kill off a power play in hockey. It gives you that momentum. And you can get that defensively or pitching-wise, too. So I think it's so important what Tyon did in Game 3, shutting them down right after they got the runs, and what Matthew Boyd did yesterday.
And I think if they get 3 early and they, like you said, shut them down that next inning, I think they might score 9. Like that, that's the vibe when that Pat Murphy quote where it's like, we're a young team, and now they're going to start to feel all the pressure. Like, are we really going to blow this even at home? Wrigley North will be rocking, I'm sure, too. So I think a quick start is going to be huge for the Cubs.
I think it's so important to get Cubs fans up there, too, knowing what Pat Murphy said. If they were rattled by being the road team at Wrigley Field, just in a loud environment, can you imagine if it's a much different crowd than it was in Game 1?
Yeah.
And they're coming to their home, and they've got to hear. I know they're used to it in the regular season, but when it's not cutting time, I think Pat Murphy opened up a window to show us, hey, we can be rattled.
Right.
Did you see that? I think it was pre-sale or some sort of promotional sale they had, but like you had to be in Wisconsin. Like if your address was in Illinois, you couldn't do it.
Right, but there's a secondhand market. I think they've pulled the Nashville Predators. Isn't this their approach to how they used to?
St. Louis Blues did it too.
Did they? Yeah. And look, Chicago fans travel well, and I was impressed. There weren't a lot of Brewers fans. Yeah. What'd you say?
Sorry for being awesome. Yeah, we're the best fans in this region by far.
Another good T-shirt idea. Sorry for being awesome. Barstool Chief is here. 312-332-3776. We got Waddle's World. More of your phone calls. We should get the official announcement on who's going to start for the Cubs within the next hour. I would expect that to be Colin Ray and not Shota, even if it's not Shota. Maybe it's someone else besides Ray, but I think the plan is 2 or 3 innings from Ray and to go from there. We'll continue to talk about it. It's your home for playoff baseball, ESPN 1000.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Monday, the game is here and the pregame talk is here. Football fans join in the fun with pregame tailgate on the Waddle and Silvy Show. Monday from 3 to 5 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Bradley University.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa, Iavoni, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney, how does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4MLLION.
Guys, Steinhoffels is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. I just got a brand new mattress, an heirloom mattress from Steinhoffels after a test rest, and it is glorious, changing my life. Steinhoffels is now celebrating 91 years. Happy anniversary to Steinhoffels during their Friends and Family sale. Save 10% off store-wide or take advantage of 36 months, 0% financing. Plus, they take $91 off every $9.99 you spend. You also get a $200 MasterCard rewards card when you finance over $19.99. So celebrate the Rodman anniversary. 91 years of quality, value, and style at any of their 7 Chicagoland locations. Now open in Maryville, Indiana. Check them out at steinhoffels.com. That's steinhoffels.com.
Injuries on the field are rough, but your injury case doesn't have to be. At Postman Law, there's no fee unless they win. Car crash, work accident, slip and fall. Postman Law's your local injury lawyers. With over $3 billion won for their clients, they don't just show up, they deliver results when it matters most. After an injury, call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise, Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Save big money on your next project at Menards. For over 65 years, Menards has been the destination for post-frame buildings. They go up fast and are a durable, low-maintenance solution for additional storage space, work area, or to protect your equipment. Design a building to fit your needs using our free design program, in-store or on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
So Chief is going to be doing Waddle's world today for Waddle. Andy Christensen tweeted us, and on the video I said that Chief is way bigger than you would think. Now, I don't know why it doesn't look like you're small on videos or anything like that. It was like when I met Big Cat, too. Big Cat's way bigger than you think. And Andy tweets us, he said, ran into Mr. Chief walking his dog and thought the same thing. He's a lot taller in person.
Yeah, I'm starting to have a complex about this, that I just have small guy energy. Like I'm wasting my height. I got to fix my posture or something. But yeah, that's something. Big Cat, oddly strong, too, when you play him in basketball. Like,
what kind of give me a scouting report on his game.
Very smart, pretty good outside shot. More of a perimeter guy, knows how to play. Big Cat's a good player. Like when you have those pickup games, he's pretty good.
Not a chucker?
No, he's like pretty kind of unselfish. He's just like a good guy to have on your team. So
is he playing any defense?
I will say he could play more.
Oh, really?
I would say oftentimes when we're matching up, he'll look at the guy and be like, I want to guard that guy. He'll need a prayer to make a basket. Big Cat takes that guy.
I feel like he's a guy, too, that if somebody is trying to drive on him, he won't shuffle the feet. He'll just try and poke the ball out from the back or swipe at the ball as he's going by him.
Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting from him as a basketball player. He's pretty good. He's a pretty good player. So, and I'm filling in for Waddle. So big shoes to fill on this Waddle's world. When he came into our office, he bumped into John Gruden. John Gruden lit up at the sight of Tom Waddle.
It was, you should have saw Waddle, and Waddle doesn't light up about many people either. And he came back and he told the story that they exchanged phone numbers to talk ball. And like you talk about, like that is outstanding. Like John Gruden wants, like, it's like when you were in high school or college and you're at a bar and you're like, you got the hottest girl's number at the bar. Now you got like one of the great minds in football wanting your number so he can talk ball with you.
Tommy Waddle.
That's pretty good.
Two guys with like very different energies too. Like I feel like Gruden's always at an 8 and Waddle's rarely past a 5.
You think that's an 8? I think he walks around at a 10.
Well, like
Gruden,
on his own personal scale, it's like an 8, and the 10 is like when he's on the sideline.
Like Waddle in the meeting, it's what people don't, because you hear his energy on the air. And when he's in studio, he's got great energy. When he's at home, he's got house voice. But in the meetings, he's very quiet, isn't he, at times?
Oh, yeah.
Very low key.
Because Tom sits in the corner, burping a lot.
Oh, my God. The sounds he was making yesterday, I got home to Allie. I want to record him one day. We're like, behind the scenes. It was a cough followed by a burp. And every time he burps, he's blowing it out. And then he's yawning.
He fills the cheeks when he burps.
Oh, my. It's like the balloon losing air. He burps and he blows it out for everyone to smell. And he's been sick for 6 weeks. And then, because he's sick, he's tired. So he's burping, he's yawning, and he's coughing.
So, Tom, if you're listening...
He's not.
Okay. I was not in the pre-production meeting where Waddle's World turned into a roast when you're not here, so I had nothing to do with that. But we'll get into the Waddle's World. Charlie and Tyler with the subjects here. WestJet now charges passengers to recline on their new Boeing 737 flights. I want to poll the room. Are you guys recline guys on flights?
I'm not, no.
Okay.
I'm not either.
Now, this has been a big discussion point on this show. It started at our 10-year anniversary. We're now almost up to 20. We're up to 19. And we took a flight to Mexico. And we talked about, people told us not to recline. The business travelers told us it is unpolite to recline. Waddle said, look, there's a button on there for a reason. It comes with your ticket. I believe, especially if you're an economy plus and the person has extra legroom behind you, that yes, you can recline.
Okay. I am anti-recline.
What, really? Because you're a big guy.
I am a big guy, and I feel like that little extra inch that you get drastically negatively impacts the person way more behind you. So I think it's just, I will never do it. And then if everybody reclines, there is still that last row that can't recline. So that train has to stop eventually at the very butt of the plane.
So what do you think should be the case? Should they just take the button out?
I would take the button out.
I always forget it's there. Like, I always forget it's an option until the person in front of me reclines. And then I'm reminded, oh, yeah, this sucks when you have a chair in your face like this. I'm not going to do it.
Have you ever kicked the chair in front of you? Like you see these viral videos of when someone reclines and they get mad?
No, I would not. Because I do agree with Waddle to some extent. Like, it is there for a reason. Like, I don't get mad at the person who does it. I get more mad at the airline service.
Yeah. I also don't like WestJet charging for this, though. What are they going to give you?
That doesn't solve the issue, because now what it does is for the people who do want to recline, they'll pay for it, and now the person still will be pissed at them, and they're actually paying for the service.
This elitist reclining his chair for an extra $4.99.
Oh, $4.99?
I don't know. I made that part up. I don't see a number on here.
Like, is this like coin laundry where you just drop a couple quarters in and then all of a sudden it activates the button?
They might as well make it massage you at that point, too, if you're dropping coins in.
What about the person who is not or is getting reclined on? He gets a couple of bucks as a credit.
I like that idea.
Like that, or the money goes to that person.
That guy buys you a drink.
Yes, something like that.
Yeah.
There should be.
You know what? I love making a deal. If
Rum and
that's the
Coke
deal,
for the chair in front of me.
What's that?
Just quickly, hey, little Bacardi shooter for the guy in front of me.
That would be great. Then we're good.
What's the steakhouse in the West Loop? I've only been there a couple times. People love it.
Boulevard, Fioretti.
No, it's been open for about a decade. It's like in the West Loop, somewhere in that area.
Trivoli Tavern?
No. But whatever the case is, this place, it's similar. Their corkage fee, if you ever want to bring a bottle of wine.
Okay.
A lot of places, if you want to bring your own bottle of wine, they'll charge you $25, $30 for the corkage fee to open it up so you could have your own bottle of wine. Their corkage fee at this steakhouse, I forget what it's called. I think it starts with a B. You just have to give a glass of wine from that bottle to the table next to you.
Is it Bavette's?
Bavette's, okay.
That's like I think it's
I didn't know that. That's cool.
It's a real creative corkage fee experience, so you just have to pay it forward to another guest and say, here, try my bottle of wine.
That. Everybody's getting along.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
Everybody
I like that
wins.
a lot.
So yeah, you get a drink bought for you if the person in front of you reclines.
Okay. See, we can always make a deal. People can get along. This next story, a tennis player who said a kiss caused his positive methamphetamine test gets a 4-year suspension. I think, so his name is Giancarlo Oliveira, who represents Venezuela. I think that is the greatest compliment you could ever give to your spouse.
That he tested positive for drugs because of...
I think he just got amped up. He had too much going on in his system from his girl. Is that possible?
No, I think he's just lying, isn't he?
He's definitely lying. Or I guess he's saying his girlfriend's on drugs.
Right,
Never
right.
mind, I take that back.
It transferred to me, yes.
They would have like the ones where it's like testosterone was increased in your system because you've been hanging out with your girlfriend too much. I was interpreting it that way. This is just like I'm dating.
This is a guy on meth who is blaming his girlfriend, saying, and he's being a narc.
It's her fault. Yeah. We got an AI story here. This one kind of makes me a little bit sad. 1 in every 5 high schoolers has had a romantic AI relationship.
Yeah, that's sad and pathetic. Like what? This is like that one movie, right, where the guy was talking to Siri, and it was what's her name playing,
and he fell in love with her.
Yes.
Yeah. This is like we have entered sci-fi. Like,
yes, it is.
This is officially very scary. And then the last story.
Have you ever fallen in love with Siri? Or
Not with Siri.
any AI
No,
device?
Can't say with AI. I think I could get the appeal, though, because you have all the benefits without, like, someone yelling at you. But actually...
what kind of benefits are you getting?
Companionship? I don't know. Someone just laughs at all my jokes. But actually, now that I think of it, if a girl likes me right away, I am instantly turned off. So if we'd have to like tweak the settings to be like, you have to earn this laugh that you're getting from this girl.
Okay, so you're one of these people that
change the sliders a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
You want her to play hard to get? Is that what it is? Like,
I feel like I have to win her over. And if it's too easy, then something's wrong with her.
Really? Like, what if this is, you were attracted to her, she's got an outstanding personality, and she's into you, that's a turnoff?
Yeah, it's like it's like the old Woody Harrelson quote, where it's like, I'd never want to be part of a club where they'd let me be a member. So like that's how I feel about that.
Okay.
Last story: lifelong Laker fan suing LeBron James after paying over $850 for game tickets. He said that this is given the magnitude of the first decision. Some fans assumed he was announcing his retirement, and then it wasn't a retirement. So now he wants his money back for the tickets that he splurged on.
There's pathetic, and then there's super pathetic.
Yeah.
His commercial on the decision part 2 is pathetic. It's a terrible commercial.
Yes.
It's not creative. It's not funny. And then there's super pathetic for these people who all of a sudden thought that they need to rush out and buy tickets, and now he's super, super pathetic for suing him because of that. That's shame on you. That's buyer beware.
This is a story where it's like a race to the bottom. Like, no one looks good in this story.
No.
But I do like anything where LeBron gets some heat, so I'm fine with that as well.
All right. There's a Barstool Chief in for Waddle today. We've got Florida or Ohio. I don't believe we've had that this week because of the shortened show on Wednesday. If you want to talk Cubs with us, 312-332-3776. We'll get more of your calls coming up.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Fall's here. Time to upgrade your home before the cold sets in. Chicago Trust Window Works for custom windows and doors that fit your style and budget and help lower energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. But this limited time offer won't last. So what you have to do is dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation and lock in your savings today. Again, dial pound 250 and say Waddle.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I know how tough it is dealing with lingering pain, whether it's your back, neck, or even headaches. You don't have to live with it anymore. Chiro One offers natural chiropractic care that can help you live pain-free without drugs or surgery. From everyday activities to getting back in the gym, or most importantly, playing with your kids, Chiro One has your back, literally. Visit ChiroOne.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including downtown Chicago, South Barrington, and Gurnee. That's ChiroOne.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8 million.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. You can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. Together, let's drive.
Get ready to play the game that's sweeping the nation. Public drunkenness. Exotic animals. Dumb criminals. Random stabbings. Or maybe just some good old-fashioned debauchery. Everything's on the table. It's the Sunshine State versus the Buckeye State as we play Florida or Ohio. And as always, listeners, feel free to play along at home.
That's right. It's time for Florida or Ohio. The first time we're doing it this week. You know how to play, Chief?
Yeah, I've played this before.
We had a great Ohio story yesterday where in Waddle's world, Waddle gave a story about a woman who was pissed at her boyfriend and she cut open his sack with a knife.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know how.
It was great. You had to be there.
Great story.
When Tyler first started,
and I get accused of making this segment dark.
I think did Abdalla create this segment? I think this was his idea originally when he was producing our show, and he was on a good roll. Then Tyler took over as they were doing more shows, Bleck and Abdalla, and Tyler in his first few weeks of doing Florida or Ohio would be like family of 3 wiped out by fire. Arsonist expected.
Where was this
Florida
from?
or Ohio? I'm like, Tyler, what's going on? These are supposed to be humorous.
My rule in this is we do not dabble in death. We don't do death in Florida or Ohio. Anytime that enters the arena, we don't. It doesn't make it off the desk. But the open says random stabbings.
Right.
Stabbings can be a part of this. As long as they don't die.
I like the rules. Yeah. Okay.
As long as he's still in critical condition, we'll roll with the story.
Right. Yeah. As long as there's still a little something on the pulse there.
All right. What do you got?
Right. A firefighter dumped 75 possibly used tampons on ex's lawn for dating new girl.
Wow.
A firefighter was accused of stalking after she allegedly dumped 75 possibly used tampons onto her ex-boyfriend's lawn when she learned that he was dating a new woman. The sheriff's office was contacted by a woman on September 30th after she and her boyfriend woke up to find a pile of tampons on their front lawn that were stained red as if they were possibly used. Police reviewed security camera recordings that showed a pickup truck driving past the house at around 10 o'clock at night, and a woman allegedly sat in the truck bed until traffic cleared, at which point she jumped out and threw 75 tampons into the front yard.
I got to say, this is validation for the guy for breaking up with her. If she, is upset that he broke up with her and then does this type of thing, I think he had a point breaking up with you.
I think he might have been onto something.
That's elaborate, too.
I have to know how long they had been dating.
That takes planning. That takes contacts and sources.
75, too. It's not like there were 7.
Collecting them.
Yeah, there's 75. This is definitely Florida behavior. This is the essence of Florida or Ohio in Jacksonville. That's our go-to place for these types of shenanigans.
So I was not thinking Panhandle or Jacksonville. I heard pickup truck, and I'm like, Midwest. That makes me think more Ohio.
Oh, there's a lot of pickup trucks in Florida, too.
That part of Florida, for sure. I'm still going to go Ohio on this one.
I always default, like, when I think of it's a weird story like this, I always assume Florida, and my default is Tampa Bay. So I'm going to say somewhere in the Tampa area.
It took place in DeLand, Florida.
All right. Where's that near?
That's near Orlando. A little north of Orlando.
Orlando's the other good one.
Yeah. It's a hot spot. That's for sure. All right, Florida, Ohio. And don't forget, this is also a Dr. Pepper Bears Friday. One-of-a-kind fans, move your big head because you are taller than most people think, Chief. One-of-a-kind fans won legendary prize. Score Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper, bold original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing. This Monday, when we're on for the Bears Radio Network, we'll be here in the studio because the game's in Washington. But don't forget, for the Saints game, we'll be back at the Dr. Pepper patio. So we hope to see you there. Let's take a call before we get to Michael Wilbon here. Let's go to Brian in McHenry. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Brian?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Everything's great. You?
Can't complain. Just kind of wanted to echo the environment aspect of the game last night. I wasn't there in person, but even on the TV, the first inning, it was just, you could hear the Freddie, and it was just, I got chills sitting on my couch. Partially of that, I think that's why, Chief, to your point, CBS kind of turned down the crowd feed in there. At least my thought. Other thing with you, Chief, is I hope White Sox Dave isn't going on the bus tomorrow. But
is he going?
He is not. So
okay,
I think we like him when we're doing the streams because he has a little troll angle and it's very annoying. But I think it's good for the camera. But this is about business. This is about war. So we're going up. We can't have the calls coming from inside the house on this trip.
And I like that analogy. So we were fortunate. Big Cat is taking all of his great friends and some coworkers from Barstool up to Milwaukee, and then he texted Tyler and me wanting to know if we wanted to go with. So we said yes. We're taking the party bus. So how many of the guys do we know in the crew? And I heard Big Cat say that one of his the best friend, his Bernie Taupin to his Elton John, is the guy who's always playing 50-50 as well.
Yes. So that's, if you've ever been to Declan's.
Right. He owns
Declan's. His name's Dave. He's the man. I love Dave. So Dave will be there. Mark Titus, if you know Mark Titus, he does mostly sports with Brandon Walker. Big Cubs fan from Indiana. Good guy. We have some tech guys. You'll meet Doug. Doug's
the guy. I split season tickets with Doug.
Oh, Doug will be there.
Doug's
wow.
Be there,
look at you two guys. Glenbrook South in the house.
Doug is great. Danny Conrad. It is basically anyone. Eddie will be there. So it's going to be a great, fun, good crew.
I cannot wait. I cannot wait for this. It would have taken a lot.
By the way.
It would have taken a lot to get me away from watching the game with my kids, but this one was enough to turn it. And as I texted Big Cat, the last time I watched a game with him in Milwaukee, the team that we were cheering for won. It was in the NCAA tournament. It was Ben Brust, who I just brought up yesterday, when his Wisconsin Badgers won. Right. Brust got us tickets to that game. Okay. They beat Oregon. They came from behind and beat Oregon.
Is this the son that Dan has a rivalry with?
Braxton is the one, yes.
So
he's got the rivalry.
Dan's doing this on purpose?
He's taking me away from Braxton to stick it to Braxton. That's a good point. I didn't think of that. I have a good track record in Milwaukee, too. So when I was covering the Bulls and they set the record for most wins ever in an NBA season, the previous record was 69. Mm-hmm. Nice. And then their 70th win was in Milwaukee, which I was at, and I covered as a reporter. I also, back in the day, we drove up to Milwaukee for Nolan Ryan when he was on the Texas Rangers on a whim. We bought $4 bleacher seats to win his 300th game.
County Stadium?
County Stadium. Yeah. We sat in the bleachers for $4. He was going for 300, and we rooted for the Rangers, and we won.
Awesome.
So I have a great track record of going to Milwaukee and having my team win.
Let's keep it rolling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel good about this. We'll talk more about that. Wilbon flew into town to take in the Cubs game. He's been to many huge Chicago sporting events, Hawks, Bulls, Cubs. Where did this one rank for him? We'll talk to Wilbon for a few minutes. Jesse at 5:30. The Cubs should announce their pitching decision soon for Game 5. We believe that it will not be Shota Imanaga. So stay tuned for all that. And Tom Thayer, 1 hour from now, talks Bears.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Adding an extra burst to your weekend launch. It's Dr. Pepper Bears Friday on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizza flavor without the weight or the price tag? Get Connie's Frozen Pizza. That's the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Silvy Show. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table. We even enjoy it here at the radio station. So wherever you go, you can make it. It's so easy. Tastes so good. It was born in Connie's Restaurants. It's been open for over 60 years. And Connie's brings that dusted cornmeal, thin crust, premium toppings, and unmistakable flavor that says, could have gone out, but why? You've worked all week. You don't want to cook tonight, guys. So pick up some Connie's Frozen Pizza. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago flavor without the pizzeria prices.
Apt, your number one destination for the home, is kicking off fall with big savings. Score deals on OLED and QLED TVs. And don't miss a play this season. Add a powerful soundbar to feel the action every time your team scores. And for game day snacks, Apt's Gourmet Shop has top-rated air fryers, so you can make wings, mozzarella sticks, and other favorites healthier without sacrificing any flavor. It's game time for free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction. Shop where I shop, at Apt. Pleasing people since 1936.
Crash, bang. You know, I've been saying that to Chicago sports fans for the last few seasons. Lisa, why don't you give it a try?
Crash, bang. That's what that feels like.
Of course, personal injuries feel much worse.
They do. That's why the Chicago Personal Injury and Workmen's Compensation lawyers at Maurici Longo are here for you.
I'm Jim Maurici, and she's Lisa Longo.
Visit us at mauricilongo.com. That's MORICILONGO.com.
We're in your huddle when you need us.
There's still time to save big on your landscaping project at Menards. Create stunning patios and strong retaining walls with our huge in-stock selection of concrete blocks ready to take home today. Plus, get pre-estimates fast with our easy-to-use design and buy program in-store or on Menards.com. Don't miss out. Check out our weekly flyer and start saving on landscape blocks now at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with zero debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
0-2 coming, and Churio strikes out. Ortiz gone on 3 pitches to begin the third. William Contreras now. Contreras went around, and the Brewers strand another base runner. Cold strike 3 on the inner half. Game 2-2 pitch. Yelich is gone.
Good stuff last night from Wrigley Field. It was great stuff from Wrigley. I mean, it was one of those games that you'll be talking about forever if you were there. If they can finish this series, we'll all talk about it for a while. You just don't win a lot of playoff series. On my lifetime, I know it hasn't happened a lot. So every time they do win a playoff series, I think I told Wilbon there have been 7 in my lifetime that I've witnessed. Maybe less than that. I got to think about it again. But it's probably less. But anyway, the fact remains that the Cubs have come back from 0-2. It's 2-2. They go to Milwaukee. They'll play tomorrow night. And if you want to talk about the game with us, 312-332-3776. Wilbon's going to join us in just a little bit. He normally joins us on Tuesdays. But I said, hey, he was texting me. I go, do you want to pop on for 5 minutes? Tell us about your experience. He left back for D.C. at 6 a.m, but he wanted to be in the building and see the Cubs. You said you've seen him at Hawks games before.
Yeah. Yep. He had a bright red, I think it was a Jonathan Taves jersey, stand at the top of the concourse, good seats, 100 level, and he was into it.
Super. Well, we Waddle and I once went to a playoff game. Wilbon took us to Hawks Blues, I want to say.
Okay.
What was
16 or 14?
Yeah, 16.
Okay.
Yeah, 16. It was the year after their last Cup.
Yeah.
So it was
the original double doink. Seabrook hit both posts in Game 7, and they lost.
Yeah, it was a great series. 312-332-3776. We pick it up with Michael Wilbon on the Yuengling guest hotline.
With Eddie, too, is
with some bonus Michael Wilbon. By the way, Jesse also tweeted that council said no decision yet on who is starting.
That's gamesmanship?
For the Cubs. Probably.
Okay.
Probably until they have to. Michael, how are you?
I'm tired from getting a nap after Wrigley Field last night and flying back to Washington and dueling with Kornheiser. But I'm as good tired as I could possibly be, given that was one of my favorite nights, sporting nights in Chicago of my life, was last night.
So, Wilbon, put that in perspective, because you covered all the Bulls dynasty years, and maybe you can't be a fan, and you're more of a reporter in those instances. You were there for 16 and seeing all the World Series run, winning for the first time in 108 years. You, as Chief was just telling us, he's seen you at Blackhawks postseason games.
I was at all three Blackhawks runs. Yeah.
So for this one to be amongst your greatest memories, explain to us why.
Well, we won, which, for the Cubs is not automatic. You think about some of those moments going back to when, we won the 2 games in 1984, going that far back, which is sort of the beginning of the modern Cubs, Ron Sandberg and Sutcliffe. But they lost ultimately in San Diego. So they did win the 2 games in Chicago. But after that, man, you go through the years, and obviously 2003, some of the biggest nights at Wrigley were disappointing, losing 2 out of the 3 World Series games. And last night, there was something about it. I kept getting text messages from people who've been going to Wrigley Field as long, if not longer, than I have. And for me, it's been 56 years. My first trip there was when I was 10 years old. And they were talking about the electricity that was coming through on television. And I don't know that in the ballpark, and again, like you said, I've been to a million things. But I did think, wow, this place is just popping tonight. And after the early home run gets people jacked. I thought it was important. There was a sort of a nice fall evening, that it wasn't 82 degrees outside. It felt like something that was, unique to Chicago, or particular to Chicago. And it getting that lead and holding it had enough tension, because, not scoring anything other than the first inning. And the longer that went, there was some tension. But when both managers, this is what is different. When 2 managers talk about the atmosphere in the venue affecting the outcome, you don't hear that. You don't hear that from coaches or managers. And both of them talked about it. And so I got a chance to sort of appreciate it even more once I had left, and once I could sort of consume the event in a second way. But it was just to win that game that way, facing elimination, to have those home runs, to have it on that, clear, beautiful fall night at Wrigley, No disappointment anywhere in sight. Now, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. But last night stands out. And you're right. Look, I was at every one of those Jordan Conference Finals and Finals games, and it felt like some of those, I remember the nights, when the Bulls finally got through the Pistons, and I remember the nights that, goodness, the Rams-Bears game in 85, and now you're talking about a small fraction of your audience that's going to remember that stuff like I do. But the Bears beating the Rams on the way to the Super Bowl, that had that feeling. So it's a certain number, a finite number of nights in Chicago that just felt like they had championship written all over them.
Did you notice a change, because you've been to everything with Wrigley Field? It does feel like there's more of an intensity with Cubs fans in the last 10 or 15 years, almost since they lost in 2008. Is that something palpable when you walk in? Does it feel different than it felt in 90 or 80 or in the 80s?
Yeah. Definitely felt, not 84. I mean, 84 was as, passionate as you can get because we had, they hadn't been there for 40 years. Mm-hmm. And that was, the way it ended was just awful. But yeah, I'd say, you know what? I mean, I don't want to take away from, people were passionate as they could be in 03. Mm-hmm. They were in 07 and 09. And those games were electric. I think what was different for me, and I actually thought about this because it stood out so much, is that it wasn't desperate. There wasn't a desperate edge to it. People like this team. Mm-hmm. They're not fed up with anybody. There's not resentment. There's not, oh, here we go again. There doesn't seem to be that. They like what this is. Now, that stuff doesn't last forever. You get that sort of falling in love with somebody once. You get it for a little while. Doesn't mean it's going to be back next year. We got it now. And that's why I would love to see them win for a lot of reasons. But to win tomorrow and then go into a series with the Dodgers, who will be heavily favored. I remember in 2016, the Cubs were favored. That was different. It was like, oh, my God, if we don't win, we're going to die. That's not what last night was. That feeling was not in the building. It was joyous. And I think that was not the case in 2003. Even when you had Sammy skipping around and hopping out of the box, I don't know that it was always joyous. I don't remember that being the predominant mood when I was at those games. In particularly 2003, and then he was gone by 2007. So 2007, 2008 was a different cast of characters. But it was more of we're just waiting on something to happen.
Yes.
That's not what was last night.
Well, you texted me about the 2003 crowds. Remember, all the people would go out to Waveland Avenue.
Outside.
And it was a
my
party.
God.
It was a party inside and a party outside. And what I thought was different about 2003 is a lot of people at the time felt like it was a Cub-proofed team where they could go out there and they were going to win. They just beat the Braves. There was no beating this Cubs team with Dusty as their new, confident manager with Mark Pryor doing what he's doing. Kerry Wood is the number 2 pitcher. Yeah. And they were deep, Zambrano and Clement and timely hitting.
I looked at that staff last night. I looked it up because I wanted to see, what it was. And that was Pryor's best year.
18-6, yeah.
The 18-6 year. Silvy, I'm with you on this. And the same thing with the Pinella teams. But by the way, the Cubs had the best teams in the major leagues in 2003, 2007, and 2009.
08. Yeah. Now, here's Michael.
The Cubs had the best teams, but there was we don't operate well as the favorite.
Yeah.
85. Or the Bears did, but not the Cubs. Not the Cubs didn't operate well.
And I think what 03 reminded a lot of people of in Game 6 was nothing is over until it's over. And then there was more of an anxiety that returned after 03 in big moments. Yes. And I feel like now that they've won in 16, we don't have the same anxiety, and we could go and just have fun at these games now.
I get annoyed when people are counting how many outs are left.
Me too.
Where it's like, let's just one at a time.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about 5 outs.
Because it reminds me of the broadcast talking about the Cubs with 5 outs in the World Series.
Yes.
I get annoyed because of that. But, last night didn't have that. And, again, we don't know how long that sense of joy remains. It doesn't hang around forever. Ask the Philadelphia Eagles. Ask the Philly fans how long it hangs around. So, it was enjoyable. I'd like to enjoy it again. I'd like to enjoy it, for games, 3 and 4. And we would be, is the NLCS 2-3-2 format?
It is 2-3-2. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So we would get 3 games.
Too.
We'd get 3 games in Chicago, 3 games at Wrigley with the Dodgers, and the Cubs have had after those games in Japan, the Cubs did okay against the Dodgers.
Yeah.
And so I'm not all that scared of that matchup. I'm like, okay, the Dodgers are the better team, the better lineup. There's no question about that. But so is Milwaukee. And so if we can get through Milwaukee tomorrow, and that's going to be hard. I mean, look how many runs the Brewers have scored there. They didn't score any runs in Chicago, 3 runs in 18 innings. But they scored in Milwaukee. And so I'm just, can we get through the early part of that game with not having what we did reversed, where the Brewers run off and hide in these games. So, tomorrow, and it's going to be interesting to see what, with last-second ticket sales, is tomorrow going to be – is there going to be a big Cub fan presence in Milwaukee tomorrow? I'm wondering about that.
We don't know because there wasn't for games 1 or 2 or not as much as you would think. They've done a good job keeping Illinois residents out.
No Milwaukee presence last night.
No, right. I was surprised by that.
That's rare for both places, not to have that sort of cross-pollination. But it was, it was just a stunning evening last night. Look, I said going into this, I felt good about this matchup. One of the things you don't want is to have to, if you're the favorite, you don't want to have to play a division opponent. This goes back to the Bears when they didn't get rid of Green Bay in 2010, and they had to play the Packers in the NFC Championship game when the Packers should have been eliminated by the Bears in the regular season, and we wouldn't have had to play the Packers.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I thought about that with both. I tell you, I thought about a couple of situations. Thought about it with the Cubs and Brewers naturally, and thought about it with Cincinnati. Now, Cincinnati just isn't good enough to sort of. They're not there yet. They're not at that point of their club evolution. But you don't want to have to face a division opponent that you've played a million times already and multiple seasons, and guys are used to one another, and there's no intimidation, there's no fear. So I felt good about the Cubs' chances in this series from the standpoint of starting pitching, and I still hate that Counsell threw Matt Boyd out there in the first game on short rest. But other than that, I think the Cubs have done everything they could to this point.
Michael, thank you for picking up the phone. We know it's the weekend. We know you had a long night and day, and we wanted to just pick your brain about what you thought about last night. Thank you for calling.
Hey, listen, happy to. Last night, special night, and let's hope we get a chance for at least 3 more next week with the Dodgers.
That's right. There he is, Michael Wilbon. Normally Tuesdays at 5 o'clock, hopping on for Bonus Wilbon today. I do have something, though, that Craig Counsell did confirm. He would not confirm of who is going to start. He did confirm one pitcher who is not an option. I will share that with you coming up next, plus what to watch for.
This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Cubs hold serve and force at Game 5 in the NLDS. We reconvene tomorrow in Milwaukee. Game 5 coverage begins at 6:30. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
You know, one of my guilty pleasures during the football season is eating dips with chips, with wings and veggies, all while watching the big game. And that means Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip as well. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'll find right there in your kitchen. Do what I do. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dip at your local grocery store.
Welcome to Goodfellas, Joliet's brand new cigar lounge, a place built for good smoke and good company. And now it's time to celebrate the grand opening. Thursday, October 16th, 5 to 8 p.m. White Sox legend Frank Thomas will be at the grand opening at Goodfellas and featuring his own FT35 vodka. Get your tickets now at joesbev.com. Every ticket includes a bottle of FT35 and an exclusive meet and greet with Frank Thomas. Don't miss the grand opening of Goodfellas Cigar Lounge in Joliet. Goodfellas, where legends light up the night. At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life. $400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
It's football season, Chicago, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut in the squares with crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings piled high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. The corner booth delivers flavor that satisfies the soul. So huddle up, grab a pie, and taste the original Chicago pub-style pizza.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
At this moment, I'm paying free. Just really not trying to still push it. But yeah, for right now, I'm feeling good.
There you go. That's Cade Horton. Craig Counsell did say today, he confirmed that Cade Horton is not an option to come off the IL tomorrow. So for even in a buzzed state last night while feeling good with the Cubs up, I even tweeted in all caps, activate Cade Horton. I think we all had some sort of hope that he could come back and pitch an inning or two in some way, shape, or form in Game 5. They confirmed that he is not an option. We'll talk to Jesse at 5:30. He would not commit to Colin Ray or whoever. The word that we're getting, I think Jesse's hearing the same thing, is that it won't be Shota. Mm-hmm. We'll talk to Jesse to see if anything's changing, but they, at least, whether it's gamesmanship or whatever, they did not confirm who it is. And what is it, supposed to be Mizorowski for the Brewers? Have they confirmed that, guys?
I don't know if... They don't know exactly. Like, Mizorowski will pitch. They just don't know where.
Right. He could come in relief.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let's get up before he comes in the game.
I kind of want to face him.
I'm going the other way. This is like Kluber in 16, where he was the boogeyman, and then he opens it up, and they get a bunch of runs on him.
In 16, too.
His stuff is just so nasty, though.
But the thing is what I noticed with him is he had no command of the zone.
That's true.
And then he dialed it back from like 104 to 101, 102, which is still tough to hit, obviously. But if he's going to just chuck 104 and miss the zone, don't take the bat off your shoulder. And then he gets really in his head.
That I feel like they could clean up a little bit, where it's like they're, especially PCA, where you're just swinging too freely. Like, make them work for it. because he was effectively wild.
It was like they had no scouting report for him. It was kind of weird.
And I think you're just amped up and you just want to swing the bat in that situation. You're so nervous because it's coming at you 104. You're like, I have to start swinging now.
Mm-hmm.
So, but make them throw strikes. And if they can do that, then maybe. But I am terrified.
How many times have the Cubs faced Mizrowski now? Is it 2?
I believe 2, yeah.
Once in the playoffs and once in the regular season. So they're saying, and to what Wilbon was saying about when you start seeing guys, I feel like they were in a good spot with Freddie Peralta. That it was the 6th time they were seeing him. And his splits on the road are significantly worse than they are at home.
And the crowd broke his brain.
Yeah, they did for that one moment.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to what to watch for.
Waddle and Silvy get you set for your weekend viewing with What to Watch For.
All right, let's win some pizza right now. What to watch for is brought to you by Connie's Frozen Pizza, born right here in Chicago. Connie's restaurants now available in your freezer, guys. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle today. Caller 10 right now, 312-332-3776. You'll win free pizza from Connie's. We got baseball tomorrow. We got college football. We've got the Bears on Monday. You don't want to go out. Pick up some Connie's, enjoy all the games, and sit back and relax. You know how to do what to watch for?
Walk me through it.
All right, so this is it could be sports if you're a cop-out like Tyler is.
Okay.
And just say, I'm watching college football. Watching Oregon. Is it Oregon, Indiana?
It is Oregon, Indiana.
Or you can, we know that we live in the sports aisle, that you can give a good television show that you've been watching and liking and want to share with people so they can get on the streaming bandwagon. Like, Waddle's a power streamer. I've never seen someone who streams quicker than Waddle, so he usually has something good. Are you watching a show currently?
I'm starting tonight. I've heard very good things about House of Guinness on Netflix. Same creators as Peaky Blinders.
Oh.
Love a period piece. Love a little Irish history, so I'm going to be into that. But we got Hawks home opener tomorrow. We are on the 11th. What day is it today? I'm all messed up.
Today is the 10th. Yeah.
So that's tomorrow.
Wow. So that's tomorrow too.
So I won't be watching that because I'll be at the Cubs. So obviously Cubs. Notre Dame is on Peacock. I hate when that happens, but it's a very good college football slate. Red River rivalry. So it's a big weekend for college sports.
So
too.
Guinness is it called?
House of Guinness.
House of Guinness.
Same creators as Peaky Blinders.
Okay, I loved Peaky Blinders.
Yeah.
I had to watch it with the closed captioning.
Same.
Because I don't hear well to begin with, and then the thick accents, I wanted to make out the words, so we would put the closed captioning on.
I'm on closed captions for everything except for sports now because of that.
I think that's a good move.
Yeah.
And sometimes the speakers are not balanced, and that's on my end, but for whatever reason, music's playing and then you can't hear the words, or they're whispering and you can't hear the words. So I should do that for most shows. I want to give a warning about this too, because I did dive in. It is the #1 rated show or the most downloaded show in Netflix currently. You know, they have this monster series. It's and they've featured Jeffrey Dahmer's story.
Yeah.
The Menendez brothers was on part of the monster series. Now it's this, is it Ed Gein? How do you pronounce his last name? Ed Gein. And I think I'm 2 episodes in, and you talk about...
Very unsettling.
Very unsettling, and if you don't like being creeped out, don't watch it.
I think
I'm going to, this is what to watch for, this is what not to watch for if you get creeped out. And I guess, from what I understand, is... This guy who was in Wisconsin in the early 1900s, I believe it was, when he was creating all this havoc. I believe a lot of horror movies, or a couple horror movies, were based on his life.
I believe you're right. I think he was the inspiration for Ted Bundy too. Wasn't that a quote from that show? Someone was telling me. I'm punting on this show.
Ted Bundy's real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
he inspired him.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
I think the Texas Chainsaw Massacre
and Psycho and Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, really? Okay.
Tangential.
This guy, and the actor does a great job.
Well, they use Psycho as the making of Psycho in conjunction on the show as well
I had it on, and my wife walked in. And there was one of those very unsettling scenes, and I'm not talking about necessarily when he's murdering somebody. This is the other weird stuff too that comes.
Talking.
Oh, he was doing more than talking in this one. He was dressed in his mom's clothes.
You're talking about,
So it was like Psycho then.
Oh, yeah. And so check that out if you want to or don't. I'm just warning everybody.
It was very kind of you.
Yes. What are you guys watching for?
This show starts, I believe, at 10 o'clock this Sunday. It's called The Chair Company on HBO. If you're a Tim Robinson fan, like if you like I Think You Should Leave and all that, it is Tim Robinson's the one. He's in it, and he also
He's
produces
nuts,
it.
though. Like, he's way over the top,
he's
isn't
like
he?
crazy funny.
I like him.
Yeah. He's like funny in a
I think
crazy
that
way.
show's really funny.
Second City guy.
Like some of the sketches are really funny, and some of the sketches are really stupid.
Yeah, they go. There's a line that is crossed. Some people enjoy seeing that line crossed. Others don't.
Yeah.
But I honestly don't even know what this show's really about. But I've seen commercials for it over the course of the playoffs and stuff like that.
Okay.
But that starts this Sunday on HBO.
Okay, that's good that you didn't just go into your comfort
I'll
zone.
be watching some Cubs baseball, of course, as
Right,
well.
right.
And all
Cubs
of our
baseball.
Cubs playoff
Game
coverage.
5.
All of our Cubs playoff coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Potawatomi Casino.
Very good. That's like a pro right there. What do you got, Charlie?
Yeah, let's go back to Netflix here and watch a little bit of Love Is Blind. We're in Denver. We're back in the pods. We're gonna see if Love actually is blind. The Lachey's are back. Nick and Vanessa. I'm one episode in. Good start so far. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I did 5 rounds of auditions for that show in 2020.
Really?
So
you auditioned for Love Is
supposed to be
Blind?
season 2.
In
so
5 rounds?
Yeah, it was in Chicago.
It was in
Season
Chicago.
2.
I got a DM from a casting person, and I'm like, this will be good for content. And then ultimately, they were like, we don't think you're in this for the right reasons.
They sniffed out the content purposes
you
out?
got me. And I'm like, well, I think our audience would really be drawn to the show if I'm on it. Like, we have a Rav and a Sandbase. So like, we don't need your audience. We're a cultural phenomenon, was their quote.
Oh, look at that.
Oh my God,
That's
really?
Direct quote.
So this is a dating show where they're in separate rooms and they have to talk.
Yes.
That they don't get to see each other. That's the blind portion. It's not like people who can't see are dating each other.
My plan was to use my winning personality, but over the course of the summer, just try to put on as much weight as possible. so when the thing comes up,
the show doesn't get really good until they make them live with each other.
Yeah,
because they speed run entire relationships, basically.
Right.
Do they get to see each other when they live together?
Yeah. They once they decide they want the person, then they have to do a proposal, and that's when they see them for the first time.
Wow. And are they always amazed at how they look? Anybody ever
There's the occasional disappointment.
There is.
They're always pretty happy, though.
Okay. There you go. That's what to watch for. Brought to you by Connie's Frozen Pizza. Picks them up tonight for the weekend. Coming up next, Jesse Rogers joins us. What is he hearing regarding the Game 5 starter? Craig Counsell wouldn't go public with it. What does Jesse know? He'll tell us coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
The Cubs hold serve and force at Game 5 in the NLDS. We reconvene tomorrow in Milwaukee. Game 5 coverage begins at 6:30. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
Guys, great deal going on right now at Window Nation and windownation.com. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. So if you need a house full of windows and you need 8, 4 of them will be free, and you'll have no payments till 2027. That means nothing down. That means no interest, no monthly payments. It's going to save a lot of money, especially with no interest. Will go right back into your pocket. The return on investment is outstanding. They're going to look beautiful. They're going to work perfectly. They're going to save you money on your energy bills. I have Window Nation windows in my family room, in the kitchen, in the master bedroom, and in the kids' room, and I love it. Their customer service #1. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. 45,000 5-star reviews as well. My guy, Alan Favada, their sales manager, Chicago guy, knows everything you need to know about windows. So he'll educate you and he'll give you a free home estimate. So call Window Nation, 866-90Nation. That's 866-90Nation, or go to windownation.com and let them know that Silvy sent you.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey!
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
$2 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. So if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
MLB insider Jesse Rogers.
Jesse Rogers.
Jesse Rogers. Jesse Rogers. You found out that you were going to be a Cardinal. How, Tommy?
Jesse Rogers joins Waddle and Silvy.
Look like you're swinging for the leg there.
Tyler, put out a poll. Call her daddy. What is it? Call my daddy? I'm a big believer in protection.
On ESPN Chicago.
Mr. Protection himself, Jesse Rogers, all over the Cubs playoff ride, and it's getting interesting here. Game 5 tomorrow, and many of us will be heading up to Milwaukee. We cannot wait. Jesse is brought to you by your Chicagoland Toyota Dealer Association. Toyota, let's go places. And Jesse, Craig Counsell would not go on record, at least yet, with who his starting pitcher is. Why do you believe that's the case, and who do you think it's going to be?
Well, I do think they're still discussing it, and I don't think it's as important as we might make it, because whoever it is probably not going to go long. this is going to be a situation where both managers are going to be proactive, not reactive. In other words, he will pull the starter or the second guy or the third guy before there's a moment that could get them in trouble, not wait until there's trouble. So I know we're all conditioned to think of the starter as a big deal, which it is because you want to get off to a good start. But I don't know if it's going to be a lefty to get through Christian Yelich or Colin Ray to get through the order once or half the order, whatever the case may be. Like, it's really going to be 7 or 8 pitchers to get through it. In fact, I want to bring Tyler in as the smart Syracuse grad. Set the over-under pitchers in this game. Neither team has a bulk starter. I think it's a good kind of thing to think about. I think it's going to be like 12.5, 13.5, something like that if you went with the over-under. What do you think, Tyler?
Just, it might be more. So to peel the curtain back, when I go to the game, the Cubs game, I keep score. And I fill in all the pitchers, and they give you 6 slots for pitchers, and I filled up pretty much every single slot, and that's 12 right there. So I think it might be like 14.5.
Yeah, I think the Cubs you would make it at 6.5, and maybe the Brewers at 5.5 because maybe Mizorowski goes for 3 or something. But that's the thing, Sylvie. It's going to be something like that. So yes, the starter's important, but not like normal. And I think the key thing is he didn't announce Shota Imanaga, and it's pretty clear they're not going to start him. They're probably not going to pitch him at all. He's not in a good place, as a pitcher, and I don't know if his head's in the right place either, but I don't know that for sure. I'm just saying he's kind of messed up right now as a pitcher. He's lost his arm slot. He's lost a lot of, his expertise as a pitcher there, and there's no time for him to figure it out. So I think it's pretty clear it's not Shota. And whoever it is not going to go long. And then here we go with the merry-go-round of relievers.
Yeah, Jesse, expand on that a little bit, too, about Shota, like what he's messed up with and where you think this went wrong. Because I called you, we had a conversation off the air about stuff that you just said, where I was hearing some stuff today from people very familiar with what goes on there. And they were telling me the same thing, that Shota should not see the mound. And you said you were hearing the exact same thing.
Yeah, he's mechanically not in a good place, and it's just not fixable in the middle of a playoff. He's not getting a rise in the fastball. Maybe he's a little gassed as well, though he missed time with an injury. I don't think it's that. I just think he's off. His strength in some ways was being a smaller guy and using sort of the rising fastball to fool guys. It's just his slot is not right, and so I would be surprised if they use him. Other than either obviously extra innings, I guess if they run out of lefties and here comes Yelich in the ninth, maybe something like that. But I don't think the plan has much of Shota Imanaga involved in it. But look, all hands are on deck. You never say never in a situation like this.
Is it truly all hands on deck? Like, is Tyon available? Is everyone ready to go, I guess, for tomorrow?
I think so, other than Matthew Boyd, and that's just out of Craig Counsell's mouth a few minutes ago. I asked Tyon last night. It's 2 days rest. I think he can give you an inning or two. Remember, it's just 3 or 6 outs for a lot of these guys at most. So, yeah, I think so. I think they'd call on Tyon in a moment. You have to make sure he warms up properly, right? He hasn't done this in the bullpen, but we see it all the time. Pat Murphy's going to be doing similar things, maybe with a reliever or two less. I could see that, but they're going to be matching up as well. It will be interesting if he does like a Pomerantz in the first inning. I don't think he'll do that because I do think, you only have a couple lefties there with Thielbar and Pomerantz, and you might want to save them for a Terang or Yelich late in the game. So I'm not sure you want to use it early. I think our best bet is Ray early, but a very short outing.
Jesse, in regard to the bullpen, who do you believe is the most important guy? Is it Keller that he's closing? It's Palencia and the high leverage stuff. Is it Kittredge to give them something that he's given them here and there? Who do you think is the most important bullpen guy they bring in?
It's a really good question, and it's kind of like, razor thin answer here. You know what I mean? Like if I say Brad Keller, well, what about the fifth inning when Palencia comes in and the bases are loaded? So, the end of game, the final three outs are really the most difficult. And Keller's never done it, and they keep asking him to do it in these elimination games and stuff. So I still will default to the 9th inning and maybe even the 8th inning for Brad Keller, especially with a day off. But we've seen Palencia come in facing Jackson Churio, 2 guys on, a guy that already took him deep in Milwaukee, and he got him out. So the 5th inning and the 8th or 9th inning tend to be very important because that's usually when your starter might be tiring or your second reliever might be. That's the moment where the game can turn in the middle innings. So it's Palencia or Keller because I think they're going to most likely eat up the most important outs of the game.
Is there any concern about Keller? I was reading something on Bleacher Nation that his velocity was down just a tick, and he's pitched all these innings now. A little wild in that game 3 against San Diego. He's pitched a lot here back to back. He'll get the 1 day off. Is there any concern about Keller?
Well, the short answer is yes, but I would put that in, say that about a bunch of guys, right? Kittredge included, who's been used up. But in particular to Keller, you're right. This is all new territory for him. It'd be great if they only used him for 3 outs, but you get the feeling they're going to try to squeeze more if they need to. But yes, I do think you're seeing him spike some balls, some wildness that we didn't see. He was so spot on with his fastball and his off speed all season long. When you see him miss his spots, that to me is tiring a little bit. I would love to see him for only 3 outs and not more than that.
Does Ben Brown get moved up in this rotation? Because with all these tired arms, he's young, he's got the fresh arm, he's got great stuff, who's wild. Is that a guy where it's like, hey, let's just go out there and let him throw gas, at least he's fresh?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a good point because, remember, there are a lot of people that thought Ben Brown would make a good short stint reliever kind of guy because he just has the fastball and curveball, and both are elite. It's when you're trying to get 6 out of him that he turns into a head case, right? And we know he's got good numbers against the Brewers. Can he handle a moment where the Brewer fans are going crazy like Cub fans were last night? We'll find out. I do think there's a plan for Ben Brown because of the elite stuff, but it could be 3 batters, and that's fine. Instead of thinking 3 innings, which he was a starter, you think a much shorter outing for him. And just like the same can be said about some of the other guys as well, including Tyon. So, yes, I think that Ben Brown has a place in the game tomorrow, potentially.
We talked about this, and I got a response on Twitter regarding what maybe Pat Murphy was alluding to. I want to play Pat Murphy talking about the crowd here, Jesse, and then I got a follow-up question. But he talked about how good the Wrigley crowd was and how it affected his team.
It affected the game. This crowd affected the game the last 2 games. Affected the way we played for sure. We've got a really young team. I think everybody knows that. Maybe by far the youngest team in the postseason.
I was surprised that he admitted that. A lot of people would usually be in denial. No, it's just noise to us. We zone that out no matter what. But he admitted it. Someone on Twitter responded saying, after I said that the first time, that maybe he's sending a message to his Brewer fans in Milwaukee to say, hey, their crowd affected us. It's time for you guys to affect the Cubs. What do you believe why was he so open about that affecting them?
Yeah, it's 2 years of getting to know Pat Murphy, and I still haven't figured him out as a manager. He's been really honest, or he's been sending messages. I mentioned this a couple times before the game yesterday. He talked about using Peralta yesterday, so they have him twice next round. Before he's won anything, you don't hear managers talk about the next round and saving pitchers and stuff. I think it's probably a combination. I think he was being honest. I think he was being brutally honest and not wrong either. I think he was right on the money. It did impact Freddie Peralta and the team, but also sending that message to his own fans. I think it's both. I really do. And look, it was a good crowd in Milwaukee the first 2 games, but nothing like 3 and 4, and especially 4. I know you've been talking about it all day. That was something else last night at Wrigley Field.
I was getting jealous for the last couple of years watching the Phillies crowd, and Schwarber had said that, hey, this is the best crowd I've ever played in front of. And I'm like, man, he played in front of the 15 and 16. Yeah. And I'm like, I wonder if Wrigley can ever jack it up like that. And I texted you last night, Jesse, because you've been a big fan of what they do in Philly for baseball games. And you told me you thought it was very, very close based off of the way the crowd came these last couple of nights.
I think so. The first inning, with Freddie, that was incredible. But I think in the bottom of the first, didn't they go 3-0 on Tucker? And people were up on their feet on a 3-0 count going crazy. It was like, I can't remember which batter it was, but like it was from the get-go. And we haven't heard too much chanting of an opposing pitcher, right? We haven't heard that. And what I do like about Wrigley, and I think Philadelphia does the same thing, because I was talking to a Cub official mid-season about this. It was like they had 40,000 on like a Wednesday, and they don't do like the fanometer. They don't do guys shooting T-shirts from the dugout. They don't do a lot of that stuff, and I love it. It's just organic. It's the Cubs. It's Wrigley Field. Let it fly. Let the fans do it organically. They're not pumping tons of music. I mean, obviously between innings and stuff, but it's not like we see in other stadiums. You guys know what I'm talking about, where they're just trying to get the fans involved. Wrigley fans are involved. Some days it wanes, Some days it's better than others. We know that. But in a playoff situation like last night, man, I don't know. I think it was probably the late start that got everybody amped up. Maybe them winning Game 3 and getting back in the series. I can't put my finger why Game 4 even more than Game 3, but it was certainly fun to be around.
Yeah, circling back to Shota real quick, you got me nervous. Is he so messed up right now that he's a candidate to not make the NLCS? I don't want to look ahead, but the way you're talking, it makes me think like maybe Cade Horton takes his spot.
Boy, that's a good point. I hadn't really thought too much about it. They are so short on starters that it'd be hard.
Yeah.
They'd be hard pressed not to keep him. But look, it is going to be tough to fix him. And look, if you thought the Brewers are hitting home runs off him, we'll wait till the Dodgers get a hold of him. It's a very good point. A healthy Shota not on the roster. It's something 3 months ago, 6 months, and certainly last year when he was dominating the league, you would never think of, but he's a different pitcher right now.
Yeah.
I mean, remember, it's best of 7, so you need Cade and others, right?
Yeah.
Tyon and maybe even Shota, but certainly he'd be pushed back to number 4, or maybe he doesn't make the roster. I don't know. You do need as many pitchers as you can get in a best of 7, so it is something to think about if they win tomorrow night.
When you look at Tucker, was that a good game? Or do you believe that's a better sign because he's maybe getting healthier and feeling better and seeing the ball better?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Cap is getting healthier. I've mentioned this a couple times. I've focused on him a few times when I've been down near the dugout, like the walk-off interviews I do, and he's always stretching. He's always cringing a little bit. So I'm not sure he's getting better, but he's getting in rhythm. And yes, absolutely, I thought that was a sign. We've seen this before with him. Remember when you made fun of me in his final at bat when he was struggling? He popped up once instead of grounding out, during his struggles.
Yes.
And
it was like a shallow fly ball.
Yes. But then he came out of it. He's a guy where I think there are those kinds of signs when he's driving the ball into the infield. Instead of even ground balls through the infield is not a sign, but anything to the outfield and certainly left center, bleachers is something. So I do think it's a sign, and Counsell mentioned this on the Zoom today, and he's right. The good here, when you see the good takes, and he walked twice yesterday, is a sign he's starting to feel it, just understand where he's at, and then obviously they're going to have to come into him eventually. So I thought he had some great takes yesterday, and then he drove the ball out. So a huge sign, and I mentioned today, to Carmen and Jurko that when you see Shaw, Hap, and Tucker in one game here, all three kind of struggling in their own ways, certainly two of them in a big way, Hap and Shaw. Man, this starts to remind you of that lengthy lineup we saw early in the season. I don't know if one game's going to turn the tide, but if it does, heck, I mean, they got a great shot tomorrow and moving forward.
Well, that was going to be my last question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think Hap has found something? Because it felt like even he was making kind of loud outs too. Where it just,
he certainly was.
Right. So has he course corrected, and can he ride the momentum of that, or is that kind of a blip yesterday?
No, I think it was a sign as well. Every at-bat was a good at-bat.
Mm-hmm.
But look, in the playoffs, it can change on dime. But if you're looking for signs, both Hap and Tucker, even more than Shaw, though he had 2 hits, I thought there were good signs. The at-bats were better. I asked Counsell about Hap. I think I said it to you yesterday, Silvy, and he was just talking about they were getting him out at the top of the zone. So what do you have to do? You got to lay off those and make sure he comes down. And Freddie Peralta put it on a tee for him in the middle of the zone. But lay off the high stuff. PCA's in the same category. And sometimes it just takes an at-bat to feel that high pitch and lay off it, and then you're set. And so maybe he is, but we'll see tomorrow night. I mean, it's going to be wild. I mean, Brewers, Cubs, Pat Murphy versus Craig Counsell. One team was up 2-0, the other team storms back. This is what we live for, guys. I mean, it is going to be great.
I'm overanalyzing here, I'll admit it, but when I was watching the game last night, I thought PCA was trying to not strike out, if you understand that. And instead of trying to succeed, he was trying to not strike out. He had the bunt with 2 strikes again. He had the sacrifice bunt. I don't know if it was called from the bench or if it was his decision. And then when he hit the fly ball, it was like he was just trying to get the bat on the ball. Were you seeing the same thing that I was seeing?
I don't look at it that closely. I mean, I'm watching it live, and sometimes I'll look at the TV for the replay. So it's harder to see live from the press box. I believe you. I think he has been trying to make more contact. He said this after one of those high strikeout games the Cubs had. If we just put the ball in play, things will be better. So it was on his mind. It was on his mind. So I don't doubt that between the bunts and just the swings, they're a little bit more controlled. I agree with you from the press box. I even saw that. So that's actually a good sign that, obviously you're not, you got to be aggressive still, but the fact that he doesn't want to strike out and he's trying to control his swing a little bit is a good thing.
All right, what is your prediction for tomorrow, Jesse?
I think this offense woke up. I really do, and I think facing Mizorowski in the first game up there and earlier in the season can be the difference. I think the Cubs are going to do it. I think and it's going to be because of their offense. Obviously, I'm open to being wrong, but to see 1 through 9 finally come through, you see the strikeout totals coming down the last 2 games. I think they're going to get to one of these guys. It could be Miz, could be somebody else, but don't discount the Brewers. I mean, there's been a great team all year. I say that 51% I say Cubs, 49% Brewers, but I do think they found something offensively, and maybe that'll carry over.
It's going to be a classic. Jesse, great stuff. We'll see you in Milwaukee.
I'll see you up there. Safe travels. Talk to you.
There you go. There's Jesse Rogers. Jesse's going there to cover it. I'm tagging along with the Barstool guys, Tyler and me. Tyler, what was your reaction to get that call today?
I wouldn't call it a tag along.
No?
I think you're high on the list.
No.
Yeah.
Listen, I know I'm low on the totem pole here. All right, you don't have to sugarcoat it for me. I was levitating because
he texted us both at the same time.
Yeah, we were in a group
He texted
chat.
me like at midnight last night or 12:30, and I was already asleep about it. But then he texted both of us, and he mentioned you both times, Tyler. He wants you to go. Big Cat does.
Well, I'm happy. We talk a lot. Like before he comes on with you guys, we'll talk about like, dude, that playoff game was nuts, or like that Cubs game was great. And it's like, I don't know, like this is like a all hands on deck. Every soldier needs to be on the front lines of this thing.
The group is now up to 16. We've added another guy.
Are we going to have 16 seats together?
That's what he said in the office. I don't know how you could even do
Might
that.
Be like piggybacking rows or something.
Maybe, I don't know. But who knows? He might get a suite at this point. Like, you just never know with that guy. Yeah.
Let's go to Sean in San Diego. Sean, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
We're good.
Great.
So first, before I give my take on the Cubs game, I wanted to give a special shout-out to both Chief and Yurko. Last night I rolled out my Chief Yurko Let's Fire the Boys Up parlay where I had a Bedard goal and Ian Happ homer. So that was a pretty penny. That was awesome. As for the game, the one thing that I noticed that I don't think many others did, and I like Pat Murphy a lot as a manager. I think he makes a lot of good decisions. The Robert Gasser innings, I know in that situation you're down 4. You don't necessarily want to throw in a high-leverage guy because you're looking on to Game 5. But it felt to me kind of like a waving the white flag moment in a game that wasn't out of reach. And the reason that I think it's so pivotal is because I think that's what possibly woke up a dormant bat of Kyle Tucker. If you're going to give Kyle Tucker basically glorified batting practice and he mashes one to left center and maybe gets his mojo back, I can guarantee you if Kyle Tucker looks back in the mirror and remembers that he is Kyle Tucker, that we will be in NLCS on Monday.
I hope you're right, Sean. I hope you're right.
I think that's a great point. I mean, he was definitely like a sacrificial lamb at that point after that, what they had the 5th run. But yeah, if you have woken the beast that is Kyle Tucker, then that is something that you will rue the day on that, Pat Murphy.
I did like that Ashby had to pitch a lot last night, and he was in trouble, but he wiggled out of some of that. By the way, let's talk some football coming up next with Tom Thayer. Dr. Pepper, Bears Friday. It still is one of these guys. We're talking a lot of Cubs. We've got Game 5 tomorrow. We also have a huge Monday night game between the Bears and the Commanders. One-of-a-kind fans won legendary prize. Score Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper, bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing. The one and only Tom Thayer joins us next on ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Bears and Commanders, live from Landover. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak, along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee. We bring you the call of this primetime Monday night battle. And ESPN Chicago has 4+ hours of pregame starting at 3 and 4 more hours